Senate Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding will come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Perry,
Here.
Vice Chair Flores,
Present.
Senator Betancourt, Senator Blanco, Senator Campbell, Senator Hinojosa, Senator Colhorst, Senator Menendez, Senator Shortner.
Being non-present, the quorum is present or is established. Yes. Chairman King.
The Texas House Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding will come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Chair King.
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez. Here. Representative Bonin. Here. Representative Darby. Here. Representative Johnson. Here. President Lauerback. Here. President Moody. Representative Verdell. Here. President Wilson. Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are running two separate committees basically in one hearing. It's a little unique. It does happen in the past, but it doesn't happen often, so we'll kind of learn to fly the plane as we go. Good morning, members. It is thank you for being here today. We welcome to the first joint hearing of Senate and House Select Committees on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. I am going to ask that we start this committee with a prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the God that you are and that you're bigger than anything that we face on this side of heaven. We're reminded of recent events of just the fragility of human condition. We are also reminded in your word that these days will come, and that the loss of innocence and the heartbreak and the sorrow that it brings is real, it's deep, and it leaves a void that there isn't anything we can say or do that's going to fill that other than you. And we thank you for the assurances of knowing that those that have suffered separation of loss, that it's only temporary, that there'll be a day when they reunite with those loved ones where there'll be a place where there'll never be another disaster, another hurt, or another pain. We ask that for those that don't have that assurance, that they run to you and not from you. We ask those that have the faith and it's been shaken, rightfully so, that they hang on to it even tighter to get through the days ahead and the years. The broken hearts and the shattered dreams of those that have suffered the most unconscionable loss is not something we can fix in a hearing today, but we can sure show that we have a compassion and an empathy for that loss and that we're there walking side by side with them. Let that be the tenor and the tone today as we move forward in these hearings and the days ahead. I'm thankful for those that have showed the hands of your Son, Jesus, in their actions, their first responders, those volunteers that showed up out of nowhere and wanted to help and show the love of Christ through their actions. We thank you for those people. We also ask a protective hedge around those folks that are in those roles. So much of what is seen cannot be unseen going forward. Protect them in their physical state and their mental states. Give the state and everyone that's connected to those initiatives the ability to discern and be part of. I ask that as we go through these few days, that our tenor and our tone will be one that is God glorifying and honoring, that we seek reconciliation of the loss with what we can do going forward to helpfully prevent loss in the future. And I'm also reminded that you, as the Lord sovereign God creator, are not immune from the loss of a child. You showed that through your sacrifice of your Son, Jesus Christ, for us all. And I'm thankful for that witness, but I'm thankful for the love enough that you had for us to show us that you are humanity side and the grief that came with it. With that, we just hope our words are healing. We hope our actions speak louder than our words. And we hope that our hearts are in the right place as we move forward with that. In Jesus' name, I thank you for the God that you are. Amen.
Amen.
Well said, sir.
Thank you. All right, members, I want to take a few moments and we will adopt our committee rules. After doing so, we will hear invited testimony from several of the state agencies, river authorities involved in the response to the devastating flooding and the impact in Central and West Texas earlier this month. We will not hear from local officials representing the areas impacted by the floods this morning. Chairman King and I did not want to pull those local officials away from their disaster-related duties to testify in Austin today. Instead, we will hear those folks, those local officials from all the regions impacted on site when we convene on July 31st in Kerrville. Before we move on, I'd like to set the tone for these proceedings. Members, as you have no doubt aware, the subject matter we will cover in this hearing and in future hearings with our select will be heartbreaking and emotion-filled. At least 135 Texans are dead across more than 24 counties stretching from Kerrville up to San Angelo and over to Georgetown, and thousands of Texas homes and other property damage have suffered significant damage, and countless residents have been displaced. Dozens of Texans have lost virtually everything they own. Thousands of people from across the country have answered their pleas for help. That includes thousands of first responders from both Texas and over 24 other states, and countless Americans from across the country who have donated money, supplies, and traveled to the sites of the devastation to lend their help. I was reminded as I went and saw some of those volunteers in action on Sunday in that region that God doesn't always call the ones that are prepared, but he prepares everyone that he's called. And I saw that in action in glory, full glory on Sunday as I was walking through that area. Our state is shocked and grieving. It in times such as these, Texans pull together. We have proved that time and time again through disaster after disaster, that is actually exactly what the mindset with which we intend to co-chair these proceedings. In today's hearings, in the hearing we will convene in Kerrville next week, and all future hearings, our select committee will not armchair quarterback or attempt to assign blame. To do so would undermine the very goal in the committee's creation. The goal of our committee is to find constructive policy solutions which will prevent future loss of life like what our state has suffered over the past few weeks. In a tragedy, grace, love, and compassion are essential to healing and recovery. This one is no different, and our ultimate aim is to heal our state's wounds. I ask that each of you bear in mind as we go through about the difficult business of examining the witnesses who will appear today, that next week, and in the future. I also want to explain just a little bit of the protocol. This joint committee does not get to vote on bills. So what we're planning on doing is this hearing and the Kerrville hearing, and then coming back from those two hearings, take what we've learned and what we think would be constructive to move forward on with state actionable items. Each hearing will then, we'll have several bills. I think there's about 4 or so listed on our side. I'm not sure where the House is listed. We'll divide those bills up based on the hearings, and each side will actually have their own hearing to move that legislation back to each chamber through the normal bill process. But this chamber, or this process, does not have the ability, nor should it, to just vote. We need each House and Senate members to debate and deliberate and figure out what they heard and put all the better actors together. So this is not a bill filing or bill voting committee. With that, I want to express my gracious and gratitude for being partnered with this guy from my neck of the woods. We have a long history together. I know each other's personalities are a little bit stronger than some people like sometimes, but I think that's a good thing. But I am privileged to be able to handle the co-chair here with Chairman King out of the House, and I'll let him have his opening remarks.
Thank you, Senator Perry. This is going to be a tough series of hearings. It's going to be emotional. And a lot of people want to be heard. I'm hearing from a lot of people from the Kerrville area that wanted to be invited to this hearing. This is not a slight, but as Senator Perry said, when we go to Kerrville next week, we're going to have more opportunities to testify. We're going to have independent hearings going forward. There will be more opportunities to testify, and nobody is not going to get. We're not going to stop anybody from having a chance to testify, but because it is such an emotional subject, and there are a lot of feelings stirred up, we do have to be mindful that decorum has to be followed at all times in all hearings to move forward. So, just to go over the rules from the House side, as a reminder to the committee and our visitors and witnesses today. Today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern the House proceedings under those rules. The chair is responsible for preserving order and decorum during committee meetings, and the chair may ask the sergeant at arms to assist in preserving order and decorum. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the sergeant at arms to clear the audience if there is a disturbance that disrupts the committee's meetings. Signs, placards, and other objects of similar nature are prohibited. Food and drink are prohibited in the hearing room, and members of the committee and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being considered by the committee. Also, if you were on the invited witness list today, please make sure you visited with committee staff and filled out the witness affirmation form before you testify. Also, for those that want to make a comment today, on the House posting, there's a link to the public comment portal where you may submit public comment to the committee. And lastly, because we have a small audience room and a lot of people want to be here, there's an overflow room set up in E1026. And if that one fills up, we will also extend overflow to E1014. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. We will proceed forward on adoption of rules. Our first order of business is to adopt the committee rules. Senators, your office received an advance copy of the draft rules prior to this morning's hearing, and you have been provided a copy in front of you. There are no substantive differences between the draft rules for our committee and the model rules distributed by the Senate Committee Coordinator during the regular session. If there are any questions about the rule, I'm happy to take them at this time. Chairs, none. Members, Senator Betancourt moves adoption of the committee rules. Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Chairman King.
Our rules are the same as any standing committee in the House, so our rules have already been adopted.
They've been adopted. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, members, we are going to move forward. I came across, as you would suspect, lots and lots of information has flowed into my box, your box, and I'm sure all the members here have gotten lots of helpful, constructive, and probably stuff that will be incorporated throughout the hearing process. One of those pieces was a video of a meteorologist that after the event went back and put together the weather pattern that day and how we ended up with what I'm told the technical term, a rain bomb event, and how and where it came from and where we knew it was and where it was going. It was a meteorologist out of Houston. It was probably the clearest indicator of our weather pattern that day. So what I have done is got that video. It is visible up there. The first 11 minutes or so, I think, will set the stage for how the committee can go through the panels with a better perspective of just what this event was. And I'm hearing from the old timers, this is a 500-year plus event when you get into the weeds of just how broad and how big this rain cloud was and what it did. So with that, can you turn the video on?
I'm meteorologist Pat Kaplan here at KHOU in Houston, Texas. It's been a really rough week for folks in the Hill Country and Central Texas, especially the last few days with the prolific flooding that's happened through Kerrville and also in the Austin area. And it's left a lot of folks asking a lot of questions. This is an extreme event. It's a freak event, really. And so I think it's important that we take a minute to kind of break down why it happened, what the factors were that led to it, and what kind of advanced warning those that were in harm's way got leading up to this. So let's just kind of break this down. We're going to start first with why this prolific flooding event happened. And it all has to do with tropical moisture from Tropical Storm Barry. And you might be asking yourself, what tropical storm? We didn't have anything make landfall here in Texas. And that's correct. Tropical Storm Barry formed in the Gulf last week and ended up making landfall in northern Mexico. That moisture then moved up into Texas and interacted with a slow-moving batch of storms over the middle of the state. Those two combined and pretty much happened over one of the worst parts of the state when it comes to flash flooding events, the Hill Country, where you have all of these ravines and these creeks and these streams that kind of empty into bigger rivers. And that terrain helps to focus moisture and water all into one spot. When you've got heavy training thunderstorms that occur in these areas, flash flooding becomes a huge problem. So let's take a look at how this kind of panned out on a map. This is the path that Tropical Storm Barry took. It formed in the Bay of Campeche and then kind of drifted into northern Mexico, and again, wasn't an issue for anyone here in the United States in the days leading up to this. Here's the problem though. Even as the circulation associated with Tropical Storm Barry fell apart, all of that moisture in the atmosphere doesn't just disappear. It's still there. And notice, you've got the Sierra Madre Mountains here through central and northern Mexico, just off the coastline here. When you've got low-level tropical moisture that comes onshore, it has to go somewhere. And it can't go up and over the mountains, and so it starts to stream up north. And so you take all of that tropical moisture from this dissipating storm and you funnel it northward. Now typically this would lead to maybe a couple of days of unsettled weather, more clouds, a couple showers for us here in South Texas. What made this situation unique was the presence of what's known as a mesoscale convective vortex. It's basically a mini area of low pressure, and it was very slow moving, pretty much stationary over central Texas. Now forecasters knew that this MCV, mesoscale convective vortex, was going to be over the area about 12 to 18 hours before this event unfolded. And that'll go to the timeline. We'll talk about that in just a second. But once they saw this feature and they saw the interaction that was happening with that tropical moisture, that's when the first alarm bells started to go off. And again, we'll break down timeline in just a second. But when you marry that tropical moisture with this trigger for the development of thunderstorms, it just unleashed a freak event here across the hill country with slow-moving, localized, prolific, heavy rain-producing thunderstorms, first in the Kerrville area and then in the days following up in the Austin area. So let's break down this timeline about what the forecasters knew and how they communicated this information to the public. Thursday afternoon, so July 3rd, just afternoon, so 1:18 p.m. Central Time, flood watches were issued, and that did include the Kerrville area. Basically, a flood watch is the National Weather Service's way of saying, hey, conditions are possible for the potential to see flooding. It's not imminent, it's not happening right now, but within the next 24 hours, those conditions may start to develop. Later that evening, as the forecast started to become a little more clear, as more high-resolution model data, which is what forecasters use to develop these forecasts, became more consistent, that's when they put out a special discussion about a flash flooding threat. So the messaging starts to become a little more specific Thursday evening. Now we get into the overnight hours, and just after midnight, so 1 a.m. Friday, July 4th, is when thunderstorms begin to develop right over Kerr County. And that's when the first flash flood warning is issued. This is a warning that is issued for stationary, training, heavy thunderstorms that are producing a tremendous amount of rainfall in a localized area that can lead to the development of rapidly rising floodwaters. 3 hours later, at 4:03 in the morning, that's when that flash flood warning is upgraded to a rare flash flood emergency. Flash flood emergencies are reserved for the most significant types of flash flooding events. This is when there is an imminent, ongoing threat to life and property, and if you don't leave, your life is in danger. And so flash flood warnings are common through the hill country. Flash flood emergencies are that step above. That's a forecaster's way of saying this is a critical situation. 17 minutes later, at 4:20 in the morning, is when the Guadalupe River at Hunt hit that major flood stage, and we know what happens after that. So here's a radar loop. This radar loop goes from 1 o'clock in the morning Friday all the way through Saturday evening. And you can see, notice that little spin, and I'll kind of segment this and break it up. But you see the spin on the radar there? That's the MCV. Again, mesoscale convective vortex. Vortex is that word that really gives us that hint of that spin in the atmosphere. This is like a mini tropical storm almost over land, because we're picking up tropical moisture from the remnants of Barry. You got that spin in the atmosphere, and this just becomes a self-serving engine, basically. And so we see this just persistent rainfall across the hill country for hours and hours and hours. We get a break, more develops here across the Austin area, and then it continues through Saturday and even during the day today on Sunday. Let's hone in on Friday specifically. We go from 1 a.m. all the way through the day. Here comes that swirl in the atmosphere. That's the MCV coming in. But before the MCV actually reaches the hill country, look what's happening over Kerrville. This one little training thunderstorm in here, where it's rounds and rounds and rounds of heavy rain, and then the MCV comes in. It was that initial thunderstorm that prompted the first flash flood warning. And as we kind of pause the clock here, 2:30 in the morning, remember that first flash flood warning came out just after 2 a.m., or actually just after 1 a.m., and this is the reason why. There was one lone thunderstorm right over the north and south fork of the Guadalupe River, and that's what prompted the initial flooding. Then you get the MCV coming in on top of that. Notice the spin there, and that's just kind of enhancing everything, enhancing thunderstorms, enhancing rainfall rates. It was the absolute perfect storm. And the problem that this presents for forecasters on TV, at the government level, and the private sector, across the board, is that this is really pushing the science of meteorology to the limit. We are not at a point yet where we can pinpoint exactly where these thunderstorms are going to pop up and where that flooding is going to happen. But this was pretty much every worst case scenario coming to light. Tropical moisture, an MCV, and the terrain here, again, through the hill country, with all of these little ravines and creeks and streams kind of emptying into one big river. And so the flooding that we got just resulted from just hours and hours of relentless rainfall. So here, again, at the top of the Guadalupe River, so we're not even looking at the middle of the river, where it pretty much begins here, just outside of Kerrville, over a foot of rain fell. These are radar estimates. And this extended up towards Fredericksburg as well. And then when you just compound what happened in the days after, going up towards Marble Falls, Georgetown, look at this, over 20 inches of rain. You got nearly 2 feet of rain just to the south of Brady. So there were different pockets here. Notice these pockets of pink and magenta. This is where flash flooding was the worst. And this is what I was talking about, where the science just isn't there yet. We are not at a point yet where we can identify where these individual pockets that lead to this life-threatening flash flooding can happen until pretty much it's starting to happen. So within about 30 minutes to an hour, the National Weather Service is going to see the trend and they're going to issue the warnings. But those warnings will only come with about 20 to 30 minutes of notice. We can't, it's not at a point yet where we can give you a day's worth of notice to get out of the way of these flooding events. Let's take a deeper dive into the terrain around the hill country and where this happened. So what I've highlighted here is the North Fork of the Guadalupe River. And what you've got, outside of that, highlighted here in blue and white, these are little creeks and streams and tributaries that kind of feed into it. But this is the North Fork of the Guadalupe River. This is the South Fork of the Guadalupe River. And they meet in the town of Hunt. And remember, that flash flood emergency came in at 4:03 in the morning on Friday. And then at 4:20, 17 minutes later, the Guadalupe River here, where the two forks meet at Hunt, reached not minor, not moderate, but major flood stage. So it was just the perfect combination of conditions that led to heavy training thunderstorms over both forks of this major river that goes through the hill country and central Texas. And after that happened, you just got inundated. I mean, this magenta area here indicates that foot to 14 inches of rain that fell. And that rain came down on every creek and stream and tributary that eventually emptied into the Guadalupe River that flowed downstream through Ingram and then eventually into Kerrville. So that's this main river here. This is the Guadalupe River. And so you had all of this rain falling in all of these streams and creeks and tributaries, and that's what led to this catastrophic flooding event. And we're talking about a scale here of a few miles. And again, unfortunately, meteorology just isn't at the point yet where we can identify exactly where these isolated thunderstorms are going to pop up, especially when you come in the middle of the night. Now, looking ahead, what does the forecast for this area look like for recovery operations, for cleanup? As we go through the rest of the overnight, we did have more thunderstorms out across this area today. All of that activity should start to die down. As we get into Monday, there could be more development here. The models are hinting that we could see a couple more showers getting into Monday morning, but I think the heaviest of this starts to push off towards the south and the west. As we go through the afternoon, again, a couple spotty downpours are possible, but it doesn't look like it's going to be quite as widespread in coverage or as heavy as we've seen the last few days. Unfortunately, though, everything is so swollen and saturated from the last few days that it won't take much to exacerbate any rescue efforts and any cleanup efforts. So still another day or so of these spotty down.
I hope that was informative. It was pretty well recapped and kind of how that stuff came together. I don't know that people have heard yet. They did find one of the 3 yesterday, so they're still looking for 2 folks. Some of the stuff I learned when I was there Sunday, it was a 9-mile high rain cloud, basically. At its peak, it was almost 1 million gallons per minute. So that's kind of sets the tone or the pace, I guess, for what we want to talk about. And I will tell you that there's been several people in the know, so to speak, in the Kerrville hearing. We'll have some experts that believe that we can be a little better at predicting where a rain bomb event might actually happen. So be a little more pinpoint of where they think they can put that in. So Kerrville will be pretty informative on where we can move forward on some technology that's not currently in place. With that, members, there will be no time limits for invited testimony today. Some of the witnesses testifying have elected to provide a presentation to accompany their testimony. Presentation materials will be viewable on the television in this room and on live stream of the proceedings. Hard copies will be provided for each member of the community. As we begin invited testimony, I ask you to reserve your questions until each of the panel has finished their testimony. It's my intent, as well as Chairman King's intent, to recognize members. We will try to alternate between House and Senate, back and forth. So as you light up, I think we actually have to engage your mic to get you on the mic, but we are going to do our best to alternate between members, between the House and Senate, and give everybody equal time on what they want to ask and how they want to ask it. Invited testimonies, first panel, it will be with, Chair calls up Chief Nim Kidd with Texas Division of Emergency Management. Initially, we had a meteorologist scheduled to come in. Chief Kidd is playing interim meteorologist today. Our pick, one of them got COVID, and we went to a second one, and I think that person was unavailable or out of town. So he will do his best, but if you get into the meteorology of it, he has some understanding, but we may reserve that for, and we will add a meteorologist to our initial list for the Kerrville hearing. So, all right, Chief Kidd, state your name herewith, and tell us what you think is pertinent from beginning to end of your tenure. And I know your tenure is not over yet, so.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me grab one of these closer. My name is Nim Kidd. I am Chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, and it's an honor to be here with you today. I want to say thank you, Chairman, Senator Flores, Representative Riddell. Thanks for your support over the last several weeks for your districts. It's an incredibly difficult situation. My prayers and our actions are with the families of those who lost their lives and the families that lost their livelihoods and their property. Our team is committed to continue our efforts to support until we find all of the missing persons, and the communities have been cleaned up, and they're on the path to rebuild and recovery. And I know we cannot replace the lives that are lost. I grieve for those, the families, and those lives that have been devastated. The sadness and pain for the families to find and the friends of the 136, now 137 fatalities, it will not leave me, and it drives us forward to do a better job. I've been asked to share with you our agency's roles and responsibilities, the timeline of events, a current status update, and some policy recommendations. And if it pleases the chairs, I'd like to start that now. Our role is outlined in Chapter 418 of the Texas Government Code. That government code, the Disaster Act of 1975, governs everything that we do as an agency. It lists the purpose, the roles of the governor, the roles of TDIM, the state finances that support disaster response, local government roles and responsibilities, how mutual aid should work across the state, what we should do as mitigation, what we should do as disaster housing, and what our citizens should do. All disasters in Texas are locally managed. Under Chapter 418, elected mayors and county judges are the emergency management directors for their communities. Our job at the state, as outlined in our statute, is to support local efforts, to augment capacity and capability. I always say we are responsible, but we are not in charge. The responsibility of being in charge rests with local officials. I also chair the Governor's Emergency Management Council. That's a group of 39 state agencies appointed by the governor to support the state and other local government efforts. Our agency has been blessed by you, the legislature, and the governor to have quite a few resources and the authority to pre-position those resources, of which we'll talk about here in a few minutes. Alone, the Texas Division of Emergency Management is just under 550 employees. 300 of them are field-facing. The other 250 support all headquarters-based operations and support our local governments. But with the council, the Emergency Management Council, we are a comprehensive workforce. And with the mutual aid that you've blessed us with in Chapter 418, we bring in specialized groups from other local governments within the state and around the nation. Those local government specialties include urban search and rescue teams, TIFMAS teams, the Fire Interstate Mutual Aid Agreements, the Emergency Medical Task Force, Incident Support Teams and Incident Support Task Force, and our faith-based and volunteer organizations active in disaster. We help locals plan, train, exercise, respond, and recover and mitigate from all disasters. But it is only when an incident overwhelms or is suspected to overwhelm a local government are we there to support them. When an incident exceeds a local jurisdiction's capacity and the ability to afford the cost of that disaster, we work with the governor's office for the governor's disaster declaration, and then we do damage assessments. Under federal law and regulations, each state has its own fiscal threshold in order for the president to grant a major disaster declaration. In Texas, because we're the second most populous state in the nation, we have the second highest threshold. The first disaster declaration in Texas was about May 15th of 1953. It was the Waco tornadoes and some floods that followed that. Since then, our state has seen 107 major disaster declarations, 18 federal emergency declarations, and 259 fire-related federal declarations for a total of 384 federal declarations to this state since 1953, far more than any other state in the nation. Our team currently manages $23.5 billion worth of open federal grants from 56 different grant programs and 4,800 individual projects at the local level. Our team works with FEMA and sub-applicants to ensure compliance at the federal and the state level. And at this point, I would like to go ahead and move to the timeline of events, if that pleases the chairs. You all know this. We're a big state. There's always something going on in this state. We have on June 21st, a week or so before the storm, we had a team of Texans in the state of New Mexico. Our team managed their emergency operations center for the state of New Mexico over the weekend because they were having fires and catastrophic floods. We have the beautiful ability to have a team that gets to train here and work here and share that experience across the nation and then bring that experience back home to us. We also, as chairs mentioned, we have an in-house team of meteorologists, and they help us work with the 13 National Weather Service weather forecast offices that are in Texas. NWS has 13 offices in Texas, 3 river forecast centers that cover Texas, the Southern Region Home, which coordinates those 16 offices, the Storm Prediction Center, and the National Hurricane Center. So 19 different National Weather Service offices cover our state. On Wednesday, July 2nd, our team added 2 boat squads because the area that we saw may get some additional rain. We sent 1 to Tom Green County and 1 to Kerr County. There was a press release that I'll share with you here in a minute on the 2nd that we were also adding Parks and Wildlife, the Department of Public Safety, TxDOT, the Forest Service, AgriLife, the Public Utility Commission, the Railroad Commission, TCEQ, and DSHS to our teams to be ready to support weather that was coming up. Now, people are going to ask, well, what did you know that nobody else knew? We didn't know anything that nobody else knew. We didn't. You saw the meteorology, and Chairman, thank you for leading this hearing that way, because that is really true. The science is just not there yet. What we did know, we knew we were going into a holiday weekend. We knew that we needed to ensure resources were available from those local governments that we would want to stand up for water teams, for search and rescue teams, for medical teams if they were needed. And we're going to talk in just a second about where they might have been needed. At that time, when we released our press release on July the 2nd, the National Weather Service largest forecast was for San Angelo. And that forecast was likely 2 to 3 inches of rain, less likely, their words, less likely 4 to 5 inches of rain. I'll move to Thursday morning, July 3rd at 8 o'clock. We do a command and general staff, which is our agency's internal call of our assistant chiefs across the region and the divisions. We do this every weekday just to get us started as an agency on the same page. Lasts usually 12 minutes, maybe 13 minutes from time to time. If there's something going on, they last a little longer. At our 8 o'clock command and general staff call, some forecast models by the National Weather Service had some outliers. The area of concern that we were looking at was 35,000 square miles across Texas. Let me put that in perspective. That's the state of Indiana, or Maine, or Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island combined was the area of operation that we wanted to have resources ready to support our local government partners. That was 44 counties in Texas. The forecast then for those 44 counties in that area was, again, 1 to 3 inches of rain, less likely now 5 to 7. We had a 10 o'clock statewide weather call that morning. We have these calls anytime we think local partners need to be aware of what's happening in their areas and to ensure that all state agency resources on the Emergency Management Council are there to support our local government partners. We had 468 lines call into our 10 o'clock call that morning. And when I say a line call in, it's a Zoom call like many of you do. There may be 5 people on the other end of one of those lines, or there may be 1 person, but 468 individual lines called into our 10 a.m. weather call on Thursday the 3rd. The National Weather Service briefs on that call for all of our local partners to hear the same brief. Instead of 19 different locations, it's one voice from the National Weather Service, and that's the Southern Region Home. The forecast that morning that they presented was slight risk of flash flood. On their scale, it was a level 2 of 4. That was for Central and West Texas. They rated thunderstorms on a scale of 1 to 5 for Northwest Texas. And they rated river flooding, isolated river flooding, minor to moderate in Southwest Texas. The forecast for Friday that they were forecasting in that report was 1 to 1.5 inches of rain with possibly up to 2 inches locally. Because of the size of the area that was impacted, that was when our team started placing resources in New Braunfels, in Llano, in Brownwood, in Kerrville, in Junction, in San Angelo, in Uvalde, in Cameron, in Eden, in Menard, in Kerrville, and Waco, and Alpine, and Austin, and Dallas, and Edinburgh, and El Paso, and Houston, and San Antonio. It was such a large footprint. In order to have any resource close to need, we had to have them scattered across that large area of the state. It was not about the intensity that we saw in the forecast because we didn't see it, just like you didn't see it, just like no TV meteorologist ever broadcast about it. What we saw was a giant swath of Texas. We started calling it a belt, actually, on our internal calls, of where something may happen in the 4th of July weekend. At 11:37, we put out another press release that we were increasing activity in the State Operations Center because of the geographic footprint that we were looking at. National Weather Service forecast was then predicting heavy rains and flash flooding. The theater or area of operation covered West Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, and that would last over the next couple of days. Again, over 44 counties, over 35,000 square miles. So we added the additional boat squads, we added the additional helos, and we added the additional high-profile vehicles, a total of 10 of them, to cover a radius of about 160-mile radius across Texas. We had our resources in place by 1 o'clock on Thursday afternoon in those areas. We were pre-positioned. thanks to the authority that you vest in us and the resources that you give us. We had no idea where rain would fall, as you saw in the video, but we knew there was moisture in the atmosphere. Throughout Thursday, the National Weather Service in San Antonio and San Angelo continued to post on their social media pages. And I'm going to read through some of these, and we have the actuals here if you choose to see them. Flash flood watch. I think there's some confusion between a watch, a warning, and an emergency. And I would encourage all of us to go back and look at those actual definitions, because a watch is just be aware. Know that something might happen. But even in their definitions, it says no guarantee of flooding, just a watch. Flash flood watch, 1 to 3 inches, likely, 5 to 7, less likely. Potential impacts could be rivers, creeks, streams, low-lying flood-prone areas. On Thursday, July 3rd at 3:20 p.m., the National Weather Service San Antonio then says heavy rains possible across some areas of central Texas, especially western hill country, southern Edwards Plateau, and the Rio Grande. Chances of rain decrease on Friday, with drier weekend and hotter conditions ahead. 18 minutes later, the Storm Prediction Center says, hot and humid for the Midwest. This is the national scale. Hot and humid for the Midwest. Wet and much cooler for the southern U.S. Severe storms and heavy rain, flash flood possible in the upper Midwest and plains, and heavy rain possible in the Northwest Rockies and Florida. No mention from the Storm Prediction Center of any severe weather in Texas. Again, Thursday, 6:56 p.m., the National Weather Service San Antonio says showers increasing across the hill country, west of I-35, from San Antonio to Austin, expanded through this evening. At 7:37, now we're at a flash flood watch still for the hill country, the Edwards Plateau, locally heavy rains possible. Potential over to Highway 90 corridor, southern Edwards Plateau, hill country, expanded to the I-35 corridor. Rains will decrease for Independence Day, but isolated showers may continue. It's 7:37 on the Thursday before, the night before. At 7:58 and again at 8:21, flash flood watch. Watch again, Bexar County, Gillespie Canyon, Kendall, Llano, and advisories for Mason, McCullough, and San Saba. So the area is still continuing to expand, but still at a very, very low intensity level. 8:54 p.m., National Weather Service San Antonio, 1 to 3 inches of rain, 5 to 7 less likely across the flood watch area, 44 counties. The hill country to 281, Bexar, southern Edwards Plateau, and the Rio Grande. 9:30 p.m. on Thursday night, National Weather Service San Antonio, pockets of heavy rain in Kendall County, headed towards Gillespie and Blanco County. 1 to 2 inches have already fallen within the last 3 hours, and more rain is on the way. At 11:17 p.m., National Weather Service San Antonio, pockets of rain continue across the hill country, more development expected through the evening. Flash flood watch remains in effect until 7 a.m. on Friday, July 4th, and their message was turn around, don't drown. Friday, July 4th, 1:06 a.m. National Weather Service San Antonio, very heavy rain, Bandera, Kerr, Gillespie, within the last 2 to 3 inches per hour is the rainfall. At 1:14 a.m., flash flood warning, first warning as you saw in the broadcast also, from Ingram and Hunt until 4:15 a.m. 1 to 2 inches have fallen, expected rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour, 1 to 3 additional inches expected. Flash flood is ongoing or expected was what they put out on their social media accounts. This is 1:14 a.m. At 1:32 a.m., flash flood warning. The flash flood warning that they listed included at that point in time still 13 Texas counties: Bandera, Bexar, Blanco, Burnett, Edwards, Gillespie, Kendall, Kerr, Kinney, Llano, Medina, Real, and Uvalde. 1 to 3 inches of rain likely, 5 to 7 possible across the flood area. 2:37 a.m., flash flood watch expanded until 1 p.m. today now. The hill country again, 1 to 3 inches, 5 to 7 possible. Excessive runoff may result in flooding of low-lying areas, rivers, creeks, and low water crossings. 3:08 a.m., the next message, very dangerous flash flood event, south central Kerr County, 3 to 7 inches of rainfall in the last 2 to 3 hours. Flash flood warning, turn around, don't drown. 3:19 a.m., The Guadalupe at Hunt is at 11 feet. It's expected to crest at 16.6 feet. At 3:33 a.m., flash flood warning Guadalupe at Hunt, occur in Bandera County until 7 a.m. At 4 a.m., the Guadalupe at Hunt, 19.4 feet, expected to crest now at 23.8 feet. Less than an hour, they changed the forecast like that. 4:23 a.m., 5 to 10 inches of rain over the next 3 to 6 hours. This is a flash flood emergency. 4:45 a.m., the National Weather Service at Guadalupe and Hunt puts out another message. And at 5:56, I personally get the first report of people trapped on roofs. We know what happened after that. I want to thank you again for the resources and the capability to expand and put resources in place ahead of need. For this coming week, for this weekend, for the little tropical disturbance that's out there, we are already moving and we'll have resources in East Texas tomorrow. There will be a boat squad up in Amarillo for rain that's coming into Amarillo from a system that's up there, as well as putting resources in Liberty, Beaumont, and Jasper for tropical weather coming in from the Gulf. I'd like to shift to the status now, which is number 3. At the height of our event, we had over 2,700 state employees actively engaged supporting operations across the state of Texas. But that was dwarfed by the 17,800 volunteers that came from all over this nation to help our communities. The governor so far has declared 26 Texas counties for disaster, and we're adding another 4 today. There are 15 counties under the president's public assistance declaration that will help with debris and emergency response costs and rebuilding. And there are 6 counties that we will be adding more today, or requesting more today, for individual assistance to help communities rebuild. We've had over 6,000 people register for FEMA assistance already. As we go forward, we continue to work on search to find those that are missing. We continue to work with the debris contracts and debris contractors because there is a lot of debris to pick up and clean up. And we'll continue to work with our local partners to find solutions for temporary and long-term housing. As we look at the final piece on our policy recommendations, we want to really work with you on volunteer management. As you heard, we had 17,000 volunteers show up. And a lot of those were just good-hearted Texans, good-hearted Americans, bringing their resources, their time and treasure, their heavy equipment, working really hard around the clock for no thanks and no pay. That was most of them. But then there are the others that we really need to keep an eye on as well. So we have an organization that you funded several sessions ago called the Incident Support Task Force, the Disaster Recovery Task Force. We have the capability to, in real time, within the first 12 hours of an incident, the first operational period, set up a volunteer reception center where all volunteers should go, and they should check in. And they should share with us their capabilities and what they're capable to do. Are they unskilled labor? Or are they electricians and carpenters? Are they want to help sort clothes, or do they want to search for live and missing victims? Fact of the matter is, people come in so quick that we can't control them sometimes, and we don't know who they are. Yet they're going through all of your personal belongings. They're in places that nobody else is supervising or watching them. And I think we should have a deliberate conversation, whether it's here or some point in the future, about making volunteers check in at a location for their safety and for our safety and for their coordination and communication. You may recall that during the time that we were searching, there were several times we had to evacuate the river because of ongoing flooding. When the volunteers check in at a volunteer reception center, they share with us their cell phone number, and they can text a code to us that I can then communicate with them that says, hey, something's coming, get off the river. Or, hey, I need you to check in. The other thing is, once I'm tracking those volunteer hours, we can then use those for in-kind donations from the local community or the state in our FEMA matching grant program. So there's a really good resource and a reason to do this. The next thing I hope we get to have a conversation about is mass fatality management. When an incident happens like it did in Kerr County and overwhelms the local capabilities and the resources, the justices of the peace and the funeral homes, we have an organization that we can bring in to support that. But that organization is really not codified anywhere in statute. And I think we should have a conversation about what the Texas Mortuary Assistance Team can do and what role they can play and what we can do to support our JPs and our MEs and our sheriffs whenever we have an incident that overwhelms those local capabilities. I know we're going to talk about interoperable communications a lot, so I won't talk about it much now, but I will tell you I went to Kerrville on Friday morning. As soon as I got the text, I went straight there, about an hour and a half drive from my house. And I ran into some of my guys from the San Antonio Fire Department that I worked with back when I was in the field as a lieutenant on the technical rescue team. And I had my radio with me, and I asked to be able to talk to them on theirs. But their San Antonio radio doesn't work in that footprint. So they had some really cheap Chinese radios that they were talking to each other on. We're better than that. We can do better than that, and we need to. We also should have a deliberate conversation about the credentialing of emergency managers at the local level. Today, in Chapter 418, you've heard emergency management directors by statute are mayors and county judges. You will see the words emergency management coordinator listed twice in Chapter 418. Only twice. It says the emergency management director may appoint an emergency management coordinator. The emergency management coordinator is an assistant to the director. Period. There's no minimum qualifications to be an emergency management coordinator in the state of Texas. It's whoever the county judge or whoever the mayor appoints. We're better than that. And finally, I'm grateful for your funding and everything that you've given us, but we have a lot of work that we still need to do. Our agency is very small, and I look forward to future conversations about things that we need to continue to support our great state. And Chairman, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
One second. Do we have to stay? We have to stay in order because of that. 'Cause- Right. Hang on one second, Mr. Verdell, Mr. Martinez, you're up.
Just an admin, we'll try to alternate between Senate and House members as they are on the board, so we'll make sure each is alternated to try to give you guys your voice. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Chief Kidd. First of all, I really want to thank you for all your leadership and your dedication. And I'm honored to not only be a part of your leadership, but also to call you a friend. And I know as a first responder as well, and a lot that we have worked on together, I think one of the things that really, the statement that you made a little while ago was in regard to interoperability and the ability to be able to speak between different agencies. And I can relate because I understand that down in the Rio Grande Valley, we have a major incident, whether it's a mass casualty incident or unified response to where various agencies get together and then you switch over to all valley and everybody can communicate. But once we leave the valley, our radios no longer work. And in regard to interoperability and being able to utilize those radios and that communication, is there a way that utilizing the infrastructure we already have in place and maybe having a radio with a SIM card that we can pop in and that radio will be capable if we go to Dallas for response? And like we have our Texas Task Force 3 down in the Rio Grande Valley. And then also my hats off to all of our responders that went out there and took their time and during that response. But is there a way that would work to where we're not building a new system, but working off the existing system and have the ability to provide grants for radios to where all of these other agencies would have that capability?
So, Chairman, thank you. And again, thanks for your support and partnership and your service as well. I believe the short answer to your question is yes. But I also personally believe we have two challenges when it comes to interoperable communication. And the first one is the technical challenge. It's what you just discussed. And I think the private sector partners that we've talked to and dealt with over the years are ready to come to the technical solutions. In many places, those technical solutions may already exist. I believe the larger challenge in today's date is the cultural challenge. We have 52 to 54 independently, usually locally owned radio systems across the state. There's no state standard for governance in how they operate. We do have, and the Department of Public Safety can talk well about it, great organization that has the statewide interoperability coordinator. But I think when you talk to them, you're going to find there's no teeth and there's no funding, there's no carrot or no stick and what we want to get them to do so that we have a statewide covered network. Now, I'm not suggesting we go build a brand new system from the ground up. I don't. I think there's plenty of broadband, fiber, technology, capabilities, Starlink, you name it out there. But we do need an organizational structure to cobble that together and offer grants and offer support to locals that have built these systems on their own. We didn't give them any money to do that. They built them on their own. And if I'm building my house and you're not paying for it, you don't get to design my house or say what rooms I have. And that's what they've done with their radio systems. So we as a state, I believe, should have conversations deliberately with them and figure out how we can integrate all of them in together.
And then just one more question in regard to that, Chief, and the response from a lot of our agencies that went over, Texas Task Force 3 to all of these agencies, do they have the equipment that is necessary to respond, or is that something we also need to look at so that they could be well prepared for any type of response across the state of Texas?
Thank you, sir. With the exception, I believe, of some of the TIFMAS apparatus that you fund through the Texas A&M Forest Service, when a local government sends their resources, their people and their equipment to us, those are generally owned and operated at the expense of the local government. We only pay for them for the time that we're using them. And we should have a deliberate conversation about the resources that we stage across the state. Because as you know, and for the rest and those in the audience, 2/3 of every paid fire department is off duty at any given time. The 24-hour shift that they work, Houston, 3/4 of theirs is off duty at any given time. What they don't have is 2/3 of fire trucks sitting in their fleet ready to go out the door. If it was a decision that we added some state-owned assets across the state in our regions, and maybe if we had some great places to park them and stage them and store them at the same time, then it's much easier for those fire chiefs to send me their employees and not send me their frontline apparatus. And I hope that we can have a conversation about that.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NIM, as usual, you go through with precise declaration of how we got there, and I think the meteorology of this is so unique. It really is reflected in the warning levels, because basically what you laid out, and I'd love to see that, by the way, if one of the clerks can bring that up to the front. I'd love to see this again. You're basically saying that at 106, we're still at from the National Weather Service, we're still at a watch level. Really, when you read through what you had outlined, we didn't get to a warning level of significant dangerous flooding till 3:08, if I've got the right round.
That's our information, Senator.
Right, and then there's a backup at 3:14, okay? And then really, the flash flood emergency comes out at 4:45. So the
423 was what I had.
423,
here. I'm sorry.
okay,
Yes, sir.
that's fine, right. And so really, those three are the three step-up levels that you're dealing with. And by the time we get to the third level, the flash flood warning emergency comes out, it's already happened. When did you get your first call that people were on rooftops and they needed help?
4:56 a.m.
Yeah, so within literally 33 minutes from that flash flood, that final emergency warning, you're already getting people that need to be rescued. So this is an amazingly compressed schedule, okay, that you have to respond to, and that the responders in the field are having to respond to, because we're not even going from 0 to 60. We're going from 0 to 200 miles an hour in 3 hours and 17 minutes. So we're really going to have an extended discussion, Mr. Chairman, members, with National Weather Service about these type of alerts and the speed at which they came out. Now, given that radar loop, they might have been able to accelerate it some, but they're not going to accelerate it by half a day or 4 hours. It's not possible with the meteorology that we're dealing with, level of technology we've got. Now, I'm really interested in taking this. Once you got that call and you're driving to Kerrville and it's an hour and a half, what are you doing at that point? We've given you a lot of autonomy, but I'm really curious about who do you have to call to get more authority? We've got the Senate Pro Tem who is the chair here. He's third in line. And in the next 16 months, you're going to be calling him at some point in time. That's my prediction, because Texas is too big and there's got too many possibilities of natural disaster. So, when do you have to call the governor for more authority? In this case, I know the governor was out of the state. So when do you have to call the lieutenant governor? And take us through that portion, because I think the lieutenant governor got his first call after 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. So I think I understand the question. And the way Chapter 418 reads today, if I'm pre-deploying state assets or local governments, that's not contractual. I don't have to go out for bid on that. Those are mutual aid resources that are outlined in Chapter 418. I've been blessed with the authority and the autonomy to take action to save lives.
And you did. And by the way, if you hadn't pre-positioned where you were, even though you're covering a ridiculously large area by national standards,
Yes, sir.
You would have had your assets in the right place.
And historically, I've been in this spot for 15 years, first by Governor Perry and then by Governor Abbott. And the direction that I was given 15 years ago was, Nim, don't worry about getting a call from me asking why you spent money or deployed resources.
Okay.
You do not want the call asking why you did not. And I've operated that way for the last 15 years, Senator, I am the expert in this, and I challenge all of our people to be the experts in their jobs. And so there's nothing that requires me to notify anybody else of the actions that were taken during the emergency. Here's the statutory authority I need from the governor or acting governor. It's a disaster declaration. And then it's the request to the president for a major disaster declaration. Remember, under Chapter 418, only a mayor or a county judge can mandate an evacuation from a part of their community. The governor of Texas or acting governor does not have the authority under state law to mandate an evacuation. So I mean no disrespect to the governor, the governor's office, or the acting governor, whoever that may be. But in times like this, when we're in the middle of the battle, they have already granted the permission to me to take the action that we need to do our job. And you have enforced that through regulation and funding.
And then we had a chance to talk, and I can't remember what day it was. I think I caught up with you that by the time you got to Kerrville, you actually ran into two EOCs
Yes,
that
sir.
were operating independently. One was in the city, and the other one was in the county. So
Yes,
what
sir.
action did you take at that point in time?
So we see this a lot across Texas, not just in Kerr and Kerrville, is cities and counties, 254 counties, 1,217 now cities, but really only about 480 emergency managers and emergency management programs across the state. Because in so many jurisdictions, especially in the western Texas, Senator, in your district, the county judge is the emergency management director and coordinator and everything else at the same time. They don't have the staff to continue to go and do that. But in some of the more rural areas, more urban areas, you may have a county that has 3 or 4 of the cities under their emergency management plan and under their emergency management coordinator. You also have places where the emergency management director, the judge, appoints an emergency management coordinator, but that emergency management coordinator may be the employee of another department in the county. And there are plenty of times whenever a city will have its own emergency operations center, the city of Houston,
Sure.
and Harris County will have its own
TranStar.
emergency operations center
Right.
at TranStar. So in events like this, when we see that none of those facilities will support all of the resources that are coming in, we encourage them to move to an ad hoc facility quickly that we can get everyone in the same room so that we're looking at each other eyeball to eyeball and not having to chase each other around rooms or around communities. And so we did. We asked them, and they complied very well. They were, again, we're not in charge. We don't get to tell them what to do. We're just responsible. We support them. We asked them, can you find us a facility that we can all be in the same room? Because we have a lot of state and federal, soon-to-be federal assets coming in. And I would like for us all to be in the same facility, and that's when they offered up the youth center there.
Which is quite a challenge in the area that you were looking at, okay, right? To find one of a substantial nature to handle all the resources that you were bringing in. I want to loop back with this, and for the members here, I think it's a very important point. Basically, you besides pre-positioning, and then once you're involved in this, you've got there's a constraint which only a mayor and a county can order evacuation. Now, by the time you're driving, if that evacuation hadn't been ordered at that point in time, it's probably too late, just due to the magnitude of what was coming, hundreds of thousands of cubic feet of flood per second coming down the river. Now, I think one of the things we have to look at is we probably have to know when these mandatory evacuations are ordered, and we have to have some way to bring that bottom-up, decision up to the top, because whether it's the pro tem or lieutenant governor or the governor, that's something we're going to have to understand, that we've already had this issue. Those evac orders are in place, because otherwise the state at the higher level doesn't even understand exactly how much of an emergency actually occurs. Am I missing that?
Senator, you're not missing anything. I think the other thing that I want to say is local officials know their communities better than anyone else. And I don't think we would ever want to take the mandatory or the ability to mandate an evacuation away from a local official any more than I think we ought to give it to somebody that's in Austin several hundred miles away from where that problem or that challenge is. And so I think there will be a lot of question, a lot of accusation, a lot of second guessing. I'm not in that business. I don't do that. But those local officials know when to order an evacuation and when not to. And I think at the hearing that you're going to have next week sometime, you'll probably get some of those local officials that will tell you why they made the decisions they made or why they didn't make the decisions they made. And they need to be the ones to answer those, sir.
Right, and I think that it's important that those, and regardless of that decision, when it's made, there also has to be a reporting structure that people can understand that it's occurred, and that whoever is in the chair above you, okay, has to know what's happened already on the ground as quickly as possible, because we do have a distributed system.
Yes,
But I don't think we reported up as fast as we could have in that situation. I think it's important that if you're really looking at what you need, and that's the other side of this coin, you really need a disaster declaration as soon as you can get one, effectively. That's your next big switch from state government, from the leadership of state government. And then obviously you need a federal one as well.
Yes, sir, and that state disaster declaration, when granted by the governor on the front end of an event, allows me to exercise extraordinary measure and buy things that I don't currently have under contract or have the budget for.
Because that's the key thing.
Yes, sir.
Because you can pre-position all your existing assets, but you're going to have to start buying things immediately.
Or if I have to contract for debris cleanup or contract for porta potties or things like that.
Right,
Yes,
and I want to get to one more point and then yield my time, because we've got many people that could be asking questions. We had a discussion, because one of my interests was looking at a, flood emergency communication and river warning system. And you made the comment, and I agreed, that this, as good as TDM is, and measurably, I believe it's the best in the country.
Thank you.
And I think that your other colleagues would agree. You can't be the one that hits that button that says, we've got an evacuation order, or that we need to do that alert, because the granularity of these decisions is down to the local level. And you were literally trying to look at 33,000 square miles to begin with to figure out where to position your assets. So I just wanted to repeat that conversation that we had between the two of us, that you don't think your organization is the proper place to be able to have that authority, that it has to stay at the local level.
Yes, sir.
Now, my last question would be, is there a backup level at some point in time for whether it's the pro tem, the lieutenant governor, or the governor, to be able to intercede?
You would then be required to change state law also to mandate
I
the
know that.
evacuation, which today does not. I mean, we can recommend, we can support, we can bring resources in to help effectuate that, but I think, let me see if I can rephrase how I understand the question. Do we need a better system for warning? Yes.
Yes.
What does that look like? I don't know. But I know you've got a bunch of people coming up behind me that are experts in that and can answer that question for you. That's the first part of it. The second part is once we have this amazing system, who should have the authority to implement or actuate the system? I still believe that should be local officials.
Right.
Your next question is, should there be a backup to that? And that answer is yes also.
Well, that's the essential question, and that's really, Mr. Chairman, what I know what Senate Bill 2 is effectively about, but I appreciate appreciate the work of that your department does, because it is superior by any definition I
Representative
understand.
Verdell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman King. Chief Kidd, I just wanted to, I know I've told you this in private, but I want to say it publicly. We first met July 4th on that morning, and I just want to give you public credit for how well you were organized, how quickly y'all had a central EOC established, and watching you over several days through that process, how well your agency integrated with the other agencies during search and rescue and recovery. And I want to give you public credit for that. I do have one other question for you, which is when y'all are monitoring the weather that occurs, do you have a central website or location where you can see all that data, or are there multiple websites that y'all are having to review?
So, great question, Representative. And because the state and the nation looks to the National Weather Service, that is the public-facing weather document that we primarily look at and gauge what we think others will see in that. That's part one. Part two is we have multiple private sector weather services that our team uses in addition to the products from the National Weather Service. One of those tools for storm prediction is a private sector group out of the Friendswood area there, and they give us a very scientific forecast for tropical storms, much different than what the National Weather Service puts out. So our team of expert meteorologists does actually look at all of those that are out there to see what the public is seeing so that we can help try to gauge what public action may be, as well as take the resources and position them in places that we feel we need to be ready to support local partners.
Yep. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, I'm always going to call you Chief Kidd. That's how I met you. And thank you for your work. Thank you for your testimony. If you will, I also want to agree with my friend and colleague, Senator Bencourt. Could you provide us that timeline that you?
Yes, sir.
I was doing my best to follow. Chief, so from my notes on the timeline of events, on July 2nd, you sent out 2 boat squads. On July 3rd, you had a command call in the morning. Is that correct, with the 44 counties because of the 35,000 square mile area that looked like it might be affected? Was that correct?
So every weekday at 8 a.m. we have
Okay.
our team's command and general staff call that just talks about what's going on across the state and what our folks are doing. That was the 8 o'clock call.
So this was on the 3rd, on July 3rd, but what prompted sending the 2 boat squads out on the 2nd?
National Weather Service San Angelo was then saying 3 to 5 inches of rain.
Okay, so you were kind of aware that something was coming, you needed to be prepared, right?
Yes, sir.
Then I think you have 11:37, you're working to distribute resources by 1 p.m. July 3rd in a 100-mile radius, was that correct?
160 miles, yes, sir.
160-mile radius, okay. So in that 160-mile radius, how many counties are in that 160-mile radius? How many emergency operation coordinators were you dealing with?
2 different questions. The number of counties, I believe, is in the 40 to 44 counties.
40?
Yes, sir. That's that 35,000 square miles
Yeah,
that
let's
we
say
were looking
44,
at. Yes,
okay.
sir. And then each county has an emergency management director. That's the county judge.
Right.
And then some of those counties have independent coordinators.
Correct.
And then if those counties have a city, and as you know, a lot of our West Texas may have 1 or 2 incorporated city limits, unlike Bexar County with 30 plus inside it.
Right, right.
So each of those, and our job is to share information with them. The 10 o'clock call that we had 460 plus lines calling into that call. We
Right.
believe the majority of those were from the impacted areas,
So,
forecasted areas.
so
I'm
my
sorry.
question is, does the current process or procedure, because as you've correctly stated, locally, they have to make the decisions at the local level, but they also need to have all of the best information. And I'm going to venture to guess that you have probably access to all of the best information in terms of, you have at your disposal. Do you have a process in place that guarantees that you have communicated the potential danger with each of those emergency coordinators at the local level? Do you have a way that you can for lack of a better word, authenticate that they have received the information?
So we know we can share the information with the technology that we have, but we really have no way of knowing whether they received the message.
See, I would better hope that you'd have a way for them to acknowledge, I have read and received what has been sent to me, because I think that would be the best way to guarantee, regardless, we need to put a procedure in place that tries to eliminate human error. We can't guarantee the competency. You mentioned it in a way, you said emergency coordinators qualifications, there are no qualifications. It's an assistant, basically, to the mayor or judge. They can appoint somebody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's it. There's one sentence and there's no qualifications whatsoever, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a concern.
And Senator, that doesn't mean we don't have qualified people in those jobs.
I didn't say that.
I know.
I didn't say that.
Well, I'll get beat up from my peers because I
no.
didn't say that, so.
Yeah, I didn't,
Verifying.
I agree, but we trust, but we must verify.
Yes, sir.
I think as I look at the timeline and I share, it's evident that, and this is where it gets a little cloudy for me. You had something at 1:06. What happened at 1:06 a.m. on the 4th of July? You had 1:06, then you had 1:14.
Yes, sir. 106 National Weather Service San Antonio put a social media post out that said very heavy rain for Bandera, Kerr, and Gillespie County, rate of 2 to 3 inches per hour.
Okay, so at that time, they're saying at 1:06, they're saying, hey, there's heavy rain, it's coming down at a high rate. And when that happens, does anybody, other than, you have to be aware of the social media posts, you have to be watching, is there anybody that's, their job is to follow this no matter what time of day or night this is?
So in Austin at the State Emergency Operations Center, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there are 3 to 5 humans that are watching what's happening across the state. Their job is to be the alarm bell for the rest of us.
And they work for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So you have that, that's what I was hoping. At that point, do they make a concerted effort to communicate that, to make sure that the people in that area, in that where that flooding is occurring, do they know this is happening? Do they communicate that, and are they acknowledge that they received that information?
There is no system in place today to ensure that County Judge X or Mayor Y or Emergency Manager Z
Right.
is getting the same information that we are getting from the National Weather Service.
You do see the problem with that, right?
Senator, I do. And I'll share more of the problem and the frustration that we've had over the years is we've had a form called the DEM, the Division of Emergency Management, Form 147.
Right.
Under the governor's executive order from 2019, mayors and county judges are required to tell us their contact information and who's responsible for emergency management at the local level.
Mm-hmm.
To this day, I still get forms sent to us that have an office number for the emergency contact number. Listen, it's not for lack of trying and reaching out. We still get email addresses that we know are generic email addresses that are not being monitored. You've given us the resources to put people in the field to work directly. We have an employee in Kerr County, have had for 2 or 3 years now. That doesn't mean we have any way of guaranteeing that the responsible adult local officials and those that are appointed are awake and seeing the same information that our people that are paid to be awake at 2 o'clock in the morning are seeing.
Yeah.
Just lost power.
So 1:14, what happened at 1:14 a.m.? You had it on your timeline.
Yes, sir. At 1:14 a.m., the National Weather Service San Antonio issued the flash flood warning for Ingram and Hunt, and that flash flood warning was in effect until 4:15 a.m.
So that's when it changed in those 8 minutes from watch to warning?
That's what it looks like from their social media post, yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that one of the problems that I see is that these terms, I think it's just like the alarms we get on our phones. They may be easy to ignore, especially at 1 o'clock in the morning when most reasonable human beings are sleeping. But the problem is that when emergencies like this are occurring, our constituents statewide rely on us to have people awake. I want to thank you for bringing this forward, because I think this helps highlight where we can get better. I think that I'm sure that in Kirk County, when at 1:06 a.m. they were saying that the water was coming down at how many inches per minute?
2 to 3.
2 to 3 inches an hour. So it's flood. It's already the change from watch to warning is occurring because of the waterfall. The only difference is someone hasn't actually determined it, called it something. That at that point, hopefully, what I would have, I think we need to say, and maybe working. Do we know at how many inches per hour will create a flooding situation? Do we know that we have that information?
So globally, yes, meteorologists do. They use something called the flash flood guidance, FFG, but it's different depending on, and Senator, this is where I'm playing meteorologist, so cut me a little bit of slack here. It depends on the terrain and the geography. In some cases, 1 to 1.5 inches per hour will cause massive flooding. In other cases, it's going to soak into the ground, and farmers and ranchers are going to welcome that rain. So each part of the state is different based on the catchment basin.
Right. If you're flat, if you know, yeah. So in this part of the country where it's known as Flash Flood Alley, do we have a historic knowledge of how many inches per hour cause a flood?
I believe what the Weather Service will tell you is 1.5 to 2 inches per hour can cause flooding in certain areas.
And how much was
really
falling?
we should
how
get
much
them
was
to
it?
answer
Well,
that.
how much was falling at 106?
2 to 3 inches per hour.
So twice as much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Darby.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, Chief, thank you for all that you do. We were privileged to have a briefing with you and the governor last week in San Angelo. Chairman Perry and I were present. My thanks go to you for all your organizational skills that resulted in great relief for the city of San Angelo and our area. I also want to thank you for your proactive response by deploying a swiftwater rescue team to San Angelo on the basis of a 3 to 5 inch forecast. Now, San Angelo, we don't get 3 to 5 inches in 6 months, but you were able to deploy a swiftwater rescue team to San Angelo, and after we got 14 inches in 12 hours, you were plucking people out of trees and off rooftops with that unit. I can't thank you enough for your actions and your pre-positioning those assets to our area during that period of time. I do have one question with regard to disaster scams. I have noticed, as we all have, opportunities to donate and help these various areas of our state. Is there anything regarding credentialing or certification of these sites for authenticity and recommendations, if you will, that they are created and able to execute, if you will, the deployment of donated sums on behalf of these areas? So my query is there anything in your experience or what you're doing now that helps position TDM or any other agency to kind of be a filter, if you will, for these sites that open up that pretend to help but may in fact be scams?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, and thanks for the compliments and the question. On the compliments side, we did have a boat there, but that was to support your great local first responders that were already there, already engaged, and already doing rescues as well. Nobody does this alone, and our job is to support them. And we did a small portion compared to the large portion that your local first responders did, paid and volunteer. To the second part of the question and the comment is, we do in our agency have the ability to set up a volunteer reception center. We're going to call it VRC because we love acronyms. To set up a volunteer reception center within the first couple of hours of an incident. And this is where we want, and probably would love to see some teeth in this, We want our volunteers to go to the VRC first. That way we can qualify and quantify them as well to make sure that we have the right people doing the right job at the right place. And listen, I don't know that we want to talk about this right now, but I'd also like to know, do we have any registered sex offenders that are coming in to work in shelters? Do we have anybody with warrants right now that shouldn't be going through my personal belongings that are scattered all over the place? Do we have any predators there that we don't need in certain places? I mean, right now, we don't know that when volunteers show up to help. And again, the far, far majority of them are great Texans just trying to do good work. But we also know that the others are out there, so I need your help in balancing that out. The second part of the question that I think for our answer is, you have helped us fund the Incident Support Task Force, the Disaster Recovery Task Force over the years. That's the group that sets up the Volunteer Reception Center. That's also the group that meets with your community foundations like our team did yesterday in Kerr County. Because you're going to get so many of these volunteer groups that come in and say, I'm here to help you clean, but I'm going to need about $10,000 so that I can continue to fund my capabilities. And frankly, I think they become predators to the disaster at that point. And we need to find a way to call them out and get them out of the area. And I think working together with our team and our law enforcement partners at the local and the state level, we can help identify those. I know that there have been families that have been called by these predators saying, I have your kid. I have your family member. It's despicable. Needs to stop. I've got a place for them.
Well, thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Chief.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, we go back a long way,
Yes, sir.
and we've handled small events, big events, and I understand your role very well. And Texas, I mirrored my colleague, Representative Riddell, and saying thank you on behalf of our constituents for your rapid response, the great work that you have done, and the people that you have managed to get the work done. Texas is very blessed with you, and how you work with our locals, who, yes, we agree, they're the ones on the ground. They're the first ones there and the last ones to leave, but so are you. And unfortunately, Texas, being as big as it is, you're very well honed in handling disasters, from wildfires to floods to hurricanes, tornadoes. So where I'm going with this is that your function in Department of Division of Emergency Management is emergency management. So that's to be able to provide, do you agree that the first role is to be able to provide for a uniformity of a basic response to any of those types of disasters, which this committee is looking at, a baseline, and then you have specific operational parameters. But what's real important is that everyone, every county working in concert with you, every state agency, every law enforcement agency has that basic emergency management baseline to work off of. So when we respond anywhere in our 254 counties, that is established. Things like we're talking about, specific issues that I've been hearing this morning so far about, was this person notified? Those are all things that can be, that are already in place, as I understand them, may not be practiced, but do you agree that that's something that's very important to come out as a standardization of that basic baseline, using, for example, the incident command system, which came from the fire service for firemen, but has been used in most, everyone who's in this business is trained in incident command. And for example, the coordinators, especially coordinators in the county, shall be trained in incident command, because that's the basic I'm talking about. That's the baseline of emergency management. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So how would you think you would help us to go around to make it so?
So, Senator, I don't remember the exact year that you got into law enforcement, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that in the 60s, did T-Cole exist?
No, but neither did I.
Good
Actually, I did
answer.
in 1960.
Good
I was in
answer.
1960, but I don't think I cared much about it then.
But T-Cole didn't exist before the 60s. I think it was in the early 70s whenever this body, your predecessors, came together to standardize and credential law enforcement.
That's correct.
1993, I was the first class in the San Antonio Fire Department in 93 that had to take a state test to be a paid firefighter for the city. Didn't mean everybody before me couldn't do the job. They just only took a city test. They didn't take a state test. Today, to be a paramedic in the state of Texas, you have to take a national registry test. All of the emergency management and emergency response disciplines have gone through this process except the emergency management discipline, to where we standardize the curriculum in order to be paid or volunteer even as an emergency management coordinator for a jurisdiction in Texas. I think this is the time that we do that. And again, not because we have people that are unqualified doing the job, but to your point, Senator, there is no standardization and no consistency. Today in Texas, every peace officer has to pass the TCOL exam in order to do it. Every firefighter has to pass written and practical tests from the Commission on Fire Protection. Every EMT and paramedic passes the class of the institution that taught them, as well as the national registry test before they can practice medicine and touch a patient under a physician's license. But to be an emergency manager, you need a signature. That needs to change.
And that's the point I'm trying to make this morning with you is, as in my experience, because I took incident command before incident command was cool. I took it in San Antonio, and then since then required all the game wardens under my command that I had. Everyone has it, everyone. But because we wanted to be uniform in our response with TDEM and all the agencies that TDEM coordinated with. But that baseline is so important when you're responding to these emergencies. To Senator Betancourt mentioned, sometimes you'll have silos, and I understand that. That's what the locals do. They're responding in their fashion that they see fit. But when you come in together, having a baseline to start with that you already know, it's like a machine. It's like riding a bike. It's like what we did with Alert with peace officers for active shooters, where every peace officer takes Alert so they have that baseline of response. Yes. I guess I would like to see that, Mr. Chairman, and members, as something for us as something that's very critical. No matter what the disaster is that we're responding to in this state, that baseline exists right off the bat, like automatically, everyone. And then we go into the specificity of operations. It's different in West Texas for responses to floods. The wildfires in the Panhandle are different. The floods in East Texas are different. Hurricanes, tornadoes. But what's not different is the structure, the basic structure of a response using incident command. And I think that's something I wanted to stress this morning. And thank you for your leadership in making that something that was uniform and uniformly applied, as I understand it, in DPS and all the other state agencies that respond with you. The other thing I would like to bring up, if you would bear with me, I know after every event, yes, you're always going to have people say you should have done this and you should have done that, and that's going to happen. But when the reality of it is, your situation, what you do, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you respond to an event, no matter what it is, using the training, equipment, and resources that you have at the time, using the information you have at the time. You respond. Then after it's over, you do an after-action report on anything, large or small, and you ask yourself, what worked and what didn't work? What did we do well? What did we not do so well? So I know you haven't had time to thoroughly do that for this event. But if you would if I can ask you to, if you may, and if you're not comfortable, please don't. But say one of the top two things that you say that you would believe were some of the lessons you learned from the event in the Hill, this flooding event in the Hill Country, which 8 of my 13 counties were affected. And thank you for the work that you've done in every one of them. What would be, just at the top of your head, say, this is a couple of the important lessons that I learned from this that perhaps we can do, re-examine, or this is what we did very well. Could you elaborate that to us, please?
Yes, sir, I will, and thank you for that. And you are right, the National Incident Management System, NIMS, I was NIM first before they named it NIMS, and the incident command system are the backbone of how we respond. And the Department of Public Safety, Parks and Wildlife, TxDOT, all of the state agencies that respond together have that basic training. And we offer all of those courses out to our local government partners. It's just really not a great system to continuously track who has and who has not, especially with turnover, to your point. We need to do better at that. The next thing you mentioned was after-action reports. AARs is what you're going to hear them referred to. And listen, you can't open an after-action report anywhere in this nation and not have communications as the number one or number two thing that needs to be improved upon. And that is operable and interoperable communications. It's the way we talk to the media. It's the way we talk to the public. It's not just telephone to telephone or radio to radio. It's all communications, which sometimes waters it down and makes it hard for us to fix. The thing that we have not done that I need help with is corrective action plans. Because to your point, in an AAR, we come up with what did we do right that we want to sustain? What can we do better that we need to improve? And then we usually set timelines for implementation. But remember, for my agency, in the FY26, the upcoming budget, 70% of my revenue is a federal dollar that is dedicated to somebody or something else. I have very few discretionary funds. I would love to have conversations about how we hire people whose sole purpose is to support our local government partners, not just in their after actions, but in their corrective action plans. Because you go find any of your first responders and ask them if they've done an AAR, and they're going to say yes. You ask them about a corrective action plan, they'll go, yeah, I think we did one of those. You ask them if they've implemented it, most of them are going to give you the shrug. We don't know. And that's why we keep having these failures of the same thing over and over again. We as a state are better than that, and we can do better, but we need a sincere focus on corrective action plans. You asked about the top two things for this event. I'm going to tell you communications is one of them. That's messaging from the media, that's messaging to the citizen, and that's messaging back and forth with our local first responders that are coming from all over the state. We have a long way to go on improving our communications. The next thing is, and I know y'all are going to look at this, we've got to do a better job at our warning and notification systems for all hazards, not just floods.
Thank you. I just have one more thing to ask you. On communications, yes, I agree totally on the interoperability. It's something that we've struggled with since 9/11.
Yes, sir.
I remember I used to have two radios in my car, one for the county, one for the state, and then sometimes that didn't work, you know, and that didn't have enough towers. Then we were required to change the towers, but it's been the fiscal note on that has been very prohibitive. But then again, it's like with the issue with water, Mr. Chairman. I mean, when you run out of it, then you'll pay just about anything to have it. And here in interoperability, the security of our communities, the security of our state and our nation, it's critical that we have that. So we have to look at it. Which brings me to the 911 system. When people use, does 911 also fall under your purview on emergency management?
No, sir.
Well, but so as I understood, people will call 911. I have an emergency. But when you have little small counties like Kerr, it'll be overwhelmed quickly, and then it switches and it goes to Bandera, and Bandera's overwhelmed quickly. Then it switches and it goes to Guadalupe because it's not in the same system as Bear, which is nearby. And so that's also something we probably need to look at is how do our citizens call in for an emergency, and that type of system, is it something to look at as well. With that, there's a lot of other questions I could ask, but for the time, we'll get to that. Thank you very much, and God bless you for what you do and all the folks that you work with. We're very blessed to have you. You're the best in the world.
Thank you. Have a great team. Thank you.
It's great questions, members. I know we've got multiple panels today, and some of the communication stuff will be rehashed at a different level, different detail, different purpose. It's an important discussion, but we'll keep moving here. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I want to thank you, Chief Kidd, for your leadership. And thankfully, we are not a state that requires another state to come in with leadership to get us through a disaster. Thank you for being that good. As I watched through this, and Senator Flores and I were in Kerr County, and then I was in New Braunfels, obviously, but I saw TDM act with excellence. excellence in research, in resource deployment, in rapid response, in real-time leadership, and being proactive and not just reactive. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the recommendations. They're right on target, and I think many of us, we have other questions, but the way your pre-preparation paid off, and thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moody?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your testimony. I want to drill down into a couple of things and maybe ask your team for some follow-up information so that I don't take up too much time here today. But first of all, for the other folks testifying, if you could please follow the concrete policy solutions like Chief Kidd laid out here. And the way that I think about disaster scenarios, and the way we thought about it when we did our investigation in Uvalde, right? There were interoperability issues there too, right? So man-made disaster different than this one, but some similar issues that we ran into. But you looked at the before, during, and after. What are the things that we can do policy-wise that can mitigate or eliminate the potential for loss of life, loss of property, tragedy, suffering? And so I heard you in your breakdown, right? There's some issues around volunteers, mass casualty events, and how we can involve external resources when local resources are overwhelmed, communication, credentialing of folks, and also I think communication interoperability kind of goes all together. So those in my mind fit nicely into those buckets, and some into multiple buckets, right? Before, during, after. I'm going back to the beginning of your testimony, and this is some of the information it would be helpful for me to see. You mentioned, and I think I got the number right, that you oversee $23.5 billion in federal grant funds?
Yes, sir. The disaster portfolio of 56 open disasters right now that are going to local government partners, those 56 open disasters total $23.5 billion worth of funds, some of those dating back to Hurricane Ike.
Okay, and so those are the ongoing, where money has come down for post-disaster
Yes, sir.
recovery, and you all manage those along with local partners.
We are the grantee from the federal government. The governor is the grantee. I am what's called the GAR, the governor's authorized representative.
Got it.
And as the GAR, our team makes sure that the local governments are following all local, state, and federal guidelines for how that money is spent. Yes, sir.
And that is all in disaster recovery. So that's all in the after portion of a disaster.
That is, but that's not all of the disaster recovery. That's just the disaster recovery in our agency. You have the General Land Office and
Yes.
other state agencies that also get federal dollars to pass through after a disaster.
Well, and so I guess my question in there is, and I know other agencies are gonna have dollars flow down as well. In terms of what you look at, is there anything in those? I understand you're recovering in those sites. Are some of those dollars being utilized in any way to look at preventative measures going forward? Is that part of the recovery that those dollars go to? And this is something we don't have to drill down into every single one because obviously you're managing a lot here. But if that's some kind of breakdown, I can understand, because I think what people like to. When you go through a tragedy like this, and you talked about it, right? You want to learn from, and Senator Flores hinted on this, right? I've been out with the folks at Fort Bliss and doing after action. They show you how they do after action reports when they go through their exercises. Important, because when they're in the real field, like that's they need to know how to do things the best they can, right? But so this is our opportunity to understand. And so when you're utilizing those funds, are those opportunities existing to use those funds for those preventative measures going forward, right? The before. Here's what happened here now. Are those funds at the federal level that come down to y'all utilized in those buckets as well?
Some are, and I can explain, and
Yeah.
I'll try to be succinct about this. So
Sure.
under the FEMA Public Assistance Program, we call it PA. That's the money that goes to state agencies, local governments, and certain nonprofits to rebuild or repair what was damaged in the PA program. That's a 75-25 split, usually 75% of the money from FEMA through us down to that sub-applicant. If during the time of that rebuilding or that repair, there is an opportunity to do additional mitigation, That's the word that FEMA uses. And FEMA will approve that for the right benefit cost analysis. That structure, that facility can be improved, not just rebuilt to the way that it was. That's part one. Part two is FEMA has a program called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, referred to HMGP. HMGP is generally identified 1 year, 12 months after the beginning of the disaster. Historically, that has been 15% of whatever the federal share was of the public assistance damage. Tracking so far? Mm-hmm. So for every $1 million in damage, I get $150,000 in new money to go do mitigating efforts in different places that were not impacted by the disaster. Could be the same community, but remember in the PA program, I can do mitigation. This new money would go and do places in the same jurisdiction or in other jurisdictions to fix problems that have been identified. Historically, that mitigation money does not all get spent across the nation, not just in Texas, but across the nation. There are multiple reasons for that. One is it's a 75-25 split. Mm-hmm. Most of the jurisdictions that have just experienced the disaster do not have the financial resources to go and build what they want to fix because they're building what has been damaged in the inventory and repaired.
Sure.
There is no state fund for hazard mitigation in Texas that I'm aware of, and certainly not one that runs through our agency.
So let me drill down into that, because this is where I was trying to get to, is this is the space where the weight and the heft, the power of the state of Texas can help, right?
Yes, sir.
We've heard from some of these communities that are struggling, suffering. You just mentioned right now, when they're going through this, they're just trying to get back to where they were. They're trying to get back to zero. They're not trying to figure out how to prevent in the future. This is the 8th largest economy in the world. And if we don't have, and maybe we'll look into, but if you're saying you don't know of any state bucket of funding to help in that regard, I don't know why we're not doing that, right? Over the last decade, you can look at, and you mentioned these are disasters across the board, freezes, major heat events, floods, wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, all of them have hit. If you've been in the legislature for the last 5 or 6 years, you've seen all of those come through. And so these are the opportunities that I want to grasp onto, because I know we only have the 30 days now, but this work is not going to stop between now and when we come back in 27. This is going to be one of the key things we do in 27. At least that's my opinion. And I think it should be. I think probably people share that opinion. But those are the types of opportunities we need to look at, because I don't want to look into no one should want to look into the eyes of any of these folks that are struggling to figure out how to rebuild and not then offer them that leg up to say, here's how we can make sure this isn't as bad in the future, or we can mitigate or eliminate the possibility this can happen in the future. That's what's powerful about the state of Texas, because we can do that. These smaller cities and counties, they don't have that. We can leverage that because we have the ability as the state. So that's the challenge that's in front of us. But this is a really, this is the time to get in front of these things. So I appreciate that, and that's a really good point you made.
Thanks, sir. And I don't want to mislead anyone that the legislature does not fund projects at the local level, because that's true. You do. But there is, to my knowledge, no coordinated mitigating fund for multiple communities to sign into the same project. And this is why the FEMA flood mitigation program and the hazard mitigation program isn't really that successful. Mm-hmm. Because the way the program was designed, it's to the individual jurisdictions. It's very difficult to get the taxpayers in Harris County that are impacted by the flood to flood mitigation efforts 200 miles upstream that caused the flood. We're better than that, folks. We've got to find a way to do this together.
You've said that multiple times as you've gone through your testimony. We're better than that. And that's the one thing I'm probably remember a lot of things as we go through this experience together. Those words are going to ring in my head throughout this. We are better than this. We've lost a lot in this, and it could have been better both before, during, and after. And we know that. And that's not a blame game. No, that's accountability. And that's okay. That's what we're here to do. Thank you, sir.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd had an opportunity, many, unfortunately, opportunities to work with you and your team. You all are excellent, always prepared and always present, so thank you for that. I want to drill in a little more on the questions that Senator Flores did a great job of asking as it relates to community readiness. It's said that disasters start locally and end locally. And you yourself have said that they are in charge, the locals are in charge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but under current law, only counties with populations of 500,000 or more are required to ensure their EMCs complete the TDEM approved course. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, the 3 hours.
3 hours. So, as someone who represents several rural communities, since these emergency management coordinators are appointed, do you believe that that threshold, that population threshold under current law, limits broader preparedness efforts? And what do you need, what does TDEM need from this legislature to expand that access to training across all counties, and should they be required?
So, Senator, thank you. And yes, I say it certainly discourages smaller jurisdictions from doing it when we have the standard or the bar that only those communities with more than 500,000 people do. I do believe it. And the other thing is, in the very rural counties where the county judge can't afford through their budget to appoint a coordinator, then now we're requiring that county judge to go through that training. But listen, after Katrina and Rita and Ike, I think we will go back to either the 07 or the 09 legislature, there was a push to make county judges go through training. But if you actually read the statute, it's the county judge or the sheriff or the person responsible. There's no ands in it, and there's no teeth in it. There's nothing, even in the legislation, there's nothing that says, if you don't do this, this is what happens. And so this is where I think, yes, sir, I would love to have conversations publicly or with your staff about what should it look like. I got a feeling we're going to come up with the same answer, and I got a feeling it's not going to be what we see today.
Great. We'll look forward to working with you on that. My last question relates to the focus, again, on local operations planning and oversight. Are local governments currently required, either by statute or by administrative rule, to regularly review and update their disaster response or emergency operations plans? And if so, is there a standard timeline or is there an updated cycle for that?
Yes, sir. Great technical question. So the current standard is at a minimum once every 5 years, that jurisdiction submits that back to the state, and we look at that and make sure that it complies with the FEMA guidelines, Community Preparedness Guidelines, CPG 101, which is the national standard. There is also requirements that the locals should at least review internally their plans at least once a year. And the once-a-year review, I think, is great. The 5-year review, man, we probably should take a closer look at that. I can tell you, with 1,471 jurisdictions required to submit plans, that's well over 10,000 planning documents that our team needs to review and look at to ensure compliance. That will require additional staffing at some point.
So you'll need the staffing, and so are there state-issued guidelines and best practices to assist these local jurisdictions? I think you had mentioned it right now, but just to make sure that
yes, sir,
that's
there are.
accurate.
And Senator, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I go a step further. Not only state, but federal guidelines. Listen, we do want federal standards as it relates to emergency management. Now, we're Texas, by God, so we still want to do things our way. But to Senator Flores' point, the National Incident Management System is the baseline, so that when we're going to other states, or like in this event, we had 26 states send people to Texas. I want to know when they come here, they have the same standard of training at the minimum level that ours do. So,
Sounds like we can just fix that with some legislation. So thank you, and look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Swerner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Director Kidd, I wanted to focus on two of the issues that you said were primary that could be potentially improved. One is communicating. I think the other one was warning and notifications. The State Operations Command is constantly monitoring and has 24-hour staff, and I believe you said that they woke you up at 5:30 or so.
4:56.
4:56, and you were on your way to Kerrville shortly thereafter. There was a flash flood emergency issued at 4:03, so less than an hour after the flash flood emergency was issued. The State Operations Command does not have I think you testified or mentioned that they do not have a directive and/or they did not notify the local emergency management director, the county judge, or the emergency coordinator in Kerr County or the counties that were affected. Is that true, what you just said?
It is with a caveat to that. The same way that we got that notification from the National Weather Service.
It goes to them as well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But there was no coordination between the state and the local at that time regarding that communication and essentially waking the judge up or the next in line at the local level?
I would see that a little different because we had a San Antonio Fire Department boat squad in Kerrville the day before at Thursday at 1 o'clock that was already tied into the local responders there. So to say that there was no coordination between the state and the locals, that's not accurate. There was coordination. There were resources in place that they knew the resources were there. And when you get to Kerrville and you listen to the Kerrville fire chief, I bet he's going to tell you the story about how that saved at least 3 of his firefighters' lives because we had that boat squad there.
At the local level, the individual that could initiate the evacuation is the emergency management director, the county judge, correct?
For the unincorporated area of the county, yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So a sheriff can't do it,
No,
or
sir.
the next in line, right? We
No,
had
sir.
the same issue with Ebola, whether it was, a quarantine, whether it was the governor, the commissioner of Department of State Health Services, the CDC director, Judge Jenkins, the emergency management director, the emergency management coordinator, the sheriff, or the police chief of Dallas County. And they were all, you remember that?
I do, yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
it's not dissimilar regarding stay in place versus evacuate and the need for that coordination and communication. Were you yourself able to reach, or any of your subordinates reach the county judge in Kerr County on your drive down to Kerr County?
On the drive down to Kerr County, I do not recall trying to reach the mayor or the judge. I was more interested in communicating with the responders that were in the field.
Okay. But the individuals that needed to be saved needed to have a warning system activated to some extent, or at least some sort of messaging system. I'm not for sure how they do it at the county level. I'm sure we'll hear more next week. But that has to start at the county judge's level, from my understanding, from what I'm being educated on today. And so the most important person to know that and to save the most lives, we can have sirens up and down, but if someone doesn't turn them on, they're no good, right? And so that communication to the person making the call, not dissimilar in the time of war, in this time of emergency, needs to happen. And so there seems to be a disconnect of making sure the person making the call is awake, alert, and doing it. Am I wrong in,
No,
in
Senator,
my concern there?
You're not wrong. I think there's complicating factors, or it's a word I want to find. When an emergency alert goes out from the National Weather Service, the National Weather Service does not check with or get permission from state or local officials before they push that alert. They use a program called WEA, the Wireless Emergency Alert, we love our acronyms, and IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System. And that's how your phone, regardless of which jurisdiction you're in, gets the flash flood warning or the tornado warning if you haven't turned that off on your phone, right? I also want to set aside places that have no cell phone coverage. Let's acknowledge those. There are places in this state that have no cell phone coverage, so no warning system over cell phones is going to work there. Let's set that aside. There are also National Weather Service, NOAA. National Weather Service is part of NOAA, which is part of Commerce. There are weather radios. I have one by my bed. You should stop at H-E-B or Walmart on the way home if you don't have one and spend the $35 and have one next to your bed. Because we're places where we don't have cell phone coverage, the National Weather Service NOAA weather radios will alert and wake you up at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. You're asking who from the state reached out and touched the local officials. Well, we started doing that the day before.
No, I'm talking about at the time a flash flood emergency was issued, and you were notified at the SOC, by the SOC, the ability to evacuate, and when was an order for evacuation ordered?
I do not believe there was ever one ordered, sir.
There was never one ordered.
To my
by the
knowledge,
county
I'm
judge.
not aware of one, no. And
So-
again, question for the
so
locals,
that
but there's
coordination, though, but the decision maker is a county judge. There was not, I'm not talking about preparation, I'm talking about actual warning and the saving of lives. And that has to be implemented by the decision maker at the local level. That's the system we have here in Texas, right or wrong. And that decision maker has to be, you know, I think there is some incumbent aspect to, on the part of the state to make sure that decision maker is making the decision one way or the other for that local jurisdiction. As far as at least having that information available to them as a second check. And we can't just rely on a text message from the National Weather Service. There needs to be some combined effort to get that person, you know, you wake up the president, right, when there's an attack. In this case, the President of the United States is the county judge of Kirk County.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chief Kidd, I want to echo what everybody up here has said about the amazing work that you and your team do. I think all of us in emergencies, whether that is a weather-related crisis, a public health crisis, or a mass casualty, all of us have had the chance to see your commitment, your team's commitment to helping each and every one of us and everybody in Texas. I know the world may not know who you are, but we have, and thank you for being part of the glue in these processes. You mentioned a couple of things, and as Speaker Pro Tem Moody said, there are evaluations that are going to come out from all these hearings that we will hopefully look at in the next legislative session that are big issues, and hopefully we do what we can now in this 30-day window to assist with what you all need. But I heard you say something about needing fleet, physical spaces. I know that your agency is trying to do a regional approach to ensure that, as you mentioned, other employees that are off but could come in to assist you, they need a truck or they need a vehicle to be able to jump in the game. So would you tell us what you need from us right now? You said you're deploying to East Texas next week, so.
Yeah, thank you for that. It does feel a little surreal to be in the finance room and not talk about money, so.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I don't mean money, right? But
Right, but
just
it is.
realistically, we are in this moment where everybody gets to see
Yeah.
what do we potentially need next week that we don't know yet.
So a few things, and thank you for asking the question, giving me the opportunity to expand on it. One is facilities. For many years, we were a division inside the Department of Public Safety. And in many cases, we are still squatters in their buildings, even though for 6 years now we've been apart from them in a standalone state agency. In the 254 counties of Texas, we have 4 facilities that are owned by the division. 2 of them are built and 2 of them are under construction right now. In the other 250 counties of Texas, we are squatting for free mostly in somebody else's facility. That's just the office space. Y'all have given us, over the last 6 years, about $580 million for facilities. We're grateful for that. There's a brand new headquarters coming up out of the ground here in Austin by the airport. Hopefully within a year and a half we'll be in it. We have a 258,000 square foot climate controlled warehouse in San Antonio. It's the backbone of how we support local governments across the state. I have a 60,000 climate square foot climate-controlled warehouse in the College Station area that has a regional headquarters there. It has offices, it has an emergency operations center, it has a training room, and it has a place upstairs for me to sleep 200 responders at that facility. So I'm not setting up expensive base camps, and I'm not taking up valuable hotel space. Those are about $45 million to build, like the one we built in College Station. Last session, you gave us money to build 3 more. I need 4 or 5 more. I would like to be no more than 3 hours from every Texan, and that would put 1 in each of our regions. And so as we continue to build those out, that gives us the place to aggregate resources, like we used during COVID, like we used during Ebola, that we didn't have then, to store those resources, masks, gloves, commodities, meals ready to eat, water ready to immediately be deployed, cots, blankets for shelter operations. If we had 8 of those across the state, I could be no more than 3 hours from every Texan. That's part one. Within that, we have additional warehouse space for vehicles and heavy equipment. The thing that I mentioned about trucks and ambulances is at the local level, you all know who owns your local ambulance. It's either the fire department, or here in Austin, it's a Third City Service, or it's a private company that owns that 911 ambulance. At your local level, you know who owns every fire truck, says a name right on the side of it. You know who owns every police car, names right on the side of it. But at the state, who owns the ambulances? There are none. There's none. We use local government ambulances that we borrow from them every time I need to put 25 or 50 or 100 together to go solve a problem or support a local government. Who owns the fire trucks? The Texas A&M Forest Service has a few trucks, but most of those you grant money down to the local governments that care and feed them, and then we get to borrow them and sometimes pay them to use the equipment that we bought. For the police cars, they say the Department of Public Safety on the side, or they say Parks and Wildlife. We know who those are. But imagine a world where if in each of our regions we had 1 or 2 engines, 1 or 2 brush trucks, and 1 or 2 ambulances that we packaged as a strike team, that I would need a small staff to keep them maintained, mechanics mostly, to make sure that they were ready. But then I have the workforce. I'm not asking for people to staff them, because I'll go to Houston Fire, and Chief Munoz and the mayor there have promised me they'll give me all the firefighters I want. They just can't send the fire trucks. We'll come here to Austin, they'll give us those, and I know that's a separate issue, but San Antonio will do the same thing. Those local sources that we borrow people from sometimes have a challenge sending the rolling stock that their community has paid for. That's something I would love to have the conversation about, man.
And just to clarify, we trust local officials to do what they can in an everyday circumstance. You're talking about you're coming in to support when there's not enough.
That's correct, ma'am. When the situation dictates that those local resources have been overwhelmed, then we bring in mutual aid from across the state to support that local government, not second guess and not command that local government. That's right. This is just auxiliary workforce and resources to support during the big events.
And I know we're going to have a longer conversation with our panels, not only here, but as we go forward. And what I have heard from you is the ability for us to do better in projecting these emergencies, being prepared to respond to them, and where we can do better and try to have the ability to prevent. And so, again, thank you for everything and appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Senator Kokhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say thank you to you for offering a prayer when we began today. Those prayers are so needed for the families and for the community, and also for the first responders that continue to work. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, thank you. And that's a big thank you, not to you only, but to everyone that you represent in the agency. I see Blair Walsh here. Thank you. Taking those phone calls, dealing with the families, looking for those children. Y'all would take those phone calls. And we're getting closer to finding them all.
Yes, ma'am.
Sobering. I want to drill down in a few things. You mentioned something that I think is very important. When we look at, and you talked about the AARs and then corrective action plans. And really what this committee has been charged with is looking at those corrective action plans. How do we do better as a state? How do we learn from these disasters? Certainly, I got to know you very well during Hurricane Harvey in 2017. So you mentioned a bill that I think is very important. All of us realize that HB 2794, before that bill, TDM was within the Department of Public Safety. We made the decision thereafter to pull you out and make you the 8th Aggie agency. There was a lot of debate about where you should land, your own state agency. Should you be a part of Texas A&M? Should this agency? It was debated heavily. That bill was passed late in that session of the 86th. The 86th also created Senate Bills 6, 7, and 8, along with some other bills. And I would encourage the members on this committee to look at those bills. There's some good work done there. Senator Perry, you carried one of those bills about flood infrastructure, and I think that we can really build upon that as we go through this process. One of the things that has been brought to light is the emergency coordinator's qualifications. Out of Senate Bill 6, it was required that there be an emergency management professional development work group. It was assembled. It was well done. That report was due in November of 2020. Within that report, there were some recommendations of the EMQ, we call it qualifications, but it could apply to the county judge, a mayor, or their appointees, which we often refer to as the emergency coordinator, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It recommended that we have prerequisites. It recommended a basic level, then an intermediate level, and an advanced level. Actually goes into hundreds of hours. I'm not sure what happened after that report was issued. It was issued during the pandemic. And I think that it's something that we probably need to look into. You've mentioned that, and Senator Blanco, thank you for your words about the requirement of 500,000 or more. I've heard from some of my larger counties, hey, we're on call 24/7. Some of the more rural counties, that might not be the case. And maybe there is something that the state could help coordinate, help fund. We do look at rural areas a little bit differently. They just don't have the resources. Right. So that's something that we need to look into. And I would like to get your opinion on that. I mean, you haven't read this report recently, but is it time to go back to that report that was issued by, it was an outstanding group that put it together, and say, these are the different levels, and we're going to require, on the basic level, you have to have these hours within 30 days of the appointment. You have to have continuing education, much like the professionals that you talked about with Senator Flores. What's your opinion on that, and going back to that report and really implementing it? And do we need to do that statutorily?
It's absolutely where we need to go. I think the only way to ensure that it gets done is through statute. We're working with the Texas Commission on Fire Protection right now as a voluntary consensus standard that our team has put together with local government partners, many of the great ones that you mentioned, to say this is the things that we need. We've developed bridge courses. I think many of you are aware our agency implemented the first ever in the nation Emergency Management Academy for practitioners for emergency management. Just like today, you have to go to a police academy that is credentialed by TCOL, or you go to a fire academy that is credentialed by the Commission on Fire Protection, or you go to an EMS academy that is licensed and regulated by the Department of State Health Services. We created an academy, but we've had 20 students the first year and then 24 and 23 in years 2 and 3. I have another class that'll be starting, but it's an 8-month-long class. In the 8 months, we give those students the ability to gain what it took me 32 years to put together, and I still don't have some of the stuff that we're teaching these students that are coming into this class. And we're doing that. Nobody else in the nation does that right now. We've done that out of HIDE. We've done that out of federal grant dollars. We've put that together, and right now everybody across the nation is looking at us to say, wow, that's pretty cool. Can we go do that? And we would love to share that. But to take somebody that's been in the job for 10 or 15 or 20 years and ask them to go sit in class for the next 8 months is never going to happen. That's why we've developed some short 1-week-long bridge courses to move along. And many of our locals that have somebody dedicated to do the job and can afford to send them to the class, we don't charge them to go, but that's still time away from family and their regular work. We're pushing that. I do think now is the time to start the clock on an implementation phase for professionalizing, credentialing, and certifying emergency managers in the state of Texas. And I think it has to be by statute.
Well, let me say this. I went back and read Senate Bill 6, 7, and 8 in preparation for this hearing. And in Senate Bill 6, and I'm the author of it, we formed a lot of study groups. And we did things because we've had a lot of hurricanes and, as you say, more emergent disaster declarations than any other state in the union. I encourage our group not to create any more study groups. We did that. We did that work and that legwork, and this report is excellent. It's excellent, and the requirements on the hours and the recommendations and even the advanced, I mean, the number of years that you need to have. It's like Senator Flores said, you know, it's the training, it's the I think the application of standardization. Military works like that, obviously first responders in that way. And so I hope that we look into that and then we put teeth into it in any legislation. And Representative Moody, that is correct. We'll be working on this long beyond this 30-day session. And then finally, I want to touch on one other thing, and I'm unclear of this. And after Harvey, again, we all said, wow, there were just tremendous volunteers. How do we coordinate that? And that was a progression, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in particular to this incident and this disaster, was, and you refer to it as the incident, what is it, the incident where you register as a volunteer?
Volunteer Reception Center, VRC.
VRC. Did the Salvation Army run that for y'all, or is that done by TDM?
The Salvation Army may have been a part, but it is a TDM function in support of local governments. We still, I think the analogy that I try to use is we're there to bring people together, but the local government should be the one to manage and maintain. Where they can't, we support them, and as soon as they can, we back out of their way. So our team has the skill sets to bring that together and stand it up, and then working with either the local government partners or the local government VOADs, volunteer organizations active in disaster, like the Salvation Army, they can help manage and flow those facilities.
Well, I know I was receiving phone calls. Where do I go? How do I help? And I think that's something we need to beef up and make sure that we do. My final question to you would be this. As we are all connected in some way or another to this incident, and I think this disaster is a bit different than sometimes a hurricane that we see coming, and maybe it's because, you know, of course it was a holiday weekend and we had vacationers all up and down that river. I've been contacted by a number of volunteers that say everything was going great, we were volunteering, we were doing wonderful, and then all of a sudden the FEMA contractors started showing up. And they told us to stand down, you can't do this, you have to move out. And in one email that I received, it was almost, the words disheartening were used, that we were told to move on, that you can no longer move debris because we're paid on how much poundage we move, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know what to say to volunteers that are giving freely. These are people that are just giving free. They went down there with their equipment. They're not asking for any money. They're even paying for their own hotel rooms. What do we do about that, and what do we say to our constituents when they're told by FEMA to stand down and move out?
Yep. So,
and they leave very disheartened.
Senator, thank you for the opportunity to answer that. And I want to echo the far majority of our volunteers are amazing and they do great work. And we will never be able to do a disaster recovery without volunteers. We need the volunteers. But I need them in organized volunteer groups. It's said in my discipline, in my world, that with every disaster, there are 3 disasters. The event, what actually caused us all to come together, the spontaneous volunteers that are not part of an organized group that show up wanting to help. They just want to help. They're called to serve.
They are called. They are
are.
impassioned by that. I want to help my fellow Texans.
But they're not organized, which makes us stop what we're doing to get them organized and slows down the response. I mean, listen, all of you have your own professional businesses. Imagine if 25 of us just showed up to help you, but we have no idea what you're doing or how you're doing it. We're just going to come and help because we're called. So we've got to organize the volunteers. You said the piece about disheartened, and I agree with that. You also said, I'm going to work my way backwards. You said FEMA told them they can't move things because we get paid by the pound. That's a lie. That's not true. I don't know who told them that, but I can tell you that's not the way the system works. FEMA doesn't get paid to move anything, number one. And number two, the contractors that we have doing this work are not even going to start until today or tomorrow. So anybody that told them that you can't touch this because I'm going to get paid, that's a fallacy. That's not true.
And he said, and this is not just, I mean, I've received several messages, but that is, there was so much disinformation, and this is recent. He said, at first we were really moving, it was great, everyone was together, and there was some organization, and now I think they've been told to stand down. So, and this is not to be belabored here, but it's part of our corrective action plan for the future.
Yep, and Senator, I'll say this, and I'll try to keep it brief, but it is important to me. The first 3 to 4 days of an event will feel like 3 to 4 weeks. And then when you hit to that 3 to 4 week mark, it feels like it only happened 3 or 4 days ago. The inverse happens on every disaster that I've been a part of. The next piece is, do not forget, and I know y'all won't, I know you won't forget this, we're a private property state. I don't care if you're a volunteer or not. If you're on my property, I have the right to tell you not to do this. We have plenty of private property owners right now that at the beginning of this event, they welcomed the volunteers because we were looking for missing people. And now we're at a place where we have private property owners that are complaining that the volunteers are tearing up my property, get them off my property. Our job is to find that balance, Senator. And we can do that through an organized structure. But it's very difficult to wrangle 17,000 spontaneous volunteers, people called to serve that just want to help, when they have no connective tissue to each other, no way to communicate with us, and no way to get permission from the private property owners, that they end up working on their property, in their words, tearing up their property, taking some of their property in cases. We've got to do better than that. And that doesn't happen every day for us. I pray we never have another event like this, but I know we will, so we better start planning for it.
I agree. Thank you again for your incredible dedication to Texas and Texans, and that goes for your entire staff and for all of the first responders and the recovery that's going on right now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Senator Kokos. I'm going to interject here real quick, and me and the chair have our list of questions to kind of let all the members get through the panel, and there's about 3 more. On that volunteer issue, first of all, there was a bill filed and passed, McQueenie, goes in effect 9/1/2542, House Bill 4281, that deals some of the issues we're talking about, the bad actors on the volunteer. But Sunday I was talking to DPS and multiple emergency personnel still at the center there, and they made a comment, and it goes to what you're saying, the coordination is critical. Because after seeing and flying over that area and then walking in those river basin stuff, I just made a comment. I said, how deep is the silt? And the response was either from 1 foot to 5 foot, depending on where the river broke at that point. And the comment was made to me, and I don't want to mean this in any other way than I think it's very relevant why coordination and knowing where people are at and what they're doing is important. They said, the sad truth is the traffic on the silt with skid loaders and people that are well-intended helping to try to do something have hampered the recovery effort because now they're using sonar and other technologies to try to determine if there's someone underneath the silt.
Yes, sir.
So that goes to the heart of a very practical application why we need to be able to, at least at some level, coordinate and dispatch with the proper personnel assignment with them so that they don't actually create a problem. Now, I'm not trying to backtrack and say they shouldn't have been there, and I don't think that they did irreparable harm or damage on a long-term basis. But that's just one aspect until you've seen it, walked it, and been there, and you see how they're trying to recover the final two now, that it's real at that point. So, I don't know where the balance is. Maybe all the good that was done by those folks trying to get in there and doing things early outweighs some of the stuff that we're trying to deal with now. But that's a very practical application that has a very real impact. We didn't get those sonars in from, and I think they came from out of state, or somebody there brought them in. I think New York actually is what I was told. I met those guys. Interesting people, New York State. One of them started to work a year before 9/11. Very interesting fellow, but I think they're in there, and I think they brought that technology down, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, that's a very real application why it's important to have this center on the front end. To some degree, being able to coordinate what's going on.
Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Lauterbach.
Thank you, Chief Kidd. Appreciate what you do. Listen, law enforcement and public safety has been dealing with a basic fundamental radio issue for a very long time. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it time to take a serious look at radio interoperability in our state?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chief Kidd, thanks for all that you do for our state. And I really look forward to continuing to work with you and our colleagues. And a lot of great questions have been asked. I just wanted to get your thoughts about evacuation from maybe a little bit different perspective. And you had commented on how that authority resides at the local level with cities and counties. And in this tragic event, there was concern that people obviously who needed to move to a safer place, unfortunately, were not moved. But at the same time, we have had other experiences, and everybody remembers Hurricane Katrina, but what they may not remember is Hurricane Rita. And in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, there was a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety, and there was a mass evacuation, not necessarily mandatory, but people chose to leave. And more people died in the evacuation than directly by the storm itself. And so we have to be thoughtful that if people choose to leave, they could put themselves at greater risk, and they could impair the ability of people who truly need to move to a safer place from being able to safely get to that safer place. And many of these events transcend a single city or county or local jurisdiction. So how do we manage an evacuation from that perspective?
Yeah, Dr. Bonin, you have articulated that expertly well. We go back to 1987 in Comfort, Texas, just down the same river, where it was the evacuation that caused the loss of life in the Waterloo. So this is why my fundamental belief is all disasters are local, and the local officials know best where to evacuate and when to evacuate. And any of us that are not intimately involved in that process and timeline are just second guessing their actions based on limited information that hindsight is always 20/20. We can always make a better decision tomorrow with the information that we gain between now and then. And I don't think there is a single right answer to your question. I think it is a management process for every time we're going to deal with it. For instance, in the Gulf Coast, your hometown, we know that we should run from the water but hide from the wind. In a river basin, we should try to seek elevation, but that doesn't mean get in our car and drive through 3 low water crossings to get to it. And so there is no single one magic silver bullet answer that we can give all Texans right now. What we have to have is adequate radar systems that understand the weather threats that we're dealing with, the ability to communicate that to our citizens and our local officials and our responders in real time with adequate warning time, if it even exists ahead of time. And then the resources to be able to back up and either evacuate those and shelter them, or those that we ask to shelter in place to be able to check on them and make sure that they're okay, and then find the way to get them out as soon as that threat passes or subsides. And I wish there was a single one-size-fits-all right answer to this, but there's not. And in each jurisdiction of the state, there's got to be somebody there at the local level that's responsible for doing it. They've got to be ready to answer the call, and they've got to have the resources in order to effectuate action. And I wish there was a better answer than that, but I don't have one.
Look, I think you're doing a great job. I appreciate that response. It just seems there may be times where some coordinated effort is needed to organize or triage the evacuation process.
Yes, sir.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know that we have other panels that we're wanting to get to, so I'll make this very, very brief, Chief. I echo everybody's appreciation of not only the TDM team, but all first responders and volunteers who move forward at the call of duty. You provided a very detailed timeline associated earlier associated with the flooding, especially there in Kerr. Do we have a detailed timeline as it pertains to Sandy Creek?
I did not prepare that for this package, but we can go back and look at the National Weather Service forecast as well as their social media posts that we gleaned this information from, and we will.
If you could provide that to committee.
Sandy Creek,
Would
yes, sir.
appreciate that. Also, as a matter of process, you mentioned after-action reviews earlier. Where are we in after-action reviews? Do y'all lead them? Do you participate at the local level? How does that work exactly?
Yeah, great question. Thanks for the opportunity. After-action reviews are a standard. They're a gold standard. But the only thing in state law that I can find right now gives the chief of the division the authority to request from a local an after-action report on a significant event. Now, as a matter of business practice, we do them, and a lot of local governments do them, but there's no known requirement for a local entity to share that up or across with any other organization.
I see, and you'd probably agree that if those were collected and warehoused, basically, it would bring to us to refining our processes and best practices. You know, at the end of the day, when you look at the communication, and it's an interoperability issue, as you've laid out, and it's almost like a broken record. It's not the first time you've told us many times, and as well as other first responder entities and so forth, the need and the demand. And of course, it was first highlighted during Katrina, when it was a multiple state communications. There was no standard, if you will, in terms of first responders or emergency management communities or communities as a whole to at least even understand that if we're going to go out and procure, you know, we need to at least meet this standard for interoperability. And I appreciate your awareness and sensitivity of the fact that there has already been substantial investment by many communities across the board in the state of Texas. In the past, have we done a thorough analysis of, or a recommendation, if you will, if we were to do a communication integration and interoperability direction, what that plan would look like in terms of those parameters that already exist?
Yeah, Representative, I believe the Department of Public Safety and the statewide interoperability communicator or coordinator for that position probably is in the best position to answer that question. Listen, I know they meet with the locals that own these systems, and I know that they try to bring consensus and standards together. And I know you've got some experts sitting over here that can answer that question much better than I can. What I think does not exist is the organized structure at the state level with the carrot or the carrot-shaped stick in some cases to encourage them, give them the financial incentive at the local level to want to work together in a unified fashion so that we can go and support other local governments with our existing radio systems. I think that's the piece that's missing.
I appreciate it, but at the end of the day, are you aware of the analysis and the vetting that's already been taken or has taken place to what that would look like?
I can answer that I know that since 9/11, even back when I was in San Antonio, we did through the regional advisory, through the councils of government, We did tons of data analysis on who had what frequency and what radio systems and whether they were 700, 800, or UHF or VHF, and trunked or non-trunked, and encrypted or non-encrypted. I know that analysis is out there. I don't know what it tells us today.
No, I appreciate that, but what you're communicating is, and for us to understand that it's extremely complex.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to be expensive.
Yes, sir.
But at the end of the day, it's a necessary requirement in order for us to be more responsive and to enable the local communities to be able to, as you said, lead, but they can do that when all those resources are pushed to them to understand and know that there is a level of interoperability that must happen, or it becomes too expensive and too complex for them to manage.
Yes, sir. I agree with that, and I want to restate it to make sure that I understood it correctly,
Sure.
that these systems are expensive. That's true. And they are locally owned and operated, and they do a very good job at the local own and operation. What I'm hoping that we can get to is the coordination of those local systems across the state. That's part one of the answer. Part two is, I really don't want anybody to believe, because I don't believe it. I don't believe that we couldn't save lives in this event because we didn't have a statewide system. Having a statewide system, if y'all had given us money, or if we had come up with our own money years ago and we had the most state-of-the-art interoperable radio communication systems on the planet, I don't know that that would have changed any of the outcomes of the lives lost in this event. And I want to make sure that those two are clear
I
and separate.
appreciate it, but Chief, I'm not just talking about this event. I'm talking about emergency management in general, be it the fires up in the Panhandle and the confusion associated with the fog of war during that time frame, be it a hurricane or whatever. The piece, and you're getting to where I wanted to go in this piece, is that when you look at that, one, it is complex. Two, it needs to have a detailed understanding in terms of, it may be the help that the state could bring is maybe provide some clarity in that complexity that at least helps local communities and others to understand what's interoperable and what's not, especially when you know that the military departments come with a different set of kit versus anybody else. And so with that, thank you for the comments associated with that. The 39 agencies or entities, if you will, that participates in Emergency Management Council, do y'all have a particular forum in which you come together to understand requirements for each of those and what role they play given an emergency, and secondly, further understand what their requirement gaps may be to meet those requirements, such as personnel or equipment and so forth?
Representative, we do. And so Governor Abbott's executive order GA05 is what you're referring to, the Texas Emergency Management Council, the 39 organizations, which are all state agencies with 2 volunteer organizations, the Red Cross and the Salvation Army, and then all of our higher education systems in Texas are a part of that. Those groups come together in the State Emergency Operations Center at a minimum quarterly, at a minimum. That's just for plan, training, and exercise. I'll tell you, it feels like we're together once a week because of all the events that we respond to together. And so it's those quarterly purpose forward facing of, does your agency have enough depth in it to sustain operations here in this operations center for 40 days straight, for 60 days straight, or like we did during COVID for, I don't know, felt like 1,000 days straight. So yes, we do that with those entities and organizations. And usually it's about October, sometime between August and October, that we bring them all together to figure out what happened in the last legislative session for their particular agency so that we can figure out what they got and what they had to change or what they chose to change so that we calibrate our capabilities and needs. So yes, sir, we do that.
That's excellent that y'all do that. And I'm sure that those requirement gaps are documented to help inform of what we need to focus on in terms of making sure they have the resources that they need.
I don't know that they come from us back to you, but each of those agencies, and several of the executive directors of those agencies are behind me here now, I think they will agree that You have the conversations with them. They bring those to us. We look and figure out if something was, one agency may have decided not to keep a piece of equipment in their inventory. Then we look across the spectrum and see if another agency decided to add that piece of equipment. I'll use a concrete example is four-wheel drive motor graders. The Texas A&M Forest Service brings four-wheel drive motor graders to the fight in the Panhandle support TxDOT when we're having fires or when we're having floods. This is the capability resource that we want to share together. And when we get to the point that we realize we don't have enough four-wheel drive motor graders, then our team goes out and looks for the contracts for that next operational period or for that next time period until you guys convene again and decide whether we want more or need more. So I think that happens, although I don't know that it's in a singular document, and I'm worried that that may be what you're asking for, and I don't want to mislead you that that exists.
Thank you. This is my final question. You have a series of meetings. Sometimes it's the 10 a.m. meeting during a particular event. What other meetings do you have with the emergency management coordinator or director on a routine basis, given an event?
During the event is the question?
Prior to and during the event.
Yeah, so, well, I've got to put in a plug for our statewide emergency management conference. It's the largest in the nation. Usually 4,000 local partners show up for that, and we spend several days together planning, training, and exercising, talking about strengths and weaknesses and capability gaps, getting some good education in. We have regional workshops that across our 8 regions, local partners come to with our field staff that are out there. And then we have embedded our people in jurisdictions across the state where we now have about 135 of the field-focused, 100 of the field-focused personnel at the county liaison rank and title that are constantly embedded with our local government partners. Above them are the district chiefs that have a council of government area that are usually in a different county, constantly embedded with our local government partners. So I would think if we can find a county judge in Texas that doesn't know the name of their TDM rep, that's a problem. I'd consider that a failure on my part, and I'd love to know that judge's name. But we are constantly in communication with them about all things disaster and emergency management.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief Kidd, for all the time you've taken to answer all of our questions and for your preparedness in this process. Look forward to working with you. Listen to your recommendations, and I'll be brief. I know we need to move on, and most of the questions were answered. Particularly interested in the volunteer management piece. As a former volunteer, and I've written copious notes on what some of your recommendations are, some of your concerns are. I'd like to work with you, Senator Colcourse, and anybody else on that piece. But taking notes on your recommendations, I've got pretty good notes on most of all of them. I think I'd like to give you the opportunity to expand on the mass casualty management. I don't know that I've heard more detail about what your thoughts are on that, and ways we can improve.
So, thank you, Senator. I used to say there were 13 medical examiner offices in the state of Texas. I've since been corrected. That number may be 11 or it may be 14. Regardless, I think it's less than 20 ME offices in the state of Texas. Most counties have a JP. The Justice of the Peace is responsible for ordering the inquest into a cause of death, and I'm looking at some of the physicians up there to help me make sure that I say this right. If it is a medical cause inside a hospital, then the attending physician, I think, can determine cause of death. Senator Schwertner, I think, is going north and south with me on this right now. But if it's outside of that, then the JP comes out and either determines cause, manner, time, or they order the inquest, which goes to one of the ME offices. In this particular event, we knew, and the local law enforcement, the Department of Public Safety, the Texas Rangers, everybody that was participating in helping find people and identify people and categorize those who are missing, genuinely believed this was not a criminal act. It was not a terrorist event. It wasn't a human-caused mass casualty event like we may see in a mass act of violence. And so did everybody need an autopsy was one of the questions. Most of the local law enforcement felt like not everyone needed a complete autopsy, that we wanted to get those that had been recovered and get them returned to their families as soon as possible. And so we ran across some local challenges where ordering of that autopsy became automated, whether or not anybody else in the room felt that they needed to be done. And then we had the potential for families to be split, where we had some that were being held in Kerr County and others sent to Bear County and others sent to Travis County and from the same family. Then those survivors had a much more difficult time reuniting the deceased with the families. I think we can do better than that, Senator. I think through some organizations that our Emergency Medical Task Force, EMTF, has built, Dr. Shuford, the Commissioner of Health, has been a great partner in the EMTF program. I think we can partner with those existing medical examiner offices and offer deployable resources to help in a county that does or does not have an ME office, bless you, in order to be able to support a surge in fatality management that they don't have the local capability to support. And it's not new, it's not rocket science. We do it with police, we do it with fire, we do it with EMS, we do it with public works, we do it with emergency management. It's probably time that we look at doing it with the mass fatality management as well. And we have a frame line for that already, a frame network for that already. It would just be going back and looking at certain pieces of legislation that may allow a JP not to be the sole one responsible for making those determinations, and allow us to bring additional resources in to consult with them, the county judge and the county attorney, on how we manage multiple fatalities from a single incident in a single jurisdiction.
Very good. And then did you touch enough on the credentialing of your emergency management personnel?
Man, I'm afraid that my phone is blowing up with hate mail right now from all of my peers out there that, there are, and it's to Senator Menendez's point, we've got some great local emergency managers out there, but there's no baseline standardization for how they got to where they are. And I do think it's time that we as a state decide there needs to be a baseline for people that get appointed into that position. You cannot be a medical director. You can't be a public health authority without being a physician. You can't be a county engineer without having an engineer degree. You can't be a peace officer without being licensed. You can't be a firefighter, a paid firefighter, without being it. Now's the time for us to do that for emergency management as well.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be brief, but Chief Kidd said something earlier. You said when Representative Johnson was asking you about what you needed, you said facilities, so if you had enough facilities, you could be 3 hours from every Texan, I think is the quote I heard you say. Have you thought about partnering with either school districts or TxDOT? Both of them operate and maintain vehicles. Both of them have facilities or property in most communities. At that point, maybe, and I know our school districts have a history of, during the school year, during ice storms and other such, to get up and they look at the roads to see whether or not the school district's gonna have school or not, and it's safe enough for people to get to school. So that's just one thought as you move forward, because I think it'd be important for you to have it. And I think as I read, and I'm not sure, have you had access to the calls that came into the emergency operators? There's a list of calls that came in that were recorded by an IT director from Kerrville. Have you seen them?
I have not listened to those, no, sir.
Okay, well, there's a transcript, and I'm going to make it available to you.
Thank you.
Because one of them that concerns me here, at 5:32 a.m., another rescue team arrives in Kerr County and asks, who's in command? The dispatcher team says they don't have an incident command. Can you advise who's running command? The team asks, sir, we don't have an incident command right now, the dispatch responded. The rescue team continued to alert other responders to their presence. So without an incident command, obviously, how do you coordinate the efforts?
And so, great question, and I don't dispute any of the transcript. I can tell you that the way the incident command system works is sometimes jurisdictional. If you were in the city of Kerrville,
Right.
then Kerrville local authorities would have established command.
Mhm.
But once, and so Senator, if you could think of those as, if there's a traffic wreck at an intersection.
Sure.
One traffic wreck, 2 cars at an intersection. The first arriving disciplines that show up on that scene by the National Incident Management System and Incident Command System, whether it's police, fire, EMS, the most senior person on that first arriving apparatus should establish command for that incident. Everyone else coming into that incident should either go to the incident if ordered or stage if not needed at that point in time. I'll tell you, every traffic accident changes commands about 3 or 4 times. From firefighters trying to gain access to somebody that's trapped, to the medical providers that are trying to provide care, to the law enforcement that's trying to do the investigation, to the public works people that are trying to repair the street sign or the lights damaged, to the tow truck driver who's going to haul it all away. Those are changes of command. One intersection, 2 vehicles.
Correct.
But when you have an entire area, you could have multiple command posts.
Correct.
What an emergency operations center is supposed to do is support those multiple command posts. And I can tell you, in a dynamic situation like this, where a massive amount of calls are coming in at one point in time, every individual apparatus that went to every individual rescue would have been establishing their own command. And that may not have been transmitted back to the people answering the 911 call or the radio system. Doesn't mean they didn't do it. It just happened so fast in a period of time like that that it takes a little bit of time to get those systems organized.
So this would be an example of a reason why we have to have people who are trained, well-trained.
Completely.
To understand what to do in a situation like this.
Yes, sir.
What is a code red? A firefighter asked dispatcher to send out a code red alert.
Also another great technical question. Code red is a trade name of a reverse notification system. So across the nation, we talked about WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert System, and IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System. Those are federal programs. FEMA usually supports and runs those, activated by a lot of different people. But each county in Texas also has access to a local reverse notification system. You may know them as Reverse 911, as Code Red, as iInfo, as Everbridge. There's a dozen or so different name brands. Code Red is one of those name brands.
The reason I ask is there was a question, is there any way we could send out a code red to our Hunt residents asking them to find higher ground or stay home? We have to get that approved with our supervisor, the dispatcher response. But the supervisor, it says here, they couldn't be immediately available on the phone. Just another example of why we need to get this professionalized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, that's all the members of the panels up here. Chairman King and I'm going to try to run through some of this. You want to go first, Chairman King? Feel free. Chief, it's good to see you. I wish it was a different circumstance. I'm gonna try to run through these. A lot of this stuff's been trying to address, but I'm going to try to bring a little bit of perspective. I do agree with Representative Louderback and Representative Wilson on the interoperability conversation, and I want to be clear with this. Having met with DPS, but having had this conversation in 2011 when I came here, having seen Chairman Nichols try to address this over a decade, it is extremely complicated. That said, we have a whole lot of technology that I saw in action at DPS regarding IP addresses, even to the point cell phones and things were able to connect. Now, I'm not a technician and I'm not advocating that I know the answer, but there was a actual platform that seemed to coordinate no matter what P25, Motorola, or what any technologies were. So here's what I would suggest, and Chairman King's got more expertise in setting this up. If we go down this road, it will be a multi-discipline conversation at local, state, I don't know, include federal. That's another layer of anxiety. But if we're going to go down this road, and it ties into some of the other panels we hear with internet and how that works and what a vital resource that has become in these disaster recoveries. It will take time. It's not something we can decide in the next 4 weeks. But I personally am kind of frustrated and don't want to hear about it again after we get done. And what I mean by that, it needs to be holistic and very, very partnering and not turf building. And I don't want to leave you with the impression that's your job. It's these guys' jobs to set that format up and get to the bottom of what is possible and what it costs before we get out of here next session and through the interim. I have not had this question answered at any level. I've asked it 50 different ways, 50 different times over Sunday, and people have followed up, and there may be no legitimate answer. Back to Chairman Bonham's perspective. If you have the opportunity to kind of start at Hunt Store and you see where the two rivers really come together and then the bottleneck, the very narrow area that creates, you understand why shelter in place and higher ground is the only course of action we have today based on our early warning and what actionable items we assign to that. So I needed to know, when were the roads impassable? At what point in time? Was it 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock the Thursday afternoon, or could we have gotten people out at 1:15 a.m.? I think pretty clearly it was way early, because I don't know when the first low river crossing was, and that very narrow, 2-lane, very narrow road in and out of Hunt, Texas was locked up. So that is a critical point as we have conversations, because the ultimate change we make in this process, if we're able to make changes at all, is the best possible objective information to give to the local person designated as the evacuee call, the confidence to call that. We don't have technology. Well, let me back up. We may find that through July 31st hearings, there is technology that can do a better job and pinpoint rain bombs and those events. This area is not a rain bomb event every time, though. It doesn't take much on flat limestone rock. But we have to start with that as a basic principle, because if you have to evacuate under a threat of a 2-inch rain a day before, that's what you do, or you decide not to do and take the consequences. I understand making an evac call and all the conversations that go into it, especially on a July 4th weekend with many, many people in that area. But I have not found that. Do you know when the outside access in and out of that area was effectively non-existent?
So, Senator, I don't think I have the whole answer. I think I have part of the answer, and I'm hoping that I can give you a path to get to that full answer. And what we have from some of the discussion boards of the National Weather Service on July 4th at 3:19 a.m. It's the timestamp. This is part of the in-depth from the Mesonet discussion boards, and I know you're familiar with that, but please don't ask me to explain that for everybody else. The what at 3:19 a.m. was minor flooding is occurring and moderate flooding is forecast. The where is the Guadalupe River at Hunt. The when is from early this morning to just after midnight. I'm on July 4th now, 3:19 a.m. The impacts, this is what it says. At 18 feet, automobiles parked near the North Fork of the Guadalupe River at Camp Waldemar washed downstream. Roads and low bridges near the North and South Forks flood badly and are dangerous to motorists. The Highway 39 bridge floor near Hunt is 6 feet underwater. Some residents are cut off and should stay put. Secondary roads and bridges near the river are extremely dangerous to motorists. This is near USGS 1 to 5 year flood, which means a once in every 5 year flood. All right. Additional details. At 3:05 a.m. Friday, the stage was at 11 feet. Riverbank stage is 10 feet. Recent activity. Maximum river stage in the 24 hours ending at 3:05 a.m. was at 11 feet. The forecast, and this goes back to the points I made earlier, the river is expected to rise to a crest of 16.6 feet this morning, then will fall below flood stage this afternoon. I think that's part of your question is, when do we know what becomes impassable? I believe the Weather Service and local engineers know what that looks like. I think the disconnect is they don't know how much rain is falling and where it's going to land. And they don't know that until it happens. And at that point is when the snap decision has to be made of, did it fall 10 miles to the east or 10 miles to the west, or did it fall in the exact wrong spot that caused this to happen? And I know we all want the answer to that. I'm just afraid we're never going to get there.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, but we've got to get to a conclusion that we're willing to make error on the safe side, or we're willing to just throw mud at the wall and say, you know what, it hadn't happened that way before, which, I mean, at some point, and here's what I hope to come from this process. We do come up with an objective standard that's a little bit more scientific based on where that event could occur. Set that aside, that we find a metric that can give locals that are delegated this very, very tough call enough confidence that they have state backing when they make it. So if they're wrong, it's okay, but I understand the political fallout of that. So I want to kind of big umbrella here. They all have constituents they answer to. And they have a lot of, that community probably doubles in size with people that don't live there. So they probably don't know where the gas station is, much less how to get out. They just knew they came in. So there's a whole all other factors that are very unique to that region after looking at it, but we have to find a way to give the locals more tools and more confidence that if they believe they need to make the call, and if it's 12 hours out, they make it, or preferably in an event like this, after looking at where the camp was specifically, shelter in place and get on the roof. Some of the kids actually were able to climb up the wall of the canyon because they had enough notice. So that's probably the best case scenario until technology proves different, that at some point higher ground is the only option you've got, but it cannot be when you see the river cresting.
It's too late.
You got to make it 12 hours early, 6 hours early. We think this could be a major, and you got to bring them to a higher ground in the community that's designated no different than go to your bathtub in a tornado, whether the tornado's coming. So that's what I hoped came from. So moving forward with
Senator,
that,
if I may, I don't ever want to go through this again.
Sure.
I know none of you do, and we don't want the heartbreak for any other families in Texas. We've got to figure this out.
Right. It's our job to give those locals the right tools and standard. And then we're not changing the warning systems from NOAA. I wish that was our jurisdiction.
It's not.
But we darn sure can attach what I would call an actionable item to those warnings in a state rate. So if you get a flash flood watch or a flash flood warning before there's an emergency flood, we can assign, I think, actionable items to that as a state based on this event and regions around the state to do it. We should be able to develop a standard, and if those locals are following that standard, the repercussions politically of making the wrong call should be lessened because we can take that hit for them.
Yes, sir.
And they need that. Back to your emergency management, one thing that stands out to me, and you made the comment, and I think you were being gracious, and it's not a slam on the way they were divided. I cannot imagine coming into a community where you have a separate EOC for county and city to manage. Somebody needs to be in charge. Somebody needs to be the go-to. And they need to have a backup because if, heaven forbid, the person that was in charge's house got flooded out and they were no longer with us, you need a backup. But I would tell you, as writing this disaster preparedness plan, I will highly recommend that we don't have two different bosses in an arena, especially in a community as small as this. You're not going to have enough expertise anyway. In the bigger cities, that's not how it works. You get everybody with every discipline at every city level, every county level, and you bring them in a room, and you're at war. You're making calls. In a city this small, to be split that way, and I don't care if it's politics. That to me is unacceptable, and I would like to know the challenges having that split up on the front end. You may have knew it, but then how do you move between those two? And I know they moved to the command center after they were, I assume they had to be asked to, but you had made the comment they were not adverse to it, and they did it. But it's logically the county because it encompasses the city. But I don't care who it is, but I cannot imagine two separate bosses are coordinating events with probably less than sophisticated people that you needed to be in those to start with. I don't know how you get through that. Do you have an honest opinion of that?
So I do, and
If I'm wrong, just tell me I'm wrong.
No.
My wife would. I've been told I'm wrong a lot.
mine would tell me the same. She does frequently, because I am. We need to take a strong look with mayors and judges right now who since 1975 have been charged with making these jurisdictional independent decisions. That's the way the Disaster Act was written back in 1975, is that mayors and judges are autonomous and separate from each other. And there's only one place in Chapter 418 where one of their decisions can outrank or supersede the other, and that is in the ordering of an evacuation. If the mayor says, I'm evacuating this part of the community, we all must support that mayor. If a mayor is absent, if a mayor is asleep at the wheel, or if a mayor is not looking out for something larger, the county judge can overrule the mayor's decision in ordering an evacuation, not only of the unincorporated area of the county, but a specific part of that city. That's the only place in state law that I've ever been able to see where one of them can tell the other what to do. Now, if you choose to turn us to look at a different model where, like we see in some states, where the county executive is the one that makes the decision for every jurisdiction in the state, that's a discussion that you should have, and you'll get lots of input on that. I don't think the city of Houston is going to want to do what the county judge wants.
Let me reframe, and maybe I don't have a good grasp of what this EOC setup was. My EOC in Lubbock, Texas is one, all county and city and services are included at one. Now, I don't know, I would assume it is the county judge, I believe, that's designated to kind of run that. So I'm not talking about the evac cost specifically. I'm talking about having a contact for TDM, DPS, and et cetera designated that's under one umbrella to begin with and not have to wander between the two. Am I missing something in that?
So, Senator, you're not missing anything, but every jurisdiction is a little different. And this is where I've tried to articulate that out of 254 counties and 1,217 cities, only about 480 programs. San Angelo and Tom Green, your jurisdiction, is one interjurisdictional plan. Now, your county emergency manager, I believe, is also your city emergency manager, that one person. But that one person has dual reporting roles under statute back to the county judge and to the mayor and to the city manager. And so, and whoever else on commissioner's court that I believe he's a county employee supports. Different jurisdictions do that differently. San Antonio and Bexar County, two different coordinators, even though they're in the same building. They share a building together, right? But two different coordinators, two different plans. And so across the state, it is a patchwork approach.
Let me ask it, and you can just be as honest as you need to be, which system works best?
It depends. I wish I had a strong answer.
Take the personalities, take the expertise out of it.
Without the personalities.
Okay.
It depends on the jurisdiction.
Then here's what I want you to make sure you do as we move through getting a game plan of standardization, as well as, I'll follow up here in a second. There needs to be one person that is responsible in trying to help you and DPS and all those people. They need to be a go-to, they need to be trained. But I'll follow through. Clearly, we don't know if they were on your 10 o'clock call or not.
We do not.
Clearly, there is no direct interaction from the state that every person that is in that position got what you thought they needed. I know what happened. I'm just speculating. They probably were getting the same weather reports everybody else. 1 to 2 inch rain, sun's up, clouds look good, people are having July 4th and barbecues, and it was that immediate bottleneck that created it. So I'm not faulting them. I'm just saying I think we do have to formalize a connection with you and those guys very clearly. But if you're having to wonder which guy I'm having to formulate that with, that just compounds an already stressful and time compressed limit. So I look forward for you working to the members as we come out with good ideas and we come out with a bill on this. Andrew Parks is my guy. That will be the accumulation of ideas and responses. Chairman King has Megan, I believe.
Yeah,
and so
we should be back.
We'll funnel up a lot of this stuff so we can kind of organize it and cull through and get the duplicity out of it and make it a better product. Real quick here. On the money stuff, you said something that got my attention. It's a different tangent. I won't go there too far. We still have money that the locals have not accessed that they were supposed to from prior disasters from the federal government. I know when I got into Harvey and the funding that was there, I found out that there was 15 years, I think, or 10 years. There's some limit. But there was counties that had been designated money that they have not accessed the money, and it was no for other reason that they just had not gotten around to it. You have monies under your management back to Hurricane Ike. How far Ike is back?
2008, and I'm a fireman. Don't make me do math in public, but that's a long time.
2008. So we still have disaster money and it's really up to the locals to access and pull that down. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
So there is funding that has been out there that has not been taken advantage of, and that's a frustration I have, and it's stuff that we tried to deal with after Harvey when we figured that out to no avail. The state does, and we will have this water panel for what Texas Water Development Board up in one of the panels today. Their charge is partly to tell us where the state funding is on floods, what infrastructure, what are things that do qualify under that funding bucket, under the Flood Infrastructure Fund, that may be applicable in the next 30 days. We do have a hurricane season. Is there anything we can tap in there to get some things on that we decide are necessary to do? The answer is, I think probably they will be detailed at that. The state has invested about $1.3 billion since 2019. After Harvey, we wrote the state flood plan, and then we put in the infrastructure funding plan. There's about $750 million in the flood infrastructure fund. I'll qualify that. Only about 300 of it is available because 450 has been committed to projects that just not has been dispersed. So in our flood infrastructure funding, someone asked about mitigation. The best mitigation plan is prevention. So one of the things to access that money is you have to be under the state flood plan. I would envision most of these areas would be qualified under the state flood plan. They probably have projects and are underneath it. That said, there is money out there. I don't know where we go or how much is going to be eligible or qualifies, but the state has invested quite a bit. And when we invest quite a bit and we get hazard mitigation fundings that go through GLO, and then we get FEMA monies, and we still have locals that have not taken advantage of it, it's very frustrating. Yes. So we will have that conversation very well. The DPS will be able to share a lot on the interoperability and some of the communication stuff. They showed a platform that did have some connectivity to it. I'm excited about that, but I would just say on that issue, it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of time to get it right. So with that, I turn it over to Chairman King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Kidd, always good to see you. I feel a little bit like deja vu. We've done this all too often.
Yes, sir.
I do always appreciate your work, appreciate your team. I know in the disasters I've worked with you directly before, your team's critical. And one of the things that I do want to get out there that, and I know you push this all the time, you guys will not leave until all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and this documentation for the recovery effort is so important. Would you like to expand on that a little bit? Because I just don't think people who haven't been through one of these and and been through the recovery understand if you want to be able to draw that money down, you have to do this right. I just want to give you an opportunity to talk about that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We're blessed with the work of the Disaster Act of 1975 and subsequent legislatures that allow mayors and county judges and the governor to declare a disaster and exercise extraordinary measure. And one of those key things is to bypass contract and procurement in the time of the disaster. If we need to go buy something, I don't have to go out for formal solicitation for it once the disaster declaration is signed for those communities. And all of that works well right up until the point where this disaster at the state level qualifies for a federal disaster declaration. At that point in time, once the president grants a presidential disaster declaration, no federal law is waived. No federal contractor procurement laws are waived. 2 CFR is enforced down to the very first dollar that we spent at the local level. And that becomes a challenge. So we talked about our roughly 550 employees. There is any given day that we have over 700 auditors under contract that are out working with our local government partners to manage the $23.5 billion portfolio that we talked about earlier, to make sure that those locals are buying and contracting and paying for things in accordance with all federal law. Now, y'all are aware that FEMA is under review right now, and Governor Abbott and I set on a small group. That is one of the largest things that I'm pushing for right now at the federal level, is to not hold local governments to 2 CFR during disaster. That during disaster, we allow them to follow their local and state contract and procurement laws. Because, Chairman, if we can do that, we can move money faster, we get the right money faster, we still avoid all fraud, waste, and abuse, but we don't slow the disaster recovery, and we get the right money flowing faster to the right jurisdictions. I hope that's where we can get to.
Excellent, excellent. Moving into a little bit of the inoperability, and you and I have had this conversation for years now, and are going to continue to have it through this process and going into next session, I'm sure. One of the things that you've always told me that slows things down, when the cavalry gets there, when your team gets there, and we're not even counting the volunteer problem of coordinating them. I believe your comment in the past has been, on average, it takes about 3 meetings at the command center to get everybody going the same direction. Is that a direct reflection of the interoperability problem?
I don't think interoperability challenges are the sole reason that it takes us about 3 operational periods, and in most cases, an operational period is 12 hours. Mm-hmm. So the event happens. We try to, if we know it's going to be longer than 12 hours, we try to standardize for shift change, work-rest cycles to get the right people in. Usually it's the 3rd or 4th operational period that we start to normalize. Communications is one of those reasons that we're not normalized from the beginning, but it's not the only reason.
Right. And I'm not suggesting it's the only reason. I'm just asking, is it part of it?
Yes, absolutely it is.
Okay.
I mean, it's where, and I think some of the stuff that Chairman Perry talked about, you know, the communications platforms that DPS had at one point were TDIM. They were GDIM communications platforms back in the day, and they stayed with the Department of Public Safety. But the capability that's in there can bring those disparate radio systems together and patch them together. That takes time for the resources to get to the location, to not be working long enough to grab the radio, to hook it up to the computer, to make sure that we get the right channels in it so that we can talk to each other, because you can't do that when you're trying to use it in the field. Right. You've got to wait till a shift change in order to make that happen. That's part one. Part two is that's always in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th operational period. The most critical time of the event is at the beginning of the incident when everybody's coming together, and if I'm not on the same platforms or systems or able to talk at the beginning of the incident, that sets the tone for how long it takes to get everybody on the same page. That's why it's so important to me that we have the capability, as Chairman Martinez talked about, was in the Valley, in their system, they have a valley-wide channel. They can all go to that channel. But if I'm sending people from North Texas down there, they don't always have that channel in their radio until they get there. And if they get there and go to work at the beginning, they don't have it until they get to that 2nd or 3rd operational period.
Understood. And one of the unintended consequences, and I think most of this has been remedied since a few disasters ago that you and I worked on this. But when we made the decision as a legislature to remove TDM out from under DPS and make a standalone agency, an unintended consequences is you were denied access to SO channels without a county resolution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Most counties, I'm assuming, if they know they needed the resolution, are giving you access when you and your team show up. But you still have counties out there that TDM is not allowed on an SO channel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If was Kirk County did you have SO access in Kirk County?
I think I have one of the channels for Kerr County Sheriff's Office, but not all, and I don't have any for the City of Kerrville PD, and I think we have the county fire channel and fire EMS channel in there.
Which is also a contributing factor to interoperability when you're standing up a command center, as particularly, Chairman, when when you're having to work between two, a city and a county, and maybe you have access to one channel in the county, but you have no access to the city. Also leads to that 3 operational periods before the command center stood up and ready to roll, correct?
Yes, sir. And Chairman, people will come behind me and tell you that all of our radios have the interoperability channels in them. They're telling you the truth. They do. What I'm telling you is we don't dispatch and start working the event on the interoperability channel. That starts on a local tactical channel. And if the people coming into that event, and it's not just about the radio system, it's about the management of the event and setting up staging areas so that the right people get to the right place and they can be deployed into that on the right radio channel. There's too many times that we don't have the channel that they start out operating on.
Okay. And you know, to me, the third factor of why it takes 3 operational periods, and I feel just like Chairman Perry. If I'm wrong, just tell me. But in my experience, one of the things we have looked at trying to address with interoperability, going back to your carrot and the stick, if we're going to put money in this and get the locals to buy in, we want the locals to take each other's training, correct?
Yes,
we
sir.
want law enforcement to know what the firefighters are doing. We want firefighters knowing what EMS is doing. And everybody has to be on the same page to access grant funds, and then they get the equipment that allows, you know, when you send TIFMAS up from Houston and they come up here, or to Kirk County or to my neck of the woods in another fire, they're automatically on the right channel. That's the goal, correct?
It is the goal, and the interoperability and the interdisciplinary knowledge, I think, is one of the things that we keep missing. And I'll look at fellow firefighter and brother law enforcement officer over there, and I think I got another one over here somewhere. The first time, I challenge you, the first time we learned what the other discipline does was the first scene we showed up on. Nothing in your initial training or my initial training or your initial training told us what the other 3 disciplines going to that job were going to do when they showed up. That wasn't part of our training. We were trained in our discipline. We weren't trained in what the other people going to that same job were supposed to do, going to do, or not going to do with that job. We learned that in the field. We learned that through on-the-job training. Even today, you can listen to radio traffic across this state. We use the same common words to have different meanings. We got away from 10 codes, supposedly. Some still use them. But we got away from the 10 codes because my 1010 was different than your 1010 and different than your 1010. But even today, the common language or the common platform without standardization, without a framework, and without training has different meanings. I'll give you an example. Charge the line. Pretty plain English. What does it mean? To a firefighter, I'm going to put water in the hose. Charge the line. To a peace officer, I think somebody's getting ready to meet them face to face. To an accountant, I'm asking what index code I'm supposed to use. To an electrician, there's energy coming through the line. Even charge the line. Those 3 simple words have various different meanings to the individuals of the discipline. And only when we standardize the training across disciplines will we have common understanding.
So essentially, if we're going to fund a true interoperability, and listen, I understand SWIC works great with DPS, and I'm like, you know, Senator Perry, I saw some really cool things at the command center going on with that I think we need to implement and bring into other disciplines. But about 89% of our great state is covered by volunteer departments. And they're not going to have the access to that technology or the money to do it. So standing up an interoperability council and a grant program, truly, you know, obviously the carrot's the money. We allow these small departments to buy into technology they'd otherwise never be able to afford, but they have to take the training to know how to use it,
Yes.
and they have to understand what their counterparts are doing. Would you say that is a correct plan?
I would think that would be an ideal model.
Thank you, sir. Last thing I just want to talk about, and you hit on it just a little bit, and we deal with this all the time, FEMA. You know, years ago in the hurricanes in Louisiana, and we saw all the trailer houses. We saw all that. And I know from the disasters I've worked, unless we have $54 million worth of damage to government infrastructure, that FEMA isn't coming. Is that
That's right.
correct?
That is correct.
And the $54 million threshold is only for taxpayer-funded infrastructure, correct?
That is correct.
So anything that can have private insurance or privately owned doesn't count toward the threshold.
That is correct.
When you're having these meetings with changing how FEMA works, is there a discussion of lowering our $54 million threshold to get us? I know we're a bigger state, and I know we're a bigger economy, and we have more disasters. But is there any discussion of lowering that threshold to somewhere close to where our neighbors are?
Chairman, just the opposite. The conversation is around increasing that threshold.
Okay, that's encouraging. But two, you know, while we say and we know that FEMA that we've seen on TV come to other states isn't coming to Texas, but that FEMA designation for other funds that are available, such as FSA, you have to have that FEMA designation to qualify for those things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So part of your job and part of what your team does, working along with AgriLife and so many others, is making sure we don't screw up the paperwork and get cut out of the designation.
That's right.
Which brings me to my last point. You know, we have the disaster, we have the response and the cleanup. Are we preparing for the cleanup of the cleanup? When all the volunteers leave and all the materials are left and the locals are there, and there's going to be thousands of cases of water, boxes of clothes, canned goods, stuff that the locals are going to be tasked with figuring out what to do with. I know that's not necessarily TDM, that's more AgriLife. I just want to make sure that somebody is coordinating that effort at the state level to help because the recovery from the recovery is just as challenging in some ways.
Yes, sir.
And so I don't know if you have an answer to that yet, and maybe that's an AgriLife question for a future hearing, but
I do, and it is a joint venture between what AgriLife and the DAR agents do and what our volunteer organizations do, and then working with the food banks and some of the other nonprofits to be able to take those resources to offload them from the jurisdiction that has too many of them and needs something to do with them. I mean, it is the third disaster, as we talked about, the event, the volunteers, and the donations.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Well, Chief, once again, thanks.
Thank you.
We'll be talking a lot more. Thank you.
Chief, you know, in Sangelo, I had this brief conversation. I keep reminding people it was a hard lesson after Harvey because I just assumed there is no federal dollars. There may be some down the road. Harvey had an element of this, but contrary to what the general public would think, is there's no state or federal dollars to build houses with minimum exception. Is that a fair statement?
Senator, I believe that to be a fair statement. There is nothing that our agency has to do that with. That is correct.
And
I'm not aware of others.
I know as these people are looking out and seeing everything they had, what surprised me is there was literally concrete foundations moved. I've never seen an event where it literally moved the foundation and destroyed that. So it's just amazing, the power of that water. But sad truth for a lot of people that are standing around today going, well, I wonder when the government's going to step in. Because, but here's the shining silver lining. There are NGOs that are actually rebuilding homes.
Yes, sir.
From private donor money. That is smart leverage if there ever is a conversation from a governmental entity to help. But one, I think, had already committed to staying in Sangelo for till August 31st. Now, to Sangelo's credit, you were there. I was there. Representative Darby was there. Within a couple of days, they had a large majority of those homes. There were 1,700 structures. I don't remember how many were homes. Already sheetrocked where the water line was out. The debris was on the street. They had already contracted in pre-advance of the disaster with the debris removal.
Gold standard.
They're moving the debris out as we speak, and the NGOs that are committed to stay there and help rebuild homes are really starting probably months ahead of what most communities would do. So, but that just goes to show the goodness of people that shows up. But I just put that out there because I think that's a shock to a lot of people, and throw it out there. So thank you for your service. Appreciate you being here. Actually, we cut it off 30 minutes before I thought we'd get through with you. So you've had a good day.
I had a great day.
It's not
Thank
bad.
you all for your help.
Appreciate you. All right, Chair calls up next panel. Colonel Freeman Martin, Texas Department of Public Safety. Colonel Ron Vanderost with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Carl Johnson with the Texas Department of Transportation, and Connie Corona with the Public Utility Commission of Texas. So Colonel Martin, Colonel Vanderost, Roost, Carl Johnson, and Connie Corona. Colonel Martin, we'll start with you, and we'll move this direction, and you got as long as you need to tell us what you got going. I was down in your command center, or Joint Command Center, and your guys are still very active and very involved and doing great things, and I appreciate your service.
As do I. I was there Monday as well, and it's an impressive operation. And one of the things I hope you're going to address, when I was talking to your team in there, and they were showing all the modeling that you're doing, showing how the water came down and where the search trail is, 122 river miles. I would like to, I know we can't do it while you still have an active investigation, but I hope you can make some of that modeling available to the committee as we go forward. It really lays it out about what your challenges have been and what started it.
And before you get started, I want to tell the members, and again, I didn't think in these terms, but they know where someone was prior to losing them. And I think, yeah, as of that day, the furthest one that had been found was 18 or 19 miles from that location. But the aspect I thought that they presented was, we want to be able to tell people where their loved one was, and they've got that mapped on the graph. So it's pretty.
It's impressive.
For memorial purposes, for grieving purposes, but they could tell you where every one of the 135 folks were located and from where they started from. Interesting technology, great platform. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't normally name people just because I should name everybody if I name one, but Miller, your guy on the ground there, was phenomenal resource. I forgot what he told me his thesis in, but the guy is extremely smart, and the way he's put that software platform together to log all of those things was impressive. So.
Chairman, members, Chairman, Freeman Martin with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I can tell you that I have been the colonel of DPS for about 8 months, and been with the agency 35 years, and I've never been more proud to work with the men and women of the Department of Public Safety. And looking at this event, we've been through a lot of disasters, mass casualty events, and every one of them, you go back and look at things that we could have done better. This is no exception. But the work and some of the conversation with Chief Kidd about putting egos aside and doing the right thing and coming together, I can tell you that the police chief in Kerrville and the sheriff, Larry Letha, and the fire chief could not have been better. Every event is different. Sutherland Springs, I was the incident commander, and the sheriff, it was his event. He took a step back and said he knew a lot of the people that were impacted by the tragedy. He said, y'all have got this. And we took it over. I was the incident commander. The Texas Rangers worked it with support of FBI and locals. This was different. The locals were in charge, and they're very competent. They're understaffed, they're underfunded, and they needed experts like our SOG captain, John Miller, to come in and take control of some of these things. And that's what we did in the response. We had several hundred people from the Department of Public Safety respond. And everybody knows what troopers and agents and rangers do. There were so many other things that, voids that needed to be filled. And early on in this response, every time I went to Kerrville, almost every day, I heard a different story from somebody outside the department about things that went well. That initial morning, we had 5 helicopters respond. And before I move on, we just finished the legislative session. In this session, we had a lot of conversations with Dr. Bonin, Senator Huffman, Schwartner left about finances and why do we need 6 replacement helicopters. Well, the first day of this flood, we had 5 that had hoist capabilities respond. They did so many things that I didn't know until 3 weeks later. So Friday, I was in Hunt, Texas, talking to the fire chief, and he tells me a story about he was flooded in. He was on an island. He lives up high. He came down the hill. It was flooded. It's still raining. The storm is still happening, and there's helicopters circling around where there's a storm where they couldn't get in to where they needed to be. As soon as they got a gap, they came in, and he told a story about a lady, he guessed she was late 70s, early 80s, who was 30 feet up in a treetop, and she was out on a limb, and she was away from the trunk, so she's holding on to a twig. And how that DPS helicopter swooped in with a hoist crew chief that was lowered, grabbed her, latched on, moved her, lowered her to safety so the first responders could get to her and took off to the next one. And every time you go, you hear a story like that you haven't heard. So you don't realize the impact of, you can't buy a helicopter for every local agency, for every city. And sometimes at DPS, we feel greedy because we're asking for more. When you look at, we were able to move from Houston, San Antonio, and Austin to this Kerrville area and have 5 on scene that morning. There's no telling, they saved dozens of lives. Even our helicopters that weren't hoist capable would land and load victims on there, potential victims, and transport them out. Even later that evening, when the water receded, there were a lot of camp members where there's several hundred. They were trapped, no risk of danger, but they were, no electricity, no food, no water, and we were able to land and provide them with food and water and security for the night until they could be evacuated that next morning. And you get kind of tricky. So you say that we saved hundreds and hundreds. There's 950 plus kids at these camps that were, a lot of them, I would say they were evacuated and not rescued because they were no longer in danger. We had to wait for the water to go down for high water vehicles to go in or boat teams or a large helicopter to load them on and transport them out. We benefit from 4 years of working border operations. When you talk about radio interoperability and working with our partners, I can tell you that when Texas DPS and Parks and Wildlife and the Texas Military Department show up, it's seamless. The communications, when we deploy Zodiac boat teams, and we have to divert some to go to Burnett County, Williamson County, to Tom Green, wherever they go, TMD will detach a group of high water vehicles and soldiers to go with them. And the drone teams, the aircraft, working with Parks and Wildlife and their aircraft unit, and the Zodiac boats, the search and rescue teams, it's seamless. But it really takes somebody like you mentioned, John Miller, that has a common operating picture and is able to take TAC and get all of these first responders on the same platform where you can track where they're at and what they're doing. And it seems very simple. You're going to show up and you're going to search and rescue. But if you have a lot of people go to one area, and then you got to look at the river. It takes a hard right, and that water, that force is going to bank left. There's a lot of debris. You got to go higher up on the hill, places where you didn't expect water to be, but you go up there and there's fish and trees and water. Well, then now you got to back up and search that area. So then that area, clearing that debris will take hours and hours and hours. So what they would do is they would leapfrog with another team to start their working downward. At the same time, they were able to deploy teams down to Canyon Lake area to work up for anything that we might have missed during those first early morning hours. So many success stories, and I don't really know. We got 13 divisions that worked on this, and I got a printout of the response, what they did, what we can do better, suggestions for improvement, and it would take 4 hours to go through all of that. But I can tell you some of the needs that you don't think about is our intelligence and counterterrorism analyst. When we deployed them early on, and I got to say this, we had a local ranger. So just like most counties in Texas, we had a sergeant area in Kerrville. So we have a highway patrol sergeant, 10 troopers, and a local ranger. They were the first ones to respond early morning hours with the sheriff's department, police department. Our local ranger could not have been better in coordinating this unified command post, getting them together, working with the JP through some of these issues, working with the family members. But early on, he identified a need for communications operators and intelligence analysts. We sent every one of these positions, they have a full-time job. And a lot of them are 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. But we pull these teams together, and they work with the same adrenaline and sense of urgency as our troopers and agents and rangers doing the rescues. They showed up, and they took control that first day when we were working with TDM. The governor was there, lieutenant governor was there. We're in a big command room with the sheriff and police chief and fire chief, and we're talking about next steps. What do we need to do now? And we were just bombarded with calls of missing persons. We set up a reunification center for the known children that were alive and well, that we just need to reunite them with their families. We set up a separate center for those that were unknown that we were searching for, so we didn't commingle families, and some get to sit there and see others reunited when they're sitting on the edge of their seat. And we set up a couple of phone numbers, one for people that if you suspect somebody in your family, a loved one, a family friend, whatever, is missing, that you could call this line. Real quickly, that number grew to over 800. It was overwhelming for the Kerrville Police Department that was managing that. We brought in this team, and they were able to work through that list, and some really smart analysts that have access to every database that there is made to law enforcement. And with that was some local investigators from the Sheriff's Department, Police Department, and Texas Rangers that could make decisions on these. And what we found real quickly with these really smart analysts was go through and deconflict. A lot of people were on the list multiple times. And all the information that was recorded in the initial phone call, some of those were questionable. They were at the river. Well, they would call back, what river were they at? It turns out they were in New Braunfels or Fredericksburg and not even at the river in Kerrville. Others were reported missing, entire families. Well, then they showed up the next day and nobody bothered to call back to the missing person hotline. So they continually worked this list, and we got it down to, I believe, 161 before one of the press conferences, and we released that number, and it was really a shock and awe to the public. That number was 800 plus, and it's just as the list got smaller, it got harder and harder and harder. Some people didn't use cell phones. Some people don't answer when they get a call from a number they don't recognize. We had to send troopers to knock on doors. Some were out of state. And a lot of these local police officers, sheriff's department, or state police from Arkansas, wherever they'd knock on the door and the family is home and alive and well. So we were able to get that down to, I believe, 16 very quickly. And then other issues that we had in this was the identifying some of the deceased after a few days. So a lot of the deceased were on the missing person list, and that number stayed at, I think, 16 for a while before we would get it down. I'm happy to report this morning it's down to 2. There was an adult female that was recovered yesterday, positively identified, and so now we have one child from Mystic, Camp Mystic, and we have one adult male. I mentioned the identifying the deceased. We ran into a lot of issues, and we've been through this multiple times. We learned after the first couple of days, the sheriff called and needed some help with the families. We embedded a Texas Ranger with the families and one of our public information officers, a PIO, and that was the best thing we could have ever done. I got more positive feedback from them for doing that than anything else. But the Texas Rangers were able to identify 116 deceased in a 2-week period. That's really unheard of, but that's what they do. They work violent crimes. They try to identify bodies on cold cases. We work very closely with the University of Texas, UNT, and their program. They've got a great program called the Center for Human Identification. They are the nationwide experts. When other states recover a body that's decomposed, that's where they send it. And we also work with the Texas State and anthropologists over there. But when you think of 116 people, and we talked about some of the medical examiner offices, Bexar County, Travis County, I can tell you even these ME's offices were great to work with the Rangers. They don't have 24/7 personnel. but they worked 24/7. And some of those, I know personally that they don't get overtime, but they answered the call at 2 o'clock in the morning, working with our rangers and getting samples. So an example is the first couple of days, a nuclear DNA that you can take with a buccal swab is a very quick way to identify these. If you've got a good sample from the victim and you can get from the mom or the dad a buccal swab, nuclear DNA is great. But after about 2 days, what the water does to the human body is not good. The DNA is decomposed. The bodies are discolored. The gases in the body, they bloat. They're very hard to identify visually. And then nuclear DNA is not possible. We need mitochondrial DNA. Well, now that takes an autopsy. You need deep tissue, you need bone, you need teeth. And then you got to get the known samples, and you've got to get that to UNT, and it's a longer process. I can tell you the sense of urgency that they worked with. UNT shut down all cases and worked nothing but Kerrville. The Travis County Medical Examiner's Office, same thing. They were phenomenal in the Bexar counties. But we had rangers on standby that every time we had an unidentified that was delivered to collect those samples, to get them to San Antonio on an airplane and take them in bulk to UNT. And within 24, 36 hours, they had every one of them identified. But on the other side, we had to have the known samples from family members. Mitochondrial DNA is from the mother only. So some of those we had to travel out of state and get other states to collect DNA from the mother of the victim for comparison. So when you think about our aircraft and the response and the recovery and the hoist helicopters, there's a whole other piece with the fixed wing. And we worked those, identification of those bodies with the same sense of urgency as we did the recovery of these victims. So just a ton of work. I can't say enough about Parks and Wildlife. I have never seen them show up in force so quickly. I don't know if they were pre-staged or what, but they had boats everywhere that really allowed us to divert some boats to other counties, specifically Burnett County, in operation up there. When you talk about this system that hit Kerrville and how quickly it was. In other areas, it was different. Williamson County, I got a call from the sheriff. The river was rising. They had forewarning. They needed some help from troopers. They evacuated neighborhoods, and it worked exceptional. I believe they had one house was swept away, and they had they lost three. They had 3 victims out of that storm. But without a doubt, their response saved lives, but they had warning that it was coming. A lot of talk about the radio interoperability, and I am not the expert. We do have experts. I can tell you that I recently got a new radio. It's a P25. It has dual SIMs. I can be anywhere in the state, and I can talk on the radio. And if there's no tower for the radio, it is the dual SIM changed over to cell service, and you can talk just like you're on the radio with the radio tower. Very clear, very concise. I was in my office with the antenna off, and I was talking to DPS Communications in Amarillo, just as clear as day. There's even newer technology now, so if you're in parts of the state where there is not cell service, that it goes from the radio to satellite service. I think they're expensive radios. I know the governor has a grant program. I think it's underfunded, but if there was some way to require, and y'all touched on all the talking points earlier, you not just have the technology, you got to know how to use it. You got to go, law enforcement, we're the worst, give me a new radio and I can talk on one channel, but I'm deployed to another part of the state. Somebody's got to tell me how to use it. But DPS is fair. There's nowhere in the state that we can't talk to our local partners. I think even in Kerrville, they just changed from one system. They went to a Gator trunk system recently, and we were able with our new radios to do a plug-in to where we switched over. So it doesn't matter if they're on an analog, a digital, or a digital trunk or a mixed mode. Our radios are compatible where we can program them to that area. In the border operations for the last 4 years, we can communicate with the locals, the feds, and all the state agencies with no issues. So it's doable. I think it's expensive, and I think we have some experts that can work with the legislature and TDM and our other teams to come up with something that is doable. But there's like I said, I'm not the expert with that. Chairman, I hit on a lot of things. there's a lot of things that went very well. There's a lot of resources that we deployed that will never get credit. They don't want credit. We worked in support of the locals. I can't say enough about them and their professionalism, welcoming us with open arms. Everything we did, you know, we bring the Army. When something like this happens, we bring the resources. We had several hundred DPS employees there just the next day. And some of the stuff that, in addition to the search, the rescue, the recovery, we escorted, we blocked roadways, we set up the command and control, media and communications, technical support, liaison with the families, the victim identification, and even today, I think we have 300 plus DPS employees assigned to the Kerrville. We'll continue to work with family members and some things I don't want to talk about in a public hearing, but they had needs beyond. I mean, there's funeral services going on and things today that we're assisting these family members with. And our federal partners, I will say this, that some of our SACs, the Special Agent in Charge of FBI, HSI, and DEA, they reach out, and so now their search efforts are really done, but they still want to help. And they find out, you know, we have some security concerns in certain areas, and they are overwhelmingly supportive in sending their FBI agents to fill a gap so we can pull off CID agents or troopers to do something different. So a lot of things went very well. There's things that we definitely, there's things that we can, there's looking at some of the recommendations for improvement, there's many things that we can do that don't take funding from this legislature. There's a few that do, that we if we could expand on our laboratory capabilities for mitochondrial DEA, we need some space, we need a few FTEs. But internally, when there's an event, we move helicopters and we move boats and stuff like that. But there are many things we can do on the front end to better respond, not wait to send the analyst and the crime lab teams. There's technology out there, the biometrics, the identification. In any mass casualty event, identification of the victims is a priority. There's technology out there with the iris scans. You know, when I talked about the nuclear DNA, the decomposing after a couple of days is no good. The iris scans of the eyes is good up to 30 days. It's the same technology you use with a cell phone for your facial recognition or your eye scans that I think is captured by TDCJ, and there's mobile devices. You know, if that was a requirement for driver license, of course, the 10 prints, we don't have those, but we have a thumbprint in the DLS database, but they're not searchable. We were able to work with some software to identify 35 counties where most of these victims were from, and rather than having to do a one-to-one comparison, so if you think this is a certain person, you can download their DLS file and get that thumbprint and try to do a comparison. If it's early on, you know, later on with the slippage and stuff, that's not possible. But we were able to identify many in the first few days using that technology, and then spinning up some of this new technology where it's searchable from one to many rather than a one-to-one comparison. And we even flew our crime lab specialist from Austin to Houston to a funeral home. For a couple of them, we had some issues with the death certificate with the Justice of the Peace. He would not sign off and wanted additional confirmation. And we flew a team up there, and they were able to get that thumbprint. We had a good idea of it was one of 20 people, and we're able to compare doing a one-to-one with each one of those and get them identified. But there's technology. If you're a criminal, it's easy. If you've been in TDCJ and you have the iris scan, or if you have the 10 prints on file, you can run them through APHIS is what we used to call it. I think it's called something different now, but you can search 1 to millions and get them identified. But if it's a kid or if it's somebody that is not a criminal, all we have is a thumbprint, or we have to do the DNA process. So moving forward, we do have some recommendations that we would propose. At the end of the day, we're going to implement what you pass. We're going to work with what you provide us. And all I can tell you is that y'all have provided us with much. This last session with the additional commissioned FTEs, like I said, we don't have anybody sitting around waiting to be deployed. They're already working. One thing that worked well in this incident was this was a holiday weekend, Operation Motorside. We don't have days off in DPS on holidays. So everybody was working anyway. We just gutted certain parts of the state and flooded them to other areas for support, and we leave minimum staffing in these other areas. That's why it's so important for us to be properly staffed, so we don't, make West Texas less safe when we pull a bunch of troopers, agents, and rangers out and deploy them to a different part of the state for a month or 2 months or 6 months or to the border for 4 years. That maintaining our staffing levels are critical, maintaining our aircraft is critical, and then the expertise with these intelligence analysts or special operation guys, and then our troopers are always the first there. They're the first one to block a roadway when we're getting TxDOT en route, so we don't have somebody drive into that. And that was several of our casualties in this instance was exactly that, especially in Burnett County where a fire chief drove into the water. And I can tell you, having in Burnett, the police chief in Kerrville was coming down from his house responding, and he saw something in the roadway, and he thought it was an animal. He hits the brakes, he gets out trying to figure out what it was. It was the water. He was trapped. If he had drawn into that water, he'd have been washed away. So our troopers are the first ones to show up and block that roadway until we get TxDOT out there with barricades and shut it down and save lives. I'll leave it at that. I kind of rambled on, and I'll answer any questions.
No, thank you. I'd just say get those recommendations in a written format to all the committee members. I'm sure there'll be questions about what those specifics are. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Johnson. Or, I'm sorry, Vanderroost.
Ron Vanderroost.
I said it right. Okay. It's good to see you. And I
Good to
saw
see you.
y'all's recap, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Of y'all's activity during that event.
Yes, sir. Again, Ron Vanderroost, Division Director for Law Enforcement, Texas Parks and Wildlife. Members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss Texas Parks and Wildlife's role in disaster preparedness and response, specifically regarding our recent operations during the catastrophic flooding. I'll offer a few recommendations to further strengthen our ability to respond effectively to future natural disasters. Before, again, I'd like to echo Colonel Martin's sentiments. I've been working natural disasters in the state of Texas for 25 years, and I've responded to every single one. And I will tell you this, the heroism from the first responders that occurred in this event was second to none. Second to none. I was proud to work along every fireman, police officer, trooper, and game warden that existed out there because everybody was focused on one thing, and that was saving lives. And it was an unbelievable act to see, and I was on scene early that morning. So, unbelievable, second to none in Texas. TPWD plays a critical role in Texas's statewide disaster response framework, primarily through the Law Enforcement Division. Led by Texas game wardens, TPWD is in the frontline response agency for natural disasters, including hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and other large-scale emergencies. The defining strength of Texas game wardens is the specialized dual role and capabilities that we have. We're fully commissioned peace officers with statewide jurisdiction and also highly trained and highly equipped to perform a wide range of search and rescue operations. This dual function allows game wardens to operate with agility, speed, and precision in both law enforcement and life-saving capabilities, especially in rapidly evolving, high-risk environments such as flash floods. Our law enforcement division includes over 500 Texas game wardens strategically deployed across the state and trained in all hazard responses. These highly capable personnel are equipped with four-wheel drive vehicles, UTVs, a fleet of watercraft, including a number of swiftwater rescue teams and boats. We have hoist-capable helicopters, K-9 units, unmanned aerial systems, dive teams, and tactical search teams as well. These resources allow Texas game wardens to rapidly respond statewide, deploying scalable teams tailored to the needs of each incident. Whether enforcing evacuations, rescuing Texans in imminent danger, or supporting local and state public safety partners. Additionally, the safety of our state park visitors is one of our high priorities. Each park maintains site-specific emergency plans designed to mitigate weather-related threats, such as flash flooding. TPWD staff monitor data, alerts from the National Weather Service, the Division of Emergency Management, local river authorities, and the historical models that exist for each individual state park to follow emergency protocol plans. As Central Texas faced increasing flood threats in early July, game wardens initiated proactive measures. On July 3rd, game wardens began staffing the operations center in Austin and immediately, in coordination with TDEM, staged swiftwater teams in the anticipation of severe weather along the Guadalupe, Concho, and San Gabriel River basins. By July 4th, as flash flooding intensified, TPWD deployed robust quick reaction forces within hours and were on scene. Over 169 game wardens and 200 specialized assets were on the ground and conducting active searches in the Kerrville area. Our teams operated across the Guadalupe, Concho, Colorado, and San Gabriel River systems, responding to multiple communities impacted by water that was rising and dangerous issues that were ensuing. In total, during this response, we deployed 375 game wardens across the state to actively look and search and rescue. 475 assets, including trucks, ATVs, boats, helicopters, K-9 units, were all engaged during this process. We categorized 33 imminent life-saving events that occurred during this. That includes hoist operations and swiftwater rescue boats that have not taken action. There would definitely been loss of life. In addition, we clocked 434 evacuations that were conducted, to include a large portion of Camp Mystic. And to date, we still have ongoing assistance in many of those flood-affected communities. In parallel, our State Parks Division personnel executed safety protocols in 10 state parks, coordinating road closures, evacuations, and public safety messaging. To ensure TPWD remains a capable and agile force into the future, working disasters with the increasing flood intensities that we're seeing across Texas, there's a few recommendations we would like to consider. The first and foremost is the additional game wardens that we would need. In order us to maintain the reaction force is going to take additional game wardens to be able to sustain and maintain the response process. We're very fortunate that the legislature has us 2 hoist-capable helicopters, but as everybody knows, with an aviation unit with helicopters, it takes 3. That's one that's in maintenance, one that's going into maintenance, and one that's capable. We were very fortunate in this particular incident that we had 2 helicopters that were in serviceable status and immediately responded to the Kerrville area to begin search and rescue operations. And additionally, it takes money. These boats that are used during these search and rescue operations, these aren't ideal climates and conditions, and they get wore out and torn up and will need to be replaced. The investments would not only bolster Texas Game Warden's disaster readiness, but also enhance Texas's overall emergency response infrastructure. TPWD is proud to serve as a trusted partner in the state's disaster response system. The dedication of game wardens during these July 4th floods reflects the commitment to public safety, resilience, and service. As always, we appreciate the continued support of the legislature, and game wardens stand by to assist for the next natural disaster. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. All right, Carl.
Good afternoon. Chairman Perry, Chairman King, members of the committees. For the record, my name is Carl Johnson. I serve as the Chief Engineer for Texas Department of Transportation. Thank you for the opportunity to address these 2 committees about TxDOT's emergency operations and flood response. Members, you should have a copy of the presentation I'll be speaking from this afternoon. With the chair's permission, I'd like to begin.
Okay. Thank you very much. Connie, Corona? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Do what? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were having technical difficulty. One second. All right, Carl. I think everybody's. Oh, she's got it. Oh, your presentation is on the screen as well.
All right. Ready?
Oh, I'm ready when you.
Yes, sir, thank you. I'll begin on slide number 2. TxDOT plays a critical support role in disaster relief before, during, and after floods. Our operations involve assessing road conditions, clearing debris, repairing damaged infrastructure, providing detour information to the public, and providing emergency communications through dynamic message signs and media. TxDOT's #1 priority is enhancing public safety. To address this goal, we must prepare and maintain infrastructure before, during, and after flood events. On slide 3, I highlight some of TxDOT's operations before and during floods. TxDOT monitors weather conditions, low water crossings, and at-risk state roads. We also post warnings and detours using mobile road signs and dynamic message signs, and we work with local media regarding communication. TxDOT is part of the State Operations Center and works closely with relevant state agencies, including Texas Division of Emergency Management and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, as well as with local governments through TxDOT district operations. This collaboration is accomplished through coordination amongst emergency operations centers and fulfilled through State of Texas assistance requests, which are submitted by county judge or their designee. TxDOT also assists in planning for large-scale disasters. You can also see that TxDOT strives to inform the public in real time. Public communication is a key factor during a natural disaster. TxDOT uses drivetexas.org to provide close to real-time, accurate, and up-to-date travel-related information, including state road closures and water-covered roadways. Slide 4 highlights TxDOT's recovery operations, where staff inspect roadways, bridges, culverts, and other assets to assess damages. TxDOT also begins clearing roadways of debris to restore access to first responders and the traveling public. Upon inspection, TxDOT will also begin emergency repairs to roads and bridges, and in certain situations, issue emergency contracts for repair of roadways and bridges damaged by the disaster. As you can see on slide 5, 85 on-system state roads and bridges were impacted by the recent flood event. 35 roads were closed due to flooding. This included damage to signage, pavement, and bridges, with one bridge on Ranch to Market 1431 at Cow Creek being completely washed away. Slides 6 and 7 provide an overview of TxDOT coordination efforts during this recent event, including having TxDOT staff at the State Operations Center. Nearly 900 TxDOT personnel attended to disaster needs and collaborated with state agencies, local governments, and our other 25 TxDOT districts. Response measures included restoring State Highway 39, assisting in clearing roads for rescue efforts at FM 1340 in Kirk County, conducting pavement repairs, assessing damages with drones, and bridge inspection teams. We have issued emergency repair contracts as needed, and we've deployed contractors for debris removal operations. By July the 9th, TxDOT had completed initial repairs, reopened all but one of damaged roads, and that one was RM 1431 in Travis County. On slide 8, as noted, one state bridge at Cow Creek, RM 1431, was washed out due to the flooding. TxDOT has cleared the debris and designed a new bridge. Reconstruction began this past Monday and is expected to be completed within 60 days. Slide 9 provides a few examples of TxDOT's ongoing after-action items to further improve our ability to respond to natural disasters, specifically flash flooding. We are assessing future priorities for capital improvements to protect and preserve vulnerable infrastructure like low water crossings, bridges, and roads susceptible to increased stormwater impacts. Slide 10 and 11 include pictures of the flood's impact and response of TxDOT and our partners. Our final slide, slide 12, represents one of TxDOT's new safety campaigns, Drive Like a Texan, which focuses on kind, courteous, and safe driving. The campaign reminds everyone in Texas to treat one another with kindness, respect, and a neighborly spirit. As I close, I would like to take a moment to recognize the dedication and hard work of the women and men of TxDOT who are called upon all hours of the day and night, 365 days a year, across the state to respond to disasters and emergencies. Without them, TxDOT could not address its top priority of safety. With that, Chairman and members, I thank you for your support and opportunity to be here with you today. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll be back to questions shortly. Now, Connie Corona.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Connie Corona. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Utility Commission. I'd like to begin on behalf of everyone at the PUC by extending our deepest condolences to all of our fellow Texans who are affected by the floods in the Hill Country. I also want to recognize the vital work of our state and local partners, including my fellow panel members, in the tremendous response and recovery efforts that followed. PUC is honored to provide support for the many boots-on-the-ground responders that you're hearing from today. PUC is a member of the Texas Emergency Management Council that you heard described by Chief Kidd, and we are the lead agency for Emergency Support Function 12, Energy. We coordinate with TDM, utilities in an affected area, and local officials to monitor electric outages, assess restoration times, and to coordinate communication between local officials and the utilities. This is especially important when outages affect critical infrastructure, like water treatment facilities, or in the case of the recent floods, a substation that went offline after taking on significant water. As you may be aware, TCEQ is responsible for monitoring water quality issue related to disasters and issuing boil water notices, but PUC works closely with TCEQ throughout each event. For this event, PUC's activation began with statewide monitoring calls that we've previously discussed on July 3rd, and we reported to the State Operations Center immediately upon request the following morning, July 4th. Over the course of the flood event, the electric outages peaked at 5,400 customers in Kerr County, primarily due to damage at the LCRA Hunt substation that I mentioned a moment ago. Thanks to coordinated efforts with the Kerrville Public Utility Board and LCRA, most customers were restored by July 5th, and full restoration was completed by July 8th. This disaster was different from many others that have had widespread impacts on utility services, but we've stood ready to support TDM and our emergency management partners as needed. I'm happy to take your question.
Thank you very much. Members, are there, I don't see anybody lit up yet. Senator Flores.
Thank you very much. I guess I'm my chair right now,
Yes,
so
sir.
you are. Well, then I need to recognize someone else instead of myself.
Well, you're in the chair, but I think we'll move to Representative Johnson.
That'll work.
Thank you, Chairman King. I appreciate the recognition of what was done well, but I think this select committee is formed because 137 people are dead, including a number of 8-year-old little girls out of a camp. And while I don't think anybody wants to point fingers, I do think we want the most honest assessment of what went wrong. And so I appreciate, Mr. Johnson, the recognition of what you do to close roads, but I'd like to know why the chief of police drove into a road of water without the proper state agency having done their job in that area.
Thank you, ma'am. So TxDOT.
Please, just before you start, please just state your name one more time, since we're going back and forth.
Okay, I'm Carl Johnson, TxDOT,
Thanks,
Chief Engineer. So you're asking why TxDOT?
This is not a normal hearing. This is not a normal attaboy of the agencies and what went right. This is a hearing to try to figure out how 137 people died and why we've been convened. And so I appreciate that the agencies can function in an appropriate manner. I think our honest, genuine question that the families across Texas are demanding is, what do we need to do better or what went wrong? So when we're presented with a slide that says we monitor roadway conditions and close them, and not 5 minutes earlier heard that a chief of police in that neighborhood drove into the water and almost got washed away, as you said, then something there went wrong.
Yes,
And so I
ma'am.
would just want to be honest to the moment.
Right.
So what do you need from us? What went wrong? Why didn't you close the road? Did you not have the proper monitoring system? Did you not have the proper radar system? Were we not getting the data of what's actually happening in real time? Did we not know where the flood of water down the river was going to interact with our public highways that people are going to drive on? What went wrong that we didn't block off timely?
Yes, so I think one thing that we have identified that would be very helpful is more meteorological information about road conditions to know where that impact is going to hit. And we're continuing to assess all the low water crossings and try to come up with ways to identify and understand where that water's going to be, when it's going to be there, so that we could try to get teams out in front of that. It's a constant assessment of looking back on what we did, what we didn't do, and then just trying to do better on the next event.
Do we have the proper flood gauges or rain gauges in the areas that we know and anticipate water's going to flow out of this area, and it's going to hit these tributaries or rivers or creeks, and it's ultimately going to end up here? Can you, as the Department of Transportation, tell us that you have the proper monitoring equipment in these floodplains that we know are prone to flash flooding, that we're not waiting on somebody in the weather to make a prediction of what might happen tomorrow, but do we have the real-time data that says, boy, you guys underestimated, we're actually getting this flow, we're actually at this peak, and do we have the data along that route to give the proper warning so that you can get to a camp to get a bunch of little girls out of it?
Right. So we try to use some data that's out there that we don't own, that are on stream beds and stream crossings. We do have some high water warning systems on a few places in the state where we have a sensor in the creek right there at the structure where the vehicle would drive across, and then we do have some lights that go off if that water gets to a certain level. I don't have it widespread statewide. That is a program that we are looking to expand and try to make our footprint bigger, trying to utilize stream gauges that are out there that others have provided is something that we try to do and are looking into more so that we can do what you're asking. I think your point is very valid, and that is something that we are working on, yes.
I hope you can give us the most genuine and honest assessment of where you need what clearly we did not have in this moment from any of these agencies. I appreciate the recognition of what you guys acknowledge of what may have gone right after the fact, but our responsibility is to ask the tough questions and ask you guys to do the self-reflection and evaluation to tell us what is not currently available that needs to be available to save people's lives in the future.
Absolutely. Happy to be a part of that discussion.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Johnson, so under my understanding is that TxDOT's post-emergency response includes your responsibility to assess damage, remove, clean up debris. So on the bridge that was washed out and you're getting it repaired, one of the questions is obviously you had funds to get it under construction right away. Just to follow up on Representative Johnson's concern, if you had the funds for that, what would keep us from funding those stream water gauges? Because in these low water crossings that are in rural Texas, because in urban Texas, I mean, most of the time it's a police officer comes up and where the low water crossings are, and they'll put the lights out until a crew comes out, Public Works, and puts out barriers or something. What's the cost? Do you know what the cost is for these stream gauges that can operate independently with some barriers that can come down on their own and so?
So the cost varies. $10,000 to $20,000 is a setup, and that would be either just lights that blink or a gate that might come down. We have a couple of automatic gates, but we're looking at $10,000 to $20,000 a piece is what we think one of those setups would cost. Now, that does not include design cost, it does not include management of contract, that would be just the
So
apparatus itself.
What would be total cost? Approximate, range?
$30,000.
$30,000?
Yes, sir, approximately.
How many of these low water crossings do you think you have in this flood alley that we've talked about?
Well, so we have over 1,300 statewide, almost 1,400
Right.
statewide. In the Central Texas region, which would be 4 of our districts, we have approximately 420. So I believe I do have that number. In the 4 districts of the Austin District, Brownwood District, San Angelo, and San Antonio District, we're at 420 low water crossings. Now, if I was to say in this, if I
Of the
would just-
420, how many would you consider rural?
I would say majority of them are rural.
So 400 of them?
Yes, sir.
Because you said San Antonio. I didn't think San Antonio, I wouldn't consider that
You're right,
rural.
yes, sir. So I have 80 in San Antonio alone.
So we subtract 80 from the 420, so, okay, let's just start with that, get round numbers, 340 times 30,000. So we're looking at about 10.2 million?
Yes, sir, 10 to 12 million is what.
Okay, to get them all covered. How much is the reconstruction of that bridge gonna cost y'all?
$4 million, I believe, is our estimate currently.
All right. Are there any safety funds that TxDOT has in order to, I would assume you have a safety fund for vehicular safety, to improve safety for Texans, that sort of thing?
We have a category for safety, yes, sir, that's correct.
Are there funds in that?
Yes, sir. We have maintenance funds, and we also have category safety funds as well. Yes, sir.
Do you have that, a number on hand, or is that something you could get back with us?
I could get back to you with that.
All right, let us know, because I think we just need to do everything we can to prevent the loss of life. I appreciate your testimony today, and thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Johnson as well. And, Senator Perry mentioned something earlier about the best mitigation plan is prevention. And I'm going to follow up on what my esteemed colleague, Representative Johnson, touched on as well. You had mentioned that TxDOT works on assessing situations with transportation before, during, and after the risks on state roads. And then you also mentioned that it evaluates future projects to address stormwater impact. Then you also said you're working on ways to identify and understand what will impact the next event. Well, let me share a situation with you and a couple scenarios. 2018 in the Rio Grande Valley, we had a major flooding event. People couldn't get on or off the expressway. All the frontage roads are flooded. Had an auto pedestrian, a gentleman hit by a car. The ambulance couldn't get to him because there was no way for that ambulance to get up on the expressway. We had to get a high-profile vehicle in order to make contact with the gentleman and transport him to the hospital. Within a year, 2019, another major event in flooding in the Rio Grande Valley. All the frontage roads, once again, were flooded. Nobody could get on, nobody could get off. How do you evacuate, especially in emergency? You can't. 2020, Hurricane Hannah. Once again, nobody could evacuate. All the frontage roads were flooded. Businesses along the frontage roads were closed, and many people lost their businesses. Many people lost their homes. Now, as recent as 4 months ago, March 2025, another major flooding event in the Rio Grande Valley, all along the frontage roads. Once again, nobody could get on or off. Nobody could evacuate. Many people lost their vehicles. Some were swept away. Luckily, there wasn't any loss of life. It's been 8 years, and this hasn't been addressed. And I'm wondering why. You come up and you talk about doing your assessment before, during, and after, but how come this hasn't been addressed? So if this is happening now, and then within 60 days you were able to rebuild a bridge, but it's been 8 years and we haven't been able to address something very, very serious in the Rio Grande Valley, especially for evacuation purposes. I don't understand why, we come up here and we pat each other on the back and say, oh, you're doing a good job, but why aren't we addressing these issues? And these are important, because when it comes to safety and evacuation and the fact that our ambulances or emergency responders can't,
Right.
respond,
Can't get there, right?
whose fault is that?
Yes, sir.
And it's very simple to point fingers, because I've heard it before from TxDOT that we're not in the business of drainage. Well, everybody's in the business of safety.
Mhm.
So who does it fall on? And my concern is it's been 8 years and we still haven't addressed this, but yet we're coming up and talking about how well we performed and how well we did. Well, you know what? This performance isn't very well. It doesn't look very well to me.
Yes, sir.
So could you give me an answer for that, please?
Well, so I don't know all the specifics about that particular area, but I'd tell you, I think it'd be great for me to dive into that and circle back with you and my team to talk about that at a higher level with you, with constituents in the valley. I understand your concern. It's a valid concern, and I appreciate the concern. So honestly, I'm happy to work with you on that and try to come up with solutions. Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Johnson, you had mentioned the use of drones through the TxDOT to identify some road damage areas and things like that. So my question is not directed to you, but maybe more for our law enforcement officials. There was a private drone that collided with a Black Hawk helicopter that was undergoing rescue missions. That luckily nothing happened, nobody was injured, but that helicopter had to do an emergency landing, which made it inoperable, right? And the report said that it was a private drone. So what do we need to do? Obviously, drones are a force multiplier. And our agencies and law enforcement and emergency management folks need to utilize these drones for rescue operations and a variety of other things. My question is there anything in current law that prohibits private drones from going into these rescue areas so that our first responders and our emergency management folks can utilize that airspace for rescue operations?
Yes, sir. And we actually had a no-fly zone over that area other than first responders and authorized personnel. But this is just a good example of what happens in some of these rural communities where, and so many things into place, and we still have an incident where it's saturated with drones. We try to manage those with a program, keep drones at a certain level, 200 feet and less, keep aircraft 300 and above the rotary. And this is one where I think aircraft was a little low and the drone was a little high at the same time. But the drone operators, the problem is the connectivity. Early on, we had problems with there's not enough cell network band, and the drone was essentially frozen in place, where you have an aircraft that thinks that they see something that they want to come closer to investigate, so they come down and kind of fly into the drone. So that's under investigation by NTSB. With the use of Starlink, we were able to mitigate some of those risks, but it's just a good example of overwhelming the system, and so we see what NTSB comes out of that. But we did restrict drone traffic, and so it was everybody out there was either law enforcement or some kind of responders that was responding to the event and actively searching.
And so what are the repercussions for those private entities that disregard the warnings of the no-fly zone? What happens to those folks?
We struggle, and there's at the federal level. There's so many discussions right now. We have things to mitigate, like in El Paso, for example.
Mm-hmm.
We have the technology to detect all these drones, and there's technology to take them down. We don't have the authority, so we have now embedded HSI with the state to be able to bring some of these drones when we know they're there for nefarious activity.
Right.
Those policies, in fact, we had a Texas Ranger captain testify in Congress here recently, just a couple of weeks ago, over the lack of authority to us to mitigate some of these drones. So we can detect it. We can normally detect where they started from and go find the operator. But we don't have the authority to take them down physically with a jammer or with a shotgun or with a net or whatever the case may be.
And are there any state laws, can you prosecute someone that is flying a private drone during a rescue operation in a no-fly zone?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'd like to work with you on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a few questions. And then first, I want to say, Colonel Martin, Colonel Vanderoos, y'all were at the EOC every day. Y'all had teams that were doing amazing work out there. And so I just want to make sure y'all get credit for what your teams did and your leadership. So first question I want to ask, which could be to all four of y'all, is people have become desensitized to flash flood warnings or alerts on their phone over time. Do you think that there's a way to address that issue now where we need to have actually less warnings, or is there another idea that y'all may have to deal with people being desensitized to those warnings coming in on their phones?
Just state your name if you're going to take the question.
Freeman Martin, Texas DPS. I would agree with that 100%. In fact, we're working on a public awareness campaign as we speak for the 90th anniversary of DPS. Educating people and reminding them to turn their alerts on, to look for amber alerts, to be cognizant of these alerts. But I do agree that there's especially weather alerts, and I'll back up just for a minute. There's nobody up here bragging about we're working with the families every day, so we realize the magnitude of what happened, and but we're talking about what we did, the response. Suggestions for improvement moving forward. And I'm not sure if anybody up here is, there are experts that with technology, early warning devices for rivers, water PSI gets a certain level that sirens go off. That's not us. And in defense of TxDOT, as far as the flooding, normally DPS or our local law enforcement are the first responders to identify. We know what the low water crossings are. We get heavy rains. Troopers go out and they know to look to close this area. This was nothing I've ever seen before. And talking to the police chief, I'm not sure where he lives, a private road. He lives up on a mountain. And he was coming down the mountain, and it was up. He's never seen anything like this in his life. So that was early morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't think there's any way that TxDOT would have known about that to close the road. And they were all flooded. So I know that morning when I got to Kerrville, Texas DPS had roads blocked everywhere. We were flying resources into some of these camps, and as a helicopter would land and we would identify somebody was actually injured, there's one gentleman hurt himself with a chainsaw trying to clear debris so they could get out, and we transported them by air, but all the roads were flooded. It was, I don't know if they had ever seen anything that private roads and things that TxDOT are not responsible for. But in answer to your question, I'm sorry, I rambled on for a minute.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It was in regards to, are we sending too many warnings out on the phones? Because if we're in a restaurant, you see people, if an Amber Alert, first thing people do is try to mute their phone and turn it upside down. So
I would agree with that. And being in charge of pushing those alerts, when the locals push that to DPS and we work with other agencies to push that out, sometimes I'm hesitant, and you always want to look at what information do you have, and if there was a way we could regionalize that to the area affected, but many times you don't know. If a kid's abducted and they're in a vehicle and 2 hours have passed by, you look at the radius of where they could have traveled in 2 hours. Yeah. It's a large area, and the decision's made to push that out, and we normally do that in response to a local request, but there are a lot, and I think people are sensitized. I have friends that turn those off. Yes, Mine's going off when we're in a restaurant, and theirs do not because they have them silent. So yeah. I don't know what the answer to that is, but I agree with you.
I appreciate it. The next question is, on July 4th, going into that next July 5th, I was out there till probably about 3 trying to talk to first responders. And one of the things that came up, we had some city PD from different areas that were there, and they had, I won't say the name of the radio, but they had a radio that has a touchpad on it, and they weren't able to communicate with that. Did y'all have any comms issues inside of your agency because of that? No cell service or whatnot out there?
We did early on. our troopers with the newer radio, we were able to mitigate that pretty quick with, we have the newer radios that have the technology, and we had to build a plug-in to be able to communicate with the sheriff's department. Like I said, I believe they just recently went to a new system. So in a very short period of time, we were able to mitigate that. There's so many different systems out there, as Chief Kidd was talking about, and some of those, the lower end radios are not compatible.
Yeah.
So we deployed some comms teams with some trailers, some radios, to mesh those systems, and some of them we just have to issue radios.
And did some of the cell services companies that came in, did they help you all with that?
They
too?
did.
Okay.
Absolutely. FirstNet.
Yes, sir.
Showing up. Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Next question, sir, is for you, TxDOT. I was in a meeting recently where they had mentioned that TxDOT has played a lesser role in road closures during flooding, flash flood. Is that true, and is that because that y'all have less staff now? They said that what it's come down to now is more local officials have been more involved in road closures than TxDOT?
I would say our goal is to be as responsive as we can.
Yes, sir.
And to work with all locals to be responsive. We stand ready to help anybody. I don't think there's any staffing issues here.
Okay.
We have emergency trailers ready to go in every one of our maintenance yards in every county in the state. We have a great emergency management person that usually, in this case, in this circumstance, was at the State Operations Center and in contact with our folks. So we were responding as soon as we were called to respond, and I don't think that that's
Yeah, I
valid.
appreciate that. One last question on that to you, sir, is you mentioned that it could cost between $20,000 and $30,000 for low water crossings. One of the common complaints among citizens is that everything with government costs way too much. I do feel like a float switch and LEDs and solar setup would be at least only a fourth of that cost instead of 20 or 30,000. And so I think there's ways that we can develop systems significantly cheaper than that and not pay people too much for those systems.
I'm with you 100%. I think technology can certainly help us, and we can work to get those costs down, yes.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you all for y'all's questions, or answers. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask Colonel Freeman, doesn't FirstNet, or anybody, if they know, doesn't FirstNet, which is an emergency secure network, I think operated by AT&T, have a bandwidth that's available for good communication for emergency services to coordinate? Because we've heard a lot about how systems you can't talk to each other, or you're in an area where there is poor reception. But does FirstNet alleviate some of that problem? It's supposed to be a secure.
I know there's some experts here. I'm Freeman Martin, Texas DPS. I know there's some experts here that can answer that question better than I can.
Okay.
But it's my understanding that what FirstNet does is prioritize emergency responders over others. So if the network is saturated, it'll prioritize our calls over the general population. But if there's no service, there's no service.
I see. And in my last question is for the signal, the sound that goes out, the alert that goes out, amber alert, weather, silver alerts, different alerts. They're all the same, aren't they?
They are.
So I agree with Representative Verdell. People get desensitized to those, and perhaps different sound, different alarms, breaking them up, dashes, solid sounds, it might help people to recognize one that they would not want to turn off, or something just different, so they're not so desensitized to the same sound.
Senator, I would agree. If a different sound, something they're not used to, maybe they would take the time to look at their phone and actually read it.
Who sets that sound, that tone?
We push it out to the media, and then they push it out. So I'm not really, to tell you the truth, I don't know who would have the authority or ability to change that.
Okay.
But we can definitely look into that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I just have to be able to say that on behalf of my constituents, and that you're very timely, professional effective, compassionate response to serve our people. An example of how especially our game wardens and our troopers work seamlessly, and the interoperability is solved. It's an example of what we're talking about, I guess, what we would like to have expanded statewide with across the board. Would you agree with that statement?
Absolutely, I would.
So I guess I'm going to ask the same question I asked Chief Nim Kidd, especially to both of the colonels. You haven't done your after-action report yet, or you're working on it. I know you are. Just at the top, but top 2 lessons learned going forward, what would you say those are?
I'll start off. Freeman Martin, Texas DPS. I think the Texas legislature addressed some of these the last session, that September 1st we will have funding for helicopter replacements. The cold case ask that we had last time was partially funded, but a big portion of that has to do with the crime labs and DNA dealing with cold cases. And that's some of the same technology that we're trying to expand. And so they can work cold cases, and then when there's a mass casualty event, they can be diverted, and we can have multiple crime labs doing what UNT does with this mitochondrial DNA. Beyond that, internally, there's always things we could do better. But the identification of these unidentified victims is huge for us. So anything we could do with biometrics and new technology, using the DLS database to be able to search, iris scans or fingerprint technology and stuff like that, those are going to be some of our recommendations to the body.
Colonel Vanderus, what would you say?
Yeah, Ron Vanderus, Colonel, Texas Game Wardens. Senator, to your point, I think, obviously each one of these disasters is a little bit different each time. I know in particular one thing, and Chief Kidd may have talked about it, it kind of circles into the communication, the organized chaos, if you will, initially. I know as one of the first responding agencies with a large group of people, one of the things that became very difficult, and we've seen this in other instances, is you have qualified responders on scene, but you have a gap between who needs the help and where does that help need to get, and how do you get those people to it. And so, that's a bridge that needs to be addressed and figured out how when a situation occurs, and in the first 10, 12 hours or even sooner, when you get people on scene, how do you get the help to the right people and not waste time? And so, for instance, sometimes the 911 calls would get clogged up, as you mentioned, circled through the systems, and how does that happen, and how does that 911 call get to an overwhelmed first responder group, whether that be a local police department or sheriff's department. It takes time to spin that up, and I think that would be one mechanism I think that would be definitely need to see some improvement on.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, just in following up with the conversation we had about the low water crossings and the technology to be able to warn, I mean, your agency, and especially the locals, but state managed roads that are low water crossings that historically will flood with X amount of rainfall. And it doesn't have to be a foot. Let me just give the example recently in San Antonio on Vital Creek is it Loop 410?
Yes, sir.
13 people sitting there to go drown there at Vital Creek. That's just an example. This is a precursor to the 4th of July. But those types of crossings exist in low water areas that are going to do that. Vital Creek's going to do that with 3 inches of rain in San Antonio, in the middle of the city. And we're also talking about what happens in our rural areas on roads. So it's technology. What do you think you can do? I know you discussed it, but if as you look at into the future to be able to address this, as Representative Johnson was talking about, what would you say would be your first 2 responses to be able to address those low water crossings that are going to have I mean, it's like we don't put up a stoplight until some people have died at that intersection. How many times have we seen that? Do we need to continue to do that with low water crossings or even intersections? I mean, be proactive to prevent fatalities. So tell us what some of your ideas would be to address.
Yes, sir. I think taking the systems that we do have in hand, making those systems better, expanding our footprint, like you're saying, identifying the highest risk locations and put some systems in place. I think you're exactly right. That's what we can do.
So we'll have your commitment, you're going to work on that.
We will work on that, yes, sir.
Ms. Corona, if I can ask you a question about the PUC. So, so tell us how the PUC coordinated with the electric utilities to restore power to Kerr County residents after the flood.
So our role in the State Operations Center is to ensure that the utility is able to communicate not only just to its needs for restoration, but timeliness to the first responders in the area, and to ensure that any needs that are coming in, say from critical facilities, that type of thing, are appropriately prioritized with the utility for restoration. We had an ongoing dialogue with Kerrville Public Utility Board and with LCRA throughout the event.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Senator Flores. Members, we're going to stand at ease on the Senate side. We're going to stand at ease on the Senate side till 2 o'clock. We've got clerks and those folks that are supporting this panel and all that we do. You guys can check email, text message, whatever you need to do. Be back here shortly if you're leaving at 2 o'clock. If you're not, we will stand at ease till 2 o'clock and just let everybody take a real quick break here and get caught up on life and the bathroom breaks and take a quick snack or something. But I appreciate anybody that wants to stay. It's fine. Just we'll be starting back at 2 o'clock sharp.
And the Texas House Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding will also stand at ease till 2 o'clock.
Panelists, you're stuck there, up or down, but just be back here at 2 o'clock.
Committee will be back in order. Let's continue on with the panel, and I believe we had a couple of members wanting to ask questions. If they still want to ask questions, they need to proceed back in here ASAP. I won't name names, Menendez or Kokorsh.
I don't know how they, oh, well, you went all way.
I guess.
Go ahead. He's a real fault.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I want to go back to Mr. Johnson real quick on a couple of different items, just for my education. When we're talking about road closures, obviously, when you're dealing with a large area, you're going to have city arterials, county roads, state roads and highways, interstate system. Is there a centralized decision maker for closures, or is it dependent upon whose roadway it is and they determine that? Or I guess that'd be part one of the question. Part two of the question is there a coordinated communication place? Is there a place where we're coordinating communication if all of those different entities are part of the closure discussion? How does that happen?
So generally, the way that happens, sir, is there are some folks that have what we consider authority to close the road. So TxDOT can close the road, DPS can close the road, fire chief can close the road.
No matter, that authority rests with you no matter what type
Correct.
of roadway that is.
Correct.
And then do you all go through, there's a chain of communication, we've made this decision, and that way other entities are notified, or?
Yes, sir, I would more characterize it as a partnership.
Got it.
Where we're in communication with each other. We all know what the situation is on the ground at that point in time.
Sure.
And a decision needs to be made, and that will be made. Generally, we try to deflect to our partners with DPS on whether we should actually close the road or not, and then we're there to support getting that accomplished.
Because their folks are gonna have to deploy and do.
They help us with it, yes, sir.
That work.
We help them, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to understand really just the nuts and bolts and the mechanics of how that happens. Second question, and one of the charges that we have here on the House side, I guess I don't know if it's identical, is streamlining rules and regulations to speed preparedness for recovery from, preparedness for and recovery from natural disasters. So I look at that in two ways, and I think I can kind of strip that down. We're talking about bureaucratic nonsense that gets in the way of solving problems. That's what that says to me. We can have a lot of solutions, but if there's a lot of red tape that may have been well-intentioned, and I'm not saying to dispatch with all of it, because there's certain controls you want over spending of funds, right? We want to be careful with that, and there's a responsibility we all have to that. But one of the charges we have is when people are in an emergency situation or when they think they can prepare better for an emergency situation, we want stuff happening faster. You talk about 60 days to get this roadway back up and running. Can't think of a bridge that gets built faster than that, right? So there's probably certain powers that you all have. You can waive certain things. Like you said, there's a pot of funds that are available. If there are things, are there things that we need to get out of the way for both preparing for or recovering from the red tape stuff, the bureaucracy stuff? Because I'll tell you what answer isn't good for families that don't know where their loved ones are, or that families that their homes are destroyed, or the communities are in disrepair. The answer isn't, well, the proper forms weren't sent in, or we didn't have the right grant writer on this, or we didn't have, like, those kinds of things that's the stuff that frustrates people to no end. And I would imagine it probably frustrates my colleagues too, but a lot of times it's stuff that we, have put in place. Are there barriers like that you can identify for us? Because I think a lot of the conversation we've had is what we can do. Here's our capacity to do this. Here's our capacity to do that. I think our focus needs to be like, what are we doing? When is it going to get done? And how, when we talk about partnerships, how can these folks up here help you get to that finish line? Because I think that's the goal of everybody. And it's not going to happen in 30 days. but I think people want to see that action item moving forward, whatever it may be. So are there things like that that fit into that category that you could help highlight for us?
So there's some things on the TxDOT side I could speak to, but I can't speak to the citizen side of their stress that they may be having for reimbursements and things like that. But for
Sure,
us,
and those are questions for other folks.
Yes,
and,
sir.
and in fact, if everybody's listening, it's coming to talk as witnesses, this is a question I want to know from everybody, because that's what we're here to do. So, thank you.
The great thing that we have going with our partnership with TDM and DPS and Parks and Wildlife, Forest Services is that we work so well together, and that partnership is very strong. And when we get that, as Chief Kidd talked about the declaration from the governor, that opens the door. And getting that very quickly is very, very helpful. I have the same issue that Chief Kidd talked about with purchasing items, getting materials very quickly, and having the ability to purchase what I need on the spot. Barriers to your question, just maybe some stronger partnerships with debris management could be helpful. I may not really address fully your question, but that's something on my mind. But honestly, I think the partnership that we've developed with the other agencies works very well, especially with the disaster declaration.
Okay, and so you're highlighting the disaster declaration, which is the triggering event, and I think that speaks to the speed of streamlining recovering from. What about streamlining the speeding up of preparedness, getting ready for? Because that's probably where some of the barriers do exist. Because you're operating in a situation where there isn't a disaster declaration, but there is a need and a known need for preparedness measures. And so you may still have some of the same barriers, bureaucratic barriers that we need to identify and get out of the way if it's being done for these purposes. And it may not be something that you can highlight now, but I think it's something that we do need to know as a group. If you can opine on it, I'm happy to hear about it now. Otherwise, I'd like to hear about it whenever you can.
I was thinking if you could give me some time to get with the team, I bet we could identify better than right this minute on some of those barriers for you. We use every event with our after-action discussions to talk about how can we be better prepared for the next event.
Sure.
And somebody mentioned earlier, every event is different.
Yes.
And so it's a continuous growing opportunity to step it up for the next one and talk about how things went. So the after action is very important for us in my agency.
No, and I appreciate that very much. And I keep hearing the words in my head, we can do better. We should do better, and people expect us to do better. And so that's what this is all about. And so it is identifying not just what we can do, but when we're going to do it, and how you need us to help you accomplish that.
I appreciate that.
And we have the full power and weight of this state. We talk about the greatness of this state, and we have to harness it in these moments.
Absolutely.
We do, and it's our obligation. It's our moral obligation to do that in light of this. And so thank you for your answers.
Yes, sir.
To the two colonels, a question more about your all's folks on the ground. A lot of time in tragedy, in situations like this, there's very little discussion about who helps the helpers. I think it's been a more prominent discussion in recent years because the folks that are on the ground from your organizations, they are seeing terrible things. They are working tirelessly. They themselves maybe have family in harm's way, and that's something that people that are called to your line of service put in the back of their mind while they're on the front lines, but it doesn't stay in the back of their mind forever. I know we've certainly seen that in mass shooting events and other mass casualty events. So I want to ask both of you to help enlighten us about what resources are there for your folks on the front lines, both in the field when they're dealing with this and then post, because that's a trauma they're living in that trauma too. And I think it's also important for us. These are folks that we also need to help the helpers as well. And so I'd love to know what it is that you have available for them now. And if there is a need, this is part of the need too. This is part of this discussion too. So I'd like to see if y'all could help me understand that.
Chairman Freeman Martin, Texas DPS, and that's an excellent question, and it's something that you asked 5 or 10 years ago. I would dismiss it. We have seen with some of the mass shootings that we have, a good example is our major crime investigation team, the Ranger team that has handled so many incidents in Texas in the last 5 years. In their recent retirements, and you talk to a rough and tough Ranger that's had a great career and never showed any sign of weakness, and he kind of opens up about, just can't deal with children anymore and some of the stuff. So we have a victim and employee services that is excellent. We've grown that division. And the reason you ignore it, just Texas law enforcement is a little different. I was talking to a police chief in Chicago about their suicides and some of the issues they were having with their law enforcement. We didn't see it, but now we're starting to see it. And so we have a team. That team has been dedicated to the families, but they did divert some resources. There are 2 psychologists in the EOC that are looking for signs, that are communicating with our troopers and agents and rangers and officers and just trying to get people to talk. And if you don't want to talk to me, you can do it in confidentiality when you get back to your area. These are some resources. And then there's some apps that TCO and others have developed and really push for law enforcement. Some of those that don't want to open up in front of their peers. So we're doing a lot of stuff to address it, but we're not seeing the suicides that some of the agencies have seen, but we are seeing retirements because of that.
And are there, I mean, to the pivot forward, is there something?
We always need additional resources, and I think it's this last session in working with TCO and some private vendors on social media apps and how they can connect with people and maybe they don't want to do it internally in their own agency and have people think that they were struggling with an issue, but give them avenues. But this incident, like no other, when you have 71 adults and 37 children die, the same Rangers processed every one of those. Likewise, the same Rangers were dealing with the families, and our victim services are dealing with the families. I've talked to this day, I'm still communicating with families. Their lives are changed forever. One death is too many. Anything we can do on the front end to prevent it, but you're exactly right. At the end of this event, when the adrenaline stops, it does affect our officers, and we have to admit that. We can always do better. We have more resources now in victim and employee services than we've ever had, and most of them are focused externally on helping families of victims. But.
No, and I appreciate that, and I raise it because when we were down in Uvalde, there was a trooper that we visited with during our investigation, someone who had been in the war zone, the military, had a military background, had seen some very difficult things in that life. And in the situation there at the school, actually was someone who kind of pushed harder than other people weren't pushing. And you probably all know who I'm talking about, and I don't need to name him now. But in that moment, hearing him talk to us, there's as tough as anybody can be, and he was probably as tough as they could come. That was a struggle, and you could see it. And we ask a lot, and we should, and people come to that calling because they want to be in these situations helping as best they can, but it doesn't mean that we can just move on because they can't. And so that has to be a part of this discussion too. And so I wanted to make sure that we have the ability to have that talk as well.
Sir Ron Vanderoos, Texas Game Wardens. Along those same lines, we kind of have a very similar approach in that is, but we tweak that a little bit. We take a little proactive piece of it, kind of divide it up into some officer wellness, pre-issue, pre-problem, teaching good coping mechanisms and skills, and having supervisor, that can recognize when things are going awry. And then in this particular incident, one of the things that we relied heavy on is our peer support group. We've got a fairly robust, trained cadre of game wardens that can talk peer to peer. And before anybody exited any of this process, they had a one-on-one meeting with those peer support people and working through any type of the issues they might have, and then routinely monitored through supervision, early warning systems to make sure that we get ahead of any problems before they expand on themselves.
No, I appreciate that, and I know that Senator Blanco remembers being in the Victim Reunification Center in El Paso. And I used to work in the DA's office, and in that room were victim services folks from the DA's office and people that on the daily work with people who have lost, who are in traumatic situations, and they were shook to their core. And they were doing their job. But we also need to make sure that we're covering that. We need to cover that aspect too, because this is a multifaceted thing. So I appreciate you all taking the time to talk about that. Thank you.
Senator Kilgore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all of you on the panel for being here today, for what you've done. Those that had the staffs out there and officers were forever grateful. Quick question, Colonel. Colonel Martin, you've talked about kind of the management of the chaos in one of the things, I think we forget this is happening in darkness. By the time, everything is really rolling, high water rescues, so forth. I was very moved by how quickly you were organized, and as you said, the reunification of parents with children and then those that still had children missing, and y'all being able to separate that, and I just can't imagine. The question is, I had a family who has lost their daughter, and she was not found for 10 or 12 days, but we're so grateful that she was recovered. There was a time from like July 4th, and that when they were notified and the family started arriving, to like a Tuesday when I talked to them, that they were assigned a local PD, maybe a sergeant or an investigator, and they hadn't heard from anyone in quite a while. And I'm not complaining, I'm just saying as we look at how we perfect this process, there was a time when I think y'all really did kind of move in and take over the contact with the families. Am I correct on that?
That's correct. And actually, Freeman Martin, Texas DPS. Sheriff Larry Letha and the city manager of Kerrville are both with us today. They were instrumental in this. And we, like I said, lessons learned moving forward, there's many things that we would do different. One thing we would do is assign to be with the locals, a Texas Ranger to be there with the families and coordinate what's going on the search and rescue and the recovery and the identification process, just to keep them in the loop. They should not hear in a press conference what's going on with this investigation. We separated those families from the families that we knew their kids were okay. They just haven't been rescued and reunited. But we knew they were fine, and so we're communicating very well with them. The unknowns, they were getting periodic updates, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't frequent enough. And that actually came to me from a call from the Sheriff Larry Letha and said, hey, we need some help. And then we engaged. But that's one of the lessons learned early on is we have to deploy teams of resources that are not doing search and rescue, that they were there to handle all the logistics and other things that go on. So that is one thing that we identified that we can absolutely do better, and we did. It just took us a day and a half to get there.
So when I was talking to Chief Kidd, again, dealing with the family, they had not, and I'm not criticizing, there was a lot going on, but I do think that in our evaluations, that is something I think that the families, especially when you have a child missing, there's hope there for a while, statistically speaking, there could be hope. And then when the hope starts to fade, still, what is going on with the investigation, even just a touch on a daily basis. So thank y'all for when y'all did step in. I know Kerrville had a lot going on, and they were dealing with so many. I mean, the numbers as we know of how many we're missing. So I look forward to kind of your recommendations as we build, a bill, a statute, how that can be handled just a little bit better for those families who are just need that information.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Colonel Vonderus and Colonel Martin, this is just a quick question for y'all that I didn't ask earlier. During the search and rescue and the recovery, you had multiple technologies, but you also had cadaver dogs, drones, other stuff. Is there anything that stuck out to you that was very effective to do your job through that process, or anything that didn't work that maybe you would not use next time?
I'd say the cadaver dogs are priceless. We had the Ohio State Police called and said, "What do you need?" And I said, "We need cadaver dogs." And they sent a team of state troopers with cadaver dogs, and they were instrumental. There were a few scenarios where these dogs go through a certification. Some are better than others. There were a few instances where a dog actually hit on a pile of debris, and we spent hours and hours going through that debris, and there was nothing there. But there's always technology, and there's stuff that our tactical marine uses for searching underwater. And even the muddy water with debris does very well. Those are really expensive. And I'm not real familiar with the technology, but I know they're going to make a request for more of that for tactical marine unit.
Ron Vander, Texas Game Wards. Along the same lines, I think the human remains dogs were great. At a certain point in the process, we quickly learned that a dual alert was important before we wasted time, because time was of the urgency. I think when we saw the utilization and how important the UAS and drone program can be, as that technology continues to progress, when we look at the thermal ability to be able to determine whether there's something worth us taking the time, through that thermal image to look at something. And so those are probably the two biggest pieces I thought were the biggest takeaway from it. And then again, the aviation assets and the ability to respond, early on in this process to do things that not even highly trained swift water boats could get to. So some big takeaways out of there.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your answers.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Johnson, I'm not going to belabor the point, but we've heard a lot about low water crossings. We've heard about the flooding of the access roads, the frontage roads in the valley. My understanding in the brief research that I did a little bit in between here is that in y'all's budget that was just approved this last session, y'all got about $21 billion, a little bit over for 2026, and just under $19 billion for 2027. Does that sound about right to you?
All right, yes, sir.
So with close to $40 billion, I would hope that in the next few days you can take a look at what you could do to help mitigate the loss of life and loss of damage, and what TxDOT can do to be a part of the solutions for these low water crossings that you gave us an estimate of approximately $30,000 per, and that we start with those that are in the most flood prone areas, and then we maybe take a look at what can be done to those frontage roads that are flooding every time there's something, and that people can't get out, or emergency vehicles can't get in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's critical. And then the last thing is, I'm assuming that your hero trucks and other things that when you have first responding type situations, emergency come out, you'll have radios as well.
We do.
I would like to see that your radios, and I'd like to see that all of the state maybe put together some sort of RFP for radio interoperability, that at least there's a channel or whatever the hell they call it, so that y'all can all talk to each other, whether it be Parks and Wildlife, DPS, TxDOT, local fire and police, so that y'all can be on the same page. So if y'all could help us with that, I think that would be important.
Yes.
And I appreciate that. I don't have any, just if you get back to the committee, because I mean, obviously this is something we need to take our mission of this committee to prevent further loss of life in the future in any flooding, in any type of disaster. To both of our colonels, thank you for what you do. And Colonel Martin, you know I have the utmost respect for you. We've known each other for a long time. And you said something that struck me. You said that the officer who had maybe been dealing with some issues didn't want to see himself as having a weakness. I hope that y'all, when y'all get a chance, and it appears that Parks and Wildlife is addressing this, if one of your officers got shot or twisted their knee, had a torn ACL, nobody would think anything about going to get help, right? They need to understand mental health is just like a part of their physical health, and they just need to see it's not a weakness. We're all human, and we're not all, you know, we're not robots, and they're feeling people, and that's part of what calls them to serve. So hopefully we can help them understand that there's no weakness in recognizing that sometimes we need a little help.
Senator Freeman Martin, Texas DPS. I appreciate those comments, and I can tell you that in Congress, you know, these officers have kids,
Yeah.
a lot of them that are the same age. And I can tell you, I try not to tell personal stories, but every time I went over there, I heard a different one. But one I saw with my own eyes, flying into Kerrville one day or flying around Kerrville one day, there were a group of officers together, and we got a little closer to see what they're doing. Well, it was a group of DPS troopers and game wardens, and they were surrounding an 8-year-old girl that they had recovered, and they were saying a prayer. And even the pilots that were flying the helicopter were affected by it. So there's nobody out there working that doesn't care.
Yeah.
And some of them just get to the point where they, you know, don't want to see it anymore. But I appreciate it. It's, you know, like I said, 5 years ago I would have dismissed that, but not anymore.
Well, a lot of folks, unfortunately, were raised to say that it's sort of a defect. Mental health issues are a defect. They're not a defect. And we need to get it out of the shadows and, you know, make sure we just talk about it and normalize the fact that people need help with their mental health. And so thank you for what y'all do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I echo, as the other members do, our appreciation for everything that you and your agencies do, especially during these difficult times. Can you tell me, and this is for the entire panel, what participation your agency had in the Sandy Creek effort?
Is that on 1431? It's Travis County, but right.
It's Travis County around on the other side, the Williamson County line.
Right.
Off-system bridge?
That's correct.
We had
ESD1 in Travis County.
Initially, we were helping block the roadway after the first incident where I believe a firefighter was swept away. If that's the same one, we helped so many areas over there. But we had a response of 4 Zodiac boats, and we were supported by some TMD personnel, and we deployed some drones over there to assist also for several days.
If you wouldn't mind for each of y'all, if y'all could just provide this committee a timeline of support, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So Carl Johnson, TxDOT. So I do know that we had folks on site with Travis County representatives looking at that structure, and we did send bridge engineer there to assist in assessment of that structure and to give recommendations on what to do to fix it, timeliness of things like that. But
do you recall at what point in time y'all were contacted that there
I
was
do
an
not
issue?
recall,
Okay.
sir.
That's great. Again, timeline.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Same with Utility Commission too. It'd be appreciated. Does any of your agencies, considering that we have 11 major Department of Defense installations in the state of Texas, have any sort of mutual military service support agreements?
I'm not aware of any agreements, but almost every incident we respond to, the Texas Military Department, General Tom Seltzer is probably the best partner that we've had. He is great at coordinating resources. He was able to work with the state of Arkansas and move in 5 Black Hawks like the next day. And so he's really our point of contact for the military.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Ron Vanderus, Game Wars, and I'm not aware of any contracts that we have or agreements with them.
Okay. Is TxDOT familiar with mutual military service?
I am
agreements?
familiar, but I do know that comes out of the State Operations Center, and then we end up working
In
hand by
terms
hand.
of their request?
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding, yes.
Okay, but there's no agency to
I do not have,
direct
to
installation
my knowledge, I do
support?
not have an agreement with them, within TxDOT. We just partner with them.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Same, Connie Corona, Public Utility Commission, same for PUC as TxDOT. We interface with the military through the State Operations Center.
Thank you very much. And of course, not to rehash this past legislative session, nor would it been beneficial for this particular event, the flood. Are there exceptional items that was provided that if that would address some of the requirement gaps that we recognized in any one of our emergency management situations, be it the Panhandle fires, Harvey, of course, the flood, Uri. Are there any outstanding exceptional items that we may not have supported that would have been or would be beneficial in future emergency management events?
I can start off with this September 1st, Texas DPS is going to be better off than we were previously with some of the additional personnel, resources, technology, the cold case, like I talked about, the DNA, the crime lab, definitely a move in the right direction. There's additional things that came to light that we will highlight, and one of them is our nighttime search and rescue. Our hoist helicopters are exceptional. They have thermal. They're really good at search and rescue, but at night the hoist is very limited, and there's technology that they can use for nighttime rescues that would enhance that. And then there's a few other DNA capabilities that we're gonna and biometric capabilities that we're gonna highlight and see if there's a will of the legislature to move forward on some of that new technology. And it's all about early identification of these unidentified deceased victims.
Ron Vanderus, Game Wards. The legislature was very generous to us, allowing us some funding for technology increases and to really hone in some of our search and rescue type systems and tracking pieces. Probably the one conduit that we didn't have or didn't get funded for was the additional FTEs. We realized that with the growing population of Texas, the fact that every waterway in this state, including the Gulf of America, is covered up with people using it, our responses and things, our search and rescue opportunities, just the calls for service are pretty profound. And so we think that we'd love to have about 50 game wardens to supplement some of those areas that have been high use and would also, to that point, increase our ability to respond in these types of situations.
Hey, Carl Johnson, TxDOT. So TxDOT would not be where they are today if it wasn't the support that we get from you all. The funding that you give us year in and year out, we really appreciate that. As far as gaps, relative to your question, sir, if it's okay, I'll just refer to the follow-up action items in our handout. If you'd like for me to go through those individually, I'd be happy to do that.
No, it's documented, but
yes, sir.
Any further that you want to provide this, please provide in written statement.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Connie Corona, thank you for the question. Yes, during the most recent legislative session, we did receive funding that will help with our emergency coordination and response in the form of several FTEs along with infrastructure resiliency and reliability funding. The one item that we identified and has not as of yet been funded is a Texas-specific data system that would aggregate utility outages across the state. We currently rely on a federal system, but our emergency management personnel have indicated that having a Texas system that we could, in fact, query ourselves and control the functions of would be beneficial.
Thank you. And last question, as it pertains to the Center for Human Identification at University of North Texas, I understand that they did an outstanding job. And just to inform the committee here, I did not realize that there's only 4 locations within the United States that is incredible in terms of being able to provide for, and that is the state of New York, which I imagine they prioritize New York, the state of California, which I imagine they prioritize the state of California, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I understand that we purchased 2 additional machines capability to shorten the period of time at a significant price of about $485,000 in support of this Mascal event. I imagine that you would see that the state of Texas, would you see in terms of the backlog that we have in terms of forensic investigations and so forth like that, that we probably need to increase that capability so that we can meet the backlogs here in the state of Texas, as well as be postured to support any, heaven forbid, any future Mascal events?
Yes, sir. Freeman Martin, Texas Department of Public Safety. The Texas Legislature has been very good to our DPS crime labs, and 80 to 90% of their work that they do is not for the Department of Public Safety, it's for local agencies. And so it's free, and they're really good at what they do, so the demand just continues to increase. So the backlog, rape kits, DNA, drug analysis, they're doing really well. As some of the drug issues, with the hemp and THC testing and having to quantify has slowed down a little bit, but that's a different section from the DNA. We would like to expand it to this mitochondrial DNA that we're not accredited to do right now, and with that we struggle with space in the lab. We have a facility that is vacant in Houston. We would like to expand, but the good thing about investing in the Department of Public Safety DNA crime lab is that there's always work. There's always they can work cold cases 24/7, and then when there's a mass casualty event, we can divert all those resources to doing something else. UNT has been great. When this happened, they stopped everything they were doing and worked on nothing but this. And it's my understanding they don't get overtime, but they were answering the phone and communicating back and forth at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and just running shifts just like we're doing the searches. And every one of these they got back within 24 to 36 hours, which is phenomenal. On our end, we have to get them the known samples with the unknown samples. So there was a ton of coordination going on, but we're 24/7 operation. We're used to it. But UNT was great. We would like to expand that capability, absolutely.
In your mind, well, I'm sure you're in coordination or in discussions with other states. I imagine the vast majority of those who you talk to, they're in a backlog situation as well, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
So we could certainly see that even if we did expand this operation, there would be plenty of need out there that they can meet nationally.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to ask Mr. Johnson, the TxDOT does not have jurisdiction over county and city roads, even in the case of flooding, right? You're just handling state roads, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have a policy for barricading roads prior to flooding? You may set a barricade to the side if you anticipate a problem with flooding, but is it the policy, or has it ever been the policy, to close roads prior to the road being out, other than necessarily, or not functional, other than, for instance, ice in the winter or something? Is it a policy of TxDOT for the state roads and highways to close roads in anticipation of a flood?
A policy specifically that says we are to go close roads before a flood?
Is that a practice or a policy? I just haven't, I haven't known of that. So
We do not
be-
have a policy, to my knowledge, that would
Right.
require that. Our desire is to be as proactive as possible.
Absolutely, and that's why a barricade is set at the side of the road sometimes if you anticipate,
That's
if the
correct.
state anticipates something?
That's correct. And you
Okay,
will see
thank
that.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. Real quick, Colonel Martin, during the break, I had some folks inquire regarding looting at the Sandy Creek issue. Were y'all called in, and if so, do you remember when that happened?
We did respond to Sandy Creek. I'm not sure the time we got there, or
Was it several days after the event, or do you remember?
I don't recall.
Yeah,
We were involved in, we had Zodiac boats in the water actively searching, so we had to be there early
So
on.
it wasn't like a week away, I was led to believe that there was never an inquiry for you guys, but ultimately there was, and it was several days late.
I don't know if we did anything with the security.
It wasn't y'all, by the way.
I don't believe so. I don't believe we did any. So we provided security protection for many locations. Camp Mystic, many of the camps, many residence neighborhoods. We controlled access to those neighborhoods based on recommendations from the sheriff and county judge.
And the county judge would have wanted you guys to do that function, I assume.
Absolutely, and I'm not aware of us doing that in Sandy Creek.
Okay.
Any security.
That's good enough. Well, I hope I'm working on a bottleneck for the crime lab problem this session, just saying. With that,
I've got one.
Chairman King.
One thing I'd like to add, that it just, through all of this, and it was, for all of you, it was great testimony. It's very, very informative, but I kind of want to go back to this drone hitting the Black Hawk for a minute. I mean, talking to all DPS or troopers or people that pull people over on the side of the road for an emergency or whatever, rubbernecking is a thing. I mean, it causes lots of accidents, and particularly in highway construction zones, right? This is rubbernecking at another level with this drone thing. That is not only incredibly stupid for somebody to do that, but dangerous. And what I heard you say is you don't have a statute to prosecute that.
Chairman, Freeman Martin, Texas Department of Public Safety. That drone was an authorized drone. They're searching, and I believe the ceiling is 200, and they were at 212, and the drone was frozen. And then I believe the helicopter was supposed to be at 300, and they were actually came down to 211. So it was kind of but because of the connectivity issue, the pilot could see what's happened and was unable to control that drone until we got some Starlink technology where they could control those better and manage the network. But you're right, at sporting events all the time, at the governor's inauguration, around the Capitol, around the governor's mansion, there's so many places that we're trying to secure. We have technology to determine when a drone enters the zone, but no authority to mitigate that. We're prepared to violate the law and mitigate it if needed with a shotgun or whatever the case may be, but we don't have the authority to do that.
I think we need to change that. Connie, you said 5,400 customers were affected, or
Yes.
lost power throughout, and
Yes.
but they were all restored within 2 days. I heard.
Yes, all the customers in Kerr County able to take power, have it restored within 3 days.
Was that their municipal utility alone, or was that does that multiple utilities?
That was Kerrville Public Utility Board only, just the municipal.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Connie, real quick while you're there, you mentioned about the Texas ability to do its own emergency assessment. That was in a last exceptional item request, was it not?
It was.
I thought I saw it come through. Do you remember what the cost of that was? We can go back and get it. It was, I'm saying 2 million, but I don't remember.
The entire exceptional item was 2.7 million. I want to say that particular element was around $500,000.
Okay, all right.
To 700,000.
Thank you. It's our own grid. I mean, it's not like we're hooked to ERCOT. Hooked to the national grid. So, all right, appreciate that. Any other questions, members? Guys, thank you for participating. I'm sorry.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much. Colonel Martin, obviously you've clarified that this drone incident seemed to be an accident, not any kind of criminal intent, but wouldn't interference with the duties of a public servant come into play if somebody were trying to use a drone device to keep somebody from performing a public duty?
Yes, it could be.
So we do have a
Could be.
statute that could cover the potential concern or scenario that somebody's using a drone as a way of interfering with public duties.
It could be. Most, Freeman Martin takes a DPS. Most of what we see, they're hobbyists, and they're flying over events and sporting events. They're not really interfering with public. And sometimes it's, they're flying over a chemical plant, so we're, it's definitely suspicious. And we will interdict and try to identify and enter them into the SAR network and try to figure out, if they belong to a nefarious group or what they're doing. But there's no real offense for those. But if they're interfering with public duties, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Senator Campbell, are you wanting to? Okay, you're off. All right. Anybody else wishing to talk to this panel? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your service and answering the call. I will say UNT, from my conversations, were stalwart in their duties, and I suspect none of them would have thought they needed to be paid overtime.
Yes, sir.
They answered something that needed to be done, and that's what we do when we're called to do it. So appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Chair calls it third panel. L'Oreal Stepney, Brian McMath, Reem Zune, Marvin Cole Cheney with the Texas Water Development Board. If any of those are just support and don't need to be on the panel, that's okay. If they all need to be on the panel, then that's okay too. Do we want to go with L'Oreal or Brian first? Which one? L'Oreal? All right, that's good. Just start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, Vice Chairs and members of both the Senate and House Select Committees. I'm L'Oreal Stepney, Chair of the Texas Water Development Board. With me today is Brian McMath. He's our Executive Administrator. And we also have a couple of our subject matter experts with us today, Reem Zune and Marvin Cole Cheney. I believe the clerk is passing out a copy of our presentation for the members. And we have a couple of other handouts in those folders. Before I begin, I just want to express our deepest sorrow and condolences to those who were impacted by this unbelievable and unimaginable tragic event. These are our neighbors, and I think we all feel that way. And so our hearts and prayers are with the families and with those communities. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with the committees today regarding the Texas Water Development Board's flood-related science, planning, and funding programs. Next slide. Great. In Texas, we've heard today about, Texas is a big state, and our topography and our environment all look different around the state. That's no different from what we see with respect to flood. Texas experiences not only severe droughts, but also major flood events. History has shown that flooding has really impacted our communities, and we heard of additional examples today. In recent years, the 2015 Memorial Day flood had a devastating effect on Wimberley and surrounding communities, setting new river stage records for the Blanco River, rising 41 feet. In 2017, Hurricane Harvey brought 19 trillion gallons of rainwater that caused significant loss of life and property to our state. And of course, the most recent tragedy with the July 4th and subsequent days of unprecedented and absolutely devastating flooding and loss of life. But we hear about flooding in all communities around Texas, from the Panhandle to the Valley, Central Texas, East and West Texas. Next slide. I think it's important for us to talk about a few key milestones that have been put in place in the last several years with respect to flood. I think that'll give us a perspective of where we are right now with respect to funding, science, and planning. In recognition of the major flood events that the state has seen, the Texas legislature has enacted a series of measures to update the state's approach to flood planning and flood funding. After the Memorial Day floods, the legislature provided funding for increased flood-related activities to the Texas Water Development Board. Additional funding was also provided in 2017 for the board to conduct the first ever state flood assessment, which was submitted to the legislature in 2019. This effort was followed by the passage of Senate Bill 8, creating the flood planning process, and Senate Bill 7, which created the Flood Infrastructure Fund program. Along with that was an appropriation of $793 million. That was a one-time appropriation. Next slide. From 2020 forward, the development of our planning function with respect to flood, as well as our funding function with respect for flood, went hand in hand. So just a few key milestones to point out to the committee. After 2019, which was a really busy year, the board hired staff, worked with state leadership, the legislature, state agencies, local representatives, flood experts, and the general public to develop the scientific foundation and programmatic requirements needed for flood planning and flood funding. On the timeline, a few key dates. In 2020, the first intended use plan for the FIF program, or Flood Infrastructure Fund program, was established and provided the requirements for submitting applications for funding. It was approved in September of 2020 with a prioritized list of 285 applications. Subsequently, later on in 2023, the legislature approved an additional one-time appropriation of $625 million for the fund. In July of 2023, the agency approved the first set of regional flood plans that will be later rolled up into the first adopted state flood plan in August of last year. And finally, on this slide, in March of last year, we also approved the second intended use plan, again, which establishes the requirements for submitting funding applications. Next slide, please. Now, I want to go over, and Brian is going to do the same thing, some of the key elements of that timeline and update the committee on really kind of the how we got to where we are with respect to planning. The first state flood assessment in 2019, the board produced to assess risk and roles, estimate flood mitigation costs, and envision the future of planning in Texas. There were a few identified needs that were provided to the legislature. The need to increase resources for implementing mitigation activities, increase technical assistance and data collection, improved mapping, and also a coordinated watershed-based planning approach. Next slide. In response to these findings, the Texas Water Development Board made several policy recommendations to the 86th legislature, and we call those the 3 pillars of flood risk management. The first pillar involved mapping, improved mapping for flooding. Secondly, planning, regional planning process, and then third, mitigation. In response, the 86th legislature passed landmark legislation addressing all 3 of these pillars. It created the Flood Infrastructure Fund, which focused on funding for mitigation, control, and drainage projects, as well as Senate Bill 8, which created the flood planning process. Around the state, the Texas Water Development Board conducted 14 workshops because we wanted to hear from the local community as we develop these new programs. Next slide. As the members can see, this is a map of the flood planning process at the regional level. The state is not divided up by political boundaries, it's divided up by watersheds. There are 15 regional watersheds in the part of the flood planning process. Several of these regions were impacted by the July 4th Hill Country, Central Texas floods. Region 8, the Lower Brazos, the Leon River, Lampasas, San Gabriel rivers. Region 9, the Concho, Region 10, San Saba, Llano, Colorado, Pedernales. Region 11, the Guadalupe with Kerrville, New Braunfels, and Region 12, the Medina River with Bandera. So many of the regional flood planning groups were impacted by this most recent flood. Next slide. The statutory requirements for the flood planning process are laid out in Chapter 16 of the Water Code. A few important points, and I think these are really important key takeaways. The regional flood planning process is a bottom-up approach. The locals, as you heard earlier today from Chief Kidd, really know their process, they know their communities. And the regional flood planning process was modeled after the very successful water planning process that's been in place for several decades. It's all watershed-based. It's a 5-year planning cycle, and that's also important because there's a built-in adaptive management process where the regional flood planning groups, after we've finished with this cycle, then they immediately move into the second cycle, which we're in the process of doing right now. The plans look out 30 years, there's a 30-year planning cycle, and then finally, all of those 15 regional plans roll up into the state flood plan. I also want to recognize that there were 350 planning group members, sponsors, engineering consultants, and other technical consultants involved in the first round of planning. There were 550 public meetings. Many of the folks who were members of the planning committees were volunteers, so we're very appreciative of their efforts. And overall, I do think it's important to say that the purpose of the state flood plan and the regional flood planning process is to protect or to help mitigate and reduce the risk of loss of life and property. Next slide. By statute, here are the interested parties that are included in the regional flood planning groups: agriculture, industries, river authorities, counties, municipalities, water districts. Flood districts were added in response to public comments. Electric generation, public utilities, environmental interests, and small businesses. As you can see on the right-hand side, there are 7 agencies, state agencies, that are required to be a part of the process, and those are laid out in statute as well. Next slide. The Texas Water Development Board adopted the first state flood plan last year this time, August of 2024. The state flood plan identifies existing risk to lives and property from flooding and potential actions to mitigate those flood risks. The plan also looks ahead and provides flood management recommendations. I've included in your folder a list of the recommendations that were provided as a part of the flood planning process. So that handout is available to you. Next slide. Here are some key statistics that the regional flood planning groups identified, and they were rolled up into the state flood plan. We have these numbers for the regional planning groups as well. But approximately 1 in 6 people in Texas live or work in known flood hazard areas, and that includes the 1% and 0.2% annual chance floodplains. There are a number of statistics here, but a few to point out. There's 5.2 million people that live in those particular areas, live or work in those areas. There's over 9,000 low water crossings, over 6,000 critical infrastructure facilities such as hospitals, fire stations, police stations, schools, medical services, and of course buildings and agricultural acreages, and then road miles as well. So there's quite a bit of flood risk that we see across the state. And we hear about that. We hear about that from all of the different regions around the state. Next slide. One of the requirements of the flood planning process is for the local regional flood planning groups, working with their local experts, to develop recommended solutions to help mitigate the risk that's identified in the plan. The plan identified over 4,600 risk reduction solutions, and you can see on the slide that those are divided into 3 categories. The first one is around 3,000 flood management evaluations are needed, And those are studies to try to figure out, what changes need to be made to the systems or the processes to mitigate flood. There are 615 flood mitigation projects, and those are more substantial construction projects. $49 billion is the cost estimate for that. I will say as well, about half of that is associated with the Galveston Bay Surge Protection Coastal Storm Risk Management Project, or the Coastal Spine, about $24 billion of that. And then finally, for flood management strategies, and we've spoken a lot about this category today, early warning systems, gauges, reverse 911, early action plans, education, can fit under this particular category. The overall cost is estimated at $54.5 billion for the entire state. Now, as I mentioned, we have included, it's a statutory requirement that that the state flood plan identify recommendations to the legislature. And the state flood plan identified 5 from the Texas Water Development Board, along with some from the regional flood planning groups, and also some general recommendations for flood management. Thank you, Brian. So I want to point out that the Texas Water Development Board's legislative recommendations came from the regional planning groups. We highlighted some that were pretty consistent across the board and could certainly make an impact. And so we elevated those to board recommendations. There are 5 of those. They focus on dedicated funding for flooding, community financial assistance and technical assistance, funding for low water crossing safety, early warning systems. And then we worked with our sister agencies on dam safety. We're not a regulatory agency, but there were a number of comments around dam safety and creating a levee safety program. So we recognize those. The statute also requires for the regional flood planning groups to make legislative recommendations. We didn't filter those. We included those as well. Some of those are beyond our expertise and beyond our statutory authority, but they're in there as well for the committee to see. The next slide is just it's a viewer. We have an online viewer. It's a resource, texasstatefloodplan.org. Resource for the public to see. And if you're interested in the flood plan or the regional flood plan or state flood plan in your area, then this is a pretty good tool to use to look at the details of each of those regional flood plans and the state flood plan as well. That's online. Now I'm going to turn it over to Brian to talk about our funding and our science piece for flooding.
Thank you, Chairwoman Stepney. Chairman Perry, Chairman King, members of the committee, for the record, I'm Brian McMath, Executive Administrator at the Texas Water Development Board. The Flood Infrastructure Fund, or FIF Financial Assistance Program, this process is modeled after many of our other financial assistance programs. We looked heavily at our clean water and drinking water state revolving funds to model this fund. That's important because a lot of the customers that rely on this financial assistance program are also customers of our other financial assistance programs. So consistency and the ability to understand the components of financial assistance programs across all of our programs is very helpful to communities. As mentioned earlier, Chairwoman Stepney mentioned that the intended use plan, you can think of that as a guidebook that we put out to communities throughout the state so they know how to access these funds. It is a solicitation that allows them to apply for this funding. It establishes the eligibility criteria for consideration. It involves public comment and provides for consistency and review for applications across the state applying for the 3 categories that Chairwoman Stepney mentioned: flood management evaluations, flood mitigation projects, and flood management strategies. These again all help reduce the risk of loss of life and property. After the passage of the state flood plan last year, projects are now required to be included in the state flood plan to receive funding. This is required by statute. This means that projects identified that are locally driven by the regional flood planning groups that include the 12 interest groups mentioned before earlier in the presentation are geared towards reducing, again, that loss of life and property. You're noticing a theme. This is all about identifying flood risk and then putting resources forward that reduce that risk to life and property. The process is consistent statewide, allows for public input at each step. That includes the development of the guidebook or intended use plan. We have project priority lists. Once applications come in, we rank those based on the prioritization criteria in the plan. That includes public comment. During the development of the current flood intended use plan, we received comments from cities, counties, regional water authorities, drainage districts, engineering firms, environmental associations, public interest associations. Eligible projects can range from project design and feasibility assessments to early warning systems, stream gauges, crossing barriers, drainage structures, detention or retention ponds, erosion control, levees, pump stations, flood control, or mitigation infrastructure. It is a wide variety of solutions that these groups have identified that help. In both solicitations from 2020 and our current solicitation, 24-25, we received over $2 billion for each solicitation request for financial assistance for a total to date of requests of nearly $4.7 billion. On your slide, you see various steps in this process, and I'd like to walk you through those steps because they're all very important. The first step is our public process to develop the intended use plan. The chairwoman mentioned 14 workshops that we did early on after the passage of Senate Bills 7 and 8. We then had pre-rule public comment period. That's not typical, but considering that we were breaking new ground, we wanted to hear from stakeholders throughout the state. And then we invited public comment on our draft intended use plan. Then we have an open solicitation. That is essentially the request for entities to submit applications. Applications are then submitted. At this stage, they're called abridged applications. You can think of that as a pre-app. We have a two-step application process to make it easy for our customers to access these funds. It doesn't make any sense if we're oversubscribed and don't have adequate funds to go around to have them spend time, energy, and money developing hundreds of pages of application. The next, we have application review and project prioritization. I spoke earlier about the PPLs, or the project prioritization lists. We rank everything based on the prioritization criteria in the guidebook, but we also make sure that the applications, the projects they're proposing are eligible, that they're in the state flood plan, et cetera. Then we have another public process, the public comment period on those PPLs, those lists. Now that period isn't so much, I don't like my ranking, it's more, you missed some points that I should be eligible for. And so we give all of our applicants an opportunity to check our math, so to speak. We then start to invite entities to submit full applications. Those are the hundreds of pages long. And that's, of course, based on capacity. I mentioned earlier we've been oversubscribed the first two rounds of FIF, and so we go down our lists as far as we can based on available funds. Then we have a pre-application meeting with all of the full application applicants. Full applications are those submitted. We do those pre-app meetings just so that we can help them make sure that they're checking all the boxes so that we have everything we need to do a full review. That's the next step, and that includes engineering, environmental, legal reviews. And finally, commitments are come to our board for consideration. Once that commitment is made, it's between 3 and 6 months to close the money. Money goes into escrow, and then the project can begin. Next slide. So we also want to discuss with the committee the planning and projects specific in Flash Flood Alley. As we discussed preparation for today with the chairman's office, they wanted us to focus on this specific area of the state. This slide shows a screenshot of the TWDB's interactive FIF project reporting dashboard. That's on our website. That's the image on the left. And for reference, we have an image on the right that shows the approximate extent of Flash Flood Alley in Texas. Since 2020, the Texas Water Development Board has funded 140 flood projects and solutions totaling almost $670 million statewide through the FIF. In your packets, you will find two lists. The first is of all projects funded under the 2020, the first round FIF intended use plan within Flash Flood Alley. That is 37 projects providing nearly $294 million in financial assistance. The second list displays all applications submitted. So again, we're in midstream in the current round for Flash Flood Alley, more recently under the current intended use plan. Applications were received for 159 projects in Flash Flood Alley, totaling $680 million in requested financial assistance. There is a corresponding map in your packets. You can unfold it, and it shows all applications submitted for FIF projects associated with flood early warning systems, considering that that is a focus of today's hearing, especially in light of recent events. This, of course, includes flood early warning systems, gauges, low water crossings, advanced radar, coordinated emergency management, articulated evacuation plans, sirens, alert systems, and the like. Next slide, please. So in addition to administering the flood information fund,
Infrastructure.
Excuse me, thank you. In addition to administering the flood infrastructure fund, we also have other flood-related programming. This slide highlights some of those, but I am going to go into more detail. So we have our Flood Community Assistance Program, which is our national flood insurance program and the local floodplain management assistance. We have the Flood Information Clearinghouse Committee. This was started after passage of Senate Bills 7 and 8 in 2019. We have a stream gauging network. We have Texas Mesonet, Flood Mapping and Modeling, and TexasFlood.org. Next slide. So community assistance, both NFIP and FMA grants, flood mitigation assistance grants. So in addition to the FIF, we administer the Community Assistance, or CAP, program, and we house the state's National Flood Insurance Program, our NFIP coordinator. This staff person serves as a liaison between FEMA. The FMA grants that we administer are on behalf of FEMA. They serve as a liaison between FEMA and the local communities participating in the NFIP and enforcing floodplain management regulations. Our CAP staff provides coordination and statewide training and education consistent with outreach throughout various avenues and on-call technical support as needed. Our staff also seeks to ensure flood loss reduction goals of the NFIP, that they're met by building community floodplain management capacities and leveraging state expertise in working with community efforts to remain compliant with the NFIP. We also help communities that are not currently participants in FIP. If they're interested in doing so, we can provide the assistance and the knowledge to help them do so. We provide disaster recovery support to communities in the days and months following disasters. This helps support substantial damage assessments and floodplain permitting activities. Under the FMA grant program, this is another key flood grant program that we manage. This assists states and communities by providing federal funds, FEMA funds, for cost-effective measures to reduce or eliminate long-term risk of flooding damage to repetitive or severely repetitive loss buildings, manufactured homes, or other structures. Now, these have to be insured by the NFIP. In order to get the benefit of the FMA grant program, you have to participate in NFIP. And I know Dr. Bond and his community is a very active participant in this program. So again, the FMA is part of FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant programs. They fund a variety of project types intended to reduce flood risk, including plans and studies, construction projects, mitigation to individual properties through acquisitions and elevations. Texas has significant flood mitigation needs, and we have very capable staff that administer this program at the board. As a result, almost all Texas projects that have applied were selected for federal funding. Since the start of this program in 1998, Texas communities were selected for just under $1 billion in federal funding, which is more than 25% of the federal funding available nationwide. From 2015 to 2023, we've received $687 million in federal funding, with the delta still pending. Next slide. The Flood Information Clearinghouse Committee was created in 2019. It directed the legislature in Senate Bill 7 and 8, directed the Texas Water Development Board to develop a clearinghouse of information, state and federal flood planning, flood mitigation, flood control programs that may serve as a source for funding for flood projects. Led by our agency and partnered with the Texas General Land Office and the Texas Department of Emergency Management, the Flood Clearinghouse Committee, Flood Information Clearinghouse Committee, commonly referred to as FLIC, is a group of cooperating agencies that regularly meet and to review funding inquiries submitted and to coordinate the use of state and federal funding for flood mitigation projects. Cooperating agencies, in addition to the board, GLO, and TDEM, include the State Soil and Water Conservation Board, the Department of Agriculture, and TCEQ. Next slide. I know we've talked a little today about stream gauging. So since 2015, the Texas Water Development Board has invested over $10 million to develop a flood gauge network, currently 64 gauges for flood warning. Locations were determined in collaboration with the National Weather Service, stakeholders, and as guided by a TWDB-funded report recommending gauge locations. This effort is in partnership with the U.S. Geological Survey, USGS. It is important to note that gauges for water planning provide crucial data during flood events. However, these type of gauges are not flood hardened and are more susceptible to being knocked offline during a flood event. Next slide. The Texas Mesonet is a statewide earth observation network that collects data on weather and soil moisture conditions. The network is a combination of TWDB installed and owned stations and cooperating owned stations, such as West Texas Mesonet, that are operated by other entities, but they're displayed on texasmesonet.org, the web viewer. TWDB has 118 operational stations. 2 are set to come online shortly, and we have a planned build-out goal of 225 stations by 2033-34. These stations and over 3,700 partner stations are shown at texasmesonet.org. These stations collect precipitation, wind direction and speed, air temperature, relative humidity, soil moisture, and temperature. Created following the 2015 Wimberley flood event, the network supports flood and drought monitoring and forecasting. And furthermore, Texas Mesonet is a member of the National Mesonet Program. Next slide. Base level engineering, or BLE, is an efficient modeling and mapping approach that aims to provide technically credible flood hazard data at various geographic scales, such as community scale, county scale, watershed, and/or state level. This data is meant to complement the current effective flood insurance rate maps, or FIRMs. It complements this data, but it doesn't replace it. For areas where no flood hazard data exists, the BLE dataset may be the only source of flood risk data. Prior to the passage of Senate Bills 7 and 8 in 2019, 63 counties in the state did not have any flood hazard information. As of the end of last year, we have completed BLE for approximately 99% of the state. All data was made available to the regional flood planning groups. We are actively working with FEMA and USGS to get all the data updated to the BLE viewer. Going forward in future years, our mapping work will continue. We plan to update and validate 20% of the state every year, which is essentially a 5-year update cycle. The Texas Flood Viewer displays lake levels, river heights, and other real-time weather conditions throughout Texas. The public can subscribe and set up alerts to stay informed about local conditions. Some key features of texasflood.org Flood Viewer include intuitive public interface. It's designed for easy navigation by the general public. It has clear visuals and interactive maps for quick understanding of flood conditions. Another feature includes near real-time gauge information, live updates from river and stream gauges across Texas, and it supports timely decision-making during flood events. It has custom notification options. Users can subscribe to alerts for specific gauges, and it helps communities and individuals stay informed about local water levels. There's an integrated real-time weather radar and alerts. It displays current radar imagery and National Weather Service warnings. It enhances situational awareness during severe weather. And finally, it includes information on TWDB lake levels and conditions, access to up-to-date lake level and storage data, and it is useful for water supply planning and recreational safety. Chairwoman?
Members, thank you to both committees. We look forward to working with state leadership, state agencies, local communities to further reduce the risk of flood and to develop mitigation strategies. We're available for questions. We have a number of subject matter experts here with us today to be of any help that we can be to the committee. Thank you.
Real quick, before we catch you, today in the fifth, what is the balance, and then what is the balance that's uncommitted?
Yes, sir. So I'll answer your last question first. We have approximately $330 million of either uncommitted funds or funds that aren't currently allocated for applications that we've either received or intend to apply soon. So of that total amount, that would be the funds that could be allocated for the next round if we wanted to put out a new intended use plan or guidebook. Those funds could be pulled to the current IUP or guidebook in order to fund more projects, more solutions. Or, of course, the legislature could direct us to use those for a specific purpose.
So in that vein, when we spoke earlier, my thought was, and you did the recap of projects for Flood Alley, specifically.
Yes, sir.
Kind of in the southern port, Guadalupe, those places. So as the legislature goes through this process and ideas are thought of and discussed, those may be included in some of the projects you have already gotten applications on that since they're included in the state flood plan, they would be eligible for portions of those funding dollars. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's a fair statement, yes, sir.
And we don't know what this group and what the suggestions and recommendations will be. The locals are going to be a big part of that. But I just want to make sure that as we go through and come up with ideas and hear things, we need to probably look to your application list first and make sure that it is includable. I know in talking to you, you believe there is some low-hanging fruit. I don't know the number of gauges that we're working or not working on those things, but there are things inside those applications and those funds that we believe as a legislature, as we go through this, possibly would be solutions that can be implemented. You know, I remind people, hurricane season's around the corner. I don't know that we get these ordered and deployed anytime soon, but it's very likely a depression will form somewhere in Hill Country or Texas over the next 3 or 4 months. So with that, I appreciate it. I will remind members the funding of the $1 billion a year. I'm not advocating. I'm just saying it will include 50% of those dollars, if approved by the voters, will actually be eligible for supply, leaky pipes, and flood infrastructure. And it would be the first time that we've had a consistent opportunity of funding to address those issues going forward, subject to voter approval. So timeliness is good.
Yes.
We're in good shape. With that,
So, Colonel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank y'all for being here today. I appreciate your slides, clearly articulate, identified areas of need.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate that. And these questions here aren't, they're not intended to be gotcha or anything else like that. I'm just asking.
Sure.
Was this flood adequately captured by the inaugural Texas flood plan?
Reem?
Thank you for the insightful
Yes,
question. My name is Reem June. I am with the Texas Water Development Board. I'm the ADA with the Office of Planning. What we have in the state flood plan currently is flood hazard area that was identified by our 15 regional flood planning groups, informed by best available information, which is FEMA map, base level engineering, the best available map that's available on ground. So we did go look at the flood plain area or flood hazard area that's mapped in the planning level map. It does place some of those flood hazard area. It aligns with the mapping, planning level mapping data set.
I see. I heard the word some. So there was, obviously, we understand by the beginning of this committee hearing how this was a unique weather environment. So, but I assume that it's some, which also means that we've captured a lot of data and it's going to inform our plan in the future.
The information, the best available information that we have received, as you know, the data will continue to come out of this flood that we have received is through TDEM and FEMA, actually, and that showed us the extent of the flooding that has happened that night. It aligns, I said some, I think we can generate a map and share with you. It aligns very well with the planning level information. Some of it is a 1% flood hazard area, which we call also 100-year flood hazard, and some of it is in 0.2%, in 0.02% flood hazard area, which we also call 500-year flood. So yes, they align well with the planning level information that we have.
Okay.
If I may add, Representative, our regional flood planning groups are currently have the opportunity to amend their plans. So the chairwoman mentioned it's a 5-year cycle, but we know things can change in that period of time.
They don't have to wait 5 years. They can do it
They do
sooner,
not.
right?
And so anticipating the $330 million approximately that's still available in the FIF, regional flood planning groups are actively working to amend those plans. And what's key about that is you got to be in the plan to potentially get the FIF funding. And so events like this, regional planning groups throughout the state, whenever they have events, they can analyze those events, develop solutions, whether it's a study that they need to do, a project, or even a more expedient type solution, the strategies, they have that opportunity to do so.
In determining a flood, the soil moisture content is pretty important, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
All elements are very important, of course.
No, I appreciate that. And so when we look at and please correct me if I'm wrong, when we look at the state flood plan, in terms of recommendations for improved monitoring, I'm just seeing Region 4, the Sabine region. Have we done it for the other regions? Region 4 being East Texas. Is that not accurate? Am I looking in the wrong place, maybe?
Reem, do you want to take that one?
Yes, I can take that one. I'm going to request you to kindly repeat that question or rephrase that question. I don't know that I fully
Sure.
followed.
As far as, my first question was, moisture content in the soil and so forth like that also informs what areas, what even type of flood you may have, given a particular situation. When we look at the state flood plan, the only place that I see where there's recommendations for improved monitoring is in Region 4 only. Is it because we're doing this bit by bit? I know this hasn't been around very long, so is it, I guess what I'm saying is, what do we need to do to get the rest of the regions completed?
So we have received recommendations for a flood warning, flood monitoring gauges across the state. So that was one of the findings of this state flood plan. My EA mentioned that before this flood plan, we had 63 counties with no flood hazard information. Now we know where our flood risk is. Every region showed flood risk and the need for solutions. So it was well spread throughout the state. I believe we have almost every region. Some regions have more resources. We know about our coastal region. We've seen hurricanes after hurricanes, so they have more resources in place, but we have solutions from every region.
I see. What I'm understanding is that this isn't centrally planned. We're actually planning within the regions themselves,
Right.
and resources are not equal across the regions.
That
Okay.
would be accurate.
No,
But there are solutions recommended from almost every region, various solutions recommended and included in the plan.
Maybe afterwards you could show me where. I'd appreciate that. So we're blessed here in the state of Texas to have significant university systems research-based. But when I look on your slide in terms of the regional flood planning groups, I'm not seeing any universities being utilized within this endeavor. Can I ask why?
So the slide demonstrates the statutorily required members, both voting and non-voting, with the addition of flood planning.
Flood districts.
I'm sorry, flood districts. Each regional planning group, we provide them, the legislature provides us with money for flood planning groups. They're grants, and we pass those grants through to them. They use that for facilities, they use that for hiring consultants, but each planning group can contract or partner with other entities, whether they're universities, whether they're other state agencies. I know when the prior panel was here, there was a lot of focus on TxDOT, and several of the regional flood planning groups invite TxDOT to attend as, again, kind of a additional non-voting member so that their flood planning efforts will complement any projects that TxDOT has in the pipeline.
So we consider the universities as just another entity that can bid on work.
Well, I know that if universities wanted to provide consulting services, I'm sure they could bid for those regional flood planning groups, but they could also participate as just a non-voting member resource for the group.
Yeah.
And I think what we can do, I'm looking at Reem, is we can go back and look at the regional flood planning groups and see if they have, as like for research or if they work with the universities and provide, if there is a list, provide that to you.
I would say that, are you aware of the universities that can actually provide assistance to the Water Development Board as well as the regions currently?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'll answer in two parts. Some Brian already answered. The interest category was determined by the legislature, the 11 interest category that you saw. We only added one in rules based on public input. So those 12 interest categories are in our rules. So we cannot modify that. The regional flood planning groups can. Having said that, there is quite a bit of collaboration going on with the universities. For example, we collaborated with Texas A&M in storing the models that was coming through the planning process on the research project that we collaborated with the universities on. The niches flood planning region, they collaborate very closely with the university in that region. So there is a lot of collaboration that's happening with the universities at the regional flood planning groups and some at TWDB's end, if that answers your question.
Well, I appreciate if you could provide that list for which
list.
y'all are collaborating. It would be very helpful. I think there's three: University of Texas, Texas Tech, and A&M, all of which are training hydrologists and have engineers in that particular area. And I would hope that we would be using all the assets that we have in the state, especially considering that we're looking at Region 4 in East Texas is beyond the other regions. I would think that we, especially in your alley, that y'all, thank y'all for showing that, because that helps us really focus. Does the Messenet system inform the National Weather Service?
Representative Wilson, I can answer that.
Oh, thank you.
We're going to have that group on 7/31. The West Texas Messenet is housed out of Tech. They have 165 towers as well as other monitoring. The other component of that is Texas Water Development Board runs the other side, as well as there's private Messenet systems around. My basic understanding, and I'm not an expert, is they are kind of the first information on atmospheric conditions to NOAA. And NOAA takes that and does modeling, and it is kind of filtered back down. So they are kind of the front line of where the storms start. If I misquoted, please correct, but they are kind of critical, and we will have a robust conversation on 7/31 as those rolls and what we can do to better determine where rain bombs are going to go through some technology.
Short answer to your question, the National Weather Service can access our data through our Texas Messenet system.
Do they, as a matter of, because they're providing predictability analysis, right? And so it would be interesting to understand, because what I did hear a previous panel member articulate, that what they do is they take NWS and then they increase it by 100% to have some sort of accuracy. And it's not just recently. It's been a matter of policy for years when it comes to emergency management predictive analysis. So that's, again, another soundbite for this committee to understand. This isn't something that's just come about recently. Do we, I notice between the Messenet and all these other programs and so forth that y'all listed here, and this is my last question too, by the way, is what do y'all use as your engines in terms of computations and bringing all this data together and processing? Where's this resident? Where does this reside?
Well, we have internal resources with respect to mapping and modeling.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we've spoken multiple times in the past about, utilizing TAC and other
Advanced computation.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I don't know off the top of my head if we utilize TAC currently for flood modeling, but we have a division in our agency, the Texas Geographic Information Office. They use LiDAR collection. They use other GIS data to enhance our maps, to enhance those models. But similar to the regional flood planning groups, should there be an opportunity to partner with resources to make those models, to make those maps more accurate, we are always willing to do so.
I appreciate it. And what have y'all done thus far to reach out to our state-owned assets for advanced computation?
Why did you take leaves?
Call
It's
up our
okay. You could
expert.
just send me an answer later on. I
And
appreciate it.
I think it's helpful for the committee to hear, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Manny?
Stay. Introduce yourself, and we'll make sure you fill out the card.
Yes, ma'am. For the
Thank
record,
you.
my name is Manuel Razo. I am the Assistant Director for the Flood Science and Community Assistance Division. So currently, all of our BLE models, once they're complete, we work with FEMA and the USGS to put them up on the EBFE viewer, and that's where they're stored. And so anybody has access to them that way. Our modeling is done in-house on local computers.
On local computers?
Yes, sir. We're working with the TAC and looking for ways to do more cloud computing to speed it up. One of the things that we're working on as well is with UT to do that, and then with the Corps to take our, to update the HEC-RAS software so that we can use parallel processing so that we can do it in the cloud. That's kind of our biggest hamper right now.
I appreciate it. I know we've been talking about this for a couple of years now. I just wish we could just move on and get on with it and use the resources that we have here in the state that our taxpayers have already paid for, especially when you're looking at modeling that is critical. You saw how fast this came to be. I'm sure that this is a key element that would, you know, as other people who have basically articulated, we can do better. So I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So real quick before we move on, there was a couple of things. So we'll have the modeler, Rice University, to your question about interaction with university systems. Rice is evidently one of the most renowned weather modelers. I did not know this stuff, but it has come to my attention. They will be there. The Mesonettes feed the data. They're the input source. So that'll be an interesting conversation because the modeling is where the rubber meets the road, right? So we'll have those. I want to go back to the board real quick. In your initial layout, if you laid it out, I apologize, but I think it's important before we move forward because ultimately the questions about money and how do people access money is going to become the deal. You have an eligibility requirement in just 10,000 foot view. My basic understanding is applicants are multiple criteria, but one is ability to pay, which is probably one of the biggest hurdles for determination of how much is either grant or how much is zero interest loans or whatever vehicle. Is that a 70-30 max? Is that what I understand? Generally speaking, Brian? Eligibility for funding
Yes.
and what is the max the
Yes.
state would be under the fifth, and it's based on ability to pay for just generally the hurdle that determines what is grant and what is low interest loans.
So the different categories, whether it's an evaluation or a study project, that is typically the larger scale construction projects or strategy, those grant ranges can vary. Marvin, can you remind us of the grant percentages for those various categories?
Yes, sir. Marvin Cole Cheney, Director of Program Administration and Reporting Division. The maximum levels for those goes up to 60% based on annual median household income and up to 70% overall.
Okay. So, and that's going to be critical because the locals, I think, have got some things that they'd like to address with that. But basically, the state match is up to maximum of 70 or 60, depending on type of programs. It's judged on the median household income or average. What is it, median household income?
Median household income is the
of
primary.
that region, of that area, okay?
So, Senator, if I
Yes,
will, there's three factors that go into your grant percentage or an applicant's grant percentage. AMHI, annual median household income. We look at the statewide average, and then we have a tiered system. If you're 85%, you get a certain amount of grant. But the lower you go with respect to the statewide AMHI, the more grant an entity is eligible for. They can get additional grant money if they're rural, and that's per statute. And then they can also get additional grant eligibility if there's a green or nature-based component to the project. That's based on not only the definition of flood projects in statute, but also all of these factors and how we weighted those were fully informed by all of the public comment we got. But it's very important to remember that the grant component is only part of the financial assistance we offer. Under the Flood Infrastructure Fund, we offer 100% financial assistance to all projects. You get a component of grant money, but the remainder, up to the full cost of your project, is 0% loan. And this can be up to a 30-year loan. And so the rationale behind doing that is flood projects, unlike water projects or wastewater projects, do not typically have a revenue stream associated with them. If you build a water project, you can count on revenue that can be used to repay a loan. Similarly for a water or wastewater project. Flood projects, unless there's a water supply component, very few of which actually have that component, there's no associated revenue. So as we were building this program out, we heard time and again, kind of based on statute and ability to repay a loan, but also don't forget, these projects don't have a revenue. And so our board at the time and our subsequent boards have continued to offer 0% financing for the full cost of the project.
Yeah, and I'm always amazed that when you go back through and it's a rehash of things I knew or know or forget, but the thought that was put into how these programs work and the justification for a 0% interest loan. I will also follow up that earlier there was a conversation with one of the panels regarding mitigation money at the Texas level. And as I said earlier, prevention is the best course for mitigation. But that said, Texas does provide funding through FIF and other programs. You went through a couple of other venues of other programs, if they don't fit into the FIF today, of helping communities get there. I want to clear the air on one other issue that's specific to this region. My basic understanding is there had been a request or an application, basically through first phase, I believe, requesting gauges or other systems, some other function of gauge in the region, and that based on the criteria of ability to pay and the grant components, there was a $1 million proposition, or I guess extension to that particular area, and 5% of it, or $50,000, was going to be the grant portion, but the $950 would have been a 30-year loan. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, the application you're speaking of is the Upper Guadalupe River Authority. I believe they're on your next panel. And I'm happy to rejoin when they're testifying,
Sure.
if that would be helpful. They did. They have an early warning system for Kerr County in the state flood plan. They applied for $1 million of financial assistance for that project. We're offered, based on the criteria, 5% grant, and the remainder, which would have been $950,000, 0% loan, up to 30 years.
Okay, and I just want to clear the air because there's a lot of information in media and outlets, and again, we're not here to assess why or why nots. I wanted to clear the air that the project was fully granted. It did have a $50,000 grant component to it. With that, Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to ask, through folks, did the Texas Water Development Board have any direct activity, direct role in this, in the pre-flood or the flood? Or is the Texas Water Development Board more about just the local municipalities engaging in the programs or funding?
So we provide science and planning efforts.
So
we have-
did you, in this case, did you provide the science regarding the weather pattern, something to do with the weather pattern or early warning? I'm trying to just clearly just understand specifically what the Water Development Board had a role in for this flood.
So we're a resource. We put out data, mapping.
Yes, I can appreciate that, we talked about that, but I mean specifically for this flood, did
No,
you
ma'am.
find anything new and forward it to National Weather Service?
We are not,
NOAA?
we're not actively involved in emergency response.
Okay.
But National Weather Service, emergency responders can access the data that we put online.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. I have just two quick questions for you. One on the National Flood Insurance Program. I noticed that there's some counties that don't participate in that. What's the process for a county to participate, and is it excessively expensive to participate in that?
So generally speaking, if we'd like more granular data, we do have an expert here. Generally speaking, the NFIP program sets standards, building standards, and local regulations that must be adopted by local communities. That could be a county, a city, et cetera. Building codes, that kind of thing. Elevation requirements if you're in the floodplain. If communities reach compliance, then they have access to the NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, low-cost flood insurance for homeowners. We assist communities that want to become compliant. And post-event, we provide assistance to committees through our Community Assistance Program to ensure that as they recover, as they rebuild from an event, they're doing so in compliance with NFIP. What you would not want to have a community do understandably being quick to respond to event, you would not want communities to potentially jeopardize their NFIP compliance. If you're not NFIP compliant, you not only can't qualify for that flood insurance and, of course, have your constituents paid those flood claims, but you also jeopardize the flood mitigation assistance grants that I spoke about earlier.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that answer.
Yes, sir.
One more, this is for any of y'all or your team. Since we're talking infrastructure here, if we're looking at the North Fork and the South Fork of the Guadalupe River, which I'll also ask the next panel, if you had like a series of small-scale static diversion dams, do you think that would have delayed what had happened in the area where they could evacuate people in time, or do you think that it would actually have minimized the flooding in this situation?
I don't think we can speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, no, I was just going to say, I just don't think we know enough to speak to it. But we can talk internally and see, but at this point, I don't think we can speak to it.
Okay, that'll work.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot, appreciate it.
Just to add to that, the dam safety is more the purview of the Commission on Environmental Quality. The Soil Board does earth and ag USDA type dams. And so back to some of the recommendations that are in the state flood plan, looking at dam safety, levee safety programs, I think would be worth the committee's time. And we're happy to help with point you in the right direction or provide whatever resources we have in that.
Yeah, because I would think that would require a good deal of engineering and hydrology modeling.
Yep.
Right, using worst case conditions, and we just aren't prepared to give
Yep,
feedback
no problem.
on
I
that.
just wanted to see. All right,
Thank
thanks
you.
a lot, appreciate it.
Before I move, I'm sorry I'm going to interject here again. Very seldom do I get 18 members in a room that probably may be the first exposure to the water world. And your question, Representative Verdell, goes to one of my many hills to climb, no pun intended. We have about 2,200 earthen dams in this state. Their primary purpose is to divert water when flooding events occurs away from
possible loss of life or property. They're very much not understood. The jurisdiction who's responsible for them is always a challenge, and the funding to effectively go after them. But if you hear the term high hazard dams, which means every day because a population came into a certain area, the dam that once protected that group is now considered high hazard because there's population below it. But I'll just say, I hope if you don't gain anything through it, this is all coordinated. It all is stuff that we fund or try to argue for every session. But it does matter when you see these flood events occurs. If those earthen dams, I can use an example. Sonora, Texas flooded a few years back, wiped out about 100 homes. There's 13 of those earthen dams to the north where that rain came through, and had it not been for those, there wouldn't be a Sonora Caverns or Texas today. So they're important purposes, but they were handed to us by the Corps back in the 40s and 50s. They're our responsibility, and they're low priority because nobody sees them or understands them. But you raise a really valid question when it comes to dams. TCEQ is kind of the responsible party, I think, maybe not for keeping up with the inspections on those, but they're all driven from the ground up. I think TxDOT is responsible for bridges inspections around the state for the other bridges and some of the other things that are connected to all that. But all I say is it's a really interesting part of what we do, but probably one of the least understood of what we do when it comes to water and all of that facets of it. So, but that wouldn't be their expertise. But I encourage you, if you really want to learn, talk to a soil and water conservation guy and talk to the guys that inspect the dams and figure out what kind of conditions we're in. So thank you. Senator Bedencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on Representative Wilson's comments. I've got a map here that shows that the flood mapping and modeling for the Guadalupe River is completed. What does that mean?
Read.
So when I was previously answering, I mentioned when we started this process in 2019, 63 counties did not have anything, which would mean that that map that you're looking at will have a 63 county gap. As recently as late last year, we at the Texas Water Development Board completed base level engineering mapping. Those are approximate mapping, which are scientifically reasonably accurate and can be done very fast. So that's what we wanted to do. So we do have flood hazard information now for the entire state. Some part of the state, it's detailed mapping, like FEMA map. Some part of the state, it's just BLE.
Okay, now, I've got a section 11 says it's completed. Okay, that means I've got a base level map for the Guadalupe River, which is in this region, upper and lower, and it's completed. What does this model do?
That model shows you where the flood hazard area is in that region, including 1% and 0.2%.
Right, I understand the 100-year and 500-year translation. Now,
Yes.
have you taken this model and run it against the conditions that occurred on July the 4th?
We haven't run it against the condition, but we have compared. The model has already been run, and it shows us the extent of the flood hazard. I think that's what I was responding to. So we have that. Information about the flood that just happened is just coming out now. We do not have the clear picture yet. What we have is information from TDM. They gave us full access to their extent data, and we compared it against what we have, and they're fairly comparable. And we can share that information with you.
I would believe it's fairly comparable, and I believe you could be able to at least take an approximate estimate. See, here's my question. The state of Texas has mapping,
We do.
all right? We have a model, a base level model.
We
okay?
do.
And you've run the model.
We
Now,
have.
from his earlier comments, I detect that there is a lack of computing horsepower to be able to run this stuff in parallel and do it quickly. Is that true?
It's not the computing power. Right now it's the software. We use HECRAS, which is available to everybody. We're working with the Corps to make it to where you can run it on multiple cores. And so Yes, and currently we're working with our contractors to take the new model that FEMA has developed and run the rainfall on it to determine what the flood extents
So
were.
you have an archaic code base that runs slowly, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir, in a roundabout way.
No, I'm trying to,
Yes.
listen, we've got 18 members here, we don't have time to
The-
go roundabout.
we're-
Just say
it runs-
exactly what the answer is, please.
It runs, but it takes a couple of hours to run.
All right, now, I would think given the fact that we had 135 or now 137 people lost, that we would have taken a shot at running the model to see if the model actually can replicate the conditions that we saw on July 4th. And if you haven't, I would expect you to do it immediately.
We're working on that as we speak.
Okay, because this is going to be the first question that I'm going to ask is if you have a base level model and we have an event and we've spent time developing it, I want to understand what it shows, and the faster the better. Can we have a response by next week or not? Give me a timeline that you can give me a model run on this.
We can probably get you a map by next week showing the flood extents.
Right,
of
and I
the rain.
understand that you're going to have to run some comparables, and you're using some estimated data that TDM gave you. I'm not asking for 100%, accuracy, but if we're investing in this, we're coming to hearings with this, we've got a map that shows we've got a completed base level model, I would have expected that we've already run it against the conditions that occurred. Because otherwise, why are we investing in this?
I do have one question just to follow up, just to clarify. Do we have all of the information? You mentioned that we're getting data from TDM and others. Do we have all of the information to run the model at this point?
I think that is a Manny question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Comparing the planning level data to what TDM gave us.
Okay. We'll work on it.
That's, okay, well, I would have loved to have heard we've done it, but in absence of that, obviously, we're going to have to work on it. Now, when I look over these other technology pieces that you've got, this Mesonet system looks like it's a series of anemometers and rain gauges that are tied with some type of reporting package. Is there a SCADA system behind this somewhere where you're collecting the data?
So TexMesonet stations, both ours and then our cooperating partners, all feed into the texmesonet.org viewer. And SCADA systems, entities, they can access all that data for their purposes.
Okay, well, the SCADA system is supervisory control and data acquisition. It's a term about where that data is fed into. So I'm trying to understand, is there a central, SCADA system or some other? I see you've got views and people can see your data, because the term you used was that the National Weather Service can view your data. I'm trying to find out if there's anybody processing it, storing it, or looking at it as a control system, like input. I'm trying to figure out what your technology is.
Yeah, take my spot. Please state your name and we'll make sure she fills out a card.
Good afternoon. I'm Carly Guthrie with the Texas Water Development Board, and I will do my best to answer your question.
Thank you, Carly.
Carla.
Carla.
So our TexMesonet system uses the AT&T FirstNet system that was mentioned earlier to retrieve the data from the stations. That data comes into our TWDB systems. It also reports to the Synoptic Public Benefit Corporation, which is a vendor of the National Mesonet program. And so our data comes into those two places. It's accessible from the Synoptic system. It's also accessible from our internal TWDB systems.
Okay, but you're not using this data then for any feedback to the model, or there's no interoperability connection between the Mesonet system and the math models we're just talking about?
So I'm not as familiar with the BLE models. The BLE models are more of a planning model, I would say, as opposed to a forecasting model.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to say you've got data collection ongoing that could be put into trends or blocks of data that can be used to be able to test the model and that you're trying to run your base engine level model. That's what I'm trying to understand. Are we using our own data to test our own model?
Yes, sir. As mentioned earlier, we have a 5-year cycle to refresh BLE throughout the state. And so as additional events happen and data is collected, that will help enhance models going forward.
Okay, well, given the severity of the disaster and the loss of life, I think we should use a little more alacrity in this area and speed that up.
Yes, sir.
Executive
Absolutely.
Director. Now, I want to go, and I'll use just a little bit more time. You open with what I think is the obvious, and Representative Wilson is actually looking at a prior event. But the closest analog I think we've got to this situation is the 2015 Memorial Day Wimberley flood.
Correct.
What did we learn from that? What did the water board learn from that? What are the lessons learned that you teach people that come in to the water board about that storm?
So from the 2015 storm, we learned that we were lacking in stream gauging in important watersheds. So we added stream gauges to the Wimberley Blanco River watershed, followed that with some stream gauges that were flood hardened, I should add, to the Guadalupe River Basin. And then in addition to that, we conducted a study that allowed for us to identify, I believe, 42 stations or locations throughout the state that were also in need of stream gauging. And we have worked since that time to build out a network of the flood gauges that was mentioned earlier. So
Did you all
that's
not also supply a set of towers for this too as well?
correct. So that was part of it. That's the stream gauging. That's
Okay.
one component. And we continued working on that. I would say what I've learned from this current flood event is that we probably need to do another assessment of critical gaps in our gauging network. So that's
exactly,
gauging.
Carla, where I'm going, but,
Okay.
but I appreciate the honesty in asking the question in advance.
So, and then the network that you're referring to, the towers, I think you're referring to our meteorological towers. So following the 2015 floods, we were given funding to start a text mesonet program, and that's what we've been working on since then. So the initial stages were installing stations across the state. We're now at 118, well, 120 installed, 118 delivering data. And then we've been working to build the viewer that you referenced, and then we are now in a phase where we're starting to be able to work on building products, data products. So we are
Right, and
still
so,
in the
infancy-
building phase of that program.
Infancy of that program. I think it's very important because if we're having these ongoing expenditures and we're going through these type of disasters, then we need to be able to make sure that our base level models actually engage and operate to where we can use a recent event to actually back check those. In addition, these data products are really important because otherwise we have collected data and we're not using it in any type of feedback loop. We've got literally no ability to make sure that the data we're using actually helps us learn for the next storm, or much less use it as a package to try to help us look at a model to make sure all of this activity has some type of interrelated activity. Senator, and Representative Wilson, what was the other storm you were worried about?
1987.
1987. Do you have any lessons learned? Is that too far back in the past?
Too far back.
Then you can, as he would say, send him a letter, because he's very good at that, asking that. I think it's very important, Mr. Chairman, members, that that we understand exactly what was being presented and what it means. Because we have some of the foundational blocks that are maybe potentially there, but if we can't run a model in less than a month after a major event, I wouldn't consider that to be a success. In fact, I would consider it to be a failure.
Senator, we understand, and in my layman's view of it, in listening to the discussion, we want to take the actual data that we have to calibrate the models, and we want to do that as soon as possible. We understand.
Okay.
And we'll get on it.
Good.
Thank
because
you.
it's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you all very much for being here today. I just have a couple of quick questions. So when you do your flood impact studies, and I assume you gather a lot of the historical conditions that have and impacts that it's had, do you work in partnership with the local jurisdictions? So that way local officials are involved in shaping those assessments, or is it just mainly, you know, they can ask for them, or are you working with them to see how it's impacted within their communities?
So through the FIF, we fund regional studies, impact studies. And so those are typically done in the region, typically collaborative efforts. With respect to FIF funding, prior to the state flood plan, we required an MOU so that any study, project, strategy was done in coordination with all of the local partners. And so those studies, we don't conduct those studies. We typically fund those studies, and then those studies are used for their planning with respect to projects and other strategies that they can employ for, again, to address flood risk.
So are you gathering data from any of the flooding events or the impacts across the state within communities? Do you gather that data and then have it mapped out? Because, you know, as per what Senator Betancourt was talking about, in the mapping, how do the locals kind of gather that information on the impacts of their communities? I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around that, because if you're mapping it, then you are obtaining a lot of the data from flooding events, from the rise in water, and the impacts it has across that community. So are locals privy to that information, or those additional studies that have to be funded? How does that work? And I'm just trying to figure that out because of the fact that if you have communities that have flooded over time, of course, they're going to want to know what the impacts are within their cities so that they could prepare with infrastructure in the future. And so is that mapping part of that, or how does that work?
So there are data gaps. Some areas have models, or some areas have conducted studies, and so they have identified projects that they need. All of our mapping and modeling capability is available to the regional flood planning groups, to communities that participate in that process. But as data is collected, it simply makes that data set, those models, those maps, more robust, more current. And if there's any more granular information that Reem, Marvin, or anyone behind me needs to provide, they're welcome to step up.
I need to reset just real quick. And again, if I'm not speaking your language, please correct. The Water Development Board's role in the way the state sets up the floodplain and the water supply plan, for that matter. Prior to 19, flood planning was left up to every division on its own. No, the typical flood planning was modeled as, I got a flood, if I can move it to my neighbor next door, my problem's solved, I'm not worried about it. We forced it to a watershed planning under the flood plan, as it should have been all along. Set that aside. The primary Water Development Board's role is to bank and finance requests. In that process, because it's a ground up, they collect and assimilate data and put it into the finance model as well as the flood plan. They don't, this is where I'm maybe a little far out on a limb, to my knowledge, they're not known for weather pattern modeling nor interpretation as to what a weather event might do based on that. That has been left up to regional planning and other resources. Now, that said, we spent $100 million or so on LIDAR.
Yes, sir.
And other things, and we have provided resources, specifically, I think, Houston Flood Control, and even at the Water Development Board. You can go in there and put in parameters. If I get a 3-inch rain at this spot, how many lives and what property damage is going to occur? So when I say their primary role is finance and assimilation of data to build a plan from ground up from regional resources, it's not that they don't have tools that are available to all regional flood planning groups, but their primary role is assimilation and feeding it into the plan, not taking a deep dive step back and modeling, although I think we are doing some of that to try to be a little more proactive. Eventually, this thing will land. It is at the start where the mesonet and other resources for atmospheric goes, and then it goes to already 100 different modeling, private and public, national and state and local, that are changing these patterns and models minute by minute by minute based on those inputs. And it's those weather models. Now, if we're asking the Water Board to expand their role going forward into more of a predictive, forecasted, weather-based resource in addition to assembling and putting it into the flood plan, correct me if I'm wrong, would that not be a new mission?
That would be a new mission.
Thank you. So I'm just redirecting the conversation back to what their primary role and purpose is. It's assimilation from the ground up based on those guys doing their homework and putting into a presentation so we as legislatures know what areas are covered or not covered. I don't know if that helps.
It does, but I guess I don't want to talk about weather patterns, and it's not so much about weather patterns, it's more of gathering the data of what has occurred. So if we had a flooding, how many inches of flooding, what areas were the impact? Because if we're doing mapping, like Senator Betancourt was talking about, is that based on historical data?
So the BLE is, as I said, more of a planning document and not a forecasting model. The BLE is internal to map hazard areas. It's updated every 5 years, and in that vein, as we have these data sets that build better data for a hazard review, if you will, to see if that area is more prone to hazard than it was 5 years earlier, then I believe that's where their role is. Is that kind of where that comes in?
I'll point you back to a previous slide in our presentation. It was early, slide 6. That foundational, those kind of 3 pillars, mapping, you can think of that as including science, including data collection with respect to events. The better that science, the better that data, the better that collected data informs models going forward. That subsequently informs our planning process that we support those regional planning groups, which then identifies, again, these solutions and that's the mitigation column. That's where we can come in. Once that planning process has identified those local needs, then they can apply to us for financing.
But I think to make the distinction that what is being discussed here, here, and here, it's the use of the data. You are not a forecaster.
No,
Correct.
You are a planner. And clearly, if you have better updated flood information from a previous event, it will be incorporated from the regionals up into that. But that didn't change your role. You are going to incorporate it into the flood map, which may be a more extensive hazard presentation than previous map, because you now have better data that says this area flooded drastically.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to include that. But what I'm hearing here is the role of the board is to take that data and become a forecaster of things that we can subset. So I had a historical flood in '87, and now I see this event, and I look for similarities, and I'm going to be, as the board, telling people, based on those similarities, we might want to consider a forecast. That is for other people. That's not the flood plan. The flood plan is more set periods in time. The other window is meteorologists and experts along the way are going to be doing that. I have already said, I want to know what was identical to '87 and what was identical today, and I'm told the gauges were reading pretty deadgum similar, and I want to know what the airflow was, and I want to know what the ground moisture was, so that the next time those things start time to come together, that maybe we can say, King's X, the NOAA, and anybody else willing to give a warning here says, last time this thing happened, we had a 30-foot wall of water come down the Guadalupe. But it's not the board's responsibility to be that initiative of forecast. Back to you, I'm sorry. I just felt like we're kind of moving off base there.
Are you done with your questions? Okay, he's done.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
may I engage
You-
with the...
Certainly. Anytime.
And engage is inappropriate.
No, it's
Rather
not.
discuss.
No,
I
talk.
appreciate the
Yeah.
clarity on the road piece because it is. And in terms of my line of questioning is that, your plans are only as good as the data. And while we put together these models, who are they really informing? In other words, is their data actually being pulled? Is it actually relevant? And I understand also, and I haven't gotten a recent update on this, but I do understand that we had, at one point in time, just a couple of years ago, 50-plus years of data that was analog.
Hey, Colonel, pull your mic a little closer because we're being recorded.
I don't think, is it turned up?
It-
I don't think it's turned up. Just because it's
Hey,
green.
here it is, man. There you go.
All right, now I'm turned on.
There we go.
So we have 50-plus years of data that still needs to be placed within this engine. However, whatever that engine is extremely relevant in term, is it adequate in its processing capability? And when I look at what this legislature, what the state of Texas has put into advanced computation and so forth like that, I don't feel as if that we're leveraging everything we possibly could out there. Secondly, I would also say that there is a lot of resident knowledge within our public universities. And frankly, I firmly believe that if we asked them to come to the table, we would advance this backlog of data and probably better posture our advanced computation that we've already invested in to basically get to some modeling and data that entities out there, well, it would be the golden source for which everybody would want to come to. However, we seem to be in a pattern, both in local government and state government, where we want to contract everything. I know, I've seen it on the Fed side in the Department of Defense. We love to contract stuff. But we've learned and we've invested in terms of that computation, that skill set, uniformed scientists, all those sorts of things to be able to get to where we have confidence and resilience in that data that is provided for deliberate decision-making, right down to what are we going to invest in infrastructure. It informs that as well and helps us prioritize that. And I'll shut up. But thank you for the conversation in terms of
I want to be
roles.
clear, I don't disagree with anything you have said. Where I didn't want to go is running at an agency that their primary
It's not their
role is
responsibility.
data assimilation.
No, thank you.
And to build a plan from that. With respect to the university inputs, I would just say, next session, I don't know that it's statutory. I think it is. Those were 12 different specific inclusions. If you want to add universities to that list, it'll be an easy add. You're not going to get any pushback. That will make sure anybody participating in the flood planning process now would know universities are an option. And as far as supercomputing goes, anything we can do faster, better is a good thing. But I just want to make sure they are not weather forecasters.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my comments are directed to following Representative Wilson's, that if we have a base level mapping system and we have an event and we hear that there is issues like they've got a computational problem, but it's based on old source code that they need to replace so they can run these better, faster, quicker, and we can take the data that we already know that TDM's provided. We should be able to run one of these to back check their, basically validate their model. And I hope that we should be able to do that within a month from an event like this. So I'm not asking for them to be weather forecasters, but I think it's incumbent upon the agency involved, if they have a base level mapping system, that they run it and be able to and use the new data from the disaster to validate it. Because I don't want to turn them into weather forecasters, but I want to know that what we're spending time and money on is actually producing a result that can be used for whether it's financial planning, pick a number, and that's what I think I hear today that we have a problem with, and we just need to get on with it. And if we need those resources, we need to know what they are.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, if I may, you are correct. We are a planning agency. We develop science. Flood was new in the last recent years. The staff developed the base level engineering because they saw there were big gaps for, I think it's 63 counties, and so that was the initial effort. But we agree that we want the best science available for the state of Texas, bottom line. And I understand from an engineering standpoint how we want to take, in all models, you want to calibrate them. You want to make sure that they are as close to real life conditions as possible. Also with models, you understand that they're only as good as their assumptions, and there can be new events that change those assumptions, which we may see with this event. But our three pillars, our three buckets are science, planning, and funding. And so we want to have the best science available to inform those other pieces. The question over there about if a flood happens at the local level, I think that's one of the beautiful parts of the regional planning process, because they know those things and they feed that data. If we have data, if they have data, we feed it into the regional planning process. And I think it's another important point that it's an adaptive management process, right? Things don't get stale. 5 years is a long time, but it could be 10, it could be 20, it could be 30. So really, they never stop working. They're working now. We just approved the state flood plan last year, but they're working now. They never stop working. So for me, I understand. We want the best data possible. We thought we were doing a great thing by trying to fill the gap as much as possible, because there were many holes in the FEMA process. I'm not passing judgment. I'm just saying there were holes, and our staff, brand new staff, hired them from the ground up, tried to fill those gaps as quickly as possible so we can meet the statutory deadline. But in response to your comments and the committee's comments, we're going to go back and try to calibrate the model as quickly as we can. Now, he said a week. I don't know in computer time, I don't know how fast the molecules, not molecules, but the nanos process. But we're gonna put our effort into it to meeting that requirement. But we are only a planning agency. We're not a forecasting agency. We're not an emergency response agency. We're a planning agency, and we value working with the local entities on the process for science planning and funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're good, and I appreciate that. We're going to move on real quick. I would encourage members that want a granular level of a distinction from the BLE and its purpose and how data is assembled and from what source and what component, because it's many facets, not just, it's not a real-time weather model. That's not what it was meant to be. So I would encourage you guys to get with them and try to figure out if there's not a better way to get exactly. My fear is we're going to plug in a recent event that the model wasn't intended to compensate and get a false read. But that's my experience with the BLE. I would ask you to go forward. With that, Chairman Swertner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding one of your core functions of the Water Development Board of Funding, I believe someone mentioned earlier about Kerr County and their request for funding regarding the early warning system. 1 million total, I believe, was asked for.
Yes, sir. Upper Guadalupe River Authority requested.
Upper Guadalupe River Authority asked for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And of that 1 million, what was offered was a $50,000 grant, and the other amount, $950,000, at a 30-year, 0% interest.
That's correct.
Okay. And when was that asked for or submitted as an application to the Water Development Board?
Was it April of 2024, Marvin?
That's correct. Yeah,
April of 2024. Do y'all receive notification back after granting a request that they have chosen not to proceed based on?
Yes, that was in October of 24.
Okay, October of 24. So they did give correspondence back that they chose not to avail themselves of the loan or the $50,000 grant.
Yes, sir. We sent them an invitation letter, and in response to that letter, attached to that is what's called an intent to apply form. And that's what anyone who receives an invitation letter responds to us with, either yes or no. And that was submitted in October.
In this upper Guadalupe River Authority area, would it have been for sirens, I assume, or some other early warning system? Gauges, or what do we know
It
about
just
what they
said
actually?
early, it just said flood early warning system.
Okay, so-
Marvin, anything else to add? That's what we have, flood warning system, early
So-
warning system.
So potentially gauges and/or sirens, we don't know.
I
It
don't
wasn't
think
in
we
the
know.
application.
Correct, yeah, we didn't have that specific information with the bridge
So they just, $1 million or something was what they got applied for?
Well, no, it's two parts. They submit an abbreviated application,
Right.
and which is the basics, that keeps communities from spending a ton of money at that point in the process. And then when they're invited in, they would submit the full application, which would be more details.
Okay. Well, it's good that we have in place grants and then also essentially zero interest loan programs. Still doesn't go back to my initial concern of, even if we had sirens along the entire river basin, still needs someone to activate those, someone to call the shot and to actually do the work regarding leading in an immediate time frame when it comes to an emergency that needs to be acted upon. So, thank you.
Senator, I do have a few details with respect to that request. It was based on a study, a preliminary engineering study from 2016 that GGRA performed with the city of Kerrville and Kerr County. That proposed the installation of high water detection systems at 10 low water crossings within Kerr County. Had a master gauging station at each site, which would then transmit coded signal to an advanced warning system remote station. Signal then transmitted to a radio tower, converts the data to local, so that local agencies can collect and process that information. It does send that information then to local emergency management agencies and integrate it into a web-based platform. They had a model, bearflood.org, that they were going to use for their web-based platform. And then there was some ability within the system to manually change the flood status at the low water crossings, presumably to have kind of an analog check and balance. It included road closures, alert motorists to flooded water, low crossings. So sounds like a fairly comprehensive.
Robust, yeah.
Yeah.
Still, you gotta act on it. And, you know,
Yes, sir.
in medicine, we collect a lot of information at times, and as a surgeon, sometimes if you don't want to know something, don't order a lab, right? Greg's not here. He'd kind of agree with me. Sometimes we over-order things and then you chase it. But in this case, if you're gonna collect data, in this case, early warning systems, and we're thinking as a body here of doing all this work, there has to be some streamlining or some re-emphasis on the communication action on the part of those people entrusted with acting on the people's safety and welfare. That's the key, I think, in this issue is making sure that timely action is taken with the information given and decisions are made.
Speaker Moody.
Thank you very much. Actually, kind of pivoting off this specific example, and I just want to drill down into it because I just don't know. We talked about earlier, I think, when Chairman Perry was asking questions about the percentages.
Yes, sir.
It was 60-40, 70-30 in different circumstances. Those were kind of the upper bounds of how that could be shared and based on, was it median household income? I understand the philosophy of tying that to something, right? That you have a lower median income, household income in an area, probably less ability to afford the infrastructure, and so you skew up to the top. And in areas where you have a higher median income, right, you skew down, and then you invite people in to participate in that. Where do those boundaries come from, and where did that come from? Like, why did we gauge it off of that marker, and where did the percentage boundaries come from?
So I'll start, and Marvin will probably add some detail. We started with statute. We have the ability to grant money in the FIF based on essentially 3 categories: an ability to repay a loan, rural, and if you're the project is accessing federal funds, if it's pulling down federal funds. And then the stakeholder process that we went through, again, it was, since we were building flood, the planning and financial mitigation program from the ground up, we did extensive outreach, 14 flood workshops throughout the state, online submissions, you name it, online meetings for people who couldn't travel. Looking at our other programs for that consistency element, the annual median household income was seen as kind of the basis upon which to build that kind of grant matrix, if you will, with additional grant eligibility if you're rural. This program, again, considering that there's typically not a revenue stream associated with projects, we have the ability to subsidize loans in this program, and that's where the 0% came in. This program offers, with respect to AMHI, typically in our programs, 75% AMHI is the cutoff. That's what we use as a benchmark to determine disadvantaged status. And if you're disadvantaged community, that's where you're going to start accessing grant money, principal forgiveness, what you can commonly refer to as free money. In this program, considering those other factors, again, a big driver was the lack of a revenue stream. That threshold was raised to 85%. And it's a kind of a tiered matrix at or below 85% AMHI, 30% grant, 75%, 40, 65, 50, 50, 60. And so it continues to kind of enhance the grant percentage based on, again, primarily ability to repay with an additional grant for rural or nature-based. Does that help?
It does. It helps a lot, and I appreciate that because it's important, right? This is a construct in place that I think we can all sit here and go, makes sense. Makes sense, right? There's limited resources available. You're trying to gauge off of what locals are able to contribute. And so an application comes in, there's a matrix, you dump that data into the matrix, it comes back with 50,000, 950,000 on the 0% interest for 30 years. That's how it pops out. My question is it something that we need to reevaluate? And as you know, I mean, natural disasters know no income stream. I'm not saying it's not a philosophically sound way to do it. This is not a criticism. It makes sense to me.
Yes, sir.
In a lot of funding streams that we utilize, we look at LMI, we look at disadvantaged areas, we look at rural areas because of their ability to pay. And I think those are good metrics to use. But if we want to prioritize, because what I see, and I appreciate the presentation because I'm a visual learner, and so the maps were very helpful for me. And so understanding that you're data gathering, understanding what these zones are, and then that informs what types of projects can fill these areas, and that's where the funding mission comes in. My question is, if we're doing all this work, to Senator Betancourt's point, to put all this stuff in place to identify projects, then, if we feel like this is something that's worthwhile, and I would think everybody here would think it is, do we need to reevaluate how we deploy those funds? Because I want to efficiently deploy those funds so that we can mitigate or avoid disasters. And there's some things that you can't avoid every disaster. You can't. It's not possible. But we certainly can do better. And so this is not a critique of the system. This is a system that makes sense. But is this an opportunity for us to reevaluate how we do that? Now, that also probably creates an obligation to say, okay, well, we need to figure out how to increase that funding stream then.
Absolutely.
Because if you're let's shrink that gap between, if the grant's so small and the loan is, even though it's 30%, 30 years, 0%, which is pretty good as far as I'm concerned, is there a way to, let's figure out how to prioritize and push those numbers closer together, because then you're able to deploy in a county like Kerr, maybe that's an invitation they accept because it looks different, because the matrix is different. We're looking at end results, but we got to look at where we put the data, where we input the data into. And again, like I said, not a critique. This is an opportunity for us to look at the systems we have in place. And if we have the power to unleash the potential of the state through these funding or the way we fund these projects, then I think that's a worthwhile part of this conversation. And so I think the mission that you all have is an important one, and you're piecing everything together, but ultimately we need to deploy the resources more effectively, more efficiently, and that's not a criticism of the agency. This is maybe just an opportunity for us to rethink how we do this and how we deploy. And so I'd invite that conversation too. As I stated to some of the folks on the last panel, I would like you to look at, I'll call it red tape or bureaucracy in terms of inefficiency in deploying funds out. Right? We have these projects, we have these ideas, we have these plans, and they are fantastic. And there are ways that we can do really well for some of these communities and partner with them. What are we doing to get in the way of you doing that more efficiently? And that's an answer that I think that would be great to have, not just in the next 30 days, but looking forward.
Yes, sir.
So thank you so much.
I'd like to respond a little bit to your first comments. Not only can we do better, we will do better. The Water Development Board is very proud of the work that we do to support communities throughout the state in water, wastewater, and flood. We provide incentive capital. Unfortunately, we have a limited amount of capital. And so we work very hard to try to incentivize as many projects, the realization of as many projects. If we over-incentivize, we're going to run out of capital and only realize a few projects. And that is an iterative process to find what I'll commonly refer to as the sweet spot. But just like the recent events, the data that's collected that will enhance our modeling capability in the future, these lessons that we're learning now, only the second round of FIF will inform next rounds. So we will do better. And in fact, Chairwoman Stepney and Director Tanya Miller, we only have 2 board members right now. They've already charged us, looking ahead to the 3rd round of FIF applications and getting money out. They've already charged us. They've already provided us with those potential enhancements. And again, going back to our tried and true approach of engaging stakeholders and making sure that we're on course, that process will involve considerable outreach and input from the people who need this help. So I assure you we will do that.
Sorry, and let me be clear. I have seen the work that the agency has done out in a district like mine.
Yes, sir.
Which has some communities that didn't have that infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
And were historically very, very poor.
Yes, sir.
And the life-changing infrastructure that this agency has put in place in communities like that, in Westway and in Vinton and Conotillo in my area, like life-changing.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you.
so I get it, and I understand that it comes down to what are we willing to put into this to solve these issues. And if we think it's a priority and it's important, then let's figure out how to do it. And that unlocks the potential for you to do more things quicker, faster, right? All those great projects that you're doing, it can unlock that potential. And that's what, honestly, that's what the people that we represent, they demand. These are their taxpayer dollars.
Absolutely.
The basic infrastructure needs that you all meet across the state, and it's not just out in El Paso, it's everywhere. I've seen the mapping of that. And this is an opportunity for us to rethink how we deploy these resources. And I'm certainly grateful for the work that y'all do, and I think there's an opportunity for us to get you to do more.
Yes, sir.
And so I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just to kind of follow up real quick, I wish the public demanded that we spend the money on these things. What we have is a loud clamoring for other priorities that we seem to migrate to a lot quicker. So as these events occur, I'm reminded that we have priorities in the budget every session. And sometimes, just sometimes, we do the things we know we need to do in spite of the things that people want us to do.
But I will point out, I didn't raise the project that was before you from the River Authority in that area for any reason other than we had a project and funding. I can appreciate, and I think you'll hear, that their local people didn't want to sign up for a $30,000 a year payment for 30 years. So I've said it 100 times in different formats. We are a Walmart generation. 10 cents cheaper is always better. We've sold our soul to the devil, so to speak, in this country when we quit manufacturing our own stuff because we like the cheaper stuff. And now we have priorities that we have to answer to politically satisfy the appetite that's out there. But I honestly believe most of the people, they just think this stuff happens, that water will run from the tap, the pipes and the sewer lines will work, and the floods don't matter because we'll fix those too. But there's only one goose that lays the egg. So I'm just telling you, it's not as easy as it sounds. I will tell you, when the next water supply plan is updated in '27, combined with the flood and the leaky pipes and the supply plan, it will be a $200 billion price tag. It ain't getting any cheaper. So somewhere in this madness that we create these priorities of the budget, we got to take a deep step and do the fundamental infrastructure needs, or my grandkids, we're going to be in a third world country because the locals don't get to go out and raise things to cover the basic infrastructures either anymore. We just got to have a fundamental shift at where we're at as a society. Senator Kokors.
Thank you. Thank you for a great discussion here. Good to see you, Madam Chair, and for your staff.
Thank you.
Quick question. This is a map that y'all provided, the emergency preparedness projects in Flash Flood Alley. We've talked about river gauges, warning systems, the vernacular kind of changes. A couple of questions here. Let's just say that the $50,000 grant and the $950,000 balance of the warning system at 0% interest would have been funded in 2024, and let's just say hypothetically in place. Could your systems model the amount of rain that fell and the potential of the gauges being quick enough to warn downstream? And I'm going to just say this in a way that I've heard in 45 minutes, it was a 26-foot rise in the descriptions, that it was so fast and so unbelievable. And I've talked to people that have lived along that river for 50 plus years, 3 generations, that they saw water in their home that they had never seen in the 87 floods. Can your model tell us how quickly that could have, and not today, obviously, but do y'all have that capability, yes or no?
We do not have real-time modeling capability. I do not believe that that technology exists yet, but I do know that in partnership with universities, our TextGIO folks, they have some kind of iterative examples of what's coming. Can we take an event like that just happened and model that to better understand the impacts? Yes, but...
and I do like what Chairman Perry said, building upon Senator Betancourt, of this data that we need and the presence of certain atmospheric, but more importantly, like you said, ground absorption, other things that were going on at that point as compared to the 87. And I believe there was another on that river, 78, 1978, oh. Am I right on that? And we don't have that, so we have to build that.
Yes, ma'am.
And my next question would be, in this model of the flash flood alley, which we've heard very prevalently spoken to in media and in references. I'm not sure what constitutes that, and we won't go over that today because the day is getting long. But do we have the data on the floods concentrated in those counties, in that region? And let me say why I'm saying this. So the GBRA, one of the first phone calls I started making was about Senate District 18, how we're going to be downstream. And they're like, Canyon's going to catch it. Like Travis is going to catch it. Buchanan's going to catch it. And for example, I know BRA is about to testify, okay? When we have floods upstream, Lake Somerville's going to catch it. We know when we're going to have to release from that dam, And below Lake Somerville, for example, in Fort Bend County, which happened actually in, I think, 2015, 2016, and 2017, or 17, 18, and 16, 17, and 18, we knew when we were going to release that to say downstream, hey, Fort Bend County, you are going to flood because we're letting this water out, okay? In Flash Flood Alley, obviously, in this particular area, we didn't have that. There was not going to be a lake that was going to catch this. And so my question is, do we have the data on flash floods? I mean, truly the definition of flash floods. That means you got to move quickly. And I'm looking at these timelines, and I wish, like all get out, that at 1:16 a.m. when they issued that first warning, that everyone would have known and gotten out, because we probably had time. As that time crept closer to the 4 p.m. emergency, probably didn't have time for many people along that river. So I'm just looking for that data, because I'm going to Representative Moody's question of, we get to pull the levers on matches or not matches, or to say we're going to prioritize Flash Flood Alley because it's so quick. And we're going to hear from the river authorities. There are different amounts of flooding. I represent a lot of the coast. You do not represent Senator Blanco. We see hurricanes. We don't always know that Harvey is going to go from a 1 or 2, light 2 to a 4 in those last, 8 hours, 6 hours. But we have a little bit of warning. This was very difficult. So I kind of want to focus on flash flood, moments, seconds, the Wimberley flood. How many seconds did we have? Those minutes really matter.
So we do not have that type of data, or do we have the computing power, software, et cetera? But I believe next week at your hearing, you're going to hear about some of the data sets that are available, some innovative technology that is on the horizon or being developed, and how a more predictive modeling system can be developed to inform kind of what we help pay for through financial assistance, these early warning systems, so that they go off and alert populations effectively, timely, et cetera. The data that we collect, whether it's weather data, topographical data, whether it's historical flood data, that all feeds into the maps and models that we use to plan. So the better planning areas understand their topography. And granted, it's changing with developing areas. You're going from fields to strip malls, concrete, exactly. I'm from Houston. I'm well aware of that phenomenon. Yes, sir. And so that's the need to kind of continually refresh our BLE, our topographical data. Again, our weather data and that kind of historical flood event data, all that mapping and modeling informs the planning. Then the planning groups can understand, well, hey, if this happens again, here's what we need that we didn't know before an event like this happened that we might need. And so it is an iterative process, but that real-time emergency response type systems, that's unfortunately not something that we do, but some of our data, some of our science can help support those efforts that I believe are on the horizon, but I'm over my skis when I start talking about that.
And I think our river authorities, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman, can help us on that, and they're going to be up next. And
so here's what we're missing. We had 2 meteorologists supposed to be here this morning. Neither one of them were able to be here. Had we had those guys here, all of these conversations regarding modeling and forecasting with respect to prior historical data and where we can project from and looking at it real time, that's their wheelhouse. That's their bailiwick. They are running models today. Every meteorologist that you'll watch on your 10 o'clock news today are running 100 different models, European, state, area, and they're all trying to get to what they're going to be able to tell you what the temperature is going to be tomorrow. So this is not the Water Development Board. The BLE program is a 10,000-foot view for planning purposes to go into a water plan. They will not have that granularity. Now, that said, they may will Ouija board the input fields in a very gross, huge context and feed it in there and get a redone of a hazard map. But the meteorologists that we missed today, unfortunately, would have addressed 90% of the conversations that we're having as we speak.
Well, I appreciate that. And prevention is a focus. You know, we're doing after action prevention. How do we do that? On page 12 of yours, you have $54.5 billion.
Yes, ma'am.
The flood mitigation, Madam Chair, project, 615, 49 billion. I want to make sure I heard what you said. 24 billion of that is the
Galveston project.
Okay, that's the what do we
Ike
call
Dike
it?
Coastal
Ike Dike,
Spine.
The Ike Dike. Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, you talk about 2,200 dams, earthen dams. I'm on water, agriculture, and rural affairs, and I've heard you talk about this for about a decade now. Those 2,200 dams are not included in the.
They're not part of the flood
Okay,
plan.
I just wanted to
They're
clarify
not.
that.
Let me
Yep.
back up. I can't tell you if on a regional plan where those dams are an integral part, they're not a consideration that we divert water through those, therefore we plan our regional plan differently. But they're not part of the water development boards. They don't specifically identify.
I wanted to
them.
make sure I understood that
That's
they
correct.
weren't in the.
They're part of the
what is it?
regional planning groups.
25 billion, 49 billion minus the 24 billion for the Ike.
No, that
Thank you,
cost
Mr.
was
Chairman.
$2 billion.
$2 billion?
$2 billion to do the, actually,
Smaller
that's what it
price
was
tag
10
than
years ago.
these. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Johnson? Nope,
Sorry,
you're,
no.
are you done? Okay, looks like that's it.
All right, panel, you've survived.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much to both committees.
We thank you guys for what you're doing, for being here. We're better for it. Your work's gonna get busier.
Yes, sir. Thank you very
Don't
much,
get bored.
members.
Chair calls up, fourth panel. We have two panels left. There are the river authorities. We split it up for seating. For the first half of the fourth panel, Chair calls Tara Bushnell, Upper Guadalupe River Authority, Darrell Nichols with the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority, and we'll reserve the last panel for three other river authorities. So Tara Bushnell and Darrell Nichols. Such an ass, but I can't keep that conversation going on that we can't have the answers to. And we're not gonna get the answers from plugging in data that doesn't exist for input. State your name and who you're with, and tell us what you think is pertinent to what we need to know, and I'm sure you'll garner questions. Let's go, ladies first.
Good afternoon, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, members of the committee. I'm Tara Bushnell, and I'm the General Manager of the Upper Guadalupe River Authority, and it's an honor to be here to speak with y'all today. Our board and staff are all members of the community of Kerr County, and our hearts are broken by the devastation that's caused by the July 4th flood. UGRA was created in 1939 by the Texas legislature as a conservation and reclamation district, and our jurisdiction is just Kerr County, which includes the headwaters of the Guadalupe River, one of the most beautiful and healthy rivers in Texas. And UGRA's mission is to protect the health of the Guadalupe River watershed in Kerr County by managing water quantity and quality, and by promoting stewardship and providing services to our community. We're led by a 9-member board of directors who are appointed by the governor, and we are funded primarily by Kerr County property tax dollars. We receive no state appropriations. River authorities across Texas vary greatly in size and in services and operations, and UGRA is one of the smallest river authorities in the state. And I've always seen our one county jurisdiction as an asset because it allows us to concentrate our water quality monitoring, our education, and our stewardship practices within the communities that we love and that we are members of. UGRA staff includes 8 full-time employees and 4 part-time employees. And approximately 40% of our staff supports our environmental laboratory, which meets drinking water and wastewater testing needs of the region for water and wastewater customers. In addition to our lab operations, we focus on data on collecting data primarily for water quality, and then we also fund data that's collected by other sources, like our USGS gauges. We have 6 of them in Kerr County within our contract. And for public education, we work with groups throughout the community to increase understanding to the threats of the health of the Guadalupe River and actions to keep the river healthy. And also increasing stewardship through rebates, grants, and through cost share programs for practices like rainwater catchment and low impact development. And we advocate for Kerr County water resource concerns through active participation in our regional water planning and flood planning processes. River authorities can play a strong role in flood warning by supporting National Weather Service and emergency management with more and better data during storm events and by helping recognize the significance of that data. Local emergency management offices are the central public-facing communication outlets during floods and other emergency events. They have the expertise and the resources to perform those tasks in coordination with other agencies like the National Weather Service that can quickly aggregate many sources of information for current and predictive. And UGRA's role is functional, to collect the data and to provide that information, make it available for National Weather Service and emergency management. We can also help facilitate funding opportunities. UGRA and other partners in Kerr County have been working towards a better system for flood warning, and we will redouble those efforts. In January of 2023, our board amended our strategic plan to add the goal to evaluate and implement resources for flood warning in the Guadalupe River watershed, and that goal represents a few past and future projects. In 2016, UGRA, Kerr County, and the City of Kerrville executed an interlocal agreement to jointly fund a preliminary study for a flood warning system. And that study primarily focused on increased monitoring of low water crossings, a web-based dashboard to integrate multiple sources of data relevant to flood emergencies, and also improved notification. In 2017, that study was the basis for a Kerr County grant application to TDM's Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, and that grant was denied. I believe that time it was denied because Kerr County did not have an updated hazard mitigation action plan in place in 2017. But in 2018, Kerr County finalized a new hazard mitigation action plan, and that included flood warning as a mitigation strategy. And Kerr County also applied for that TDM hazard mitigation grant program again, and they were again denied during that round. So during that same time, UGRA continued to support the county's grant request by pledging to fund a portion of the required in-kind grant match contribution. So we pledged to fund 50% of what the in-kind would have been, and that would have been $121,000. We also increased our public education resources regarding flash flooding, primarily through a Kerr County-specific educational resource video called Be Flood Aware, and it's still in use at this time. So when my board decided to add the goal of improving flood warning resources to the strategic plan in 2023, they committed to a renewed effort to improve flood warning in Kerr County. And during that time as well, the first Texas regional flood plans were being developed by the Texas Water Development Board, and I hold a position on the Guadalupe Regional Flood Planning Group. I submitted a flood warning system for Kerr County to be included in the regional plan, which made it eligible for funding through the Flood Infrastructure Program. And as stated by Water Development Board, I submitted that abridged application in April of 2024 for a Kerr County flood warning system based on that 2016 preliminary study. And in September of 2024, I was notified that a pre-application was selected to move forward to a full application step with a 5% grant of the $1 million requested. And when I applied, I did request the grant only. I understand that loan could also have been a component, but we were interested in moving forward with the grant. The UGRA board declined to move forward with the grant program because of the low match, and we're always deliberate to leverage our county's tax dollars with other funding sources. So for a project like flood warning that has jurisdiction across several entities, I think it's important to leverage those funds with other partners. And so at that time as well, our board discussed a shift in approach, and we began to also pursue a phased approach with UGRA funding an initial step to improve local emergency managers' access to existing data. So that project would potentially help make our future funding applications more competitive as well. So we focused on our role as a river authority to collect data and to also be a mechanism to get that information to the National Weather Service and our local emergency management, who are tasked with prediction and warning. So over the past year, the UGRA board approved funding to develop a centralized dashboard of existing data that would support local flood monitoring and emergency response. And while stream level and rainfall data are already available, they currently exist in at least 4 different sources. So this new tool would bring those data sets together so our Kerr County emergency managers would be able to access that in one platform designed for them. So this is not a public alert system, but because real-time equipment can have inaccuracies during a storm event before they're verified. And we look to the National Weather Service to interpret real-time data. And it's also important that EMCs have access to that real-time data as well. So another component of that dashboard is that EMCs would be able to set alerts that are triggered by thresholds for rainfall and stream level. And then also National Weather Service alerts would be linked to that dashboard. So after the dashboard is complete, that contractor will also prepare a recommendations report to evaluate existing monitoring equipment like rainfall, stream level, and stream flow gauges. And they would recommend updated repairs and improvements. And they would also recommend the type and location of additional data that would improve flood warning for Kerr County. And in that final report, they would include costs of that equipment, installation, maintenance, and recommended improvements. So we selected a contractor through a competitive process in April of 2024 to develop that, of 2025 to develop that dashboard, and we executed that contract last month in June, and an initial kickoff meeting will occur later this month. Flood warning solutions are diverse, complex, and a cooperative effort among agencies that play a role. And so that's why our previous and current attempts have engaged with our community partners. So now I'd like to discuss actions taken by UGRA in response to the recent flood. So the July 4th flooding was an immense tragedy that resulted from an extreme, unpredictable weather event. The storm intensity and timing could not have been worse. As I mentioned, UGRA does not have a role in emergency response, but we did respond within our functions. On the morning of July 4th, I reached out to the USGS in San Antonio to get the status of the stream flow gauge in Hunt because it was no longer reporting. And I wanted to confirm the accuracy of the other gauges. I'd like to note that the USGS gauges are essential components that National Weather Service uses for prediction, and that UGRA has consistently funded them for over 20 years, and we have 6 gauges in Kerr County. USGS already had, on the morning of July 4th, crews in Kerrville taking measurements and determining if they could get that Hunt gauge back online. So they were not able to get to Hunt on the 4th, but they did get there on the 5th. The Hunt stream flow gauge was completely destroyed, but they improvised a temporary gauge out of parts that they had on hand and were able to salvage, and they had that data source back up and running by the evening of July 5th. I remained in communication with USGS throughout the week as they made improvements to our existing gauges, and I also shared that information with our city and county as requested. Our environmental lab was available starting on July 5th to assist any public water systems or private well owners with water quality testing needs to get their water systems back online. And when it was safe to do so, we started collecting routine bacteria and other samples at accessible locations in the river and tributaries to understand water quality considerations, to inform EMCs about potential water quality threats to the public or their first responders. We also collaborated with partners in other river authorities to discuss appropriate testing protocols. From July 7th to 15th, I worked primarily out of our Emergency Operations Center in Kerrville to assist with communications, to be a resource as needed about our watershed and our tributaries, and about data sources, and about water quality. And it's been overwhelming and amazing to see the organized and coordinated approach and response from Kerr County and the city of Kerrville, and the immediate and immense support that we receive from the state and federal government. As a community, we are grateful, and I'm proud that UGRA was able to support these operations even in a small way. Thank you.
I know we were going to kind of go through real quick, but while we're with you,
Sure.
and as you're fresh, what's your total revenue, and are y'all a water supplier for that revenue? How do you get your revenue?
We are not a water supply. Our annual operating budget is $2.3 million, and we're primarily funded by property tax dollars.
Property taxes.
How many gauges do you currently have jurisdiction over?
We have 6 USGS gauges in our contract with Kerr County, but a couple of them are funded through the federal stream priority program. 2 of them are. We did just learn that in FY26, 2 of those gauges will be dropped from that federal funding program, so we're going to move that $19,900 of annual operation and maintenance into our FY26 budget because it's important that those remain funded.
I should know this, and I don't know this, but are the gauges auto interfacing, meaning they automatically report to NOAA, TWDB, and those mesonet
Yes.
systems? How
So
does that work?
They're USGS gauges, so those are the gold standard. I mean, that, my understanding, is the primarily real-time data that National Weather Service is using. 2 of our gauges also have high-intensity precipitation data, which has been very relevant during a flood event as well.
And those are auto, they upload direct every 5 minutes or 15 minutes?
I'm unsure of the frequency. I can,
I
on the
think
gauges,
I've
I can
heard
find that
anywhere
out for
from
you.
5 or 15. The new stuff that I've talked about.
It's a mix, not
is
all of
what it
ours.
is.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the hunt rainfall might be 5 minutes,
Okay.
but we can double check.
And finally, so you're a taxing jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say your taxpayers would look at requests for things such as what we've been talking about, based on the fact that a large majority of the benefit would be to people that don't live there throughout the year? Is that a consideration when these initiatives come up, or does your taxpayers have a thought as to we need to do things? What is the political flavor on your ground right now regarding taxes?
I would never say that, the Kerr County taxpayers were never said, vote on this flood warning system, yes or no, whether you not want it. That was not a question that went to the taxpayers. As far as what their feelings would be about funding it, I mean, we look at as a multi-jurisdictional approach. So in order to be a steward of our tax dollars, we'd want those to come alongside funding in grants, and then also from the city and the county potentially, or the county and the city potentially, in order to fund that together across the entities that would have jurisdiction.
Okay.
And we also, as regarding the loan component, I question, this project, as noted before, does not generate revenue. It's not, a flood warning system does not have a rate base. So should taxpayer dollars be used to pay back that loan?
Well, the interest savings on a $950,000 investment is significant. I lost my train of thought there. I had one question. It'll come back. They always do. How many sirens? Do y'all have any sirens in y'all's river
No, sir.
jurisdiction? None at all. Are you aware of any on the Guadalupe?
Yes.
North and south? There are some. So
Well, not in Kerr County, Comal County, through their water-oriented recreational district, which is near New Braunfels, has some sirens.
good to know. All right.
Comfort has a
do you wanna
siren
s-
at the
do you wanna
volunteer
go now?
fire department,
I'll let you
yes.
go now. So Chairman Swertner, and I've kind of violated my rule, but I think it's just late in the day, and we're thinking to the next guy. So we're going to go ahead and let you, and members, you can ask Upper Guadalupe their questions as we speak.
Yeah, and members, I'd point y'all to a Houston Chronicle article from today regarding this issue of emergency warning systems. Just, your budget's $2.3 million, and your board of directors chose not to proceed, the 9 members, 3 of which are property owners along the Upper Guadalupe. Am I right about that?
That 3 are property owners?
Yes.
All of ours
They're
are property
camp owners,
owners.
actually, is my understanding.
2 are owners, 1 is staff.
Okay. And in that 2.3 million budget, y'all actually have a reserve fund of over 3.4 million because of a decision not to proceed with another project. Is that correct as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the decision to actually install these initial 6 different gauges was done after a 1988 flood in which killed 10 people. And y'all raised rates 50% at that time, according to this article, to put in those gauges. But y'all chose not to put in the 10, even with $50,000 from the state and 0% interest loan. And if, in fact, y'all actually decided to do a tax cut instead of funding something for which you had partial compensation and reduced financing from the state of Texas. Am I right about all that? Is this story correct in the Houston Chronicle?
Well, I'd like to clarify that initial 1988 system was a rain gauge-based network.
But y'all raised rates 50% to put that in, correct?
I would need to verify that. I did read that in the article also.
Okay. So again, why didn't y'all do it?
We have the surplus because it was built up over several budget years for a water supply project, which take many years of planning ahead in order to be able to have that. And then when that project was no longer feasible, it had direction from Sunset to dedicate parts of that surplus funding, which we've done through subsequent budget years as well. And to also use some of that surplus funding in our current budget so as not to add to it. And so that was the strategy that we were taking.
So in this article I'm holding up here, the comment that really sticks out is that it was not the critique was it's not a lack of resource, it was a lack of willpower on the part of the board to take action, to put in a warning system. I find it disturbing, I guess, would be the comment I would say. And I also got the feeling when you first testified that y'all are really about the protection of the river, but then you have all these individuals that across Texas, across actually the southern United States that come to that river, have no knowledge of that river. Y'all do. Mm-hmm. In fact, y'all have an authority over the upper Guadalupe River, but chose not to put in prescribed and recommended upgrades to your security system.
Our board did take forward action on that by funding and developing that dashboard as an initial step because we felt like it was appropriate to take a phased approach and work into a system. We were basing that off of a 2016 study, which needed to be updated because there are newer technology and then also some of the modeling and flood inundation technology.
Y'all also put in a request to the Water Development Board for 10 new gauges and $1 million upgrade as well, that you chose not to pursue after you decided that you weren't able to afford it in the sense of, I guess, from your reserve fund and or, instead giving a lower tax rate. I find it extremely disturbing. I'm sorry. I'd like to talk to your board. I hope they're there in Kerrville to answer to the actual people of that region, their residents and their neighbors. Thank you.
Are you Representative Verdell?
Thank you, Chairman King. Tara, thank you for being here today. Talking to you before, I know that you are an expert on the Upper Guadalupe. How long is the Upper Guadalupe River for y'all's section?
For our amount, for the amount of the river in Kerrville?
Yeah, for your river authority.
In stream miles, including, probably, it's about 30 miles from the confluence in Hunt downstream to Comfort.
Okay.
If you bring in, either the North Fork or the South Fork, that would add about another 15 to 20 miles.
All right, and these are just basic questions. We've talked about this before. How many websites or areas do you have to monitor to get a better understanding of what's happening with the weather?
UGRA is not an emergency response entity. So when I've talked with our fire department, for example. They say they go to our website initially where we have a current conditions page that has all those links. So it has a link to Texas Mesonet, has a link to our USGS gauges, has a link to the GBRA rainfall gauges, which were a part of that original 1988 system that many of which are still working and valuable resource. And then it also and then they possibly would also go to the National Weather Service itself. So
Okay.
at least 4.
Okay, copy that. And it would, in your opinion, it'd be better if we had a more streamlined source where local emergency coordinators could look at it?
That was the feedback that we received, that would be a really beneficial resource to them. And when we put together the scope of work and did interviews to select a contractor, we included representatives from the city and the county and also the National Weather Service to help us design an approach that would be valuable to our EMCs.
All right, thank you. Talking to the locals, from what I can tell, nobody there is pointing fingers, blaming people. Is there, and they also say the same thing, you know, that they've seen a lot of flash floods come through over the years. There's no way, in their opinion, that this could have been predicted. Would you agree with that on this magnitude?
The magnitude of the flood on the South Fork is being estimated at a 500 to 1,000 year flood, which we would have never seen water that high on the South Fork before. As the river came, you know, the North Fork and the South Fork come together in Hunt and then goes down to Ingram. As it got to Ingram or Kerrville, maybe we were closer to a 100-year event. And maybe that flow might have been closer to what was seen in 1987. But I feel confident in saying that on the South Fork, they had not seen water like that came down on July 4th.
Is it safe to say that locals, if they saw a flash flood warning, they would say, hey, we've seen this come through many times, it's not going to affect us?
I would hate to say how other people interpret warnings, but we are a flash flood prone region. The watch in particular, we do get frequently. And when you see a watch and a warning and an emergency on your phone, they are all the same tone, they're the same color. And so maybe it was hard to distinguish.
Okay, and you said roughly 30 miles of river property. There's been a big push for sirens. How far could and you may not know this answer, but how far could a siren project the sound, and how many of those sirens would have to be down that 30 miles of river? And do you believe the sirens would be effective at 4 a.m. when it's pouring down rain?
I think pouring as hard as it was raining, which we were hearing 2 to 3 inches per hour on a metal roof, which many of our landowners in Kerr County have, I think it would be hard to hear your cell phone or siren. I hate to I believe I read something about the Comal sirens, that it was possibly up to a 3-mile radius that the sound could be heard, but I need to double check that.
Okay, just for reference, I have a siren that's about 200 yards from my house where I live at, and if we're inside the house, we can't even hear that siren. We have to be outside when they're testing it. Last question, cell service, as you know, is almost non-existent in the Hunt area up towards Camp Mystic and all that. Do you believe that hurt in data gathering or in rescue attempts and communication?
It's definitely diminished in Western Kerr County cell phone service, sure, yes.
Yeah, and would you advocate for if private companies, cell providers to come into the area that would be a good idea?
I would advocate for improved cell phone coverage, yes.
All right, thank you, appreciate it.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry for what you and your neighbors have gone through.
Thank you.
I just heard the exchange between you and the representative and is it Bushnell?
Yes, sir.
And I was just thinking to myself, you know, as I recall the timeline that Chief Kidd gave us earlier today, it seems that it wasn't until about 1:06 in the morning or 1:18 in the morning, 1:14, that I guess at 1:06 is when the social media post went out that it was raining 3 to 6 inches or something like that. It was 2 to 3 inches, something at a rate of speed that was one that you knew it was going to flood. The problem is, you know, I don't know that anybody was up and paying attention to these. So then the question is, because if we have a history of ignoring, I say we because our phones always go off with these silver alert, amber alert, this alert, that alert, and so I'm probably just as guilty as anybody else of hearing the loud noise and just wanting it to stop. Can you help us as we try to think of, God forbid, having to deal with a situation like this in the future? What would it take? And I think I heard that it was maybe I think it may have been Kendall County, where the EOC had been up all night, and my understanding is that they sent people out to knock on people's doors and said, you need to get out. And I'm just wondering, as we're trying to find a way to prevent the loss of life moving forward, if you could help us figure out, you know, because you know the area better than we do, what other things we could do. If people are going to be ignoring, there are things. And maybe it's something we need to really, really consider carefully should people be allowed to sleep in a way where it's not just a flood plain, but a floodway, where you know water comes up? I mean, that if we know that in the middle of the night we have a history of people being carried away. I think it was the RV park, you know, and it went from it looks just fine to there goes an RV floating down the river. So if you could help us with that, because I don't think we ever, most of us don't ever say, well, there's nothing we could have done. I want to think of something we could do in the future.
I don't have specific solutions for you today, but I think that notification is would need to be more successful with a multi-pronged approach, that there aren't just one type of alert that is combined with multiple approaches, just like we communicate with people in multiple ways on all topics, that it would need to be a multiple approach. And I believe that a solution can be found that'll improve notification.
I think at a point where we know the rainfall is falling in your watershed at a rate of speed that is going to cause a flood, even if I think at 11:17 you were still in a flash watch. At 1:06 the rain was falling so hard that 8 minutes later it became a warning. So at that point the rains fall, we shouldn't wait for the change in the watch. I mean, there was time, I think, between that 1 a.m. and then when we heard that around 3 something in the morning roads were impassable. At that point, it's hard to help people.
It is, and it certainly escalated very quickly, the rainstorm and the flooding.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard, first, I cannot imagine the loss for your community. This has been described as a perfect storm, a flash flood, meteorologists not calling for the amount of rainfall that you are getting, it happening in the middle of the night. I've heard terms freakish. I've heard terms 100-year, 500-year. I'm grateful to be on this committee and the diverse interests of our state, and I will tell you, as someone from Houston-Harris County, I lived through Allison. And Allison was a slow-moving, localized storm that took out most of downtown Houston, and that was never going to happen again. And then we lived through Meyerland, Memorial Day, Tax Day, Harvey, and over a decade, we've had 3 100-year floods and a 500-year flood that I have friends that renovated their home, did it again, and now we don't allow people to build at that level anymore, because I want to caution, when you started, you said something like, I almost heard a tone of, we are devastated and I don't need to worry because this will never happen again.
No.
As a cautionary tale from somebody who's been in this region, this weather is now unfortunately normal in our state. I also heard well, do your local tax base want to fund this when it doesn't benefit them? So I want you to know what's been happening in Houston for the last couple of weeks. We've had a number of funerals for 8-year-old little girls from the families that trusted and sent their children to your county. And like Senator Schwartner, I am also offended by the article that suggests that your river authority, with 3 camp owners who know that river better than anybody else, and you invite the state's children there, were not prepared to give them the opportunity to move the 8-year-old cabin out of the way in the middle of the night. And so I'm going to ask very pointedly and very direct, who was behind the wheel in the middle of the night in Kerr County that should have been the person that was up being prepared to sound the alarm?
I cannot answer that because
Who
I am
can?
not in our emergency response entities.
Thank you.
Senator Bedencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's try to understand, if you're a property tax funded operation, what this means after reading the Chronicle story today. Your current tax rate is roughly $1.20. That's what the story reported.
It's 0.0117 per 100, yes.
0.0117 per
Per
100.
100
Okay, all right.
dollar.
All right, so that's a penny and nearly 112, I guess, that rounded up. Now, that's something that they fixate on as the rate, but really what I need to understand, what's your levy? So what has been your property tax levy collections over the last 3 years?
This current year, it was approximately $990,000.
Prior year?
I don't have that value top of mind, but it was it was close. We have been trying to do the no new revenue rate.
So you've been trying to do no new net revenue rate, even though you're a special taxing jurisdiction and you can use a higher rollback rate?
We can, because our direction when we went through sunset was to dedicate the surplus and not add to it.
Okay, and Mr. President, the point that Dr. Schwartner is making, and as well as my former prosecutor from Harris County is making, is that the decision, the technology that you were asking for $1 million grant on seemed to be perfectly suited to the problem that occurred on July the 4th. These were 10 low water crossing areas with gauges, with warnings for people not to proceed. It seemed to be an automatic system. It would have reported into some type of general system. And that was a system well in advance of the dashboard that you're putting together now. So I just have to ask the question that Senator Mendez almost asked, why did you drop it?
The 5%, the grant was the approach that our board wanted to take, was the grant. And so we were going to also take our funds along with grant funds from the state and then approach our other partners to contribute to an in-kind. Flood warning's a multi-jurisdictional issue, and we wanted to solve it as a community, or improve it as a community.
I mean, you had a delta interest cost of $30,000, I'm guessing. Incremental interest cost.
I understand.
And that's pretty de minimis to be talking about all the lives that were lost on July the 4th.
I understand.
I can't begin to estimate, or even begin to think I'm smart enough to estimate what those 10 gauges and those warning systems lives would have saved if they had been online on that day.
Also need clarity too to understand whether our enabling legislation would allow us to pay back the loan with tax dollars. And the 2-week response period between the pre-application and the full application was not sufficient to also address that or convene our board to also consider a loan instead of the grant, which we had originally discussed.
You know, and Mr. This is the type of thinking that Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Governor Abbott, and Speaker Burrows have already basically said the state's going to try to pay for this because we can't have these type of decisions made. Because I don't even want to say that it's penny wise and pound foolish. There's too many lives that were lost in this on that day. You know, this is an appreciating market value area, true, because your tax rate used to be twice or higher than that. And as the value's gone up, your rates have gone down.
Yes, sir.
And so these the people on this board that own these camps and own this property, they know that. And the reasoning why is because this is generally an idyllic area, except maybe one out of every 5,000 days when it turns into a flash flood. So I know all of y'all know this. And so, again, I ask, but I would ask if you had this decision to do over again, what would you do?
I think anybody would have done anything in their power to prevent the devastation if it had been predicted.
Well, that's what we're going to attempt to do now. I'm just, mathematically, and as the property tax guy in the family, this is, this decision is just pathetic. I don't have any other way to put it. Because we're talking about an incremental $30-some-odd thousand. And this was not even asking for help. I mean, you didn't have Representative West at this point.
I think,
Well, Senator, I've got to make this point, Chairman.
I just
I'm
want
not trying to be vain, but when we come to a fundamental decision like this, I'm going to call it. Because
I'm going to go back to the initial tone and theme. We're not here to arm check. I'm not suggesting to you that I agree with the decision or don't agree with that decision. I will remind people it's multitasking, multifaceted. I don't quite agree, but that's not my choice. I would like to think that the magnitude of the rain event and what it was is the largest conversation that we can't fix. I would suggest to you that you can feel that decision was the wrong one probably, and we can always be, in hindsight, experts. I could argue it many, many ways and many, many days, but I'm not here and no one is here to assess blame. But that decision does cause a lot of consternation. But I think we need to move on. The point's been made, and I don't want to belabor that because it's not the intent.
Mr. Chairman, with permission, I have one other question.
One other question.
You talked about sirens. You read that roughly they're approximately a 3-mile radius. And I think we have to look at this as any possibility to get through to people on layered results is the right answer. Because 29% of Texans have learned to turn these alerts off, and approximately 1/6 of people turn the phones off at night. That's nearly 50%. So if we layer in sirens on top of alerts, or any other methods that we could possibly, and river crossings with automated warnings is a great idea. And so are we missing that on an integrated solution? Because, look, I don't care how people get the information they need. But the only way to survive a 26-foot wall of water is to get out of the way. And that's what all these decisions are going to be about. And I'm not trying to offend you by saying it was a pathetic decision, because I'm just disappointed, because I know what the property tax facts are and what the revenue sources could be. But can you see that we're going to have a layered and integrated response, and that any idea is better than none?
I agree, yes. And we have our USGS gauges that we have consistently funded as well, and we have our rainfall gauges that we've also funded. I agree there's much room for improvement, and we are working towards that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yes, I totally agree that we've had a devastated an event, unprecedented, that happened to my constituents in Kerr County, and I am very thankful that I'm here to be able to, as part of this committee, to gather the facts, both sides, and come to some recommendations that we can make to make sure that we are able to respond better to what will possibly happen again. And not only this type of disaster, but all others across this great state, tornadoes, wildfires, etc. But so I want to just ask you just a couple of questions. So as a river authority that represents one county, and we have other river authorities, the lower Guadalupe rivers is all the way to the Gulf, but we have one county that. So what role do you play to coordinate with the local officials about the flood risks?
our current project was going to take great steps to that. So we fund the USGS gauges and the rain gauges, which is data that's available. And then we were also working towards getting them that improved data. We've collaborated certainly on education programs, on our hazard mitigation action program as well, action plan.
I guess what I'm asking is your role in the Upper Guadalupe River Authority that monitors the river?
Yes.
And if you get that information that says our gauges that do exist say we've got a problem, what's your response to the county, to the city of Kerrville? We got a problem.
So River
So I
Authorities.
understand you're not a responder, but you are an information
We are.
source.
And those gauges are fully funded annually. USGS does an excellent job maintaining them. If we note any problem, they are down here to fix them within the week, and that is the data that's available for National Weather Service and for emergency managers to use during times for prediction and notification. And so we fund the data, and we can also help interpret the data as well. I've talked to emergency managers about, a rise in the river at this point and how that compares to previous events, and we've helped to interpret that.
I guess what I'm asking is, I understand the interpretation. I'm asking, we've got the data. It's happening.
Mm-hmm.
You're the river authority. How do you tell the sheriff and the county judge and the mayor of Kerrville? Do you tell them you got to go to our portal and go look at it whenever, or do you get on the phone and say, we got a problem?
No, sir, I do not call the sheriff.
Then
because
that's
I'm not-
probably, as this committee is tasked together, these are the types of solutions that we want. I mean, I'm not here to blame you, or
No, I know.
I'm just saying, I've got the information. You're the river authority. You have one county, which I'm blessed to represent.
Yes.
But what good is that information if it's not being disseminated immediately?
May I please clarify?
Please.
The USGS data is available immediately it is available to the National Weather Service, who have 24-hour operations to incorporate that real-time data with radar to develop predictions. They are our warning resource, and they communicate with our emergency managers.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that the local, one county, Kirk County, Upper Guadalupe River Authority, you have that information as part of the community, as part of Kirk County's response. Judge Kelly, we got a problem. We got a problem. Now. That's what I'm asking. So I would say we probably need to look at that. I would suggest as a part of, so which is going to lead to my next question, if I may. So what have you learned from this event? I've kind of been asking this question consistently all day with all the others, so you're not alone in this. What have you learned from this event, and how would you adjust your operations and policy in view of what occurred in your jurisdiction in the Upper Guadalupe? What have you learned?
I've learned that we need additional information on intense rainfall in the western part of the county, as well as water level. But I do also believe that the intensity of this storm would have been very difficult to predict and adequately warn.
See, I don't believe for 1 minute that you don't want to help the community, and that the Upper Guadalupe River Authority is not there to be a part of the community to make sure that this doesn't happen. That you aid in the response should this ever happen again, or something similar. I believe that. So I encourage you to work with us to come up with, to kind of shift a little bit and think about what your policy and response is, what responsibility of the Upper Guadalupe River Authority is in gathering this data and getting it timely put to use in a fashion that helps the county judge, the mayor, the sheriff, the community respond or prepare for this type of event so that we can save lives. That's what I ask you to do. So if you help us to gather that information as much as possible and then disseminate it and then put it into action, that's what's important. A lot of times committees will meet, you come up with this. We've heard reports today about, Senator Kokos talked about some committees that met and recommendations, and guess what? It didn't happen. I hear that a lot. you have committees and you have all these recommendations and spend all this money and all this time, and guess what? It doesn't happen. It's not on the front page anymore. But then it happens again, and then you say, well, we have this report over here that we got in 2015, and here's the answer to that. Well, they didn't do any good. But what we're asking here is help us as we go into the future, this committee, to be able to respond in a fashion in terms and in operations and policy. And even, look at your mission function and how you integrate that with the community to be able to for us to be more effective to serve our citizens and save lives. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bushnell, real quick, and do you know how your emergency managers, I'm assuming they're just getting the same text that we would get. Do you know how they're being relayed the NOAA information?
No, I do not.
Is it a safe bet? It is probably text. We'll ask that when we get there.
Yes, I
If
would
you can't
defer
speak
to
of-
them.
I believe that would probably be the case. We get those same notices, so depending on the timing and everything. I don't know what time they were made aware, Houston, we have a problem. Central Flores is, and actually to conversations prior to the hearing, there's got to be a direct link to those guys at a very local level to make sure they are aware. NOAA may be great. If it's 5-minute intervals, that's an eternity in some of these storms. But we got to do it better and find a way to thread that those designated people are the most informed people as quick as possible from whatever source. And I'm not beating up NOAA for that system or the text or whatever menu it is. But I think Senator Flores makes the point that, and again, coming into this hearing, I had many conversations with people that don't think that those local emergency managers were engaged timely, nor they chose not to be, and we don't know for sure. But I bet you they're getting text message no different than a senator was getting in his district when those events were happening. So it's not enough, probably. Senator Hinosa.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here and answering questions. You had referenced the Upper Guadalupe River Authority's decision to not proceed with the funding available from the state was in part because you were trying to be fiscally conservative. You were trying to apply the money that you had matched with the grant portion. And then you referenced wanting to also try to tap in some of your area partners. Can you, who specifically were you talking about or referencing?
So our approach would have been that we work on the data portion. And we also want to support our community partners by getting improved instrumentation and data into the watershed. But that $1 million project would also represent a notification part of it, which would be with our emergency managers. So my intent with applying was to try once again to put forward this feasibility study that had been locally developed and to see if we could get some state funding to be a grant component of it. And then had it been a larger component, then we would have approached City of Kerrville and Kerr County, our emergency managers in the county, and then said, we have available grant funding. We commit to match it with this much of ours. Can you come alongside us as well? So that together, this multi-jurisdictional issue can be worked on together. So that would have been our approach.
Well, seeing a tragedy like this, we can all Monday morning quarterback it and say, well, what was the right decision at the time? And clearly, had that been done, it could have saved more lives, but, nobody knew that, right, at the time. Nobody knew that. You were working with what you had and trying, and in one aspect, I do really applaud you for the no new revenue, trying to maintain taxpayer, be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I appreciate that. I'm a solutions guy, so it's always about moving forward, right? We have to understand what the hiccups were in the past, and we got to try to move forward. I will cite and refer you to a bill I authored and was passed and signed by the governor this last session, Senate Bill 1169, which allows you to establish a public utility agency so that your portion of funds can be pledged as well as other governmental entities, and you can use economies of scale to get projects done. Now that law wasn't in place, it just passed. But I want to refer you to that because in the future, And aside from what we are going to step up and do as a state to help fund what we believe is the proper solution, the immediate solution going forward, there shouldn't be a point where we put profits over public safety. And this is another tool that you can utilize to have interdepartmental collaboration, intergovernmental collaboration to solve an issue that we see can potentially be a life-saving system. But just want to refer you to that and just thank you for being here to answer questions.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Representative Johnson.
I apologize for coming back, but you just said we couldn't predict this and we couldn't warn, and when asked what you could learn. You know that Senator Flores asked you, what did you learn? And I think you said, I learned we couldn't predict this, and I don't think we could have warned even if we had the systems in place. That's what I heard. Did I hear that wrong or right?
I believe I said I learned that we need additional data monitoring in the western part of the county to be able to capture that rainfall. But I don't know if that would have been adequate in the type of rain, in the type of storm that we got and how quickly it flooded.
There was alerts that went out at 1 a.m. And people on rooftops was at 4:56, according to Chief Kidd. That's at least 4 hours. You know that river can kill because it killed children in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And so while you say, I'm not sure we could predict and I'm not sure we could warn, my caution is that if that continues to be the belief of your authority in your county, then why would the rest of us come? Why would we engage in tourism and your attraction if you can't make the commitment to do something to be able to protect us and get us out of harm's way? That doesn't seem like a good business or tourism model for Kerr County.
I understand your comment.
So let us know what we can do to help do better. And by the way, I don't think your emergency management personnel are answering the phone calls right now. So when I asked who was supposed to be behind the wheel and what's the answer to their question, I don't think they're picking up their phone. And as public officials and as folks that want to get into the business of helping and protecting people, I'm sure you would agree with me that people at least need to be accountable.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask, is there a siren or an alarm system in Cypress that measures the height, Cypress Creek?
Cypress Creek, and we have two Cypress Creek in Kerr County. Would you mean
Okay.
Cypress Creek on the South Fork?
Yes, that feeds into, that generally, you know, when it swells, it feeds right into the Guadalupe.
The Cypress Creek in Comfort,
Well, I'm just
in
asking
your,
you.
in Kendall County?
Yes, that
Okay.
would flow into the Guadalupe that goes, affects Comfort.
There's a USGS stage-only gauge there. I'm not aware that there's a siren. I do believe there's a siren at the volunteer fire department in Comfort, and I don't know how that's triggered.
Is there anything that's triggered off of Cypress? Because it seemed like, I mean, and I need to get the story, I was just hoping you could fill in the blanks. There was a death of a girl back a decade ago because of a flood, had to do with the high rise in Cypress Creek. Since that feeds into the Guadalupe, which goes into Comfort, I'm not sure if there was an agreement between Kendall or Kendall just worked with Kerr, but they got some type of warning system, or, I mean, if you understand it, tell me, a type of warning system for the fast rise water for Cypress Creek.
I know there's a USGS gauge there. The water alert system with USGS allows you to set individual triggers to be notified when there's a certain rate of change for the water level.
Who does that for that one?
It's USGS.
So it's just the.
So it's really by the user. So you could sign on to USGS, pick that gauge, and say, I want to set my water alert rating for X number of feet at that location, and then it would text you.
So who
Or email.
maintains that?
So
USGS.
The USGS does, yes. They do operation and maintenance routinely. I don't know who funds for that operation and maintenance for that Kendall gauge. For our Kerr County gauges, we fund them, and then for 2 that are also used by the city of Kerrville, they contribute funding to UGRA, but is individual based on the jurisdictions, how those are funded.
How many USGS gauges are there in Kerr?
6.
6. But and so I'm just not familiar how that works. So the
Sure.
people sign up for it, and if they do, they
I mean,
get a warning?
the warning is really through National Weather Service. That's their gold standard for real-time information, is those USGS gauges, the water level as well as the precipitation on them. So National Weather Service has access to that data. That is what they use.
So their gauges measured by...
Then they transmit via satellite.
And it goes to the National Weather Service.
Well, it goes to USGS, and then that data can be pulled into different sources.
Okay.
I don't know how that part works.
That didn't work, or do you
It-
know if
it
that
did-
had any kind
no,
of
it-
part to do with this flood?
It did work. I mean, part of what I recall from Chief Kidd saying this morning about predicted rises in Hunt, the water level is at this stage, it's expected to go to this, that's coming directly from the USGS gauge. So National Weather Service issued those warnings based on the data that was collected on those gauges.
All right, so the warnings we had from the National Weather Service was based on the USGS information that they gathered from
For
those
real time,
gauges.
in addition with rainfall, there's a high intensity precipitation gauge on that, and then also they're integrating the radar models, many different sources in order to give predictions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Darby.
Yes, thank you. I want to go back just a little. I mean, clearly we're aware of the Chronicle article, and there's been questions asked about that, but I'm going to refer back to September of 21, where a Sunset Advisory Commission self-evaluation report was filed by the UGRA. And in that, you indicated, and this is before you, I think you came on board in 22, is that correct?
Yes, I became general manager in
Okay.
22.
But according to the report that was filed by UGRA, you had initiated discussion on flood warning with Kerr County sometime prior to 21. And after those discussions, Kerr County and the city of Kerrville and UGRA funded a preliminary flood warning engineering study, which formed the basis of a FEMA grant application. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kerr County and UGRA partnered on the FEMA grant application and asking for $731,413 in federal funds with a local match from Kerr County and your organization for $243,000. Now, ultimately, that project was not awarded grant funding, and I think your statement, or the statement said that went to areas more impacted by Hurricane Harvey. But I guess what troubles me is this is not a new concern. The total of the federal grant request and the matching was about $950,000. So sometime prior to 21, a report that you helped fund showed there was a dire need for a flood warning system. You have the resources. You knew the need. You applied for the grant. You didn't get it. But maybe you shelved that study until you asked the Water Development Board for the $950,000 in the grant. Is that kind of what happened? I mean, it's almost dollar for dollar what you asked for back in 2020. Did you just pull it off the shelf and ask the Water Development Board for that $950,000?
I put forward a flood warning system for Kerr County into the regional water plan, into the regional flood plan through that process. And as justification, I did use that 2016 study, which we had not used since those previous grant attempts. The direction at that time, to my recollection, was that we weren't successful in achieving these match dollars in order to move this project forward. We tried, we didn't get it. And so when the regional flood planning process came about, we thought, well, maybe now this will be an opportunity to try to get grant funding again for that. So I did use the dollar amount in the project, even though it was $2016, as a base for it, because during the full application step, we would have contracted with an engineer to update and come with more accurate dollars as well as more appropriate pieces of equipment for 2025. The previous feasibility study would have been used to identify the locations and the overall strategy. But my intent was not to use it word for word on what the exact equipment was that was proposed in that. That we were going to see, how innovations had come in the last 10 years and what would be appropriate now.
Well, clearly the 16 study and of course your own statement in 21 recognized the need for a flood warning system. It was redoubled in a recent Water Development Board request. But again, the concern I think of this panel is that you had the resources. You had the resources to deploy this system absent any FEMA grant, absent any water development loan. And I guess that's troubling because you had the money but not the will. And hopefully, if what we're learning in this process, if we learn anything by that where we have governmental entities charged with responsibility of protecting the public, that they will have the will. And if they don't have the way, then that's what this panel wants to look at. So thank you for your testimony.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here and answering these very difficult questions, and my condolences to your communities. My questions are not, I just want to kind of set the table here. My questions are just to get information and what we as a body can do to mitigate these sort of things. So I want to focus for a moment on the role of river authorities as it relates to early notification, data sharing, and coordination. Because as you all know, we've heard that timely and accurate information is critical in any emergency. And there's opinions on whether you should do that and whether or not you're required to do that. So I want to get to that. Do river authorities currently have any statutory or regulatory requirements to share early warning data or any predictive modeling during a potential or an active emergency?
No.
Okay. If not, should the state explore ways to formalize and strengthen that obligation?
No, not in my opinion.
Why not?
Because in this case of flood warning, which is a specific kind of emergency, but the expertise to warn and prepare and notify for emergencies is within our emergency response professionals, whether that is a flood or a wildfire or a hurricane. And so I feel like the response and the notification should stay with those emergency managers. And river authorities can continue to support communities by funding the data and by identifying ways to improve the data.
How do those emergency managers obtain that data from you?
River authorities do not house, UGRA does not have any data. We fund the data that is collected through USGS equipment. It's transmitted from that real-time location via satellite and then brought into their system, which then the National Weather Service, that is their gold standard. That is what they use, is the USGS data. So I do not have a role in transmitting that data to the National Weather Service or our emergency managers.
Got it. In your experience and having worked with, and the question's for the entire panel, have any river authorities taken initiative beyond your formal responsibilities by issuing alerts, sharing data proactively, or supporting any kind of local response efforts during any kind of recent events? Have you heard from your colleagues?
I'm aware that river authorities will share National Weather Service postings, alerts or warnings that are posted through National Weather Service channels. Will say reshare on social media, for example. I'm not sure of other examples.
Are you aware of other examples?
He's
Senator
not been, you've got to kind of say who you are, or we can let you talk afterwards.
Okay.
Either way.
Daryl Nichols with the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority. I've seen there are river authorities. LCRA is going to come up and talk in a little bit. They don't do alerts or warnings, but what they do is they do have an extensive data collection system where they actually own and maintain some of those gauges. So there is a wide range of what different river authorities have capabilities or funding to do. We all have broad authority to do a lot of things, or authorization. We just don't all have funding to be able to do that.
In your professional opinion, should the state explore ways to formalize or strengthen that obligation?
I think there should be, the state, one option could be is to strengthen what data should be made available. Who has the responsibility for gathering and housing that data, I think is a discussion to have. I think standardizing and coming up with what available data is there. What is the changes in technology that has taken place? How are alerts done, whether it's manual? Are there some signals, some alerts that can be done automated based on certain conditions? What predictive modeling is out there? There is, for some of the USGS gauges, NOAA and and National Weather Service have gone in and modeled rainfall events to have an impact to evaluate what the predictive elevation or flow will be. That has not been done across the state on all the gauges.
And for those, for any of the other river authorities that have proactively done that, and I'm not assigning any value to this, so just trying to get a sense of who does, who doesn't, why they do it, and why don't they do it, right? What was the impact of that data sharing or sounding the alarm or whatever any other river authority decides to do, or roles or responsibilities they decide to do? Do you have an understanding of what that response effectiveness was?
Well, I'm not aware of any river authority that is sounding the alarm. I'm aware of LCRA that does an extensive data collection. We do have some data collection too on the rain gauges that we make available to the public, to the state, to the Water Development Board as well. Also make available to National Weather Service, where they actually have a specific site that they can pull that data from. But that data is also used, particularly now with the technology that's in place with the radar, to confirm radar estimates of rainfall and what they're seeing, which will help better feed into the predictive models that are out there.
Okay. So looking across the state, would you say that there's consistency or inconsistency in how river authorities engage in early warning systems or any kind of local emergency management operations?
I don't think that there's consistency across the state on how the data is collected. Just in my basin alone, the local emergency management offices have different levels of involvement and how some of the local emergency management offices actually have their own data collection as well. So just in our basin, the Guadalupe River Basin, not counting Kerr County, I see different levels of involvement on the local emergency management level.
Okay. If the state were to say, river authorities, you now have this role and responsibility, what would you say are the biggest barriers? Is it technical? Is it legal? Is it operational? That would prevent this kind of seamless integration between river authorities into early warning notification systems or emergency management operations?
Well, as a river authority, we are not familiar with the local situations, so I would recommend that we're not involved in the warning systems. If we need to be more involved, it's more involved directly in engaging in the data collection. I think there's also an opportunity to engage directly with the local, and this resonated with me with Chief Nim Kidd, which y'all said about we can do better. We can engage better with the local emergency management officials in making sure that we're continuing to ask, do they have the data they need? Because as technology changes, and as far as a river authority such as GBRA getting more involved in that process, and getting additional data, if we're going to collect additional data, it's going to require more resources. I potentially have to look at what my funding sources are. I don't have the ability to tax. I get no state appropriations. My revenue comes from operations that I provide by providing water supply or wastewater treatment. So I don't necessarily have a mechanism in which to collect revenue to support an extensive network such as what LCRA has.
Thank you for your candid responses. I think it's our responsibility to figure out whether those roles fit under your river authorities. That's what our task is, so appreciate you being candid. Thank you.
I have a real quick question there. Mr. Bushnell, and either one actually. So I'm going to assume that y'all are not part of the emergency management team. In Kerrville, there was city and county emergency management. We had that conversation earlier. But I would just assumed that the one major threat of the community, there would have been one of your board members designated on the emergency management team. Is that not the case?
We participated in the development of the Hazard Mitigation Action Plan, or the county's hazard mitigation plan, and we funded a portion of it as well. And so we are a participant in that. We, as far as an emergency management team, no.
So, again, I guess my experience with emergency management teams is different in my area than in our area. Mm-hmm. It's a holistic, across the board, everybody in government, local government, school superintendent, possibly. It is a holistic approach across the community. Why would y'all not be on that team with the designated role of someone that knows that river better than any person sitting in there, helping them with data?
Well, the groups that you described are all members on our Hazard Mitigation Action Plan, which we just finalized our most recent plan earlier this year. So I can't speak to what the comprehensive approach is for emergency management in Kerr County.
So let me ask it this way. If there's an event in Kerr County today, you have a county and a city emergency management. Is that one guy in one room and another guy in a different room down the hall, and they're just sitting around thinking, let's look at warnings? Or do they have a really active, engaged team that knows when to jump into their role and do their role as designated and hopefully test it?
I'm going to defer to our emergency managers in Kerr County.
We'll talk about it. But it just seems to me, the more I'm listening to this today, they really don't have an emergency coordinated team. They have someone that's designated that somewhat's checked out on some level. They have, what I can tell, interfighting between city and county on those initiatives that don't communicate well. But there's really no, I mean, I'm just coming from Sangelo is the gold star on how one works. Fortunately, my team in Lubbock hasn't been tested in the 43 years I've lived there. But I got to tell you, what I'm hearing is it's one or two individuals that have a title and really don't know what to do with it from there on. And maybe I'm wrong, and we'll find out when we go to 31st. I will tell you guys, too, and correct me if I'm wrong, waterdata.usgs.gov is the gauges that you speak to, and anybody individually can log in, build their account, and have those gauges read on their phones. Is that true?
Through the water alert, yes.
So, I said I wouldn't do this, but so these guys can get it without a dashboard. Fair enough?
Yes, they
Thank
have.
you. I appreciate it. Sure.
Mr. Burdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Again, I'll be quick again. I want to go back to, I had asked the previous panel about diversion dams. Y'all have large scale such as Canyon Lake. And then I think you'll have some smaller ones throughout your section of the Guadalupe River. Both y'all, would some small scale diversion dams have helped prevent the flow to prevent the damage, what do we have in the Upper Guadalupe right now in relation to like a diversion dam?
Well, I can speak to what we have in Kerr County, and then I'll defer to the engineer to talk about how that might be successful. On the main channel, Guadalupe River, In Kerr County, we have some on-channel dams, but they don't have capacity for flood control. They have a water supply dam and a couple of recreational dams.
That'd be like Ingram Dam, probably?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And then through previous projects of our board had constructed small water and sediment control basins in the western part of the county. That goal was to capture a pulse of water on a dry draw and slow it down to give it time to soak in, to kind of bolster those shallow springs that will feed back into the river when it stops raining. But the capacity of those is very small compared to what would be effective for a flood control structure. But a small diversion dam, I guess without knowing the size or the capacity, hard for me to say.
Daryl Nichols with Guadalupe Blanco River Authority again. Canyon Reservoir is the only flood control reservoir on channel on the Guadalupe River, including in through Kerr County. There's been studies to look at other options. None have met the criteria for federal funding, and I don't see an on-channel flood reservoir being constructed on-channel in my lifetime.
Do you think they'd be helpful if they were constructed?
It definitely, on-channel reservoirs are helpful in flood control. Can they also be used as water supply? Yes. You mentioned a couple of dams that we have downstream of New Braunfels. Those are hydroelectric generating facilities. They're constant elevation, so there is no flood storage. Even if you drained them in advance, and a flood would fill up in a matter of minutes for what the magnitude this was. They provide no flood control whatsoever. If you want to take a look at whether or not a series of dams on tributaries could provide some benefit, I will say in the Region 11 flood plan, which is the Guadalupe River flood plan, there are two projects that were identified in a study with the federal government that were on tributaries that were to provide detention to try to slow down the water that was getting into the main channel. Those proved out to not meet the benefit cost ratio that the feds use. However, they are included in the flood plan, and they're on tributaries of the Guadalupe and on the Blanco River. They provide some flood mitigation, but not a lot of flood mitigation.
Copy that. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Before we move on, I just have a couple questions here. And I know we beat the dead horse a lot about you had the resources, you just didn't do it for whatever reason. But one thing I'd like to know, because I keep hearing you say you fund the water gauges that are there, correct? And you spent money on a dashboard. What does the dashboard do to alert people of a flood?
It is not it would not be a public alert system.
Okay.
It was a way to bring together improved communication to our emergency managers so that they could have a customized place to get information that was relevant to flood warning, that brought in.
So since 1987, how many studies have been done on flooding of Guadalupe River? I heard you mention a bunch of them. I didn't count. But
As far as studies go?
yeah, just flood mitigation studies. I know you did a big one in 16 because what you used to ask for the FEMA money. And then you did another, that study was also used to ask for the Water Development Board money that wasn't implemented. But my question is, you have the money, even with the lower tax rate. You lowered your tax rate, but you still had the money to do it. How much, if you'd have left the tax rate the same, how much more revenue would you have had?
I can't calculate that. I can get that number to you if you would like, but I don't know
I
that
just
offhand.
think it's a good point. I mean, you lowered the tax rate, you still had the money. If you hadn't lowered the tax rate, you could have just funded it yourself. But it seems odd to me, and I know I'm missing something that you guys do, but you're not a water source, right?
Correct.
You have some gauges and you build dashboards. What do you spend your money on?
We operate an environmental laboratory that serves the water and wastewater testing needs of our permitted and also private well customers. We also we have public education throughout let me see, I wrote this down. public education programs, water quality water quality monitoring, as in the data that goes to the Texas Clean Rivers program that the state uses to assess the health of the river, is one of our other primary functions. Okay. And then we have stewardship programs that are to enhance activities like water conservation and land management that's beneficial to the health of the Guadalupe River.
So you don't directly communicate with emergency management, but the information you gather on the health of the river, do you share that with the county officials?
When we have bacteria levels that are above the criteria, we post those weekly on our website during the summer when that most interest is in what are the conditions that are pertinent to recreation. And then if we have levels that are above the criteria that's considered to have an elevated risk while swimming, and it's in a public park, we will share that information as an advisory with either the city or the county, whoever operates that park.
Okay, so you do have a line of communication with your other local officials?
Yes.
But just not for flood waters?
Not for flood warning, and we are not a 24-hour operation. It's best that real-time data is going through those satellite and automatic transmissions and to the National Weather Service.
And this, but the data that was collected that you don't monitor 24 hours and don't share with emergency management is what would have gone on your dashboard?
The data is being collected by USGS gauges that is
Right,
available
but
to
that's
everybody
information- right,
24/7.
But that's the information that was going in the dashboard.
Yes.
I think we need gauges, not dashboards. Thank you very much.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was listening to Chairman King's line of questioning. He addressed some of the questions I had. But I think your river authority.
You said it was a 30-mile range. He's got to turn them on.
It just got turned off.
Kerr County is approximately 1,100 square miles. I think an estimate of the length of the Guadalupe River from Hunt to Comfort is 35 miles. I could get you an exact number.
That's okay. And so, but the basic job, I guess you had been mentioning, is the quality of the river water in that area. The board, when they're making the decisions, I guess, I mean, obviously they're having to take into account what's in the best interest of the people who live there and who visit there. And so obviously the quality of the water is critically important for the summer camps as well, because, I mean, they're having children from around the state come to enjoy the water as well.
Yes, those are one of our most frequent requests about what our current bacteria conditions are from the camps.
And so, and then if we were, or if you were to study any type of detention, water detention, or ways to slow down the flow of water in terms, and that would potentially impact the flow into the rivers, would the board members of your authority, would they be the ones that would have a vote to either approve or deny that type of improvement on the river?
Yes, our board sets our budget and guides our primary goals and our projects that are initiated.
And those summer camps, those are for-profit businesses, correct?
I can't speak to their business model, but that would be my understanding.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think part of what some of us are contemplating is the understanding that a mayor or a county judge may order an evacuation. They'll be forward-facing, communicating to the public. That's not the role of the River Authority. However, the quality of their decisions of when or whether or not people need to be evacuated is going to hinge critically on data predicting what's happening on the river. And so the question becomes not who else is going to inform the public, but rather who's going to inform the decision makers so that they have the information they need to make a life or death decision, potentially, for many people. And so my question to you, and just an honest, straightforward question, not in an accusatory fashion, is who is best positioned, who's best equipped to be the keeper of that information, the expert about that river basin or watershed, and to be able to provide the data, not make the decision, not communicate to the public, but provide the decision makers when they need it with the best quality information available to make a critical decision. And if it's not a water authority, that's fine, but then who is it? Because we need to identify who's going to be the keeper and provider of this important information. And then I think to some of the frustration that you've heard, there's going to have to be a requisite communication of that information in terms of emergency management. I think that's what we're trying to put together here. So do you have a role in that? Could you have a role in that? Is it a different entity? Is it USGS? Who is it that the decision makers are going to turn to get the necessary information to make a really important decision?
The National Weather Service, that they will receive the data that may be locally funded, it may be state or federally funded. They're going to be able to aggregate those sources to provide information and predictions.
So you're saying the National Weather Service?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm sure we'll have more questions for other people, but it's one step that I think is important in understanding where we're going.
All right. Senator Blanco, you got something?
Just a follow-up question.
I'm going to engage Mr. Nichols here if his questions are more relevant to him.
Just a follow-up question to Dr. Bonin's question. How will the National Weather Service get real-time river data?
They're going to get it from the USGS.
So then what should USGS, we're just trying to get.
I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be cryptic.
No, I know. We're just trying to understand, like, how do we
I'm not
get.
sure how they make the sausage either. I don't know what happens between when the river takes a measurement, it's transmitted via satellite to USGS. I don't know the details about how National Weather Service gets that information.
Let me ask it a different way. Who is the entity that has the best data on how fast and how deep and how dangerous a river is becoming? Would that be the River Authority? Would it be the National Weather Service? Would it be who?
The data would be coming from a piece of instrumentation, right? From a piece of equipment. The equipment that we have on the Guadalupe River are USGS gauges.
So it would be the river authorities that have that real-time data.
We fund the data. We would suggest where would be appropriate places to locate that instrumentation. We would, but I don't have that data. USGS gets it much faster than me. I go to the website to get it, just like everybody else.
You have I like your response as well.
So let me do something here. Again, this one would have been meteorologist panel.
Yeah.
NOAA is the giver of all warnings. They rely on multiple sources with respect to river flows. They are the USGS gauges. Very sophisticated. I believe they're satellite long before there was satellite for anybody else. The Mesonet systems also feed NOAA and modelers, but those data, you got to look at it this way. You can't have multiple disbursements of warnings from different sources. If you had multiple people giving a warning and one warning was different than the other, that's a bad day. So NOAA took that role on. Arguably, we might want to change an action plan to a NOAA warning as we get done, that if you get a flash flood watch or a warning in a area such as this may mean go to higher ground. That's not NOAA. We may attach that. But if you look at it, the Mesonet and these gauges and a whole host of other data, atmospheric, ground moisture sensors, wherever they get it, and maybe all the gauges, they fleet it up to NOAA, and NOAA generates that and puts models together, and they get it back down. My understanding, I believe, I've heard it, we'll ask the next panel,
I've heard 5-minute and 15-minute intervals. I don't know which is true or if it's a hodgepodge of several, but they don't get that information direct, and nor are they linked to a gauge to where they're going to have it anymore. As she just said, she's going to dial into NOAA and get it off the link or whatever. So we missed that, and I apologize for that. I didn't have control. I begged, but we couldn't get that meteorologist in here. But this would have all made sense if they had been here. So I don't, if I said something misstepped or wrong, please correct me.
Okay. I think the only thing that I would add is the NOAA and National Weather Service, they're the ones that have looked at the modeling, done modeling for a lot of these areas where they take into account rainfall. I think the USGS USGS gauges, part of that is for verification and identification of what's in the river already. When they're getting that rain gauge data, that's not necessarily playing into their computation as much. That's more for, a lot of that's for verification. The rain gauges, that plays into their model, but it also helps verify their radar estimates that they're seeing as well. So there is a lot of computation. They pull in the soil moisture, they pull in every bit of data they possibly can. National Weather Service does not turn away data. NOAA does not turn away data. They try to get as much data as they can. Some of that data, because it's occurring during storm events, isn't accurate. You have communication issues, you have equipment failure. So is equipment designed to capture high-intensity rainfall or just particular level information in tributaries? Or is it designed to capture rainfall event over a course of a long period of time that you use for water supply development? So you've got different purposes for some of these rain gauges and some of the data that's out there. NOAA pulls in all that data. The soil moisture also plays into it. The type of soil you have, the terrain, all that plays into those models. It takes time, it takes money to do that. And after the Blanco flood in 2015, there was an effort where, when I was at the Water Development Board, where funds were provided to help develop some additional modeling for predictive of what the levels would be in the river based on rainfall events.
Do you know what the interval of that reiteration is?
5 minutes, 15 minutes, I've seen both, and in some cases, for what you see on the public, it may be an hour before you see the upgrades.
Thank you for that. Okay, Senator Campbell, that's the last one I show.
Yeah, just
on
a
this.
comment more. Hi, Daryl. You know, or more just maybe to the committee. In Comal, we watched real time. I mean, it was 1 in the morning. We knew which bridges, how high they were. There's sensors on them that the county paid for themselves. And the sirens went off. We were watching it when it went under Spring Branch, then 281 Bridge, 311. We knew it was going to go over Rebecca Creek Bridge. They had heard about all the conversation, what was happening in Kerr County. They evacuated early on, well before the alarms, but the alarms paid for by the county themselves. They still want an upgrade, and I'm not sure the range, but it has, when the alarm goes off, it's a siren, loud, then there is a message in English and a message in Spanish that says evacuate, evacuate, then it goes off again. It can be set off manually, and that's just an example of Comal.
You're up. My understanding is you have a PowerPoint. State your name, who you're with, again, and do your presentation, please.
Good evening, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, and members. My name is Daryl Nichols, as I mentioned. I'm the General Manager, CEO for the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information about GBRA's operations and the recent flooding. GBRA was established by the Texas Legislature in 1933 as a conservation and reclamation district under the Texas Constitution, and were governed by a governor-appointed 9-member board. We're authorized to, among other things, the control, storage, preservation, and distribution of storm and floodwaters, and provide stewardship of utility operations to customers in a 10-county statutory area that includes some of the fastest-growing counties in Texas, from Kendall County to the coast. But as Tara mentioned, our district does not include Kerr County. You go to the next slide. As I mentioned previously, Canyon Dam and Reservoir in Comal County serves as the only flood control and water supply reservoir in the Guadalupe River Basin. It was built and financed through a partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and GBRA. GBRA contributed to the construction cost, and we currently pay the U.S. government annually for our portion of the operation and maintenance expenses associated with the conservation pool, which is used for water supply. The Corps of Engineers manages the flood releases from Canyon Dam, while GBRA manages the water supply releases when the lake is below the flood level. Now, prior to the flooding on July 4th, Canyon Reservoir was more than 30 feet low due to 5 years of an historic drought upstream of the lake. It was able to capture all the inflows without the need for the Corps of Engineers to initiate any flood releases downstream. To date, the lake has risen approximately 15 feet, but is still 16 feet from full. This represents about, in conservation storage, from about 45% to 65% of lake capacity now. The intense rainstorm that took place in Kerr County was very intense. It was a significant rain event, but it was over a small area of the watershed. It was only 70,000 acre-feet of water that flowed into Canyon Lake this month. It would take another 130,000 acre-feet of water to get to the conservation pool full at Canyon Reservoir. And then once that was reached, there was still an additional 350,000 acre-feet available for flood storage. So Canyon was able to catch 70,000 acre-feet from this event. GBRA does not receive any state appropriations or have the power of taxation. We're primarily funded by the revenues we receive associated with providing water supply and wastewater treatment. We utilize a workforce of about 230 operators and staff. We operate 5 water treatment plants, providing more than 57 million gallons of drinking water per day to utilities and industry throughout our basin. We also have the ability to treat 9 million gallons of wastewater per day from 13 wastewater treatment facilities. We do manage some hydroelectric generating facilities. We have recreational sites, and we have a laboratory. We also oversee the water quality monitoring programs and the Texas Clean Rivers program within the basin. Now, GBRA does not operate any flood control structures or infrastructure. We do not activate any flood warning systems, and we do not issue emergency management notifications during storm events or as part of any of our existing operations. As we've mentioned before, the National Weather Service operates the West Gulf River Forecast Center, where they utilize the various data that they collect from soil conditions, from stream flow gauges, from rainfall gauges, and rainfall estimates, to compile that data quickly and to produce a modeled forecast of anticipated river conditions. These river forecasts are just one of the tools that local emergency management directors or coordinators use to inform public safety decisions. GBRA supports these initiatives by contributing our observed rainfall data to the National Weather Service. We provide financial participation in several USGS gauges that measure stream flow, that provides the National Weather Service forecasters with real-time information on observed river levels. You go to the next slide. Now, the National Weather Service has the primary responsibility of developing the alerts, watches, and warnings, which local EMCs may use to support and inform local public safety and emergency management decisions. But local EMCs have the primary role of making public safety decisions in response to changing or anticipated conditions. While GBRA does not have an active role in emergency management or in issuing alerts or warnings, river authorities can partner with local offices of emergency management to develop and improve data. As I mentioned, we have contracted with USGS since the early 1960s to provide stage and stream flow gauging and water quality testing at various sites. The Guadalupe River Basin contains a total of 54 river gauges with funding from various sources, including the Edwards Aquifer Authority, the Upper Guadalupe River Authority, the Corps of Engineers, the Texas Water Development Board, and GBRA. In addition to the river gauges, GBRA's rain gauge network was first developed under the acquisition of the pre-existing network in Kerr County from UGRA in 2000. It now covers portions of Flash Flood Alley in Caldwell, Comal, Guadalupe, Hayes, Kendall, and Kerr counties. We maintain over 45 active rain gauges, which report real-time 6-minute intervals and are posted along with a radar viewer with additional water resource data on our conditions website. Our website and data is made available to the public and is utilized by the National Weather Service, UGRA, and others. Now, last summer, we began upgrading our rain gauge network from a radio communication to cellular-based for enhanced reliability and communication during weather events. The upgrades began with the 16 stations in Kerr County, which were completed earlier this summer, and we're continuing upgrades throughout our remaining gauges in the network. The gauges were active and reporting during the July 4th flooding. The data is gathered by remote automated sensors and is posted without a quality check so we can get it out as quickly as possible to the National Weather Service and anybody else. But there is a risk of inaccuracy and errors due to equipment and communications failure. In the past, GBRA has also served as a conduit to apply for and manage Water Development Board, Corps of Engineers, FEMA, and other grant funding for flood protection and management studies, additional rainfall and stream gauges, and community warning sirens. This includes TWDB, Water Board Flood Planning Protection Grants, which GBRA has secured and performed local studies in 14 communities within our basin. GBRA spent the 1930s collecting data on flood damages and developed a basin-wide master plan in the 1940s that recommended the construction of several on-channel reservoirs to provide the dual benefit of flood protection and water supply. Ultimately, Canyon Reservoir was the only project constructed and remains the only dam in the Guadalupe River Basin that can store floodwater in a quantity sufficient to provide flood mitigation to multiple communities. Over the years, though, several communities have invested in flood control dams on smaller tributaries to provide some local flood mitigation. Now, we partnered with the Corps of Engineers in 2011 to provide a study of the Guadalupe River downstream of Canyon. The goal of the study was to identify if there was any opportunities for federal investment into regional flood projects. As I mentioned previously, the cost of the projects were such that the economic criteria for federal participation was not available. The projects did get added to the flood study for Region 11, which is the Guadalupe River Flood Plan. Following the 2015 Memorial Day weekend and October floods that took place on the Blanco and San Marcos River, GBRA applied for and was awarded in 2016 water development funds for the installation of additional rainfall gauges in Caldwell and Hays County. The funding was also used to install 2 flood warning sirens in the Martindale area, which were transferred to local emergency management officials for continued maintenance and operation after installation. This data information was a direct result of having communication with the local emergency management officials and the Weather Service to see what additional data is needed to support their efforts. When the state flood planning regions were designated in 2020, GBRA became the administrator of the Region 11 Flood Planning Group, which is associated with the Guadalupe River watershed. The 2023 Region 11 Flood Plan identified more than 200 flood management projects, strategies, and evaluations for an estimated cost of just over $1 billion. This includes projects and strategies that were associated with flood warning systems. With the limited economic viability of infrastructure-based solutions, because there isn't usually a funding source or a revenue source that's going to be generated from a flood project, the Region 11 plan also included adopted goals about improving safety and enhancing land management practices. As I previously mentioned, GBRA recognizes that local offices of emergency management serve as a central communication outlet and coordinating point of contact with the public during flood and other emergencies. We're actively meeting with our county emergency management coordinators to discuss updates and possible enhancements to existing water data throughout the Guadalupe River Basin and our 10-county statutory district. Now, what I mentioned earlier about we can do better, that resonated with me. And I think one of the things, in addition to our conversations with the emergency management coordinators, is we can hopefully provide some additional information on what technology may be out there. What is the data? Some of our communities have extensive EMC programs. They gather their own data. They have their own alert systems. They very extensive. Some of them are not as sophisticated. And this is an opportunity where River Authority can help bridge to help inform of what type of data may be available and what resources may be available to potentially install those. I'm available to answer any questions and provide additional information.
Man, there's advantages to be late. I don't see anybody up needing to visit with you. You're kind of further south of the big problem, fortunately, this time. So don't take that as good planning, just luck this time. So I appreciate you what you do. Thank you for being here. Members, any other questions for these two? Chair calls up the remaining panel of number 4. Actually, what's this?
These are the next 3.
Okay. Scott McWilliams with the Upper Colorado River Authority, Phil Wilson with the Lower Colorado River Authority, and David Collinsworth with the Brazos River Authority. Let's, man, David, you want to start on this side and come across?
That's why I sit over here. I thought you'd start over there.
Well, I can go the other way.
No, I'll be honored to start.
I don't know that the pain's any less on the front end or the back end now.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name's David Collinsworth. I'm with the Brazos River Authority. I'm the General Manager, CEO. And little River Authority 101, if you brought all 22 of us in here, if you brought all 20, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you brought all 22 of us in here, you'd hear that we're all very different. There's a river authority that has 1 county. We're a river authority that has 72 counties. Chief Kidd talked a little while ago or hours ago about using the comparison of different states. I think he stole that from us. We're 44,000 square miles. That's roughly the same size as the state of Tennessee. So we have a very large area. The main stem of the Brazos that we do our work in is about 900 miles. If you add all of the other tributaries that are significant influences to the Brazos, you're talking about over 3,200 river miles in the Brazos Basin. We are the Brazos River Authority. It's an odd name. We don't really have any authority or jurisdictional authorities over counties or folks that we work with or work around. But we're very proactive in trying to help deal with flood issues, and I want to point some of that out. I've got a few slides that I'm going to go through very fast. I know it's been a long day, but then I'll open it up for questions as the chairman sees fit. We own and operate 3 reservoirs. They are different than the Corps of Engineer reservoirs, but you can see on that map the red dots are the BRA-owned reservoirs and the yellow dots are the Corps of Engineer reservoirs. The difference between the 2 reservoirs, we have 0 flood storage. So like you heard earlier, Lake Canyon was really low. It's a U.S. Army Corps of Engineer reservoir. It has flood storage. In our basin, on the northern end of this flooding event, Lake Georgetown was very low, and it came up over 27 feet in 12 hours. It did just what it was supposed to do. It collected flood water. It helped protect life. That's the reason that the Corps built those lakes back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. We've benefited from the fact that they are water supply. God only knows where the state of Texas would be without our forefathers building those reservoirs. So we're really blessed to have them. The difference in their reservoirs and the Brazos River Authority reservoirs is when our reservoirs are full, they're just water supply. We have 0 extra space to store water. If I could show you a picture of our gates, when they're full, the water is literally just a few inches under our gates. And we do that because we're trying to maximize water supply. So because of that, we're very proactive in how we manage and help folks deal with flooding issues. We have 3 major things that we do around our reservoirs. First of all, we have 2 call-out systems. We have a call-out system that's just designed for emergency management folks. So when our reservoirs reach a level and our team of hydrologists decide that they're going to release water and it's going to be at a certain cubic feet per second, those emergency management folks, they either get a call or a text or an email, it's up to them, with up-to-the-minute release data about how much water that we are putting into the river. We also have a different call-out system that is just for the general public, and you can sign up for that at any of our 3 reservoirs. And again, once we hit these trigger response levels at our reservoirs, you get an email, you get a text, or you get a phone call, regardless of what time of day it is, based on how we are releasing water. So a minute ago, we were talking about who needs to be responsible for the data. Just let me give you kind of a summary here of what happens when we have a flooding event and we're releasing water. We will participate in these calls with the county emergency operations folks. And we're just one of many people that are at the table helping inform them in making decisions. We can help them understand the data. More importantly, we can tell them the water that's in the river and the water that we will be releasing so they can be better informed on decisions that they're making. But we can't know when these volumes of water flow through an area, what streets are going to be flooded. So I think it's got to be really a joint effort of all of these different organizations, and somebody's got to have the responsibility of deciding if there's this much water in the river, what does that mean? What does that emergency really mean? And you know, just to be candid, we have 72 counties. And we have counties that we work with that are incredibly sophisticated. McLennan County, Bell County, Williamson County, up and down I-35, Taylor County, which is where Abilene is. But we also have counties that we work with that aren't sophisticated, and they don't know all of the information, so it's much more difficult to work with them to, and I think Chief Nim Kidd referred to that earlier when he was talking about the sophistication, different levels of emergency management folks. So that's one of our challenges. We also think that we have an obligation under the Water Code, because we own reservoirs, to when we release that information, to notify emergency management folks downstream. So we've been doing that for years, and we're very aggressive with our call-outs. The other thing that we do is we are very, very proactive on social media. I'm too old to tell you all of the different social media platforms, Facebook, all that stuff. But we have a staff that does that. And when we're in flood operations, they man those social media pages 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they're constantly asking questions, because we have people asking questions. You know, if it's happening here, what's going to happen here? How much water is the BRA going to release? What's going on? So we're very, very proactive with our social media and trying to get the message out to notify folks about those flood operations. Lastly, as far as an overview of what we do in the floods, because we own reservoirs, we host tabletop exercises on an annual basis where we invite the downstream the downstream emergency management folks to our office, and we walk them through scenarios where dam breach, excessive floods, maximum flooding events, so that we can all be on the same page when we call you and tell you water's coming, what that means. So we do that also. As far as, briefly, as far as, yeah, there's flood operations. You can go to the next slide, sorry. As far as the July 4th flood, we were not as active because both Lake Georgetown and Lake Granger in Williamson County are owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We were participating in the county's emergency operation calls because we operate water and wastewater treatment facilities in those locations, and the county wanted us to participate to make sure that there weren't resources that we could share or resources that we needed from their emergency operations folks. Both reservoirs did the job that they were supposed to do by holding and catching water. We also worked with the city of Round Rock to help work with the Corps of Engineers to deal with some issues about how fast Lake Georgetown was coming up, so that we could make sure that their intakes weren't submerged underwater, and they were still able to take water and treat it and get it to their almost 200,000 citizens. So that's a service that we provide in working with our customers also. Next slide, please. We do have what we call the Brazos Basin Now, and this is a series of dashboards, if you will, where anybody in the public or emergency management can go and you can get all types of data, whether it's reservoirs, stream flow data, rainfall data, and then also on the bottom of that page are some of the other resources that you've heard earlier in today, where you can go click on and access that data as well. And then lastly, but this has already been talked about, we are a part of the regional flood planning group. We are an administrator for the region that's in the Central Texas area. So that's a role that we play in trying to help understand some of the solution sets for floodwaters. There's been a lot of discussions today, a lot of questions asked. I can tell you that we are committed to working with you. I'm not envious of the tasks that you have. And when it comes to reservoir operations, I think Mr. Hoffman and the LCRA and the BRA and others are experts in how we do that and what information gets sent to the public and how it's used. And we're here as a resource, and we'll do anything that we can do to help you in the state of Texas.
Thank you. Scott? Scott, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here. My name's Scott McWilliams. I'm with the General Manager of the Upper Colorado River Authority. Feel a little out of place here. We've got 3 employees, and these guys have thousands, so I'm in between two giants in the River Authority business. We do have 14 counties. I had prepared a PowerPoint, but I'm not going to show it because I can just tell it to you real simply. We've been here a long time. We're all interested in getting out of here quick as we can. I don't envy what y'all are trying to do. But what happened in San Angelo, we're in a semi-arid region. We have a very low relief topography. And what happened there, the river didn't flood, causing the problems in San Angelo. The rainfall fell right on an urban landscape. And we got over half of our annual rainfall in one night. And that, with very little runoff from Pulliam Draw that came in. It was just the water fell on an older part of San Angelo that was constructed back in the days when the developers probably didn't even, the only thing they looked at was how can we get water off to keep it flooding my little development I've got here. And the next person had to, as you were saying earlier, Senator Perry, the next person to develop had to deal with this one's water coming towards him. So we were in that area, and our flood was primarily a flood of rising water. Now, of course, the roads, we have a curb and gutter system for drainage. They filled up, and we did have some swift water rescues. We unfortunately lost 1 life in that event. But our situation is totally different than what was experienced in the hill country. But I can say this as a hydrogeologist, if you have 15 inches of rain in a small area like we did in San Angelo, you can put that on any urban landscape in the state of Texas, and you're going to have flooding. Nobody has designed their system to handle that much water in that short a period of time. So I don't envy what y'all have to do. I do suggest you do a lot of prioritizing, though, because there's certain areas where that water could fall. We have, between us and Ivy, OH Ivy, it's a rural river all the way through there. Paint Rock's the only community, and it sits up high enough where it's not going to catch any floodwater. So one thing I will say, UCRA back in the 50s sponsored the construction with the Corps of Engineers of O.C. Fisher Reservoir. It caught over 12,000 acre feet during this event. When the gauge below San Angelo, it peaked at 12,200 acre feet, or cubic feet per second. The gauge just above O.C. Fisher peaked at over 19,000 CFS. So roughly, we probably prevented at least, if O.C. Fisher hadn't been there, it'd been 2.5 times as much water come through San Angelo. And the river would have flooded then. So that did its deal, and I'll answer any questions. I told Andrew when he called me, I don't know what I can contribute that will help y'all in y'all's decision, but I'm happy to be here. So any questions, I'll try to answer.
All right, John.
Good evening. Chairs Perry and King, House members and senators. For the record, my name is John Hoffman. I'm the Executive Vice President for Water at the Lower Colorado River Authority. And I'm here today as a resource witness. Next slide, please. LCRA is a river authority that also has a wholesale power business and a transmission business, as well as community services. We operate solely on the revenues we generate and don't have any taxing authority.
and receive no state appropriations. Slide. LCRA manages the lower 2/3 of the Colorado River. And beginning in the 1930s, LCRA built the 6 dams that create the 6 Highland Lakes just northwest of Austin. Out of those 6 Highland Lakes, Lakes Buchanan and Travis are our only 2 water supply reservoirs in our linear system. And only Lake Travis has dedicated flood storage. Slide. This is a graphic showing the large area that represents our watershed. It's 14,700 square miles of drainage that's mostly semi-arid that goes out into the hill country and up towards San Angelo out north and west of Austin. Slide, please. You've heard a lot of talk about Flash Flood Alley, and this is a great graphic to represent what we're talking about in terms of the dynamic that we have. It's important to understand that in the hill country, it's called the hill country for a reason. And in the hills between Buchanan Dam and Austin, the elevation drops about 600 feet in 116 miles. It's 3 times the drop from Buchanan to Austin as it is from Austin to the coast. And we know that water gains momentum as it goes downhill, which is ideal for generating hydropower, but it also results in rapidly developing flood events. And so when you think about combining the steep terrains that we have in the hill country with these thin rocky soils that we've got, and throw in a significant rainfall event, you have the prime conditions for the type of flash flooding that can be severe and the type of flooding that you've seen here in the last early part of July. Slide, please. During this recent 2-week July flood event, we had simultaneous floods going on in multiple of the tributary watersheds in the main stem of the Colorado. Most notably, we had flooding events in the San Saba River tributary watershed and the Llano River tributary watersheds. And that flooding on the San Saba made its way to the main stem of the Colorado, where it joined some flooding that was already taking place downstream of Brownwood, and then began to work its way down towards Buchanan Reservoir, which had quite a bit of storage in it because of the multi-year drought that we've been sustaining. Meanwhile, the flood flows on the Llano River system were passing through Lakes LBJ and Marble Falls on the way to Lake Travis. And the important thing to understand in that is these reservoirs that are between Buchanan and Travis do not have any flood storage, nor do they have any water supply storage that's permitted for them. So we refer to those reservoirs as pass-through reservoirs. They were created to generate hydropower. So anything that comes in on the front end of them has to go out the back end of them. That has to be passed through. So we're passing those flood flows from the Llano through Lake LBJ and Marble Falls, and they're making their way to Lake Travis. By the second part of this flood event, because for us this was a 2-part flood event, there was more water headed to Lake Buchanan than it could store. We knew that Lake Buchanan was going to fill up. And so floodgate operations there were going to become necessary for the first time since 2019. And we began to notify our stakeholders and our emergency officials about the fact that those floodgate operations were imminent. So the floodwaters from Buchanan then began to make their way downstream through Inks Lake, Lake LBJ, and Lake Marble Falls. And this was after the initial peak of that Llano flood had already worked its way through the system and was going down towards Lake Travis, which is very fortunate. So we were able to bring those flood flows in behind those flood flows coming from the Llano River system. The horribly destructive flooding that we saw up on the upper end of Lake Travis in that Hamilton Creek, Cow Creek, Big Sandy Creek area bypassed the dams. And it went directly into the lake, which, again, because of our multi-year drought, had plenty of available storage. Plus, remember, it also has the dedicated flood storage. So outside of that, we didn't have any floodgate operations at Mansfield Dam that creates Lake Travis, but we did, because of urban flooding and localized flooding in Austin, have to operate a partial floodgate at Tom Miller Dam that creates Lake Austin, as well as Lake Bastrop downstream towards our power plant lake in Bastrop. Next slide, please. And I think it's a universal truth in this part of the world that our droughts are broken by floods, and usually very large, very destructive floods. So because of that, our dam infrastructure has to be maintained in dam-ready position. That's why we've invested more than $187 million over the last 15 years on our dam infrastructure, and we have plans to invest another $96 million over the next 5 years on our dam infrastructure. We've made significant investments also in gauging infrastructure and modeling so that we have greater visibility into the rapidly changing conditions that we have in the Colorado system. Now, LCRA conducts both internal and external exercises and drills with our river operations teams as well as our local emergency partners such as our counties and our municipalities. And it's critical to frequently update your team members and your stakeholders because we have enough turnover in these and we have enough distance between these flood events where it's not a given that the people that you're going to be dealing with in this event are going to be the same ones you dealt with in the last event. So it's absolutely critical that you continue to have these flood drills, that you continue to have these flood exercises, and you continue to refresh your knowledge base and your team. We also do something a little bit different at LCRA. And we have learned that our local meteorologists play a vital role in communicating with the public during these flood events. And it's really important that these local meteorologists have a very good understanding of the Hannah Lake system, how we operate within that system, where to find information that's good information to convey to the public, and what that information means, to give it some context. So each spring we invite our local meteorologist in for a meteorologist day where we refresh them on LCRA flood and water supply operations and our infrastructure and how it operates, as well as how to get the most up-to-date information during an event. Slide, please. So in a flood event, our engineers and our operators and our hydrologists are going to be in our River Operations Center in Austin. And we have operators on duty 24/7 looking for significant rainfall that could cause flooding. And we mobilize our teams to assess the conditions and begin planning for potential flood operations at our reservoirs. Again, we have those 6 dams that create the 6 reservoirs that are along this flash flood alley region. It's also really important to understand, and you've had a lot of discussion about the various roles that the entities play during an event. The National Weather Service River Forecast Center, which we've talked about considerably during the course of our discussions today, is responsible for forecasting river flows and issuing river warnings. So what that River Forecast Center office is doing is it's taking the USGS stream flow gauging information that we were talking about earlier, along with everything from radar information to localized stream flow conditions to anecdotal reports that it has in its database from when this happens, when this happens, this happens, because they keep information ongoing on what happens within each of these river basins. So they will put together a forecast for the major gauges on each of these tributary river systems and publish that. And we'll put that graph out there. It's a really easy graph that you can see to be able to show this is where the water is now, this is where we predict the water is going to be. And by the way, here is a record of the most recent high water events and how high those events got. And here is one that shows the historically high events that you've received over the last 75 years or however long we've been keeping data. So it's really important, good information that the River Forecast Center puts together that's actionable intelligence about what they think is about to happen at each of those major river gauges. LCRA, in turn, takes that information that they get from the River Forecast Center, and my River Operations Center guys take that, and we crunch numbers on how fast that water is going to arrive at our reservoirs and how much our reservoirs are going to rise up because of those floodwaters coming in. You can imagine for those pass-through reservoirs where there's no flood storage, we have to be ready to operate gates very, very quickly. At Buchanan and Travis, particularly after a lengthy drought, we have a lot more time. Now, Buchanan is full at 1020, and Lake Travis is within about 6 feet of being full. So our condition is very much different. Our posture is very much different now than what it would have been a month ago. LCRA communicates these lake-level forecasts to our local emergency managers and our local officials. And these are our boots-on-the-ground folks responsible for any evacuations or response actions. And in practice, the way this works is my team comes together and pulls this information from the various sources that we have on what the lakes are going to do. And we begin to fan that information out to our in-house folks who reach out and touch simultaneously all of the different stakeholders. So we have one group of folks who are emergency operations center folks. That's their background, that's the language that they speak. They're communicating with the local emergency management officials because they sing from the same songbook. They understand the incident command structure, how to mobilize and use the incident command structure, and our folks are talking the same language to them. We also have local governmental affairs people that are communicating with our judges and with our city leadership. So that information is going out at the same time to the general public as well, because we're publishing that information both on websites and also on notification technology that we have. So this information happens and is dispersed on a very rapid basis, and in a very changing environment, it's one that has to be nimble, because sometimes the rain changes the operational posture as the event goes on, and we have to be able to re-communicate that information to our stakeholders. Next slide, please. I mentioned sharing information on the Highland Lakes dams. We share this information and current projected basin conditions in a couple of different ways. The first way is in real time, or near real time, we share information about flooding and the threat of flooding on our Hydromet website, and that's lcra.hydromet.org, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail in just a second. We also had a flood operations report that's a web-based report that we provide current and projected lake levels, our current flood operating posture, including how many gates we plan on opening. We also provide the River Forecast Center information from the National Weather Service. So we basically take the information from the National Weather Service, put it in a one-stop shop, and make that outward facing where our stakeholders can be able to see all of that information in one place. They can see a hydrograph that shows how fast the lake is coming up. They can see a River Forecast Center prediction about how high the water is going to get at these various river stages. They're also able to see individual rainfall gauges and individual stream flow gauges on our Hydromet system. And next, let's stay on this slide then. So when we open up any floodgates at any one of our dams, we also activate a similar system to what David was talking about. Ours is called a Flood Operation Notification System, and it's a subscriber-based system where anybody that wants to can sign up to be notified downstream of any one of or all of our dams. So when we initiate a floodgate operation and when we add floodgates, we send an additional notice out to people to let them know that we're opening floodgates or how many floodgates we're opening. Our emergency management team also calls and directly contacts our local emergency management officials prior to opening any floodgates. So that is important because our local officials are going to need to understand and consider this information when determining if there's any action items they're going to need to be able to take based in part on the information we're providing to them. We also, in today's world, share a lot of information based on social because, frankly, we have a lot of people that get their news now from social media. So whether it's the Facebook or X or Instagram or whatever, during this past event, we were very active on those social media platforms, not just with our own information, but also with the National Weather Service information and any local governmental information that was good to get out to people as well. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the Hydromet webpage, and this is looking at rainflow gauges for July. So this captures the two events that I'm referencing earlier on this system. So if you're going to manage lakes in an area like this, you need to know how much water you got and how much water is coming and what you're going to do with it when it gets there. So our Hydromet system is the means by which we have determined we're going to do this. And it's especially important during floods. So in our basin, we've augmented the existing USGS gauge framework with our own additional stream flow and rainfall gauges. And we refer to this as our Hydromet. And our Hydromet system now is over 275 gauges spread throughout the basin that measure everything from rainfall and stream flow and lake levels or more. We also overlay NASA soil moisture conditions on top of this so that you can actually take a look at the map, turn on the soil moisture conditions, and then take a look at the rainfall gauges. And you can see to the extent that there's an area that's dry and starting out dry, it can take a lot of rain before it starts to shed water and create runoff. Whereas if that soil moisture condition is saturated, that rainfall is going to start generating runoff much more quickly. So it's really a great tool to be able to see what's going on in the system. Our rainfall data is updated on a 5-minute basis. Our stream flow data is updated on a 15-minute basis. This is a free product that is offered to anybody that wants to. I always encourage people when we do our trainings to go ahead and get your phone out and tab that Hydromet website on your phone, and go ahead and tab that flood operations site on your phone as well, so that you can get the up-to-date information from us. We also share this information automatically with the National Weather Service and all of the various local EMCs and local emergency and management officials, as well as elected officials. And to give you a sense of to the extent to which our people in our basin are using this, during the July flood events, we had 1.8 million clicks on individual gauges within the Hydromet system. So people use the system. Also, the National Weather Service utilizes our system to calibrate their radars, particularly the radars that's estimating rainfall. So they can use our rainfall gauges to cross-reference that with the data that they're getting from the rainfall systems. And then they can take that calibrated data and turn around and share that with the general public and with local officials. So if you were going to build a system like this from the ground up today, which we started building ours piecemeal back in the 1990s, but if you were going to do it today, you're looking at about a $20 million system. We spend a lot of time when we do our drills training our local stakeholders, our local emergency managers and our local elected officials, how to go to these websites and how to access this information, because it's the same information that we're using. So we want to try to empower our local emergency managers and our local officials to have the best, most up-to-date information that they can have access to, and this is that in our basin. This is that in our basin. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a lot of
Thank you.
information in a short period
Very
of time.
comprehensive. I think if one takeaway right now is there's obviously, as David said, every river authority has a different purpose, different mission, and absolutely different budget. Senator Swertner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll just be very blunt. We have 22 river authorities. For some reason, the upper, and I don't know the reason why, was formed, Upper Guadalupe River Authority, one county in the idyllic region of Texas. Health of the river seems to be maybe the overriding concern, even though that river authority manages the portion of the river that is probably the most fatal from an overall fatality standpoint over the years. Certainly now it is. Is it too small to do the job of protecting Texans along that river authority? Why is it carved off from the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority? And is it, they need 10 gauges, or at least say more than 10 gauges. Y'all have through your net 100, how many you said in Lower Colorado? Are they too small, or maybe they have maybe some misguided principles or actual misguided priorities regarding the locality and the people in the authority and their decision-making being skewed relative to the health of the river and the maintenance of the pristineness of it relative to the safety of the people visiting. Anyone want to jump on that?
So I think one of the things that you heard different from us is that we have the staff that is focused on reaching out to the emergency managers and telling them.
Y'all are required statutorily to do that because you have dams and reservoirs.
That's correct.
They're not required statutorily to do that.
That's correct. But those staff also develop those relationships with those county emergency managers so they can have those phone calls and.
But if you don't have a big staff, I mean, you don't have a big staff, but they have, I don't know how many they have in the Upper Guadalupe, 9?
No, I think she said 8 maybe.
8. So is there a certain minimum size that diffuses the prioritization and how you actually manage a relatively large river authority that has multiple obligations, not just the health of the river?
Senator, I think it's always going to be a function of the policy for the river authority that in terms of how it's created, and because most of us are legislatively or statutorily created entities.
And how was this one created, the Upper Guadalupe? Do y'all have any
I don't know
idea?
what the legislative history of it is.
I bet you there's an interesting creation aspect to it, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, and they evolve over time, and so that it may not look the same way today that it did when it was initially created.
I bet it was politically created in a political sense, but that would be my guess. Okay, so do you don't think it's too small to do its job? If it had the right governance and structure and leadership and willpower?
That's the key. If it had you don't have to have a lot of personnel, but you have to have the right personnel focused on what
The
your
right
issues
priorities.
are and the right priorities. Yes, sir. That'd be my answer.
Thank you.
Colonel Wilson.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Sir, on the, y'all have the power generation, you have the water, you run the water side. What's y'all's revenue?
So on the revenue side for the water piece, you know, we end up being about $50 million.
$50 million.
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that y'all had past investment of $187 million on dam
Yes,
improvements
yes, over
and
time.
going in $96 million. And that's $50 million annually.
Yeah, well, that's $50 million from the water side. Because we have some dams that are also solely dedicated for hydroelectric power, there's also a revenue source coming in from hydro for specifically those hydroelectric dams. Our water supply customers do not pay for the upkeep on our hydro dams.
On the hydro, okay, I got it, I appreciate that. And if, what's the overhead for the LCRA?
The overhead for the water part of LCRA would be about 214 FTEs.
Okay.
Directly
And
related with water.
I got you. But you also, say again? Thank you. And so when you, 20 million, is that accurate?
Probably close.
Yeah, obviously, we're a small part of a much larger organization, so yes.
Okay, and so if you had to back out the remaining 30, and this is just back of the napkin, if you don't have it and you get to me, that's fine. That leaves the 30 million, which frankly is, portion of that's going to be spent on the future $96 million investment, right?
We have a lot of money invested over time in keeping that dam infrastructure up because most of this infrastructure was built in the 30s and 40s.
Right, no. And I see the work, I see the cranes and everything, so I'm glad that you guys keep that thing moving. And so, can you kind of tell me what the breakout of that remaining pot of money is outside of what you're investing in the infrastructure or those dams or the improvements?
Are you talking about a breakout from a budgetary standpoint?
Absolutely. So at
Okay,
the end of the day, don't y'all invest in the community? Don't you do like
Sure.
firehouses and
LCRA does.
community senators and?
LCRA does. Of course, the LCRA, the water part of LCRA in terms of our business is a very small part of the business now. It started out being the biggest part of the business, but now we're maybe 4%.
4%.
The overall business, yes.
For the LCRA?
Yes,
No.
that's correct.
No, I got you. And how much would you say that y'all invest back into the community on just community projects and grants and gifts and so forth?
It's a couple $1 million a year. I'll have to get you that specific.
Couple $1 million a year? Yeah. And predominantly the reason why y'all do that is why?
Because we invest, part of the reason why we were created was the stewardship angle, the stewardship aspects of what we do. We invest back in the communities that we serve.
Yeah, and it's over and above water.
Yes.
It could be in community centers,
yes.
it could be.
Yes.
Right, I got you.
Yes.
I appreciate it. And I'm sorry, how many employees do y'all have?
Total employees that we have are 2,562 FTEs.
25, and that's just the water alone or just LCRA
No, that's
general?
2,562 for LCRA.
Total, okay. I
Water
got you.
alone is 214.
214. And does that count your operation center, or is that shared? The operation center is both electrical and and water?
That is just the water part aspects of what we do. Our emergency operations folks are a standalone office that are a part of the general LCRA overhead.
I got you. I appreciate
Now,
that.
we take up an inordinate amount of their time during times like this. And they're all amateur water folks because we take a lot of the work for them.
Yeah.
But they also support our other businesses. So they're involved with the winter storms.
Yeah.
They're involved with the hurricanes. They handle all of those.
Yeah. So let me ask y'all something. Does the river authorities ever come together, say annually, quarterly,
Sure.
semi-annually?
Yeah, we have an
Okay.
organization. We come together
Okay.
frequently.
Just as you support within the communities, y'all have shared support between river authority to river authority when you see that there's requirement gaps, like emergency management notification?
We do peer-to-peer communication, quite frankly. There's so much diversity within the state. We find that there's a lot of localized fine-tuning of missional activities based off where you are in the state of Texas. You know, what Southeast Texas looks like over in the Sabine looks very different than what it looks like up in
Absolutely.
the Panhandle, than El Paso.
Is there anything statutory that may be a barrier from y'all, the bigger, larger ones that have great revenue sources and so forth, invest in other river authorities?
The only thing I would tell you in terms of investing in other river authorities, if you're talking financially, would just be from the perspective of your ratepayers and being answerable to your ratepayers.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're already socializing flood protection because there's no revenue source for flood protection.
Right, absolutely. But on the water side, I got it. The ratepayers in terms of electrical, you know, in terms of pulling water, what is, I guess it's your municipalities that are pulling
Leander,
water.
Cedar Park, Pflugerville, Austin.
Pulling, that they're buying for, you know, acre feet, if you will, in
Yes.
terms of amount of water and so forth. Outside of investing in the communities and so forth like that, that you say that's about $2 million, what would you say, what are the other things that you use your revenue on besides the overhead, the community? Can you break that out just in large buckets for me?
Well, just in terms of the water aspects of what we do, we have a whole lot on our plate with respect to developing new water supplies.
Okay.
I mean, that's,
Yeah.
for us going into the future, because of the challenge of the growth that we have within our state, everything is geared towards dealing with trying to develop new water supplies.
Mm-hmm. And as far as a river authority, what does that mean? What does it look like in terms of developing more water supplies? Is that the refinement of water? Is that the existing surface water?
It's looking at a variety of different sources and potential projects for developing new sources of supply to bring them to bear where you have the highest growth. And our growth is concentrated in central Texas and down in the very lower part of the basin down next to the Gulf.
Does that include drilling wells?
It could include drilling wells.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. All right. And what experience do y'all have with FEMA?
We have a lot of experience with FEMA as a customer of FEMA because we have quite a few assets down in the coastal regions, and some of the discussions we were having earlier about our hurricanes, we suffered fairly significant damages to some of our pump stations and some of our other infrastructure in the lower basin that required significant repair activities that all went through a FEMA process.
Okay, so y'all, just like our counties, once there's a declaration and so forth like that, can submit their, you know, their damages. If you, and I'm sorry, I'm not using the right terminology,
Sure you
I know,
are.
but so y'all do the same thing.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you. And when you look along the river authorities, maybe not necessarily the Brazos River Authority, but the LCRA, you have significant communities that surround, that depend on those lakes and so forth for their economy.
We do.
Yes, sir. Okay. And there's a lot of small communities, and of course, a lot of investors, individual investors, people that has their second homes that they rent out, and it helps with the boat races when people come to town. That generates tax revenue and the hotel tax and all those sorts of things. And of course, they depend on those lakes and so forth. So let me ask you, when it comes to debris cleanup, what do y'all see as y'all's authority to be able to help with the whole range from cleaning up, helping those small communities, and then also their submissions to FEMA?
Sure. So when we take a look at a basin that I mentioned earlier that's almost 15,000 square miles, and I'm just half of his, it's impossible for us to clean that pool. So we restrict ourselves with respect to looking at debris to anything that's going to impair our dams from operating the way that they're designed to operate, or any of our other associated infrastructure. For example, there's a Ferguson power plant, gas power plant that's there on Lake LBJ. Anything that would impede the intake ability for that power plant to produce what it needs, we would go in and clean that up. Anything that's in the main channel that would be a hazard to navigation down the main channel of the basically the old riverbed.
Right.
We would go and remove that if all possible. If not possible, we would have to mark it until we could get it removed. When it comes to things like the coves, there's no operational impact to us associated with those coves. So we would not pay for nor facilitate doing those cleanups. Now, we would go a step further and have historically gone in several, usually months later, and done a lake lowering when it's safe to do so.
Sure.
To allow people to bring in contractors to come in and clean those areas up. And we'd go a step further and intercede on their behalf with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to get permitting for the entirety of the area as basically a blanket coverage with a general type permit that as long as they stayed within a certain footprint, they had blanket authorization to be able to go in and clean those areas up.
Is there anything preventing LCRA from doing that? Statutorily?
Not having a revenue source to do it.
Statutorily?
No, statutorily, there's not anything that says you can't do it. It would just be a perspective if you don't have
Yeah.
a revenue source. There's no operational imperative to go in and do it. So your water supply customers
Yeah.
would wonder why.
But y'all do things in terms of community events, like $2 million to put back into the communities and so forth for
Water's
community
not
centers.
paying $2 million. They're paying a small portion of that.
But that y'all do that, right? That's what
Correct.
you told me earlier. So at the end of the day, when you look at small communities, is LCRA in a position to help small communities that have that issue associated, that is an economic impact to them too?
After the
I mean, if y'all
28
have that expertise to be able to do that sort of thing, and realizing that these small communities, I'm not sitting here trying to put an extra task on you. I'm just asking what's preventing you.
Well, after the 2018 flood event, which for us was considerably larger than this flood was, we did.
That's when the Llano and the Colorado both
That's,
merged.
that
Yeah, that's right.
was another 100,000 CFS on the Llano.
That's
than what
right.
we saw on this
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, we did have an extraordinary effort that we worked together with our local communities that were in that area there, and we provided some support for them in that.
Mhm. But as far as in terms of supporting the cleanup, knowing that you could submit that on their behalf with FEMA, just like y'all do for your dams, that wouldn't be possible.
We could be open to talking to them about whatever in terms of if they need help with FEMA.
Mhm.
I mean, that's absolutely something we can explore.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Colonel
you.
Wilson, are you about done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Guys, this panel represents best practices, whether it's huge, hugest, or three people. So thank you for coming in. And I just wanted to go over, I can remember Darrell staying south of Canyon Dam, and when you cranked up the water release, there used to be a siren. Says it's still there?
When we're generating electricity, yes, when there is.
When you're not generating
You gotta
electricity,
come
no.
to the, you're gonna have to come to the panel and introduce who you are and what your role is.
Okay, sir.
Do we need anybody else?
Darrell Nichols with GBRA. So when we're generating hydroelectricity and increasing that, we do sound a horn. When the Corps is releasing their flood releases, there is also an alarm system that they utilize.
And that brings me, gentlemen, to, I guess, I assume that every time that you've got all the social media, you've got the emails, you've got text messages, you've got phone calls, okay? You know, both Brazos and so do you all still crank up the sirens when you're cranking up your releases?
Absolutely.
At the dams.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
And you all obviously all believe that auditory signal helps people within range, which we're going to assume is 3 miles or less.
Yep.
Understand that the cubic
A release is coming.
A release is coming, and they need to be prepared for it. And would it be logical to assume that bringing sirens into another layer, again, we're trying to just get the last possible ounce of attention in the middle of a flash flood, having that layered on top of these alerts, okay, would be at least one last final effective strategy?
Senator, I think particularly where you have a concentration of people, that's something that you could definitely explore. We have a pretty good mix within our watershed, and for example, if you look out west, going out towards, say, for example, Junction or Rock Springs along South Llano, it's a lot of ranch land.
Sure.
So you would really want to concentrate in areas like perhaps in the city of Junction where you have in 2018 flood event, we had some loss of life down there at a RV resort.
Right.
That was close to the river. So those are the types of places where you would think that type of
So if you
technology.
combined old tech sirens with this new tech, you would not do it in rural areas. He described a long route until he got to a city on a bluff. But you could theoretically deploy that siren technology as a way to try to get through at the last moment. The studies we've read are really clear that Texans are quite intelligent because they've learned, 29% of us learned how to turn these off. And compared to only 5% of Vermonters, I'm not sure what that means, but call Bernie Sanders. And with with all of this, I also read a study that even non-digital, like old phone calls, only have about a 51%, connection rate because people aren't answering the phones and they have thrown away their old answering machines. So we really need some type of stratified layering here of every possible, ability to try to get people out of the way of a 20-foot plus wall of water.
Optionality is important, and that's one of the reasons why we allow people to sign up for either a call or a text or an email or all three.
Okay, now optionality to automation is my last question, okay? Now, should these type of alerts be, are any of your alerts automated or are they all manually triggered?
Our alerts are manually triggered.
I bet
Ours
yours-
are too.
Now, having said that, you heard earlier testimony about USGS gauges. USGS gauges have
The technology.
thresholds that allow you
That's
to
right.
be notified, and my phone vibrates all over the place because when they start going off.
Because
they
they
start
can,
going off.
they can report a rate of change and they've got an automatic,
Well,
right?
you can set it to a certain point where I don't care if it comes up 2 feet, I care if it comes up 10 feet.
Right, okay, got it. So now, if we're looking at a river warning system, would you be recommending automated or manual or a combination of triggering?
I think it depends on what your public policy goal was and what you were willing to accept as a people. And so if you have an automatic system, there will be false calls that happen as a part of that. And if you're okay with erring on the side of caution, which I think discussion has been along those lines, then that's acceptable.
The question is false negatives versus false positives, right?
Well, just a system that's supposed to be triggered when something happens. And what I can tell you as somebody that operates a whole lot of gauges is that we have so many gauges because of a need of redundancy.
Yep.
Because gauges are in harm's way, and when we have these events, gauges get taken out.
Sure.
And gauges fail, and technology fails. And so you have to have redundancy within your system, backups to your backups.
Right. As a control systems guy, we
Correct.
always had dual redundancy on
So-
every major
So if you're flagging off an
instrumentation.
individual gauge, understand that there are gonna be times when that gauge either says
Fails.
it's happening when it's not happening, or it's big enough to where it
Misreports.
takes it
Yeah.
starts reporting and then it stops because we had
Right.
Hamilton Creek gauge is a great example of that, where we had a gauge location that was vulnerable and it was taken completely out.
David?
Same thing. I would feel comfortable with an automated early response, but verified by manual.
And the last question would be, if we had such a system, we would need automated communication because we can't even rely on 5G. We'd have to have some type of Starlink
That's right.
or some other communication system.
Again, redundancy is probably called for. If you were wanting to make sure that it would come through, it'd be some combination of that.
Right, so that would have to be the basis for any report or any type of, flood warning system, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you all for coming to the panel today. Mr. Hoffman, this may not be in your area of expertise, but is LCRA one of the 54 different public safety radio providers here in the state?
It is not my area of expertise, but we do provide radio.
Okay,
Yes, we do-
systems?
Yes, but I have no expertise in terms of how the radio system works or any of that.
All right, well, thank you.
Yes.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hoffman, how does the hydromet system differ from USGS system?
It actually shares gauges with USGS. We are outward facing with USGS gauges along with our own gauges. So where we've augmented the USGS gauge system with additional, for example, like rainfall gauges,
Yes.
we show that to the public along with the USGS gauges. So we
Okay.
basically created an interface where the one-stop shop where the public can come and see all that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bonham.
Thank you. And along those same lines, I am intrigued by the hydromet system. It seems to be serving you well. In understanding the river authorities are very different and have different resources available to them. It just seems that perhaps there would be something that we could learn from what you've already created, and perhaps there might be some way to either build on that, learn from it, or even form some type of collaboration so that other river authorities that maybe don't have the resources, and I'm not saying that you would foot the bill for this, would not have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak.
No, this is easily replicatable in any other context. This is, I mean, we're happy to share what we've done. And there are also, this is not the only way to do it. Our hydromet system and the way we do the displays is just one way to do that. Earlier, you saw a presentation from the Texas Water Development Board talking about their system that they have that's out there that also has a great interface for people to have access to. So.
And to the extent that there would be some modularity, it could be plug and play for the others to be a part of something bigger.
Part of what we've done with the USGS system in particular is I will say that the USGS system is difficult to navigate. And it's hard to be able to find your way around within the USGS system. And so what we tried to do was make that system a little bit more accessible to the general public and to our local emergency officials so that they can navigate that system a little bit more easily and have access to that system more easily.
So that seems to be one of the keys, is that the local, those in charge of a local emergency response have access to the critical data that they need. So
yeah, we're not trying to step into their shoes. We're trying to facilitate it and to participate with them as a partner to basically make sure that they got what they need to have to be able to make good decisions.
Yeah, precisely. So we don't need to belabor that now, but this may be a good resource for us to come back to. Sure. Thank you.
All right, members, I don't see anybody else wanting to harass you, ask you guys questions. Y'all have been a great resource. Again, the disparity of size and responsibilities, but to the point made earlier, you just got to know what your mission is, no matter how big you are. So appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying. All right, members, we're down to our fifth and final panel. It's going to center around communications, connectivity. During the emergency, I'm calling up Stephen Sample with Bexar County, Thomas Gilbert with Brazos Valley Council of Governments, and Kelly Adley with AT&T FirstNet. Thank you guys for hanging in there tonight.
Yes, sir.
Let's just start with the first one that sits down. See which ones that's going to be. That's what I was doing. Y'all are listening. I'm impressed.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the right. Let's change it up right this way. So state your name, who you're with, and tell us what you want to know about your participation in the event and where we can take that and do good things with it.
Thank you, Chairman Perry. Chairman, members, my name is Stephen Sample. For the past 30 years, I have served as a firefighter, paramedic, and police officer. Today, I oversee the operations of public safety communications for Bexar County. I'm here to speak about the response to Central Texas floods for July of 2025. In my public safety career, I've responded to numerous incidents, both natural and man-made. In the after-action reports of these incidents, communications have always ranked as a top problem to correct or improve. This incident is no different. In our response to Kerr, Kendall, and Comal counties, we've witnessed numerous agencies coming together to assist in the rescue and recovery efforts. The responders consisted of local, state, and federal assets, as well as NGOs and volunteer organizations. Each one of these operators had different communications equipment and different capabilities. Kerr, Kendall, and Comal counties are in the heart of the hill country. The topography makes these areas prone to flash flooding and contributes to communication challenges. Radio signals can act like light beams and have limited reach around river bends, over peaks, through valleys. Each frequency spectrum has its own unique behavior in this terrain. Some of the radios used in this incident had supplemented signals through LTE, Wi-Fi, and from Starlink connections. Complete coverage across this affected area was still not possible. So Colonel Martin referenced his radio. He's got a brand new radio on his hip. Some of his troopers do, not all of them, but that particular radio that he had is one of these that has the enhanced capability of LTE and Wi-Fi, and then we ended up adding Starlink into it as well. Another challenge is disparate radio systems and frequencies. Some agencies operate on VHF, while others operate on a 700 and 800 megahertz network. First responders must have multi-band radios to effectively communicate with these entities. Many of the volunteer and outside agencies do not have multi-band radios and must rely on patching or loaned equipment to facilitate comms. Patching is not always reliable and has limited effective range, and loaner radios are limited and not always available. In fact, I had a request while I was sitting here today for additional loaner radios up there in the Kerrville area. One of the things I want to mention also is the term P25 keeps coming up. And while P25 is a standard for public safety communications, it does not guarantee instant access to a radio network. Just because you have a P25 radio doesn't mean you can wander into a P25 radio system and be able to talk immediately. As communication coordinators, we identified the lowest common denominator at the incident and found solutions to bring these responders together. This was challenging as some users had incorrect programming, outdated equipment, and minimal knowledge of how to effectively operate their radio. To overcome some of the deficiencies, we deployed supplemental communication platforms, for example, towers, repeaters, and communication trailers, along with caches of portable radios. The coordination and deployment of this equipment is intensive and not instantaneous. Considerable time was required to transport, program, issue, and implement these assets. All of this is occurring while still supporting operations. So Chief Kidd touched on this. He talked about how it's typically within the third work schedule of where you're really starting to get into the communications really starting to be solved, and that's the third operational period. That's kind of where we were. These challenges are not limited or new to the Texas Hill Country. Across the state, multiple jurisdictions have opted to build and control their own radio system instead of joining wide area networks. Luckily, these 3 counties are part of larger systems. Some responders had an easier time communicating, but many other responders from localized systems did not have that ability. They lacked common programming or access to the radio network. The Statewide Interoperability Coordinator, or the SWIC, has worked with agencies across the state to recognize the importance of joining wide area radio systems and utilizing multiband radios. There is an effort to require all future grant-funded equipment to have the correct software features and frequency capabilities. Interoperability is a difficult challenge, and without communication, we are not effective in our job, nor are we effective to the ones we serve. So, one of the statements I made in here about the multiple jurisdictions across the state opting to build and control their own systems. Once again, Chief Kidd touched on that. And there's just under 60 independent radio systems across the state. And each one of those brings its own challenge. I mentioned before, just because you have a P25 radio doesn't mean you have instant access to that radio system. There's a lot of back-end stuff that has to occur for those radios to be able to communicate across those systems. So I appreciate y'all's interest in public safety communications. I look forward to answering any questions that y'all might have.
Let's go to the next guy.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Gilbert, and I serve as the Radio System Manager for the Brazos Valley Council of Governments. We operate a regional 700 megahertz public safety radio system in partnership with Harris County and the Texas Wide Area Radio Network, or TexWARN. I come before you today with over 28 years' experience in public safety communications and 23 years as a firefighter. My career has given me firsthand insight into both technical system management and frontline emergency response, providing a unique perspective on how communication systems support or sometimes hinder those responding to emergencies. I also hold state credentials as an All Hazards Communications Unit Leader, or COM-L, and Communications Technician, or COM-T, having been trained in accordance with the Federal Emergency Management Agency's standards. In Texas, this training is coordinated by the Statewide Interoperability Coordinator. In addition to my local and regional responsibilities, I serve as a voting member of the Texas Interoperable Communications Committee, or TXICC. I contribute to several working groups, including those updating the State Communications Interoperability Channel Plan, developing best practices for secure and interoperable communications, and integrating broadband devices into traditional radio networks. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, lack of funding remains a major challenge to implementing these plans in a timely manner. I'm here today to share my experience during the recent flood event in Kerrville and to offer recommendations that will strengthen emergency communications across the state. I was assigned as the Communications Unit Leader by TDEM from July 6th to July 20th. On the evening of July 6th, I arrived in Kerrville, where I was immediately met with complaints of serious communication issues between state and local first responders. I began triaging the information to identify root causes and determine the most urgent needs. That night, I contacted key partners across several agencies and submitted a formal request for a support team. On Monday morning, July 7th, I traveled along Highway 39 towards Camp Mystic, speaking directly with some responders in the field. I asked a simple but critical question. What do you need to do that you can't do right now? Almost all of them answered the same way. They couldn't coordinate with other agencies due to limited radio coverage or lack of access to local channels. I confirmed that Kerr County was operating on the Greater Austin-Travis Regional Radio System, or GATORS, but coverage in the Upper River area was limited. Although the LCRA system had better coverage in some locations, the majority of operations involved Kerr County responders. I determined that the most effective solution was to deploy 2 trailer-mounted towers to extend GATORS coverage into the affected area. This avoided complex system patching and allowed seamless integration into the county's existing infrastructure. Another critical issue quickly became apparent. While Kerr County had recently transitioned to the GATORS radio system, many regional or mutual aid first responders had not yet updated their radios with the new channel configurations. And by recently, I mean within a span of a couple of months that they had moved. Without immediate intervention, coordination would remain limited. By Monday evening, I had coordinated with the Texas Department of Public Safety and Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Both agencies responded without hesitation, dispatching technicians to begin reprogramming radios for their personnel. My team arrived on Tuesday. I briefed them on the situation and organized them into day and night shifts to provide continuous support. Our night shift worked side by side with Parks and Wildlife technicians to reprogram over 100 radios in a single night, dramatically improving field communications capacity. By Wednesday afternoon, both trailer-mounted towers had arrived, and by that evening they were operational, one placed at Camp Mystic, the other in Hunt. Initial testing confirmed that radio coverage in the Upper River area had improved significantly. One challenge I anticipated from the outset was the presence of responders with radios incompatible with our communications plan. Many agencies purchase equipment tailored solely to their local systems due to budget constraints. While this is understandable for day-to-day operations, it creates serious limitations during multi-agency or regional disasters. To address this proactively, I requested loaner radios from both the Texas Department of Public Safety and the City of Austin. This allowed us to rapidly issue fully compatible radios to responders on the ground. My team managed the deployment of those radios, tracking inventory, issuing units, and conducting regular follow-ups with recipients. At the peak of operations, we were managing 130 loaner radios, overseeing 5 deployable tower sites, 3 being conventional, 2 being trunked, and I was responsible for developing and refining the daily communications plan for hundreds of responders from law enforcement, fire, EMS, and air operations. Based on this experience and others like it, I respectfully offer the following recommendations to strengthen emergency communications in Texas. Number 1, immediate operational improvements. What we need is to formally establish regional communications units composed of credentialed communications unit leaders, communications technicians, and other all-hazards communications personnel. These units should be coordinated through the statewide interoperability coordinator in conjunction with the Texas Division of Emergency Management's Communications Coordination Group. Each one of these communications units should participate in at least 2 exercises per year to ensure personnel readiness and equipment reliability. This could be funded through interlocal agreements between the Texas Division of Emergency Management and partnering agencies such as councils of governments, local jurisdictions, or state agencies that are willing to host and make their personnel available to respond. In addition to maintaining a trained team, each communications unit would be responsible for rapidly deploying and managing a full suite of mobile communications assets, such as trailer-mounted towers, loaner radios, repair hardware, and related equipment to speed up the deployment process. This includes the capacity for temporary restoration of damaged infrastructure, which is a recurring need in many large-scale disasters. For example, during my deployment to Louisiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida in 2021, nearly all of our work revolved around restoring communications infrastructure that had been damaged or destroyed. Number 2, policy-driven enhancements. We must enforce currently existing common channel plans, regular radio updates, and most importantly, ongoing user training across all public safety disciplines. As you heard Chief Kidd mention earlier, AARs almost always reference communications at the top, 1 or 2. But the most frequent communications challenge lies not in the equipment, but in the hands of the user. Many responders do not have good working knowledge of how or when to change channels or use key features on their radios. Police officers receive extensive firearms training and are required to regularly requalify, even though most will never fire their weapon in the line of duty. There is no such requirement for radios, which they use every day. As always, there are exceptions to the rule, but many responders do not fully understand the capabilities of their radios, how to use them, and many don't care. I strongly recommend that initial and recurring radio training be mandatory for all public safety agencies. This training should be required annually at a minimum and be tied to grant eligibility. Agencies that fail to certify recurring training should have a financial stake as incentive to complete that continuing education. This approach ensures not only accountability, but also incentivizes a culture of operational readiness. And number 3, long-term investment. We need funding support for multi-band and broadband-enabled radios and expansion of shared radio infrastructure. It is critical that the Texas Interoperable Communications Committee and the Statewide Interoperability Coordinator remain a key part of those conversations. These individuals and working groups have dedicated 2 decades to building the interoperability framework Texas has today. While funding has been extremely limited and in many cases non-existent, the expertise, relationships, and vision already exist. It is time to support and empower those who have spent their careers preparing for moments like what we faced in Kerrville. In conclusion, thank you for the opportunity to share this experience and these recommendations. I am proud to represent the dedicated professionals who work behind the scenes to ensure that our responders can communicate, coordinate, and protect the people of Texas. I welcome your questions and stand ready to support this committee's efforts to improve emergency communications statewide.
Kelly.
Good evening, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, members. My name is Kelly Adley, and I am the section chief within our FirstNet Response Operations Group here on behalf of AT&T and FirstNet. Prior to joining AT&T, I've spent over 25 years in law enforcement, beginning with Euless PD, Dallas Transit Police, Dallas, and Collin County District Attorney's offices. I also have the honor to serve on the Governor's Private Sector Advisory Council, representing AT&T and FirstNet. What our Hill Country communities have experienced over the past 2 weeks is devastating. We remain committed to working shoulder to shoulder to support those recovery efforts. As a section chief for the FirstNet Response Operations Group, I received my deployment activation on Friday night, left my home early Saturday morning, July 5th, and was on site in Kerrville that morning. I first checked in at the Kerr County Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, to introduce myself and assure the command staffs that they had a dedicated resource to address FirstNet communication needs for their first responder teams doing search and rescue. I personally remained on site for the next 10 days, responsible for coordination with the EOC and traveling in the field to support public safety in the Hill Country, directly supporting first responders operating in the disaster area of Kerrville, in Ingram, in Hunt, areas west of Hunt, and of course, Camp Mystic. On FirstNet, public safety has the priority and dedication spectrum access when it's needed and can request a variety of network assets to ensure the communication needs of first responders and public safety that are met. We received our first deployable request related to the flooding on July 4th and had an asset on scene that day to support our public safety. Overall, our FirstNet team responded to more than 20 requests from public safety for communication resources to support their response and recovery across the flood-impacted areas. In addition, within approximately 48 hours, AT&T, our network team, launched a new cell site serving Hunt, Texas. This site was built to bolster wireless coverage and capacity to accommodate the influx of volunteers, relief organizations, and visitors aiding in the response efforts. Importantly, this site also provides dedicated connectivity for public safety with Band 14 FirstNet. To give a little bit of background, Governor Abbott decided to opt the state of Texas into FirstNet in September of 2017, meaning the build-out of the network could begin and first responders in the state would have access to us, FirstNet. In addition to the network build-out, the FirstNet program has made significant investments in technologies to integrate FirstNet with traditional land mobile radios, systems, and help overcome previous interoperability challenges and siloed communications. FirstNet accomplishes this by leveraging a nationwide wireless broadband network with standardized protocols, mission-critical push-to-talk, IP-based operability gateways to facilitate effective cross-agency and cross-jurisdictional communications and information sharing. By integrating FirstNet and broadband-enabled technologies, public safety has access to enhanced communication and situational awareness capabilities. Some of this has to do with responder location, near real-time information sharing, and the ability to send and receive video, photo, and other types of data. AT&T is committed to being there for our public safety community, no matter the emergency. AT&T continues to serve as a trusted partner to Texas public safety and the emergency communications community. We continue to work closely with TDM, with DPS, and other state and local public safety partners to serve as a resource and be responsive to any public safety needs, including the ongoing recovery efforts in the Hill Country. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Sample for coming in from Bear County, Mr. Gilbert, and Mr. Adley. Mr. Gilbert, I have the written testimony from your counterparts. Do you have a copy of your written testimony for us? Because you had some suggestions on there. Can you get it to us?
I have one that's scribbled up with notes.
You
I
can
can give
email
you a
it to us?
cleaner one, yes, sir.
Yeah, that'd be great if you could send it to us, because you had some good information on there. So one of the things that I'd like to ask you all, and you could probably add to your email, all of you, well, in particular, the two of you all do this every day, is what could we ask, what could maybe we have to legislate, we'll have to figure it out, but is there a basic standard language? I mean, if you'd asked me before this hearing today, can all law enforcement, regardless, can they all talk to each other on the same radio? I would have said yes. I would have thought there was a common channel, a universal channel. Apparently, there's not. But there has to be a way. I've heard that there is a way that they can, based on some technology, and I think you've both testified to that effect. So if there's a basic minimum standard, because, I mean, if there's an emergency, a hurricane situation, a flooding, whatever, that DPS has to come in or that some other state resources have to come in, all of the first responders have to be able to communicate. So we need to know what the basic minimum is so that if they want to build their own, you said there were 60 different systems out there?
Yes, sir. So, Senator Menendez, appreciate your question there. The state operates independently, multiple jurisdictions operate independently, just under 60 radio systems across the area. The ability of putting a radio onto one of those systems requires that radio to have specific feature sets, software, and then frequency capability. And frequencies are often dictated by the terrain of the place that the radio is going to be operated primarily. And VHF, for example, is probably the most common band used across the state of Texas. When you get out into West Texas especially, VHF propagates very well, has a very long range. It works phenomenal out there. Whereas inside the urban area, 700 and 800 megahertz works a lot better. It allows building penetration, and it operates at half the power, so it requires more antennas. But as we start to respond in mutual aid events and we show up to different places, it's an absolute, we have to have multi-band radios. So multi-band radios with the feature set, absolutely a must. That's a base minimum. And that's what I mentioned earlier with the statewide interoperability coordinator. We had a meeting just a couple of weeks ago, as a matter of fact, talking about how, any grant funded radios in the future need to have these. In addition to that, we found that LTE and Wi-Fi supplementing these radios was huge in this specific event. The guys from Starlink stepped in, provided a number of Starlink resources for us. We programmed those into the radios, and it helped tremendously. I will tell you that in Kerr County, just like many other counties, even on a blue sky day, you will not have 100% radio coverage. It's just not there. Cellular, same thing. You're not going to have cellular phone across the entire state of Texas. Even Starlink with 7,000 satellites in low Earth orbit isn't going to provide you coverage everywhere. When we're driving down Highway 39 in the Hunt area, especially out towards Mystic, when you have heavy cloud cover, when you have heavy foliage, you don't see the satellites. So, it's one more thing. There are going to be times where you do not have communication. But to answer your question, a P25 multiband radio is the step in the right direction. If we can enhance that with the LTE and Wi-Fi capabilities, that helps out much more. The thing that we run into, that we see across the state, is that these radios are very expensive, and there's really not a mechanism for counties to fund these radios. Cities have the luxury of sales tax, counties don't. So when you look at your counties, especially your rural counties, they struggle with this. And there are so many things that are being placed on us that we are mandated to do. Body cams, onboard computers, mobile data, all of these things. We struggle to find the money for it. So we will see equipment get used long before or long past its actual usefulness, or even the manufacturer's support. When we were out there in the Hunt area, I visited with a number of firefighters that they're buying their radios off of eBay. They're not buying them from manufacturers. They're buying them the cheapest way that they can, because that's all they've got money for. They're doing pancake breakfast, sausage dinners, whatever they can to scrape up money to buy radios. And that's hard. It's very difficult. I actually started out as a volunteer a few years ago, and it's tough. It's very tough. Trying to keep all that stuff maintained, even after you get it. If we were to pass out radios to everyone today, tomorrow's challenge is, how do we keep that infrastructure running? How do we keep that radio running? There are some counties out to the west of us that received a whole radio system a number of years ago in a grant. They didn't have the money for maintenance. It's like buying a brand new car and never changing the oil on it and expecting it to start every single time you walk out there. It's not going to happen. Luckily, TxDOT came in and helped those guys out, and it's been successful out there, but we see that repeated time and time again across the state. There's no mechanism to fund this equipment, and it's very expensive.
Thank you for your answer. It's very comprehensive. It'll help us because we need to come up with a better system.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Senator,
you.
if I may.
Yes, go
I'd
ahead.
like to circle back to your original statement about a police officer being able to talk to another police officer
Yep.
anywhere. There are things in the United States called the National Interoperability Channels. Those channels are a combination of channels that could use a temporary repeater. So in other words, if we put a temporary tower site up with a repeater on it to create kind of a bubble of coverage, There are also direct channels, and the direct channels are range limited, right? So it's one radio talking to one radio. There's no infrastructure in place. However, those are quick and dirty ways that they can establish some sort of communications path if there's an infrastructure outage or whatever sort of challenge they're facing. But that points back to the training issue of knowing when it's appropriate to make that decision to change and how to make that change.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burdell.
Actually, can I kind of catch in here real quick before we get too far? First of all, I'm going to ask a question, and it's meant to be informational, I guess, but everybody that's talked about this issue today, if you're honest, would say this isn't possible in a practical way to meet the goal of every radio talking to everybody every time we want it to. It's not affordable. Obviously, it's technology that changes regularly, so I know some people are leasing, Chairman King mentioned, so you get new technology updates, but here's what I'm going to. 3 12-hour shifts, everything was pretty much in sync. And so what I'm going to here is you found a way, and it's 3 hours because of the volume and because of the lack of expertise of the equipment and I know DPS had a patch, something called a Sunwear puck. I know AT&T's boosters and things were still out there working Sunday, by the way, and everybody I spoke to, there was multiple comments and compliments up and down the line.
Yes.
They spoke to y'all's units being game changers with respect to broadband and how it provided an IP address network that was reliable and dependable.
Yes, sir.
So on that front, that was a win, but we're going to go down this road. And I said it today, I've been down this road for 15 years in and out. It sounds like we're almost looking for this proverbial unicorn that doesn't exist. And because of it doesn't exist, either for affordability and other issues, we have other ways to make them work. Is that a true statement or not?
It's a complicated answer.
Always.
Yeah.
Let me back up. What is the age of, let me ask it this way. Can I buy that P25 with stripped down version today, or is everything coming off the assembly line today, for the most part, going to be Wi-Fi compatible? Is that a special order, or is that common equipment today?
It'll be a special order. So some radios will have the ability, based off of hardware that they were built with, to be upgradable to have additional features. Some will not, and that's going to vary by radio model as well as manufacturer. There was another piece that was brought up by Chief Kidd, and that's culture. Culture is another big piece of all of this. And the desire to be the king of your own kingdom exists out there. And that's why you see these entities building their own radio system. And I will tell you, we're guilty of it in Bexar County. This is something that we did.
I will tell you that is where my frustration stopped a few years back. Because nobody wanted to do something different, partly because good old boy network on the local level.
Right.
My cousin sells Motorola or whatever. And that's got to go away.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking for you guys to be very engaged in what possible is versus what, boy, if we had all the money in the world, it'd be great to do.
Yes, sir.
And I don't need that tonight. It's way too late for a very technical detail. But AT&T has a role. I'm assuming Starlink does have a role. I'm assuming you guys know how to put whatever the network looks like. I will tell you my conversation with DPS person, and it's a phenomenal asset. He indicated that if I can get good broadband, I can pretty much talk to most people. He did say that means their cell phone. So the officer's running around with his cell phone. He had connection. The game warden with a cell phone, whatever. So he was just the utility guy, right? I'm here to get it all to work, and he was making it work. So I'm just leading into this that we have already agreed we need to look into it. We need to do a holistic approach to it. We all want the best, but we can only afford, in reality, this. And I want to know if this can be made to work. And I understand the complexity of it. Whatever this is, it may not be able to be made work. What I think Senator Mendez's line was, give me the baseline where every bit of it can work under patch, software, connections, AT&T boosters. But if you can give us the baseline that this will work with everything, you may not like the fact that you took 3 hubs of software to connect, and the patch may not be quite as dependable. But I remind you, fortunately today, we have a lot of disasters, but we don't have them everywhere and every day in the state. So there is a cost benefit to do it, that when you need it, in 3-hour, 12-hour shifts, we make it work. And the initial group on the line probably do have it. But I'm just saying, we only have so much money, and we can only absorb so much technology. And to your point, old guys like me, I don't even like the internet still. And that ain't probably changing before I get out of his place. So as we go through this, I would encourage you guys to be very active.
On that note, I just like to add, interoperability's been we've tried to solve it as a state way before I got here, way before you got here, and I get that. But just correct me if I'm wrong. There is no bill, no one shot of money, none of that is going to solve this, correct?
No,
this
sir.
is over time.
Yes, sir.
It's an interoperability, a council to build out interoperability from funding to the right technology to the training to the culture change. 5, probably 10-year build out. That's what we're talking about, correct?
We're talking about a living animal that constantly morphs.
That constantly moves, but to get it really up and running as a statewide system, it's a 5 to 10-year build out.
Yes, sir.
So knowing that, it always reminds me when I have this conversation, when was the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the next best time? Today. And if we don't start sometime, I got a lot of press over a bill I filed that did not pass that dealt with interoperability. I think both of you came and testified for the bill in the House. But during the event, the narrative was, oh, the bill should have passed, it would have done. No, it wouldn't even been law till September 1st. It's a good idea, and I fully stand behind it and intend on taking another run at this. But let's be realistic about what we're asking for in solving interoperability. We got to start somewhere, and today's the day to start, and the next 100-year flood that happens 5 years from now, maybe we got a better shot at communicating. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. If I can throw a couple of nuggets of information out at you. The first one was when folks tell you that they can take the radio or they take the antenna off the radio and talk to somebody in Amarillo, that may be absolutely true. I can be in a hotel in Baltimore next week and talk to somebody on my radio back here. The question you should ask is, what is going on in the background to make that happen? Because it doesn't just happen naturally. Something has to be done in the background. There are systems in place from the various manufacturers that give you a certain functionality, and some of them are proprietary and some of them meet the P25 standard. There are third-party patching applications that integrate with a phone app tied to a radio that's then tied to an interface that's then tied to the internet. So the first question to ask is, what's happening in the background to make that a true statement for whatever they happen to say? The second is, we've done some very innovative things. The state, the SWIC, the Statewide Interoperability Coordinator, and in conjunction with some very large radio system owners, have done some very innovative things by using broadband to tie systems together in such a way that a phone really will access a radio system as though it was a radio. So we've done some very innovative things, and they work very well. The issue is obviously funding, and we know that there's not an unlimited money tree to grab from. We understand that. We've been dealing with that for 20 years. That's why some people might say, well, we haven't seen tangible results out of the SWIC, or we haven't seen tangible results in in the advancement of interoperability in Texas. You kind of have to be a radio nerd to understand it or to see it, but there are tangible results out there. It's just when you have a giant problem in a county, in a state with 254 counties and multiple major metropolitan areas, the amount of grant funding that's coming out, like from House Bill 443 back in, what was it, 2008, that established the SERI grant. The $20 million in the biennium that account pulls from court costs spread out across COGS and state agencies doesn't exactly make huge projects happen. And state Homeland Security grant funding we all know, is dwindling. All the grant funding is dwindling. So when you're taking little tiny bites, like he said, it's a living thing. When you're taking little tiny bites of it, and the cost keeps getting higher and higher, but the funding keeps getting lower and lower, it becomes almost an insurmountable task.
Well, the key to solving the funding, in my mind, is to include 89% of the state that's covered by the volunteers. And when you get the buy-in from all 254 counties paying into one system, and I don't think, I don't think a system that there's one answer. I think FirstNet's great. I think Starlink has a place. I think radios have a place. But until, SWIC is a great example of the possible, but it's not probable for the entire state, and particularly our small departments and our volunteer departments. So that's what I think, when you look at SWIC, it's a great example. It's a great footprint. It's a great model to build on. But if we're ever going to stand up something statewide, all 254 counties have to be represented, and all of those people have to know how to turn the radio on. And in my world, when my local fire chief is out fighting fire and he's carrying 5 devices while he's running the hose, it's a problem. So anyway, I think interoperability can be solved. I think it's a 10-year plan. I think it's going to take a lot of really smart people, far smarter than me, to do it. But you have my support, Representative Burdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Just a couple of quick things here. This is for Mr. Sample and Mr. Gilbert. If everyone's on the same band, will that cause jamming problems or become ineffective because too much chatter? I mean, how would that work out if we're trying to do that?
Are you saying, or is the question if everybody was on the same channel or the same frequency band?
Yeah, either way.
They're all, like everybody, all the different disciplines are on the same channel? Yeah, that's not feasible. Operationally, you would still need to segment things out. But within the same system or within the same band, you can still have multiple pathways for that to happen. If the radio were programmed correctly and the user was trained appropriately.
Yeah, so 20 years ago, I was Air Force working on ICBMs, electronics, and we did have some digital radios that we all used in the missile field. And we didn't have overlapping for the most part. Like it was a good system then. And that leads me into my next point, which is with new technology, it brings a lot of problems that older technology doesn't suffer from. Example, constant software updates and hypersensitivity to failure. It was mentioned that some first responders had more success with cheap Chinese radios. I assume those were walkie-talkies operating on probably a UHF. Is it safe to say that old technology is more reliable and effective than the newer technology? I'll give you an example real quick. We were out probably till 3 going into Saturday morning, and we were talking to first responders, and they had a radio that was touchpad, and they couldn't communicate with guys just down the road from them. They had no communication there, and it seems like the old technology wouldn't have suffered from that problem as the way the new technology did.
So it's going to vary, and when you're dealing with older technology, a lot of times you're dealing with what's called simplex communication, direct line of sight radio to radio. And that's always the easiest, lowest common denominator way to communicate. You don't have any towers in the middle of the equation that are without power or that suffered a lightning strike or anything like that. So on-site communications, it's great for that. That old technology is great for that. What we need and what we've grown used to is being able to talk across a wide area, to be able to better communicate and coordinate what needs are and operate more efficiently and effectively. So for example, today with newer technology, I can have the Medical Operations Center in San Antonio monitoring a response to a flipped over Greyhound bus in Frio County down in Pearsall. And they can deploy, let's say, 20 ambulances that direction. They can have someone on the ground there communicate back to San Antonio through these networks and whatnot, and be able to say, you know what, we only need 10 ambulances, turn the other 10 around. That helps us tremendously. We're not expending, assets on something that we don't need them on. In the older days, where we still see this in a number of our counties, Frio, for example, there's one tower, one repeater, and they only can communicate within Frio County. If we had sent 10 ambulances down there that weren't needed, we may have needed them for something else in San Antonio.
Yeah.
So there's pros and cons to that.
And I wish I could remember what radios we had back then. It's been 20 years, but in our area of operation, we could still talk to guys. Our base 150 miles from us. Like if we were in Sidney, Nebraska, we could still be all the way back to Cheyenne talking. And anyways, so that does. I do think that there was technology 20 years ago that we didn't have to have software updates all the time. Like it just worked. There were teams that dealt with that too. But so I think that. I know that's still, in my opinion, newer technology than the analog stuff that we also dealt with. So I do think that there are systems out there that could get a lot of people on the same bandwidth or the same band with 150-mile radius, which would have covered all of the situation that we had right now. And remember, we're in Wyoming, so we've got and Nebraska, we've got varying terrain that we were having to work with. And I wish I remember the radio so we could actually get more information there. Kelly, if you don't mind me asking you, one of the big problems that we've had for years in Hunt and out at Camp Mystic in that area is no cell phone service. And I know you're with FirstNet.
Yes.
Is there talk of more towers being put in that area? And first, I also want to say thank y'all for what y'all did coming in. We really appreciate y'all being there. A lot of people commented on how helpful that was to have you there.
Thank you. And yes, if you notice the 250-foot tower that's behind Hunt, we did place our technology on that tower to build out more AT&T coverage, commercial coverage, and Band 14 FirstNet coverage for that whole community.
And that
all
was
the way
under
up to
emergency,
Mystic.
right? Y'all did that under emergency? Or there was another tower I think y'all just did under emergency reasons?
That was one that we committed to within 48 hours to get that equipment
amazing.
up on that tower and get additional coverage down all the way to Mystic and through Hunt and into those community areas.
And I think it's safe to say if we had more cell phone coverage in there, a lot of the issues that one of the PDs was dealing with when we were talking to them wouldn't have existed. And I remember Friday at the EOC, them trying to make contact with camps, and they were having a hard time. There was almost no communication there, so it was hard to figure out, are there camps missing people? How many people, are there waiting for rescue? And so appreciate you being there, and hopefully we'll see more cell service in that area.
Thank you, sir.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Nelson. Gentlemen, would you say that the P25, that is your gold standard for now? I mean, right now, if somebody were to want to create a system in a rural place that didn't have anything, and you would recommend that radio system or that technology? Is that what the? I know it's not the all-encompassing thing. Multiple.
Right. So P25 is an open standard for public safety radio. And what I mean by that is any manufacturer can build a radio to operate in P25. If we think about our cell phones, for example, you've basically got two flavors. You've got the iPhone and then the Android. And if we look at the Android world, we see that Motorola, Lenovo, Samsung, all these different manufacturers can make an Android. Apple can make an Android if they wanted to, but that's not the way it is. Apple has their own proprietary software and language. In the radio world, P25 is the gold standard. It is what is funded by both state and federal grants, and it allows for first responders not to be stuck with one manufacturer or vendor.
Okay, I appreciate that. And out of your 60 or so radio systems throughout Texas, how many of them are currently on that, utilizing P25s?
So I've heard numbers ranging from 52 to 54 to 60. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. Those are the regional or P25 trunking systems in Texas. That does not, I can guarantee you that number does not include the single site, standalone, VFD repeater in wherever, a rural area that's covering paging and volunteer fire for that one area. They don't need to be connected to a radio network. They don't need to be part of a larger system. They just need to get their calls. And matter of fact, I believe Hunt Volunteer Fire Department, it was either Hunt or Ingram, actually has their own standalone VHF repeater out there to kind of just be able to coordinate amongst themselves. But the P25 standard, like Steve was saying, you build a radio to that standard, right? It meets the standard. There used to be proprietary systems out. Several manufacturers made proprietary systems that you had to buy their radio to be on their system. P25 addressed that issue by creating a open standard and then allowing manufacturers to build to that standard and get certified.
So if what I'm hearing, the 50 to 60, not holding you to however many number of radio systems are out there, aside from the rules that you said may not be part of that, they all then already have that technology, so then what is missing is the physical radio? Is that what the problem is?
So it's a combination of users not having the radio with the proper frequency or capabilities to operate on those systems. It's the lack of connectivity between those systems to other networks to be able to provide wide area coverage. And it's also the programming to join that system. So anytime, let's say I'm going to travel over to Houston. For my radio to work in Houston, I have to have the proper programming in my radio for the Houston radio system or the Harris County radio system. And in addition to that, each radio has its own unique ID, kind of like a phone number, and that would have to be registered and authorized and turned on the system before the radio would ever work.
Okay, I can understand. I'm starting to understand the real problem, but I guess where I was going with this is just, and I keep hearing it's a lot of money, a ton of money and all that. Well, what are we talking about if we were to standardize across Texas a system that, everybody could join? What's that number?
So it depends on the scope of the project. I remember years and years ago, it had to be 2007, there was a study that was commissioned at the request of Governor Perry and the Sheriff's Association to find out how much it would cost to build a statewide radio system. And the number back then was somewhere in the neighborhood of $800 million. Of course, it's 20 years ago, so $800 million is not $800 million anymore. But one thing to keep in mind when, as you talk about the challenges that are faced, all these these agencies built their own radio systems. Some joined, right? The system that we manage is an extension of the Harris County, Texhorn system. So we expanded their system by partnering with them. As you go up into East Texas, that footprint has expanded by those other counties and cities partnering with Harris County. As you go down towards the coast, towards Galveston, it's the same story. They're partnering with a larger system to increase the footprint of the system. So what he's saying about having to program the radio to the new system, or the foreign system, if you want to call it that, is absolutely correct. And so that's part of the issue when you have these large regional, and part of the reason that we were issuing out so many radios in Kerrville, because we had a tremendous number of TIFMAS resources there. Some of them were doing 911 backfill in the fire stations to cover calls for the local departments. Some of them were EMS services that were covering either force protection or local 911 calls. But they came from a long way. I mean, I saw departments from Coppell, from Amarillo, Lubbock, just a long way away. So the odds that they're going to have their radio programmed to a system way down here is minimal at best, unless somebody up there had the foresight to say, hey, let me get this radio program before I send you out the door and get the programming information from the local, system here. So those types of things are operational, and those could be done. It's just when you have a no-notice event like this, or a tornado that tears up an entire city, you have, you have to kind of jump, but you don't know which direction to jump until it happens.
Sure. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gilbert, I appreciate you bringing up that 2007 because I was on that committee then.
Okay.
At that time. So there is a pathway. Chairman King is on the right deal. There is a way to start steering this ship towards interoperable conditions here in the state of Texas. So I'll host a radio school with Chairman King anytime y'all want to know and catch you up to speed on some of the history on this stuff. Be more than happy to. And I do have some ideas. I need to speak to both of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right.
Members.
That's it.
Hey, we almost made 12 hours. Thank you, Senator Blanco, are you going to blow that up?
We were adjourning, Senator.
Is there anything you can offer or ask that has not been regurgitated? Let me set the baseline. There is no standard for radios that we can attach to today. Just saying.
I just had a FirstNet question. How do local jurisdictions participate in FirstNet?
Yes, sir. It's through DIR. They can buy through our sales teams. FirstNet is there. It's FirstNet is the federal network, federally funded, $2 billion coming back into reinvestment of us putting more technology out for our first responders. But it is a partnership. We partnered in the devastation that was out there, and I was working with these gentlemen every single day. FirstNet, that's what we're here to do, partner with our first responders and make sure we're enhancing that communication for them.
And that's through DIR, you said?
It can be, yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else wishing to ask any questions that we didn't get done today? I thought it was very productive. I appreciate it. We will meet in Kerrville at 9:30 a.m. on Thursday, 7/31. It'll have more of a local flavor. We will have a meteorologist. We will have multiple people to talk about how the NOAA and all those other systems integrate and where that data comes from. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none. Yes. Yes. Turn mine.
Just
Yes.
so I can communicate properly.
Yes.
We heard a lot of testimony today about National Weather Service and other federal entities. I know because of my experience in other investigative committees, some feds don't have to respond or participate in what we're doing.
They were invited.
I think it would be very helpful. We're hearing that they're a part of this communication tree, and if they're able to spare someone to come educate us in the very least, I think it'd be very helpful, and
Yeah.
I appreciate you inviting
We
them.
we invited them, just a second. That's right. So they did extend an offer for a private briefing to the panel in the next 2 weeks. We can't get it done between now and next Wednesday. We are going to take them up on it. We just don't have to be determined yet while we're still down here, and we'll make that available here. I can understand their reluctance because they're public and they disseminate all this, but we need them.
Mm-hmm.
We need them to brief this committee, so we are working on that 2 weeks.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that.
No
I think
problem.
it's a part of the conversation that we heard today.
They're the
and
biggest chunk. They really are, is where all this information is ran through, so.
I think it'd be helpful.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
With that.
Members?
Yes. Hearing none, Select Committee on Disaster Flooding stands at recess, subject to call of this chair.
Recess. Members, that concludes today's agenda. If there's no further business, the chair moves to adjourn. If there are objection, chair is none. Committee stands adjourned. So call the chair.